Zhuang Yan finds himself in the Marvel Universe, awakening the extraordinary abilities of a furnace that can forge all things into his own powers. Professor X advocates for peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans, while Magneto argues for mutant supremacy over humanity. With such formidable powers at his disposal, why should he serve you? Regardless of your abilities, they are his to claim. Thanos snaps his fingers, intending to eradicate half of the universe's population? Absurd. He will wage war across the cosmos, shatter the Time Management Bureau, and merge infinite universes. Years later, superheroes and mutants alike dream of the majestic figure of Zhuang Yan. Chapter 1. Awaken the Extraordinary Furnace. The first ability, Iron Body. Fate has brought you to my side, my child. It is destiny. In the depths of darkness, Zhuang Yan hears the aged, yet elegant voice of an elder murmuring in English. He forcefully opens his heavy eyelids and, amidst the blur, sees an elderly man with a bald head, a prominent nose, and gentle blue eyes. This elder feels strikingly familiar. It seems to be Professor Charles Xavier. Professor X? Where am I? Suddenly, he is engulfed by dizziness, and a series of unfamiliar images flash rapidly through his mind, as if he has suddenly gained 17 additional years of life. He realizes he is in the world of mutants, a Chinese orphan who awakened his replication ability at the age of 15. By merely touching other mutants, he could temporarily acquire their powers, but this ability brought calamity. The military of a certain nation captured him, intending to use his powers as a foundation to restart the Sentinel program. Just as the program was nearing completion, the professor discovered him and commanded the X-Men to bring him back to the academy. Now he is temporarily safe, but the military will undoubtedly launch a thorough search to complete their Sentinels. He cannot return to that hellish laboratory, where life is trampled upon. The host's fate has awakened to 100%. The Extraordinary Furnace system is merging with the host. Extraordinary Furnace system fusion complete. The host can forge all things in life to induce genetic evolution of new abilities. There is no limit to the number of abilities for every 10 successful forges. The host can simultaneously evolve the same type of ability. In an instant, he feels as though he has transcended into space, where a vast, nebula-like spiral of genetic change transforms into powder, drifting through the dark void. The powder then reorganizes into new genetic chains that shimmer with the brilliance of stars, containing an energy so terrifying that it sends shivers through his very soul. His body instantly undergoes a transformation. Boundless power surges within every cell. However, it appears that his former replication ability was washed away the moment he awakened the Extraordinary Furnace. The ability to casually cleanse the powers of mutants. How domineering is the Extraordinary Furnace? The capacity to forge all things and the absence of an upper limit signifies that his power knows no bounds. If he continues to forge, could he not one day ascend to become a cosmic deity? He might even transcend the timeline, achieving a state of detachment, surpassing the god of stories, Loki, and mastering the multiverse. Moreover, upon completing the awakening of the Extraordinary Furnace, a new memory emerges in his mind. If various abilities reach the Omega level, the Extraordinary Furnace will upgrade, enhancing the forging efficiency. The types of abilities are classified into 5 categories: physical, elemental, mental, temporal, spatial, and field energy. An idiosyncratic classification of the Extraordinary Furnace. Understanding that he has awakened an infinite realm of possibilities fills him with exhilaration. He yearns to begin forging. Yet, Professor X remains by his side. Child, you are awake? How does your body feel? My body is well. Who are you? Why am I here? Zhuang Yan feigns weakness, asking the professor a question he already knows the answer to. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Charles Xavier. You may call me Professor X. This is the Xavier Institute that I founded. Here, you may interact with friendly mutant peers. We gather here for the sake of peace, and I hope you find solace in this place. The professor's voice is as warm as a spring breeze, steady yet imbued with resolute strength. Zhuang Yan nods, surveying his surroundings. The room resembles a dormitory, with another bed across from him. The wooden walls exude a solemnity steeped in history, while the furnishings embody a modern style. It indeed seems suitable for a brief respite. My name is Zhuang Yan. It appears a group of uniquely gifted mutants rescued me. Are you associated with them? The professor smiles gently, picking up a cup before responding. The mutants you speak of are my companions, but let us not dwell on unpleasant topics for now. Perhaps a cup of coffee or tea will put you in the mood to recount your past, Zhuang Yan. I prefer tea, thank you, Professor. After watching the professor exit the room, Zhuang Yan steadies himself, searching for items to forge. Porcelain cups, ceramic plates, bamboo chopsticks, plastic pill bottles. The modern age has a downside. Everyday items are often made of composite materials. Who knows what bizarre results might arise from fusing these. However, the bed steel railing offers a purer material, providing a bit of reassurance. He grips the railing, murmuring a chant to forge, and in an instant, the steel bar twists and vanishes, leaving only black impurities behind. Iron element forging successful. New ability iron body gained. With an alert sound, his skin gradually transforms into a layer of shimmering armor. He runs his fingers over the metallic surface, realizing he has lost the sense of touch. All he feels is a chilling cold. The slightest movement produces a creaking sound, and with a gentle squeeze, he bends the steel bar. The speed of forging and the activation of the ability are swift, devoid of discomfort. It seems as if this ability has accompanied him since birth, yet he soon discovers a challenge. This form is difficult to control. He has merely transformed into a steel figure and cannot revert to his original state. It appears that his first forging resulted in a rudimentary ability. He must hasten to reach a stage where he can freely control his form. He again grasps the railing, repeatedly forging his ability. The silver sheen on his body gradually dims, but his strength continues to rise until the 10th forging is complete. Elemental type ability forged 10 times iron body upgraded. With this announcement, the steel armor rapidly dissipates, restoring his original form. He can now change any part of his body at will, and his thoughts manifest instantly, allowing him to switch forms freely. Furthermore, he can alter the color and texture of the steel, with its strength adjusting accordingly. This far surpasses the capabilities of Colossus, possessing defenses that can withstand most human weaponry, while enabling effortless transformation. Previously, while watching the X-Men, he pondered the limits of Colossus's abilities, whether he could generate powerful steel materials or transmute contacted substances into steel, conjuring steel weapons from thin air. Now, with the extraordinary furnace, he can experiment with those past ideas. However, having already consumed the bed's railing, he cannot dismantle the bed for further forging. Just then, the sound of the wheelchair wheels turning signals the professor's return. He shifts back to his human form, concealing the traces of his forging with a pillow. The professor enters, placing a steaming cup of red tea on his bedside. Zhuang Yan, your complexion has improved significantly. I was concerned you were frightened at the institute. I am not a person given to sentimentality. The pains of my past serve as the nourishment for my journey ahead, and I shall thrive. He replied casually, yet the professor's eyes suddenly sparkled with insight. Yan, you are a resilient individual, more so than most of the students in the academy. I trust you now possess the courage necessary to discuss the occurrences within the research institute. Chapter 2. The professor's mind was ablaze, yet he could not grasp the memories. Whenever Zhuang Yan closed his eyes, he could vividly recall the gruesome scenes that transpired within the institute. Many mutants were confined in cages, wearing explosive collars around their necks. Like lab rats, they were subjected to violence and abuse from the guards if they failed to comply. Though he enjoyed slightly better treatment due to his unique abilities, it merely translated to a larger cage. Daily life consisted of replicating the abilities of mutants, only to have their blood drawn for Sentinel research. Moreover, as the Sentinel program neared completion, these mutants were relegated to the role of training partners for the Sentinel robots. No one emerged alive from the combat rooms, leaving the X-Men to rescue only him. With this thought, he exhaled deeply and addressed the professor with a calm demeanor. Professor, the Institute is conducting live experiments on mutants, seemingly researching a type of robot. This robot has learned our abilities and appears invulnerable. They refer to it as a Sentinel. The professor, who had maintained a calm and gentle demeanor, now exhibited an expression akin to a child hearing a terrifying tale. He turned his head away, falling into silence within the shadows, seemingly lost in thought. Zhuang Yan noted the professor's reaction, finding it curious. If this was the professor's first encounter with the Sentinel robots, such a loss of composure seemed out of character. He should have probed further into the details of the Sentinels. The current professor appeared as if he had encountered them before. At this point in time, Magneto was plotting to convert humanity into mutants, far removed from the Sentinel program. No, he recalled that Wolverine, after reversing the future, had met with the professor at the X-Mansion. At that moment, the professor had accessed Wolverine's memories, thus learning about the Sentinels. He realized that he was situated within the timeline following the reversal of the future. However, due to his presence, this timeline's United States military had restarted the Sentinel program. The timelines before and after the reversal had merged. The professor sighed, his expression darkening as he regarded him. Even if time can be reversed, humanity's aversion to mutants will inevitably replicate suffering. My apologies, Zhuang Yan, I momentarily lost focus. Your arrival is timely, allowing us to foresee our future circumstances. Professor, the Sentinel robots are nearing completion. They may only require one more vial of my blood. Zhuang Yan emphasized the urgency of the situation, contemplating the need to rally the mutants and dismantle the Sentinel program. This was a well-intended warning. After awakening his powers in the forge, he needed only time to grow strong enough to be untroubled by the Sentinel threat. Yet, the professor seemed to entertain a different perspective. We will ensure your safety, and I will communicate with the government to terminate the Sentinel program. You need not worry about future matters, simply focus on learning and living alongside other young mutants. I have one more request. To clarify the military-specific plans, I need to access your memories. Zhuang Yan felt a pang of disappointment at the professor's inclination to resolve the Sentinel program through peaceful means. Given the nature of the United States government, even if they agreed to terminate the Sentinel program, they would likely continue their efforts in secrecy. The threat to humanity stems from humanity itself. Indeed, mutants had already been stripped of their rights, constituting an even greater peril. Professor, please proceed with the memory reading if it will aid in halting the Sentinels. Rest assured, I will only examine the portions related to the Sentinels. I never misuse my abilities. The professor's gaze sharpened, yet he made no further movements, soon furrowing his brow. He placed his index and middle fingers on his temples, his expression indicating he was exerting considerable effort, veins bulging upon his bald head. However, ultimately, it bore no fruit. He lowered his fingers, panting, and asked in astonishment, "What is happening? My mind cannot access your memories. It seems as though something is obstructing it." Zhuang Yan, you remind me of an old friend, though you are not wearing a helmet. Zhuang Yan understood precisely why the professor's abilities were hindered. He had fortified his bones with steel. Protected by a steel skull, even if the professor were to cry and strain, he could not penetrate his memories. Professor, I previously replicated the abilities of a mutant with steel powers. Perhaps the steel is blocking you. You seem quite knowledgeable about my abilities. Regardless, I am aware that the Sentinels are nearing completion. The professor's demeanor returned to calm, no longer mentioning the memory reading, and he offered a gentle smile. Join my X Academy. It serves as a sanctuary for mutants, providing quality education and a stable life. Your abilities hold great potential. You may one day become a guardian for your fellow mutants. Zhuang Yan's superpower, the Forge, was in need of materials to refine, and the Academy housed many mutants with diverse abilities for him to assimilate. This did not entail melting them entirely. The Forge could acquire powers through the refinement of genes. With merely a strand of hair, he could develop abilities akin to Wolverine, Cyclops, or Storm. The efficiency of refining items was somewhat lacking. Remaining here would allow him to gain strength more swiftly. He also had a score to settle with the United States military. Of course, I shall remain. I can attend classes starting tomorrow. Excellent. Welcome aboard. However, I must emphasize that self-harm is strictly prohibited within the Academy. It is advisable not to engage in fights with classmates, for mutants must unite to coexist peacefully with humanity. The professor smiled, giving his hand a brief shake. Upon hearing the professor's ideal of peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans, Zhuang Yan felt a twinge of resistance. Mutants had never known peace after all. This was a nation rife with ideological and class divisions. With countless variations of gender identity, violence and oppression were omnipresent, leaving humanity unsure of how to act. How then could they tolerate mutants wielding formidable powers? Professor, I hold reservations regarding the peaceful coexistence of humans and mutants. The United States government has never hesitated to eliminate mutants. The professor's smile faded, his cerulean eyes scrutinizing him. I understand that your experiences have eroded your faith in the government, but we must always afford the future a glimmer of hope. I may have confidence in humanity, yet I cannot extend such faith to the United States government. Perhaps this is our fundamental divergence. The professor nodded slightly, then wheeled himself toward the door. A gentle voice emanated from his solitary figure. You are a thoughtful young man. I have not encountered someone like you in many years. I shall make it a point to visit you for conversation. I will note it in my schedule. Now please rest well. Once the professor departed, Zhuang Yan raised his steel hands, flexing his agile fingers. The first ability, the steel body, was already under his adept control now. He needed practical experience. Before opportunities for combat arose, he could refine more abilities. There was a lamp nearby, was there not? He picked up the lamp from the bedside table, intending to unscrew the light bulb and insert his hand into the socket. Suddenly, a cacophony of laughter erupted from outside the room. Chapter 3. The mockery of the fiery one, a group of 5 or 6 young men and women burst through the door, their laughter and joy momentarily frozen upon encountering the solemnity within. They then observed the gravitas of the situation with keen interest, whispering among themselves. Bobby, why is there an extra person in your dorm? And an Asian at that? Wow, he looks quite dashing, and his gaze is rather aggressive. Hey, are you Bobby's new roommate? His last roommate left in winter. Do you know why? Zhuang Yan felt a headache coming on from the cacophony filling the room, but he managed to recognize some of the youths. The boy named Bobby, possessing Omega-level potential, was the Iceman capable of conjuring ice out of thin air. Fortunately, it was summer, and having an Iceman around must be quite refreshing. There was also the charming Phantom Cat, Katie, and the fiery one, John, who was idly toying with a lighter. The rest of the group left him somewhat indifferent, suggesting they were not frequent visitors. At that moment, Bobby stepped forward to introduce Zhuang Yan to the other mutants. This is my new roommate, a mutant whom the professor just rescued today. He turned to Zhuang Yan, inquiring, Hey, I don't know your name yet. Zhuang Yan, he replied, stepping down from his bunk and confidently stating his name. In truth, before regaining his memories, he had no name, being an orphan. People on the streets referred to him by nicknames, while at the institute, he was simply known as 34. I am Bobby. My ability is ice manipulation, which means I can make a cold drink without a refrigerator. I'm Katie. My power is teleportation. What is your ability? Zhuang Yan pondered for a moment, deciding that mimicry would serve as his best disguise. By demonstrating the same ability as the other mutants, he would need little explanation. Moreover, once he revealed his mimicry ability, the curious youths might wish to witness it firsthand, providing him an opportunity for subtle psychological influence. Mimicry. I can replicate your abilities simply by touching you. Wow, then we can teleport together. I already have ideas on how to tease the teachers, Katie exclaimed, stepping closer to him with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, John eyed him sharply, seemingly scrutinizing him. Mimicry? With such a power, how were you captured? If it were me, I would never let them touch me. Zhuang Yan discerned John's bravado, responding with equal candor. After all, the fireman's ability required a lighter to ignite. To query whether a fireman was born with a lighter was undoubtedly a supreme act of mockery. As expected, John flicked his lighter, his gestures indicating he was preparing to unleash his fiery powers. Bobby and Katie hurriedly intervened. Hey, John, you provoked Zhuang Yan first. Put the fire down. Yes, if you actually make a move, you'll be violating the Academy's rules. Forget the rules. I just want to have a little chat with him. John twisted his neck, casting a disdainful gaze at Zhuang Yan. The lighter in his hand clicked repeatedly, each time releasing a flicker of flame. I am Bob, endowed with the ability to manipulate fire. Would you care to replicate my power? Zhuang Yan, of course, would not decline. Although the fire wielder's abilities are heavily reliant on external sources, they also represent a superior manipulation of plasma, which, with the enhancement of a super furnace, could evolve to an Omega level. However, just as he was about to request a strand of John's hair, John pressed the igniter. A majestic eagle made of flames lunged toward him. Swiftly, he extended his hand into the blaze, employing the super furnace, and the flames were instantly siphoned into his grasp. Flames smelting successful, new ability, body of fire generated. The body of fire essentially allowed the cells of his body to release energy in the form of flames, starkly contrasting with John's abilities. This power is akin to Iceman's ice creation, while Iceman conjures ice from nothing, representing a decrease in entropy. Zhuang Yan's body of fire denotes an increase in entropy. With continued smelting and upgrades, he too could reach Omega level. John had indeed offered a commendable ability, yet his audacity to attack Zhuang Yan necessitated a proper response. The entire exchange, from John's release of flames to Zhuang Yan's smelting of the body of fire, transpired in merely a second. Everything unfolded rapidly. Iceman's eyes widened, and his hand instinctively reached out toward Fireman in an attempt to intervene. Katie let out a shriek, but the situation was not as dire as she had anticipated. Zhuang Yan dispelled the fiery eagle, adjusted his hair that had been tousled by the heat, and calmly inquired of Fireman, "This fire has a pungent gasoline scent. Do you possess any other abilities? Is it not required to make contact to replicate your powers? How is it that you can absorb my flames?" Fireman, taken aback, questioned, having initially intended to frighten the Asian man, whose appearance differed from theirs, with his flames. He believed Zhuang Yan would need to physically touch a mutant to replicate their abilities and expected him to scream in terror upon encountering his fire. Yet, Zhuang Yan not only remained unafraid, but also calmly absorbed all the flames. This composed demeanor, coupled with his mysterious replication ability, truly startled him. Indeed, my power is replication, but it is not strictly necessary to touch your body. Contact with the flames you produce suffices. Zhuang Yan snapped his fingers, a flame materializing at his fingertips, gradually enlarging until it reached half his height. Wow, I assumed your ability could only be activated with a lighter. Turns out you can conjure it directly. It seems you have yet to fully harness this gift from the divine, rendering it akin to refuse. Observing Zhuang Yan effortlessly conjuring fire, John felt a mixture of pity, disdain, and contempt reflected in his gaze. In a fit of frustration, he snapped his fingers, attempting to summon flames from thin air. However, after several attempts, his joints began to ache, yet he remained unable to produce any fire. What is this? Why can't I do it? He shook his trembling hands vigorously, attempting to create a commotion, yet he could not summon forth the flames. Gradually, a voice emerged within him, asserting that he had truly failed to harness his abilities. Opposite him stood Zhuang Yan, a prodigy who, with a mere touch, achieved results he had not approached in over a decade. Beside them, Bobby and Katie were rendered speechless. At that moment, Zhuang Yan exuded a formidable aura of superiority. Merely standing in the same room as him instilled a sense of oppression. Moreover, Zhuang Yan's replication ability surpassed their wildest imaginings. They had anticipated a mere imitation of similar capabilities. Yet the reality was that Zhuang Yan could replicate powers far exceeding those of the original. The thought was terrifying. Who would dare to confront him in the future? At that instant, the fireman was engulfed in self-doubt, forcefully pushing past the Iceman at the door and sprinting outside. The Iceman shrugged helplessly and approached Zhuang Yan. I apologize, Zhuang Yan. John's temper is just like that. Can we keep this from the teacher? Katie interjected with a question. Zhuang Yan, how did you accomplish that? Why can you replicate abilities even when touching flames? Chapter 4. Phantom Cat Atomization. Lead me to the girls' dormitory. Zhuang Yan withdrew the flames from his hand, casting a resigned glance at the astonished mutants. Indeed, in this chaotic existence, one's identity is self-assigned, to provoke the fragile psyche of the fireman. His casual remarks had inadvertently captivated everyone. It was likely that if he claimed to conjure something from nothing, they would believe him. That was merely a flippant comment. You all are as naive as John. Oh, Zhuang Yan, we are merely meeting for the first time. There is no need for such flattery, Katie said, fidgeting and casting him a shy smile. Bobby and the other mutants mirrored Katie's demeanor, their faces flushed with bashful delight at the praise. Wow, Zhuang Yan, I initially thought you would be difficult to approach, given your formidable abilities. I never expected you to be so amiable. We are bound to become great roommates and friends. Bobby exclaimed animatedly, but Zhuang Yan merely smiled in response. These young mutants had been overly sheltered by the professor, revealing a sluggishness in confronting malice. Encouraged by his compliment, Katie became more animated, standing beside him and asking, Zhuang Yan, where do you come from? Were you rescued from the Dragon Country? No. I escaped from a military laboratory in the Ugly Country. My memories prior to that consist solely of wandering the streets. A military laboratory? You must have endured great suffering. Katie's dark eyes immediately glistened with tears, her head shaking in fear. It appeared that the populace of the Ugly Country was indeed aware of their government's grave misdeeds. Bobby and the other mutants wore expressions of trepidation, indicating their understanding that the world beyond was not as innocent as it seemed. Zhuang Yan, however, remained calm within, slowly recounting his feelings. I was the only one to escape from dozens of mutants. They have departed forever, but that belongs to the past. Those who remain carry the essence of those who have departed, and on the journey ahead, there is always companionship. The room fell into a brief silence. Zhuang Yan, observing the dejected demeanor of the young mutant, spoke in a light-hearted tone. Let us discuss our abilities, my charming pyromancers. I wish to experience your powers. Of course. Let me replicate my own, Bobby exclaimed. In my youth, I thrived amidst the forest thanks to my freezing abilities. Instantly, Bobby unleashed his power, transforming his entire being into a sculpture of ice, reminiscent of a masterful creation by a contemporary artist. The temperature in the room plummeted several degrees, and the chilling mist enveloped everyone's faces. With his hands on his hips, he proudly declared, What do you think, Yin? My abilities surpass John's, don't they? In Zhuang Yan's eyes, Bobby resembled a boy boasting about his cherished toy, capable of performing the remarkable feat of entropy reduction, yet merely seeking to demonstrate it to others. The allure of Omega-level abilities was indeed tempting. You now resemble a piece of art, perhaps chiseled from the hands of Michelangelo. Michelangelo? Who is that? A street graffiti artist? Bobby inquired. Well, they're all artists in their own right. No need to dwell on that, Katie interjected, seizing his arm, with a playful grimace directed at the icy figure. She looked up and laughed. Bobby's power might freeze your brain. His current intellect is nearly at absolute zero. As for my ability, I can atomicize myself and anyone I touch, effortlessly traversing through any object. As she spoke, Zhuang Yan was pulled towards the wall. Although he was aware of Katie's powers, he instinctively closed his eyes as they approached the wall. The moment they passed through, his thoughts became a whirlwind of confusion. memories from both his past and present flashing before him. Even emotions from before his recollections surged through his mind. It was only after they emerged through the wall that his spirit began to calm. Katie, your ability is truly fascinating. I even recalled where I hid money on the streets 3 years ago. That's a side effect of my power. During the instant of traversal, one's mind can be disrupted by other atoms. Zhuang Yan opened his eyes to find himself in what appeared to be a female dormitory. Cosmetics, thongs, and other feminine items were strewn about. A blonde girl, wrapped in a towel, stared at him and Katie in shock. Katie, why is it you again? The blonde girl exclaimed, her excitement causing her towel to slip. Corn husks paired with donuts. They certainly look quite plump. I must say those cherries are quite lovely. Forgive us. We shall leave at once. Katie quickly pulled him back through, returning with a sigh of relief, her hand over her heart. That was an accident. I forgot Bobby requested to stay between 2 female dorms to be closer to the girls. Katie, why must you reveal such things? I have my pride, and besides, I have never succeeded. Bobby protested against Katie's betrayal of friendship, yet Zhuang Yan couldn't help but chuckle at the amusing exchange. In this peculiar nation, the concept of early romance remains absent. However, the audacity of intruding upon a girl's chamber in pursuit of a romantic partner is indeed unfortunate. After a series of chaotic events, Zhuang Yan became more acquainted with mutants, such as Katie and Bobby. Just as the other mutants prepared to demonstrate their abilities, a woman with white hair and dark skin entered the room. Upon her arrival, Katie and Bobby immediately retreated respectfully to the side, their heads bowed slightly, their gazes toward her imbued with admiration and reverence. In Zhuang Yan's memory, he recalled an image of the white-haired woman wielding lightning and battling fierce winds. Aurora, the Storm, an Omega-level mutant and seasoned member of the X-Men, possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate the weather. Presently, Aurora exuded a commanding presence, her eyes shimmering like a vast ocean. Gentle yet fierce, she surveyed the mutants in the room and calmly stated, I have heard that someone has used their powers to intrude into the girls' rooms and spy on them. Such behavior is unacceptable. Katie hastily lowered her head, her disheveled, shoulder-length hair failing to conceal her flushed cheeks. Bobby and the other mutants chose to divert their gazes elsewhere, indicating that the matter of spying on the girls did not concern them. Zhuang Yan stepped forward. Ms. Aurora, he began, it was merely an accident. I was curious about Katie and Bobby's abilities. They graciously demonstrated them for me, but we were unaware that a girl's room was adjacent. That was indeed not the behavior of a gentleman. Katie immediately lifted her head, looking at Zhuang Yan with gratitude, for it was she who had led him into the girls' quarters, revealing vibrant scenes. Zhuang Yan's courage to explain himself to Aurora was truly commendable. Bobby, astonished, gaped in disbelief. He noted that Zhuang Yan was still smiling, unfazed by Aurora, whose temperament was notoriously difficult to gauge. The calmness and strength he exhibited reminded Bobby of their professor. Zhuang Yan had indeed found a steadfast friend. Aurora paused for a moment, recalling how, upon their first encounter, she had rescued this young Asian boy who had only known tears. Now he seemed transformed, each movement radiating an inexplicable charisma. How do you know my name? We have only met once, she queried. I overheard it during our first meeting, Zhuang Yan replied. Upon hearing his response, Aurora's lips curved into a slight smile. It was heartening to see that on his very first day at the academy, Zhuang Yan could easily connect with the other mutants, alleviating her concerns considerably. If only every mutant child could be as cheerful as he. Your mischief is confined to this room. Do not let it affect others. That is all. She gently brushed aside the incident of intruding into the girls' dormitory, suddenly recalling her encounter with John. Noticing him quietly weeping, she thought of Bobby, who often had conflicts with John. Bobby, why is John crying? Did you bully him? John is crying. He truly has a fragile heart. We did not bully him. Bobby protested momentarily, then cast a sidelong glance at Zhuang Yan. It was merely a minor altercation between John and me. There was no physical confrontation. Zhuang Yan offered a calm explanation, while Katie, filled with indignation, recounted the incident to Aurora. Upon hearing this, Aurora felt a ripple of concern within her. The ability to swiftly quell Bobby's ire indicated that Zhuang Yan's response surpassed that of most young mutants. Furthermore, his mastery over his abilities was nothing short of astonishing. Although the power of duplication sounded formidable, it was an innate gift that required extensive honing to master. Suddenly acquiring a new ability could not only fail to enhance one's strength, but might also backfire, leading to self-harm. Yet, Zhuang Yan exhibited effortless control over others' powers, truly resembling a prodigy. Very well, since it was John who instigated the trouble, and your countermeasures did not harm him, I shall not pursue the matter further. I will have John apologize to you tomorrow. Rest well. I hope to see you in class, Zhuang Yan. With that, she bid farewell to Zhuang Yan and the others, transforming into a gust of wind as she exited the room. She made her way directly to the professor's office, intending to inform him of Zhuang Yan's abilities, but halfway there, she was suddenly interrupted by the professor's voice. "No need to come, Orolo. I'm already aware of what has transpired with Zhuang Yan. Professor, should I keep a closer eye on Zhuang Yan? He is still quite young, and what if complications arise? No, I will monitor Zhuang Yan myself. You are not suited for this task." What? Orolo thought she must have misheard. The professor intended to focus on a child who had just entered the academy, implying that Zhuang Yan's abilities possessed Omega-level potential, perhaps even beyond. It was evident that Zhuang Yan must have other qualities that intrigued the professor. It had been many years since a child had captured his attention. "Very well, Professor, do take care." Orolo turned and headed toward a room. At that moment, the professor set down his glass of red wine. Upon learning that the Sentinel had been reactivated, he required a drink to keep his mind sharp and to momentarily escape his fears. Not everyone possessed the resilience of Wolverine, enduring countless deaths and still finding the courage to fight. When he had accessed Wolverine's memories, he had glimpsed a Hell's Cape reminiscent of an apocalyptic future. He had hoped the threat of the Sentinel was no longer a concern, yet fate had a way of mocking one's expectations. Was Moses' exodus more challenging than the trials faced today? The stronger Zhuang Yan's abilities grew, the more formidable the Sentinel would become. It was imperative to protect Zhuang Yan and urgently engage with the government. The following day, Zhuang Yan had risen by 8 in the morning. After completing his morning routine, he strolled alone across the academy's lawns. After Rolo's visit the previous day, Katie had departed with the other mutants. Bobby, who shared his room, had transformed into an ice sculpture to cool the summer night. Zhuang Yan had no opportunity to meld their abilities, nor did he wish to surreptitiously gather a strand of hair from the ground for fusion. The environment of the academy is indeed quite pleasant. The aesthetic of the grass, albeit peculiar to certain individuals, possesses its own charm. However, at this hour, there are no other students out for a morning stroll, leaving the surroundings rather desolate. This is primarily because the academy typically hosts only one elective class in the morning, commencing at 10, while other mutants remain in slumber. How leisurely! It feels as though one could lead a life of retirement within the confines of the academy. Yet, he must not let his guard down outside. Military personnel are in pursuit of him, and he must swiftly eliminate this looming threat. Approaching the fountain, he extends his hand into the water to initiate the process of fusion. Fusion successful, generating new ability, water body. Another elemental ability, he mused. Now I possess 3 elemental powers, which are somewhat limited in variety. While elemental abilities are indeed formidable in combat, they can be easily countered by abilities related to energy types. For instance, should he deploy his steel body against Magneto, he would find himself utterly defenseless. Likewise, both fire body and water body are susceptible to other abilities, their weaknesses glaringly apparent. Nevertheless, there are numerous mutants within the academy, and through fusion, he might discover a flawless combination of powers. He continues to fuse the water from the fountain. Elemental type abilities fused 10 times. Steel body, fire body, water body upgraded. After a series of notifications, he feels each cell within his body vibrate. His skin begins to swell, and streams of water erupt from his pores. Suddenly, his body softens, transforming into a puddle of water upon the ground. It remains unabsorbed, as if separated from the surface by a membrane. This is the manifestation of the upgraded water body, allowing him to shift freely between corporeal and aquatic forms. Prior to the upgrade, he could only manipulate water while standing within it. The sensation of becoming a puddle is rather delightful, akin to jelly or slime. He decides to immerse himself in the fountain to gauge the experience further. He flows into the fountain's basin, and in his watery form, he loses his sense of sight and touch. However, he perceives the world in undulating waves from every angle. The water form is not easily controlled. Shortly after entering the fountain, he is drawn into the pipe at the bottom. Struggling within the confines of the pipe, he is oblivious to its direction. Eventually, he senses the surrounding molecules becoming more active, indicating a rise in temperature. Then, he emerges from the sprinkler head, only to be met with a pair of hands rubbing him vigorously. In the midst of his struggles, he sees a girl bathing, the same one whom Katie had inadvertently encountered in the girls' dormitory yesterday. What? Why has the water suddenly turned cold? The girl exclaims in confusion, prompting him to hastily slip out of the bathroom, flowing back to his dorm along the corner. Once in the bathroom, he resumes his human form, a look of exasperation upon his face. Next time, he must experiment with his abilities in a safer environment. That was rather perilous. Thankfully, his clothing transformed alongside him into water, and upon restoration, remained undamaged. This indicates that the water body can alter the molecular structure of objects it comes into contact with, serving as a potential means of attack. Yan, are you in the restroom? I have to use the toilet, Bobby shouted outside. And as Zhuang Yan solemnly emerged from the restroom, he immediately dashed inside. Yin, we have a class with teacher Aorolo soon. It's already 9:40. It was only then that Zhuang Yan realized he had been trapped in the plumbing for nearly 2 hours. No wonder the ability to manipulate water was so rarely depicted in films and dramas. Chapter 6. Authority and Genetics. Shock among students and teachers in the classroom. Zhuang Yan stood at the doorway, idly observing the mutant students within. Bobby, Katie, and a blonde girl he had met only twice, while the fiery John sulked in the corner, glaring at him. At the podium, Aorolo was introducing him to these mutants. Today, we have a new classmate who will grow alongside you all. Let's welcome him with applause. A sparse applause erupted, most students scrutinizing him, with only Bobby and Katie clapping enthusiastically. Zhuang Yan gradually walked into the room and began his self-introduction. Zhuang Yan. He merely uttered his name, leaving everyone bewildered. Aorolo, standing nearby, prompted, Zhuang Yan, you could share a bit more so everyone can get to know you. Teacher Aorolo, can they handle the truth about me? Aorolo's expression quickly paled, a hint of apology in his tone. I apologize, I overlooked that matter. You are right. Please, find a seat. Katie smiled and waved at him, and there happened to be an empty seat beside her. As he approached, he noticed a few books on the seat, which Katie was now removing. Katie, was this seat safe for me? Of course, friends should sit together. Today's lesson is crucial. Feel free to ask me any questions you may have. Zhuang Yan first focused intently on the blackboard, noting that the day's topic was genetics. Genetics is the secret behind the abilities of mutants and is an exceedingly complex subject. However, upon seeing this topic, all related memories flooded his mind. Previously, he had been most immersed in genetic knowledge at the Research Institute. After all, it was knowledge derived from the military's use of dozens of mutant lives. It was decidedly more advanced than what professors had discovered. During his time at the Institute, researchers had often shared relevant principles with him, and over time, he had absorbed it all. Thus, he felt today's class was somewhat redundant, as he possessed more knowledge than the textbook offered, prompting him to doze off. Teacher Aorolo, someone is napping in class. A shout jolted him awake, followed by a few shakes of his body. He opened his bleary eyes to see a worried Katie, the mischievous John grinning, and Aorolo scrutinizing him. John added fuel to the fire, pointing at him and exclaiming, Zhuang Yan, you aren't paying attention in class and are snoring, disturbing my studies. John, you're sitting in front of me, yet can't help but stare. Who is truly wasting time learning here? Zhuang Yan was taken aback to find himself reported in the classroom of the ugly nation, almost feeling as if he were transported back to the Dragon Kingdom. John had the audacity to resort to such underhanded tactics. Moreover, this very John had already received a lesson from him the day before, yet still dared to stir up trouble. The little brat was clearly seeking attention. Katie furrowed her brow and addressed John. Zhuang Yan was not snoring. You must still harbor resentment for the reprimand he gave you yesterday. As soon as these words were uttered, the students in the classroom turned their gaze towards them. For curiosity is the greatest trait of humanity. The expression on Fireman's face grew somewhat awkward. Yet he continued to accuse Zhuang Yan of slacking off in class and disturbing others. At that moment, Aorolo interjected, learning is your freedom. But today's lesson is of utmost importance and requires your full concentration. Indeed, Zhuang Yan is entirely squandering our educational resources. He should be asked to leave. John exclaimed, do not utter words that might disrupt our unity. No one is leaving today. The new students require a period of adjustment. Our classroom is one of freedom. Zhuang Yan, you may approach me after class for a review. Aorolo chastised John a bit. Yet it was apparent from her tone that she deemed him to be wasting this precious lesson. The other students wore expressions of amusement as they observed the unfolding drama. Zhuang Yan stood up with a smile. Teacher Aorolo, allow me to recapitulate the lesson you delivered today. He then articulated the origins of genes, their developmental processes, and the various types of mutations, even correcting several inaccuracies in Aorolo's earlier explanations. By the time he finished, the classroom was enveloped in a profound silence. He cast a disdainful glance at John and coolly remarked, John, why don't you point out the errors in what I just presented? After all, you were keen enough to report my alleged laziness, so you must have been paying close attention. John's face immediately soured as he stammered, unable to articulate a response. He had assumed Zhuang Yan was sleeping in class and not absorbing the material. However, the content Zhuang Yan had presented elicited no rebuttal from Aorolo. Instead, she was leafing through her textbook to verify his assertions. Good heavens, how could a newcomer, reputed for sleeping in class, articulate such complex knowledge? It is a prevailing notion among mutants that as one's abilities awaken, their intelligence also escalates to cope with their enhanced physicality. The belief persists that the stronger the ability, the higher the intellect. This implication suggested that Zhuang Yan far surpassed John, both in capability and intellect. At that moment, Aorolo exclaimed in astonishment, my word, Zhuang Yan, how can you possess such comprehensive knowledge of the entire genetic framework? and you can even pinpoint errors in the textbook authored by the professor. Indeed, the genetics textbook had been compiled by the professor, who had been a leading researcher in mutant genetics prior to establishing the academy. However, with the evolution of genetic science, certain perspectives within the textbook had become outdated. Occasionally, she would overlook these inaccuracies while teaching, inadvertently imparting erroneous information to her students. Zhuang Yan had managed to identify all of them, including several errors that had yet to be discovered. Teacher Oroluo, do not forget my origins. My primary exposure has been to research concerning genetics. Indeed, you are engaging with cutting-edge studies, and you could even teach at the academy based on this knowledge. Oroluo suddenly comprehended, fully endorsing everything Zhuang Yan had just articulated. John, on hearing this, felt further humiliated, realizing he had brought this disgrace upon himself. In a moment of impulse, he had ventured into Zhuang Yan's area of expertise, yet Zhuang Yan was the subject of study. Why would he be inclined to delve into such esoteric knowledge? After all, he was a living laboratory of mutants, constantly at risk of death. Was Zhuang Yan's mindset truly so resilient? Oroluo's voice cut through the tension. John, remember that what your classmates choose to do is their own prerogative. Focus on your own endeavors. You may now take your seats. No, Teacher Oroluo, John has just slandered Yan. He must apologize. Katie rose to defend Zhuang Yan, while a frantic John shook his head like a rattle. However, the scrutinizing gazes from his peers and Oroluo compelled him to lower his head towards Zhuang Yan. I should not have acted impulsively. I am sorry. What can I say, John? You are not a flame, so do not emulate its impatience. I do not hold such actions against children like you. Perhaps in the future, I might even gift you your favorite lighter. Zhuang Yan replied with a smile that carried an air of forgiveness. Yet John perceived an undertone reminiscent of a paternal figure. He felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Zhuang Yan not only dismissed his capabilities once more, but also assumed a fatherly role. Chapter 7. Combat Class. Acquiring the Phantom Cat gene, the students erupted into laughter. It was evident to all that Zhuang Yan was mimicking the tone of an elder, with the flush on the fireman's face serving as ample evidence. Previously, during Zhuang Yan's self-introduction, they had perceived him as a shy, bashful boy, fitting their preconceived notions of Asian males. However, it was now apparent that Zhuang Yan was intelligent, witty, and psychologically robust. His exposed arms were muscular, and his handsome appearance was precisely what they found appealing. Several girls gazed at Zhuang Yan with sparkling eyes. Katie sensed the presence of a few female wolves in the classroom, eyeing Zhuang Yan with interest. She hurriedly pulled him to a seat, sitting upright to shield him from the other girls' glances. Oroluo rapped the blackboard and proclaimed loudly, "Let us continue with the lesson." After the earlier commotion caused by John, Zhuang Yan was no longer drowsy. Instead, he quietly contemplated the abilities he had upgraded that morning. After 10 refinements of his water body, his other 2 abilities had also evolved. The steel body was no longer merely a transformation of his body parts into steel. It could also adjust the ratio of iron to carbon. An increased carbon content rendered the body more brittle yet harder, while a higher iron content made the body softer but endowed it with greater toughness. This adaptability would allow him to swiftly alter his form to meet the demands of various combat situations. Furthermore, the fire body was not limited to simply emitting flames. It could transform his entire being into fire, significantly intensifying its potency. If one were to temper a steel body with the flames of the fire element, complemented by additional elemental forces, would it not yield a more suitable form? It seems I ought to acquire some knowledge on tempering. What knowledge, you ask? Yan, you just enumerated a plethora of genetic information. Is there anything that can truly confound you? Katie responded with an expression of admiration, her eyes sparkling with an inexplicable sentiment. Zhuang Yan, possessing the wisdom of a seasoned veteran, immediately discerned that Katie harbored feelings towards him that transcended mere friendship, likely desiring to advance their relationship further. I pondered how to develop my abilities. The professor once stated that the mind guides the body. Mutants can deepen their development by controlling their thoughts, supplemented by targeted training. I cannot decipher your thoughts, but you could replicate my abilities. Frequent practice would surely enhance your proficiency. Zhuang Yan felt a wave of gratitude, affirming that his decision to remain at the academy was indeed sagacious. The young mutants within the academy are remarkably innocent. Even someone like Bob is merely driven by his emotions. It is a veritable haven for novices. However, Katie swiftly shifted the topic with a mischievous grin. I have heard that in the Dragon Kingdom, there is a saying, reciprocity in courtesy. Would you be so kind as to assist me in teaching Bob a lesson? Why, aren't you all quite amicable? Yet, he constantly boasts of his abilities. During our last encounter, he took advantage of my momentary distraction to injure me. There is indeed a combat class at the academy, which piques Zhuang Yan's interest. It seems there is a session this afternoon, and I believe Iceman's powers would serve well as a sparring partner. After all, no matter how vigorously one strikes, Iceman is impervious to death or injury, making him the perfect punching bag. Very well, I shall team up with Bob for the afternoon combat class. But you must provide me with a strand of hair. Just one will suffice. Katie's ability to atomize her body is an excellent life-saving skill. Moreover, she can transfer her consciousness back to her past self, serving as a sort of save point mechanism. Securing it in advance would be prudent. However, Katie appeared to misconstrue something. Her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Her black pupils softened into silken pools, the corners of her mouth curving into a faint smile. Yan, are all people from the Dragon Kingdom so indirect? We are accustomed to being more forthright. Of course, I do not mean to imply that your manner is flawed. It flows like water, while ours is more akin to fire. As she continued, her face grew even redder, leaving Zhuang Yan perplexed. Huh, what nonsensical ramblings is she uttering? It's merely a few strands of hair. Why the hesitation? Katie, the class is about to conclude. When you have made up your mind, simply give me the hair. I am in no rush at present. After saying this, he turned his attention to the lecturing Professor X, having caught wind of the mention of the Avengers. We mutants are not isolated. The United States boasts various types of superhumans who regard us with goodwill. Recently, an Avengers alliance has been established to uphold global peace, and the professor's vision is to forge a collaboration with them. As we delve deeper into the endeavors of the Avengers, the populace of the United States will become more accepting of us mutants. Originally, this timeline encompasses not only mutants but also the Avengers. Alongside villains such as Thanos and Ultron, the timeline is indeed chaotic and fraught with peril. Moreover, the formation of the Avengers has evidently occurred much earlier, signifying that crises will arise more swiftly. It is imperative to enhance one's powers promptly. Well then, let us break for lunch. The afternoon will bring a combat class, so we must prepare in advance. As Aurora remarked, students exuberantly dashed out of the classroom. Bobby approached with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Come on, Yin, I'll take you to lunch. The afternoon combat class will be exhilarating. I can glide on ice, making it impossible for anyone to touch me. And with just an ice shard, I can knock them down. I am undoubtedly the strongest of a new generation of mutants." Zhuang Yan observed Bobby behaving foolishly, shouting excitedly within the classroom. However, the other young mutants merely rolled their eyes, offering no rebuttal. It appeared that Bobby's demonstrated prowess at the academy had already surpassed many. After all, this individual awakened his abilities at a very young age and practiced freely in the forest. At that moment, Katie retorted sharply, "No, now that there's Yan, your claim to the title of the strongest is at risk." What? I acknowledge that Yan's abilities are formidable, but the powers he replicates are merely temporary and have not been honed over time. Bobby countered Katie, placing a hand on Zhuang Yan's shoulder. "Yan, I'm not suggesting you're inadequate. It's just the reality, so don't overthink it." Zhuang Yan smiled faintly, resting his hand on Bobby's shoulder in return, and said calmly, "Bobby, I promised Katie that I would team up with you in the afternoon combat class. We can test our skills then." Bobby quickly jumped back a step, alarmed as he checked his shoulder. "Yin, did you just replicate my ability and use it against me? I will not grant you that opportunity." Zhuang Yan felt speechless. In just a few exchanges, Bobby's competitive spirit had already flared up. At that moment, Katie picked up a pair of scissors, snipped a lock of her wavy golden hair, and handed it to him. "Yan, here, that's the hair you requested. Replicate my ability with it, so that our chances against Bobby will be greater." Zhuang Yan accepted the hair, but noticed Katie's adorable face had flushed with color. Why was she blushing like a boiling teapot? He took out his textbook and, while walking, began to meld Katie's hair. Fusion of Phantom Cat gene successful. New ability. Quantum shuttling generated. Chapter 8. Rules of the combat class. We cannot remain so restrained. Quantum shuttling allows one to transform their body into atoms, enabling free traversal through any object. It can also convert human consciousness into a quantum state, thereby traversing time, categorizing it as a space-time ability. This ability possesses minimal offensive capability but maximizes evasion, serving as a safeguard for survival. Zhuang Yan was delighted to possess a new ability that was not elemental in nature. Confronting BB, a mutant capable of entropy reduction, elemental abilities proved to be significantly disadvantaged. Only the steel body, due to its solid nature, can withstand the onslaught for a little longer. The water and fire forms are easily disrupted by BB, leading to their inevitable downfall. "Katie, I have replicated your ability. Take a look," he called out to Katie, utilizing quantum traversal to directly pass through the corridor's wall. He then reappeared behind Katie and BB, simultaneously tapping them on the shoulder. "How about that? Just like your ability, right?" Katie was startled by the sudden appearance of Zhuang Yan. "When did you replicate it?" "I had no idea. My replication merely requires a gentle touch, as I did just now when you gave me your hair." She could hardly believe her ears. Zhuang Yan had silently duplicated abilities. Moreover, his comprehension of these powers was astonishingly swift, unlike her own initial awakening experience, which had left her stuck in the ground for an eternity. This implied that with a suitable opportunity, Zhuang Yan could acquire the abilities and even the strength of those formidable mutants. For instance, if Zhuang Yan were to touch the professor and don that iron helmet, he could search the entire world like the professor. You are an absolute genius, Zhuang Yan. Are there any side effects after you replicate someone else's ability? For instance, when I traverse through objects, my thoughts become quite chaotic, and Bibi, after long periods as an ice person, needs to drink copious amounts of water. The act of replication itself has no side effects. But when I utilize your abilities, I will experience the same conditions as you do. Zhuang Yan blinked as he explained, and Katie found her heart in a state of tumultuous unease. The capability to replicate was truly terrifying. The absence of side effects indicated that this power had no limits. Were it not for the time constraint, Zhuang Yan could simply shake hands with every mutant in the academy and become the strongest mutant in the world. And a genius like Zhuang Yan had asked her for her hair, according to novels she had read in the Dragon Kingdom, when a loving couple spent time together. The girl would cut off a lock of her long hair to give to the boy, symbolizing their affection. Yet, she had known Zhuang Yan for less than a day, and he had already expressed his feelings. Wasn't it said that boys from a Dragon Kingdom were supposed to be modest and reserved? Zhuang Yan was even more direct than the most flirtatious boys from the United States. Nevertheless, she chose to give her hair to Zhuang Yan. This handsome young man possessed an inexplicable charm. As it was her first experience with romance, she felt uncertain about what to do. Would Zhuang Yan take her for a walk tonight, or would they dine together? Meanwhile, Bibi had already distanced himself from Zhuang Yan. Although he held a fondness for Zhuang Yan, he was determined to maintain his position as the strongest in the academy. He hoped to attract more girls' attention through this reputation. Zhuang Yan's display of ability had been extraordinary. Witnessing him effortlessly wield Katie's power left Bibi at a loss for words. If Zhuang Yan were to replicate his ability, the academy would have two ice beings. Yan, it would be prudent for us to refrain from any physical contact before our combat class commences. Indeed, there is no need for undue anxiety, Zhuang Yan replied with a serene smile, his demeanor entirely devoid of the tension exhibited by Bobby. Despite Bobby's attempts to appear nonchalant, the afternoon found Zhuang Yan and Bobby standing side by side, awaiting the initiation of their battle lesson. The classroom resembled a vast underground runway, adorned with a semi-elliptical dome overhead. Other young mutants either loitered aimlessly or engaged in playful skirmishes, while Bobby maintained a fixed gaze upon Zhuang Yan, keeping a respectful distance. You've been staring at me for 3 hours now. Can you behave normally? Others are regarding us as if we are fools, he muttered to Bobby. No, they see me as the fool, not you, Bobby retorted. Zhuang Yan rubbed his temples, pondering why Bobby felt the need to usurp even the title of fool. At that moment, Cyclops Scott and Storm Aurora made their entrance. This class focuses on practical combat. You will pair off and take turns sparring. Aurora and I will alternate in scoring your performances, and I hope you will adhere to the following principles. No full force, no injuring your opponent, no external weapons. And if your opponent concedes, you must cease immediately. We will then allow you to form your own groups before providing further adjustments. Zhuang Yan furrowed his brow at Scott as outlined rules for the combat class, realizing that such an exercise could instill hesitance in the young mutants. Their minds would be preoccupied with frivolity, preventing them from truly understanding the uniqueness of their abilities. Bobby, you can unleash your full power. I have KD's teleportation, and I 1T sustain any injuries, Zhuang Yan encouraged. Full power? I could freeze an entire airport. I'm concerned about hurting others. With Scott and Aurora present, you need not worry so much. Bobby hesitated, weighing the pros and cons. Zhuang Yan then played his trump card. Bobby, think of the spectacle you could create, transforming the airport into an ice rink. Just imagine how many would adore that. Deal. Bobby agreed enthusiastically, just as Aurora approached them. Bobby, Yan, are you two a team? Yes. I and Yan wish to familiarize ourselves with each other's abilities. We may become excellent partners in the future. Bobby's excitement was palpable, while Zhuang Yan recognized that the lad had already begun envisioning the grandeur of the ice rink. Yet, Scott promptly interjected, no, we are still unfamiliar with Yan's capabilities, and he joined the academy later. He hasn't undergone proper training yet. Today, Yan will observe his classmates sparring, honing his control over his abilities before returning to us. Zhuang Yan summoned the essence of fire, projecting a plume of searing flames from his fingertips. The fire swiftly morphed into various shapes, a rabbit, an eagle, a cow, and more. Scott, my abilities are rather unique. I'm capable of participating in this combat class. Scott's mouth fell agape in disbelief as he exclaimed. Incredible. The manner appears remarkably youthful. Yet why does it exhibit such mastery over its abilities? Scott, the formidable power of Sovereign is replication. It can even duplicate the command over abilities exhibited by other mutants. So that is how it is. I retract my previous statement. Yan and Bobby will form a team, and I trust you will adhere to this arrangement. Upon finishing his words, he blew a whistle and called out to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the first match will feature Sovereign and Bobby. You may observe and learn from their combat techniques. The battle was finally about to commence. Sovereign stretched languidly and walked to the open ground alongside Bobby, who wore a confident smirk, extending his arm forward. Sovereign sensed an immediate drop in temperature around him. Chapter 9. Defeating the Iceman. Half a year of scrubbing toilets, the ground beneath Sovereign's feet instantaneously crystallized into a layer of white ice. The frigid mist that filled the air was harsh and dry as it filled his lungs, followed by the rapid expansion of the icy surface. In the blink of an eye, a large area of the ground and walls was frozen, spreading towards his feet. The onlooking students gasped and retreated in alarm. Aurora perceived Bobby's intent to unleash his full strength and cautioned, "Bobby, this is Yan's first battle. Please exercise caution. Do not worry. This is a strategy we have agreed upon," he replied confidently. "What?" Aurora exclaimed in disbelief, only to witness Sovereign shatter the ice beneath him with a powerful kick. Utilizing his iron body, he effortlessly broke free from the icy confines and strolled across the ice surface. It must be said that the potential of Omega-level abilities is indeed formidable. In his iron body state, he could sense the surrounding molecules ceasing their activity. Had he delayed in employing his defensive capabilities, the cells within his body would have been frozen. However, Bobby's abilities were not yet fully developed, preventing him from immobilizing Sovereign's body in an instant. Suddenly, Sovereign sprang to his feet. His iron body transformed him into a force akin to a small cannon, crashing heavily onto the ice surface. With a thunderous sound, the shattered ice fragments erupted like shards of glass, leaping from the ground. He trudged forward with heavy steps towards Bobby, the falling ice pieces striking him and producing a series of sharp, ringing sounds. Bobby was taken aback by Sovereign's unimpeded approach, feeling an immense shock within. The frail human form was capable of shattering hard ice, each stride resonating like a hammer against a drum skin. Clearly, he was employing a power that Bobby had never encountered before. With no choice left, Bobby summoned all his strength, rapidly enveloping himself in a hard, icy armor. An ice track materialized beneath his feet, propelling him forward along its path. Sovereign understood Bobby's combat style, typically manifesting as hard organic ice that could swiftly reassemble, even when shattered. He could either create ice constructs that could be manipulated at will or transform into chilling vapors for instantaneous movement. In contrast, his iron body represented a singular fighting approach, toughness. As Bobby clenched his fist and closed in, Sovereign abruptly halted, stomping the ground. He swung his fist, encased in steel, towards Bobby, who simultaneously unleashed his own punch. As steel and ice collided, a dull thud resonated, and in an instant, Bobby was reduced to a powder scattered upon the ground. The residual shockwave from the steel fist shattered all the ice fragments that Bobby had conjured. The students observing the spectacle gasped in astonishment. It was their first encounter witnessing Bobby being obliterated by a single blow. The event transpired so swiftly that some pupils, caught in the act of blinking, completely missed this fierce exchange. Nevertheless, no one believed the battle was over. Zhuang Yan understood, well, that Bobby was not truly vanquished. That punch had merely pushed him back. Suddenly, from the shattered ice, figures of ice emerged, surrounded by swirling white vapor. He promptly encased himself in steel armor, then unleashed a series of powerful punches to shatter the approaching ice figures. As these icy beings crumbled beneath his strikes, they piled at his feet, soon reaching the height of his thighs. A cloud of white mist enveloped him, and in an instant, an ice figure materialized, clinging to his back. Bobby's triumphant voice echoed in his ears. "Yan, you've been captured. Freeze!" With unyielding frost, Bobby encased him entirely in ice before leaping down and triumphantly clapping his hands. "I nearly faltered, but fortunately, my abilities are quite versatile. What material is your black armor, Yan? A mere touch shatters my ice armor." He chuckled, reflecting on the sheer absurdity of his copying ability, relieved that Yan had not yet employed his fire powers or teleportation. He turned with a beaming smile towards Alualuo and Scott. "Teachers, I have emerged victorious. Let Zhuang Yan handle the cleanup." Alualuo shook her head and gestured behind Bobby. "Do take a look behind you." Bobby turned to see the ice encasing him covered in cracks. Hastily, he attempted to reinforce his freezing ability, but the fissures only multiplied. As the sound of ice fracturing echoed ominously, a shiver ran through him. For Yan's fist was already on its way. Zhuang Yan's punch struck Bobby squarely in the chest, and with a light leap, he disappeared into the ground. Teleport. Bobby cursed under his breath, realizing the current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for him. He quickly conjured new ice figures to stand guard around him to stave off attacks. Yet, he was still unable to evade the flames that suddenly erupted from the earth. The newly created ice figures melted away instantly, and he was nearly knocked unconscious by the force of the blast. Emerging from the flames, Zhuang Yan seized Bopi by the collar and pulled him from the inferno, gently patting his dazed cheek. "Bopi, you've lost. However, I've already cleaned the battlefield for you. You'll be scrubbing the dormitory toilets for 6 months." Bopi remained bewildered. Initially, he had perceived Zhuang Yan merely as a formidable opponent. Despite the potency of his copying ability, its eclectic nature posed a challenge to Zhuang Yan's combat prowess. Lacking control, Bopi found himself easily led by his own powers. He had been confident that his freezing ability could suppress most abilities. Yet, Zhuang Yan's performance was not reminiscent of someone who had just acquired powers. Rather, it felt as though he had awakened those peculiar abilities from a young age. Each move he made countered Bopi's assaults, tilting the scales of victory in Zhuang Yan's favor. At the outset, I should never have acquiesced to Katie's request. Otherwise, I would not have faced such humiliation in front of the crowd. Yan, I am truly impressed. Your prowess has utterly overwhelmed me. However, how is it that you managed to shatter the ice despite being frozen yourself? It defies logic. The reason lies in my ability to vibrate the surface of my armor, finding a frequency that resonates with the ice. Armor. This means that Zhuang Yan can deftly manipulate 3 distinct abilities. It is already a headache for a mutant to develop a single power, yet Zhuang Yan wields 3 with such formidable strength. Furthermore, these 3 abilities may not even represent Zhuang Yan's limits. This is truly terrifying. Losing to Zhuang Yan is not unjust. My position as the foremost champion has been thoroughly obliterated. Yan, I shall never engage you in battle again. Aurora and Scott exchanged helpless glances upon hearing Bobby's lamentations. Bobby's resolve remains far too fragile. He is disheartened by merely this contest. It is to be expected. Scott, have you ever seen a mutant wielding 3 powers simultaneously? Indeed, and I suspect Zhuang Yan did not utilize his full strength. Otherwise, Bobby would be in tears. Just moments ago, Bobby witnessed Zhuang Yan shatter the ice encasing him. Yet the punch that struck Bobby lacked any force. Had he exerted his strength, then Bobby would have been shattered into pieces. For young mutants like Bobby, repeated disintegration can severely diminish their willpower, rendering them incapable of controlling their abilities. Zhuang Yan employed flames and teleportation solely to expedite the conclusion. His tactical acumen is impressive. Even now, facing Zhuang Yan, I would likely be easily defeated. The professor has entrusted us with a true genius. Thankfully, his replicated powers are only temporary. Otherwise, we would have to consider the emergence of a mutant emperor in the future. Aurora nodded in agreement. Chapter 10. Divergent Ideologies. Discrepancies in combat classes. Aurora stands as a paragon among the battle officers. Having endured countless skirmishes, she can naturally perceive the nonchalance with which Zhuang Yan approaches combat. However, she is astonished by how well Zhuang Yan seems to understand Bobby's abilities. The ability to decipher Bobby's powers in such a short span demonstrates an almost genius-level observational skill. She has never encountered a young mutant so composed and keenly observant. The professor's decision to monitor Zhuang Yan is indeed wise. Only he can truly assess Zhuang Yan. While our presence may bear little significance, the professor himself is scrutinizing Zhuang Yan. Goodness, it has been ages since he last did so. This signifies Zhuang Yan's uniqueness. I, too, wish to engage him in battle to ascertain the extent of his limits. Other mutant students gazed in astonishment at Zhuang Yan as he helped Bobby to his feet. In truth, most of them were unfamiliar with Zhuang Yan, barely able to recall his name. Yet on the very second day of his arrival at the academy, he effortlessly defeated the arrogant Bobby. Among all of them, Bobby's abilities could indeed be deemed the most potent. This revelation undoubtedly detonated like a nuclear bomb in their minds. I am curious to know the name of that Asian boy. Why is he capable of exhibiting such remarkable abilities? My friend, he is known as Zhuang Yan, and today is his first day attending class. I am equally unaware of the extent of his powers. It appears that he can temporarily harness the abilities and experiences of others. Katie addressed the queries of those around her, while her heart raced uncontrollably. After witnessing Zhuang Yan's manipulation of flames yesterday, she was convinced of his formidable strength. Hence, she had requested Zhuang Yan to teach Bobby a lesson, anticipating a fierce battle. However, to her astonishment, Zhuang Yan almost toyed with Bobby. Following the confrontation, Bobby lay on the ground, wailing, while Zhuang Yan remained utterly unfazed. The image of Zhuang Yan effortlessly dismantling Bobby's bravado continued to replay in her mind. My goodness, what has he endured to attain such power? Katie, you seem quite familiar with Zhuang Yan. Could you introduce us? We all wish to inquire how he controls his abilities, especially after seeing Bobby reduced to a state akin to a swollen pig's head. Zhuang Yan must possess a commendable personality. right? Is he easy to get along with? Observing the throng of eager boys and girls wishing to befriend Zhuang Yan, she felt overwhelmed. Zhuang Yan is right there. You can approach him yourselves. Surely a face-to-face encounter would be more effective? Upon uttering this, she immediately regretted it. Among those desiring Zhuang Yan's acquaintance were several striking young women. Yet, Zhuang Yan is her potential boyfriend. Zhuang Yan unexpectedly sneezed. Bobby, don't lower the temperature around us. Zhuang, you defeated me in front of everyone. Is it not permissible for me to seek revenge? Bobby transformed into a colossal ice block, feigning weakness and insisting he support her. He helplessly conjured a flame, waving it before Bobby's face. If you do not get up, I shall roast you. In Dragon Country, there exists a dish made from ice. Terrified, Bobby sprang to her feet, distancing herself from him, clutching her chest in a manner that suggested he should not approach. I shall no longer pester you. But could you perhaps lessen the punishment of scrubbing toilets for 6 months to just 1 day? 1 day. Do you still believe you will have the chance to scrub toilets? Hey, Zhuang, do not your people from Dragon Country excel in adaptability? Let us consider an alternative punishment. Then perhaps you should shave your head, imitating the professor. Of course, my hair affects my speed. I would have cut it regardless of your suggestion. Zhuang Yan merely jested. Yet to his surprise, Bobby readily agreed. Nevertheless, this could provide a convenient opportunity to melt Bobby's hair and acquire a new ability. At that moment, Aurora and Scott approached. Zhuang and Bobby, your recent duel was impressive. Zhuang's prowess could even qualify him for the Avengers. However, in combat class, one must not unleash their full strength. Fortunately, neither of you was injured, but such conduct cannot continue. Listening to Scott reiterate the rules of combat class, Zhuang Yan felt himself growing drowsy. Scott, I wish to clarify. Real battles have no rules, and you cannot assure us that we will not encounter life and death conflicts in the future. In the crucible of genuine combat, one can truly discern each other's shortcomings. Perhaps that is the essence of Bobby's thoughts. Bobby nodded repeatedly. Yan spoke the truth. It was only after facing him that I realized my own inadequacies. Each of my moves felt clumsy, akin to wielding a television to crush an ant. Yan, I do not imply that you are the ant, retorted Aurora with a furrowed brow. The combat class merely facilitates the children's swift adaptation. We also possess a danger room for simulated battles. Mutants invariably require time to acclimate. We are not a war academy. Zhuang Yan fell into a moment of silence, gesturing towards the raucous classmates surrounding them. Do you believe they are prepared to become warriors? When war descends, there will be no escape for anyone. While mutants are powerful individually, their numbers are few, and they must advocate for peace. Without a weapon in hand, they lack the right to speak of peace. His statement reflected not only a disagreement with the professor's perspective, but also a desire to engage in combat with various mutants to test his own capabilities. Furthermore, he aimed to refine his skills through worthy abilities. Being pursued by the military left him no room for complacency. However, Aurora and Scott remained unconvinced by his ideology. As evident from their tightly furrowed brows, Aurora stubbornly asserted, in any case, the combat class is merely a course for honing techniques. I cannot allow you to harm one another. Aurora, Yan and Bobby are not engaging in mutual destruction. I have asked Yan to teach Bobby a lesson. Interjected Katie as she rushed over to clarify the situation, though her words bore little weight. Other jubilant mutants approached in silence, eager to uncover the incident's essence. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuang Yan continued, Aurora, the X-Men frequently rescue both ordinary individuals and mutants. Have you ever observed the expressions of those who have been saved? Mutants express gratitude because you are one of their own, yet ordinary people only react with panic, viewing you as a new source of fear. This encapsulates the distinction between mutants and ordinary humans, and it is precisely this disparity that necessitates our training for genuine combat. Aurora and Scott fell into a contemplative silence, and the onlooking students kept their lips sealed. Noticing their reactions, Zhuang Yan felt no inclination to elaborate further and began to part the crowd to leave. At that moment, the professor appeared before him. Yan, we need to have a discussion. Zhuang Yan understood that the words he had just spoken had reached the professor's ears, representing a philosophy that diverged significantly from the professor's own. Nevertheless, he approached the professor with composure, making his way to the grassy expanse outside. The professor tapped the handles of his wheelchair before speaking first. Your philosophy bears a resemblance to that of my late friend, albeit with a more conservative approach. Surely you are aware of the original intent behind the establishment of this academy? Peace, you have stated, but both now and in the future, peace will remain elusive. It is an inevitability you cannot escape. Chapter 11. Persuading the Professor. In jest, capturing the phantasmal cat. The professor halted his wheelchair, his profound gaze assessing Zhuang Yan, as if scrutinizing a child or perhaps a rival. When he initially resolved to rescue Zhuang Yan from the academy, he did not ponder deeply. He was merely fulfilling his own ideals. Yet, in the span of a single day, the transformations Zhuang Yan brought to the Academy were overwhelmingly significant. He sensed a shift in his perceptions regarding mutants and humans, rendering him somewhat disoriented. You possess your own convictions, yet mutants are a marginalized group. And peace serves as our shield for survival. But who provides this peace? A simple remark from Zhuang Yan instantly captured the professor's attention. According to the professor, mutants are the disadvantaged, implying that peace is bestowed by ordinary people. However, based on my experiences, at least the government of the United States is unwilling to offer such peace. They merely require a newspaper to sensationalize news about mutants, prompting soldiers to apprehend them, rendering all your efforts futile. The professor was aware of this reality. In the past, the military conscripted mutants to partake in the Vietnam War, casting them onto the battlefield as shields, leading to the demise of most teachers and students at the academy. Following the war, the remaining mutants were subjected to live experimentation. Much like Zhuang Yan's encounters at the military research facility, peace is merely an ideal. Survival is the foremost priority for mutants. Professor, after I exact my revenge on the military, I shall depart from the academy, causing you no trouble. After the Cold War, humanity is left to compete in a race to the bottom. I harbor no illusions about peace, and the combat course is the gift I leave you. The professor sighed deeply, his trembling hand brushing against his nose. At that moment, Zhuang Yan emerged as a rather intriguing companion, no longer merely his student. He was astonished to find his own convictions wavering slightly, a feat nearly impossible for a telepath. Yet, it occurred after just a few words from his child. Very well. The academy undeniably requires some changes. The combat course can be upgraded, but it must be under the supervision of the instructors. I shall prepare the teachers, hoping those naive minds can withstand such a shock. Zhuang Yan, having achieved his goal, stretched contentedly. From now on, he could select abilities within the academy and even find a few punching bags to hone his skills. Professor, humans are an incredibly resilient species. The more trials they endure, the stronger their spirit and power become. I shall return to rest now. Take care of yourself. He bid farewell to the professor and leisurely walked into the dining hall. Under the gaze of all, he sat beside Katie and Bobby, holding a dinner of pizza paired with mashed potatoes. Bobby, stuffing his mouth with pizza, mumbled, "Hey, Yin, what did you discuss with the professor?" "Nothing much, just a chat about the combat course." The professor agreed to lift the restrictions. "Wow, you actually convinced the professor. That's fantastic. I can finally unleash my full potential," Bobby exclaimed, instantly attracting disapproving glances from their peers. Katie handed Zhuang Yan a cup of red tea and leaned in closer. "Yin, how did you convince the professor?" "He is quite a principled individual. Having principles does not necessarily mean one will steadfastly adhere to them. No one is foolish enough to stab themselves in the heart with a knife." Zhuang Yan scooped a spoonful of mashed potatoes onto his pizza, added a slice of steak, and rolled the pizza before taking a bite. "This is how we eat back home. Anything wrapped in a flatbread must be rolled." Katie, puzzled by Zhuang Yan's words, tugged at his sleeve and inquired curiously, "What do you mean by stabbing the heart with a knife? It sounds terrifying. The government of the ugly nation is the knife, and the mutants are the heart. What is there to fear? With my powers as Iceman Bobby, I could defeat anyone," Bobby boasted, drawing disdainful glances from those around him. "Hey, don't you see who's sitting beside me? It's Yin, the one with the copying ability. By the way, Yin, you still don't have a title," Bobby exclaimed, excitedly pulling out paper and pen from his backpack, scribbling several names. "How about the copier, the ability thief, the duplicate, the Eastern copier, the universal man?" Zhuang Yan felt his eyelids twitch upon hearing the titles Bobby proposed. What nonsense is this? None of them sound appealing. Moreover, these mutants had a peculiar habit of bestowing rough nicknames upon themselves. He pressed down on Bobby's eager hand. "Bobby, I heard your title is Iceman. Who gave you that?" "Of course, I came up with it myself. Who else could create such a melodious title? A title must be given by others. Only those who have experienced something related to you can assign meaningful names." Zhuang Yan tactfully declined Bobby's well-meaning offer, as he certainly did not wish to bear a silly name. Katie rested her chin on her hand, her gaze shifting across Zhuang Yan's face before she softly suggested, "Yan, what do you think of the title Phantom Cat?" "It's splendid, just like you," Zhuang Yan remarked casually, causing Katie's face to flush instantly. She covered her face, her hair cascading down, revealing only her sparkling eyes. "I checked online, and isn't it customary in the Dragon Kingdom to exchange hair? Why did you only take mine? Does it hold some significance?" Zhuang Yan momentarily froze, his brows slightly raised. He now understood why Katie's demeanor had shifted so drastically after he had asked for her hair. She must have thought he was adhering to the ancient Dragon Kingdom custom of marriage, where hair was never severed. Why would a girl from the ugly nation possess knowledge of the Dragon Kingdom's traditions? The situation felt exceedingly awkward. He glanced over at Bobby, hoping he might intervene, but the boy had already moved to another table, secretly watching from a distance. Zhuang Yan had no choice but to turn back to Katie and respond in a nonchalant tone. What do you think? I say. Katie, with a flick of her eyes, raised her hand to pluck a solemn strand of hair from herself, intertwining it with her own locks, then waved it playfully before Zhuang Yan. Was it so? This nearly rendered Zhuang Yan speechless. Katie's keen understanding led her to believe that he harbored feelings for her. Thus, she boldly declared her affections through this act of binding hair. And Zhuang Yan, unbeknownst to himself, he had gained an adorable girlfriend. Indeed, adhering to the principle of since we are here, he grasped Katie's hand and gently squeezed her palm, causing her to fall naturally into his embrace. Is courting in your dragon country as intricate as solving equations? Don't you folks in the ugly country also require several attempts, akin to shooting at a target? Isn't that rather crude? I find your method appealing, very mysterious. What method? Zhuang Yan himself was unaware. Chapter 12, Absolute Zero. The Iceman's ice-making ability. Zhuang Yan quickly dismissed Katie with a few words and returned to the dormitory with Bobby. Finding a girlfriend was easy, yet his thoughts remained focused on his melting abilities. Upon arriving at the dorm, Bobby sought out a razor. Yan, please help me shave my head, just like the professor. Without hair, I shall undoubtedly grow stronger. No, you should retain some individuality. I'll give you a mohawk instead. Zhuang Yan, wielding the razor, took decisive action, shaving off the hair on either side of Bobby's head, leaving only a small tuft in the center. Bobby, bewildered, touched his remaining hair and then stood up in excitement. This certainly adds character. It looks infinitely better than the professor's bald head. That's good to hear. As a token of my gratitude, Yan, please replicate my ability. After all, I have already conceded to you. Zhuang Yan chuckled as he grasped a lock of Bobby's hair, utilizing the super energy furnace for the fusion. Successfully fused Bobby's ability, generating the new ability, Absolute Zero. The new ability was not a reduction in entropy, but rather the essence of Absolute Zero, capable of instantaneously lowering the temperature of the body or surrounding environment to Absolute Zero, resulting in the formation of ice. It appeared that directly fusing mutant genes could yield various abilities. Yan, why do you not respond? Do you not appreciate my ability? Just a moment. I shall replicate your ability. Zhuang Yan once again grasped Bobby's hair, employing the super energy furnace for fusion. Successfully fused Bobby's ability. Enhancing the ability, Absolute Zero. Successfully fused Bobby's ability 10 times, elevating the ability to the Absolute Zero body. After the 10th fusion of Bobby's ability, he realized that Bobby had not developed his power to the extent of entropy reduction. His current Absolute Zero body was merely a tier above Bobby's ability. It could induce extensive freezing, manipulate ice blocks for attacks, and instantly disrupt the molecular structure of objects, achieving a shattering effect with a single strike. Although it did not reach the intensity he had envisioned, he had nonetheless touched upon the Omega level. He placed his hand on Bobby's shoulder and spoke softly. Do not fear, Bobby. Let me demonstrate my ability to replicate. As soon as the words left his lips, a layer of frost enveloped the dormitory, freezing even the air itself, leaving only him amidst a world of white, curiously observing his surroundings. Excellent. He had managed to encase everything in ice at a velocity surpassing Bobby's efficiency. Moreover, the structure of the objects remained intact. As soon as he lifted the freeze, everything would revert to its original state. He reached for the corner of the table and, with a gentle twist, heard a crisp crack as he detached the edge. Holding it in his hand, he crushed it to powder before releasing his ability, causing the frost in the dormitory to vanish in an instant. Bobby stared in bewilderment. Yan, weren't you going to test my abilities? Why haven't you made a move? I have already tested it. You simply remain unaware. Impossible. I didn't even blink, and you made no discernible movement. How could you have already tried? Bobby exclaimed, wearing an expression of disbelief as he leapt back onto his bed. Come now, Yan. I know my abilities are formidable. You may find them challenging to control. I'll be glad to offer some advice. Yan pointed to the corner of the table and then to the wood shavings on the floor. If I had not employed my powers, why is there a corner missing from the table? I just froze everything in the room. You should have been in a state of suspension at that moment. With that, he stamped his foot, and the ground was instantly covered in ice. Bobby sprang up from his bed, astonished as he touched the sleek surface. Wow, my God, your speed in creating ice is remarkable. It took less than the blink of an eye. I could never achieve such rapidity. Goodness, I cannot even break the ice you've created. Bobby shouted in astonishment, realizing that as an Iceman, he was utterly at a loss against the ice Yan had conjured. This meant he had been thoroughly outclassed, left far behind. Yan, I feel my pride has been utterly shattered. You surpassed me by leaps and bounds. I now understand why the fireman sought you out. Jealousy. I'm so envious of you. Yan released his ability, restoring the room to its former state, unperturbed by Bobby's lamentations, quietly digesting the mastery of his newfound powers. Now, he possessed abilities spanning 3 elemental types, 1 temporal spatial ability, and 1 field energy ability, 5 in total, several nearing Omega potential. Regrettably, he still lacked abilities of the physical and mental types. Only when he possessed Omega-level abilities across all 5 categories would his superpower furnace be upgraded. At that moment, Aurora knocked on the door. She glanced at Bobby's mohawk hairstyle, stifling a laugh, and said, "Bobby, you always come up with the strangest things. Yan, you must come with me. The professor is looking for you." Yan followed Aurora toward the professor's quarters. Aurora strode ahead, his posture straight and imposing, with a considerable swing in his stride. "What is the professor seeking me for?" he inquired. "I am uncertain. I only observed military personnel seeking him out. Perhaps regarding a research lab," came the reply. Upon hearing the mention of the military, Zhuang Yan felt a surge of excitement within him. The powers he now wielded were sufficient to navigate the treacherous landscape of the nation. Should the military provoke him again, he vowed to strike first, eliminating all adversaries. Upon reaching the professor's chamber, Aurora greeted him briefly before departing. The professor lifted his expressive visage, a look of contrition upon his face. "I apologize. We inadvertently allowed the military to discover the academy. They wished to search the premises, and under the duress of firearms and artillery, I found it exceedingly difficult to refuse. However, I shall never hand you over. You need only to remain concealed within the academy." Zhuang Yan, confirming the military's presence, had already devised a plan to obliterate the research lab. Thus, the professor's counsel to hide was scarcely registered in his mind. "Professor, I will deal with them. It is a trivial matter for me." No, venturing to the military institute is far too perilous, not only due to the multitude of soldiers, but also the unknown weaponry at their disposal. The professor and Zhuang Yan found themselves at an impasse once more. He understood that if he chose to hide, the military would not relent. It was highly probable that the academy would be razed, and all mutants captured under the guise of interrogation for inhumane experimentation. Such was the nature of the military in this nation. They dared to commit any atrocity while denying all wrongdoing. "Professor, my conflict with the military is my own affair. It bears no relevance to the academy. I shall not implicate the institution, so you may find solace in that." "No, Yin. I simply wish to prevent you from instigating a conflict between mutants and humans." The professor appeared agitated, anxiety flickering across his features. Zhuang Yan discerned that the professor's nature was fundamentally obstinate, desiring to control the actions of others. It was no wonder that many mutants chose to depart after arriving at the academy. Chapter 13. The plan to overturn the government. Military retaliation. Zhuang Yan could not abide others dictating his actions. Thus, he ceased his pretense, conjuring a flame in his left hand while forming a layer of ice in his right. "Professor, the military seeks me. The academy need not be involved. Even in the face of their might, I can extricate myself unharmed, as you can now witness my abilities." The professor had been observing Zhuang Yan closely, well aware that he had been replicating abilities within the academy. Yet, witnessing a mutant wielding 2 powers simultaneously left him astounded. His hands, resting on the wheelchair, trembled involuntarily. However, his telepathic abilities still could not penetrate Zhuang Yan's mind, indicating that Zhuang Yan possessed the capacity to transform into steel. He was simultaneously manipulating 3 formidable abilities of immense potential, which he handled with apparent ease. Even according to Zhuang Yan's assertion, the replicated powers were merely temporary. Yet he still believes that Zhuang Yan will become a formidable force capable of influencing the world. "Yan, your replicative abilities evoke my envy. You truly are a marvel among mutants. However, I question whether you possess the mental fortitude to harness such immense power, which is imperative for any mutant." Zhuang Yan comprehends the professor's concerns about him potentially becoming a second Magneto, resonating with the ideology of mutant supremacy. In truth, he perceives mutants and ordinary humans as fundamentally alike, devoid of any significant distinction in their humanity. He holds reservations towards both the professor's and Magneto's philosophies. "Professor, my intention is solely to eliminate my adversaries, not to harbor animosity against ordinary people. You need not understand. Simply observe my actions. It is the academy that requires your protection." He inquires, "What was the outcome of your discussions with the government of the U.S.? The professor's expression instantly darkens as he maneuvers his wheelchair towards the fireplace. All the officials he approached merely recited a litany of platitudes, failing to convey any genuine intention to assist mutants. This indicates that the government, along with the forces behind it, has resolved to advance the Sentinel program. No matter his efforts, he cannot reverse the impending suffering. "Yin, you are correct. The moment the Sentinel program is reinitiated, we will be unable to effect any change. Proactive measures are our only hope, and rest assured, I will not grant the government the opportunity to act against the academy." The professor abruptly swivels his wheelchair, fixating on the smiling Zhuang Yan. His opposition to Zhuang Yan's quest for vengeance stems from a concern for his safety. as well as a fear of the government turning against mutants, igniting a conflict between mutants and ordinary humans. The outcome of such a war would undoubtedly result in the brutal suppression of mutants. Yan, if you truly possess a viable plan, I shall no longer impede you. The U.S. government's weakness lies in its divided public opinion, which directly influences electoral votes. I merely need to sway the sentiment of the populace. What? The professor nearly rises from his wheelchair in disbelief, struggling to comprehend Zhuang Yan's rationale. It is not that Zhuang Yan's methods are flawed, but rather that mutants are inherently incapable of such feats. The beast serving as an ambassador at the United Nations was merely a result of extensive compromises. That was the utmost concession the U.S. could offer. At its core, ordinary people remain apprehensive towards mutants. And Zhuang Yan's ambition to target the very foundation of the U.S. government, while bearing the labels of mutant and Chinese descent, is simply unattainable. Yan, cease this jest. No, I'm not jesting. I merely need to unveil the actions perpetrated by the U.S. military. To broadcast this information to the doorsteps of every citizen will rally numerous ordinary people to our cause. That is the essence of humanity. Zhuang Yan retracts the flames and ice enveloping his hands and approaches the professor's desk. He scribbles several lines on a piece of paper and hands it to the professor. Upon reviewing it, the professor's previously furrowed brow instantly relaxes. The paper delineates Zhuang Yan's specific strategies for influencing public opinion, each step appearing remarkably straightforward. Once again, an opportunity for interaction arises, ultimately delivering a devastating blow to the government, tarnishing its reputation. The mutants can seize this chance to acquire some semblance of power, at the very least freeing themselves from the government's manipulation. Is this not excessively insidious? Many government officials could perish as a consequence. If mutants can be subjected to live experimentation, why should those responsible for this chaos remain unscathed? Zhuang Yan, indifferent to the lives of the disreputable citizens, even relishes the prospect of inciting turmoil. Professor, this is the second gift I present to you. Whether you can seize the opportunity lies in your hands. The professor felt a subtle shift within him. Had this been in the past, he would have never acquiesced to Zhuang Yan. Yet, the Sentinel program, capable of eradicating mutants, loomed before him, and the mutant community remained fragmented. If there were a chance to elevate the status of mutants, a brighter future could indeed unfold. He, almost possessed by a strange force, nodded, only to soon be struck by the shock of agreeing to Zhuang Yan's scheme. A mere 17-year-old youth could sway his perspective. Do not overthink it. Await my message and ensure that Aurora and the others are ever ready to rescue. Zhuang Yan's form dissipated into a cloud of white mist, drifting beyond the academy until he reformed in a thicket. Utilizing the power of his steel body, he enveloped himself in a protective layer of armor, resembling the ancient military regalia of the Dragon Kingdom, with the exception that his face remained concealed behind a steel visage. He then employed the ability of his fiery form, flames spiraling around his hands to carve a hollow shape into the steel surface, while simultaneously unleashing flames from his back and limbs, propelling himself skyward in search of the military research facility etched in his memory. On the outskirts of New York, a contingent of soldiers was stationed, with the research facility nestled within the confines of the military camp. As night fell, he hovered above, surveying the layout of the barracks. Since the last encounter with the war police, security around the facility had markedly intensified. Previously, the defenses were merely a few minor obstacles. Now, it was surrounded by soldiers of the nation, along with tanks, armored vehicles, and anti-aircraft artillery. It appeared to be a formidable challenge, yet in his eyes, only the prospect of high-intensity steel remained. The steel body was but a step away from ascending to Omega level. However, the Academy lacked sufficient steel for him to forge anew. Upgrading elemental abilities demanded a substantial amount of material. Yet, today the supply of finished steel seemed boundless, ensuring that his steel body would undoubtedly advance. He extinguished the flames erupting from him and descended freely, crashing at the entrance of the research facility. The nearby soldiers, caught off guard, immediately raised their weapons, directing them at the half-kneeling figure. Who are you? This is a restricted area. Leave at once. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. Unidentified personnel suspected to be mutants. Zhuang Yan gradually rose to his feet, casting a glance at the dozen soldiers encircling him, and walked toward the research facility as if they were invisible. Take one more step, and we will fire. A volley of gunfire erupted, bullets striking his steel armor, leaving countless marks, yet not a single projectile breached his defenses. The soldiers surrounding him gazed in astonishment as the gunfire gradually dwindled. Report. Confirm the target as a mutant. The bullets are ineffective. Chapter 14. Complete annihilation. Magnetic field activation. The military tanks advanced swiftly, accompanied by a battalion of fully armed soldiers. Yet, these soldiers appeared to be mere recruits, struggling to steady their weapons. Zhuang Yan discerned the palpable fear in their eyes. and his initial anticipation for a fierce battle quickly dissipated. The quality of the soldiers from the Uglies was evidently lacking, even in this early century. It was a time when the Uglies flaunted their military might across the globe, yet it was evident that these soldiers were accustomed to a life of ease. No wonder the 250th anniversary parade resembled an elderly woman crossing the street. However, their equipment was indeed formidable, suitable for unleashing a massacre to test their capabilities, which was somewhat acceptable. You had best aim at me with the same feeble precision as a woman. It would add a touch of amusement to my day. With that, he surged forward like a cannonball towards the nearest tank. His fist struck the barrel, which was as thick as a thigh, with such force that it not only bent the barrel, but also skewed the tank's position. He then seized the tank's tracks and, with all his might, overturned it. The ironclad form he possessed granted him not only formidable protection, but also immense strength, allowing him to move with grace despite his heavy armor. The surrounding soldiers from the Uglies, witnessing Zhuang Yan's incredible strength as he toppled the tank within mere seconds, panicked and began to fire their weapons indiscriminately while retreating. My God, a monster has descended upon us. Our bullets cannot pierce it. Quickly, use armor-piercing rounds and do not approach that beast. Why are those tanks merely standing by? You must confront the monster instead of retreating. Leisurely, Zhuang Yan tore off the armor from the recently overturned tank and activated his super furnace, melting a significant portion of it. Elemental type ability. Tenfold melting, steel body upgrade. Steel body upgraded to Omega level. Similar abilities enhanced. Fire body and water body abilities upgraded, capable of freely altering form and significantly modifying the environment. Upon upgrading, he felt a radical transformation within his cells, enabling him to manipulate atomic structures at will. A tremendous power surged through him, rendering the heavy steel frame almost weightless. The tank, which previously required all his strength to overturn, could now be easily lifted with a single hand. The steel body was not confined merely to transmuting his own form and the environment into steel. It could also amalgamate with other elemental abilities. Additionally, he could mentally control the steel, adjusting its composition in a short span to achieve the utmost hardness. He attempted to merge the fire body with the molten steel of his steel body, and immediately, his arms were enveloped in a fluid reminiscent of lava. The fluid, in reality, was molten iron, sizzling as it dripped onto the concrete floor. Excellent. I have acquired yet another combat technique. You shall serve as my test subjects. He seized the remnants of a nearby tank, using his ironclad form to meld it down into a pool of molten metal. With a powerful leap, he ascended to another tank and flung open the hatch. Within the confines of the tank, the soldiers' eyes widened in panic and dread as he poured the molten metal inside. They scarcely had time to utter a scream before being consumed by the explosive detonation and the searing heat, their forms transforming into vapor. The explosion engulfed the solemn scene, and the soldiers of the Ugly Nation raised their weapons, cheering exuberantly at the spectacle. Yet one officer bellowed in outrage, "Damn it! While others have taken liberties with your mothers, you cheer like fools. That monster, impervious to bullets and capable of melting steel, cannot be vanquished easily. Now, take the opportunity to switch to armor-piercing rounds. Tanks and rocket launchers, unleash suppressive fire to buy us time." The soldiers of the Ugly Nation promptly changed their ammunition, and the remaining 3 tanks fired their armor-piercing shells in unison. After this onslaught, all held their breath, awaiting the outcome. However, despair soon echoed through the air. Your hospitality is commendable. While I forge my weapons, you graciously supply me with raw materials. Zhuang Yan emerged from the smoke, wielding a colossal sword. Following the recent tank explosion, an idea had struck him to forge a great sword, exploring the potential of his iron body. Just as he was successfully casting the sword and preparing to refine it, a barrage of shells rained down, disrupting his meticulous craftsmanship. Do you know? This sword can cleave through all steel in the world, and it can just as easily sever your heads. With that, he charged toward a nearby tank, slicing through the barrel with ease and, like peeling fruit, reducing the tank's exterior to thin shavings, revealing the terrified soldiers within the cockpit. With a swift horizontal slash, he bisected these panicked soldiers at the waist. Watching them cry out in anguish within the compartment, several soldiers' upper bodies tangled together in disarray, he declared, "Let me grant you a swift end. Your cries are utterly loathsome." He then struck down upon a shell, igniting yet another spectacular detonation. Suddenly, an armor-piercing round struck his back, the force of the explosion pushing him back a few steps. Yet, the steel armor on his back sustained only minor damage. He promptly leaped out from the smoke, within mere moments dispatching the remaining tanks with his sword. He then charged toward the soldiers, his formidable presence instilling fear that compelled them to immediately raise their weapons and surrender. They were utterly demoralized by Zhuang Yan's relentless power against the tanks. "We surrender. The gates of the research facility are open to you at any moment. Spare us." I have so many joyful and free days yet to live. Grant us mercy. We beg you. We acted under orders. Killing us serves no purpose. As Zhuang Yan passed by a soldier from the ugly nation, he casually severed their head. Despite the soldier's desperate pleas for mercy, he had no intention of sparing a single one. Witnessing his actions, the remaining soldiers of the ugly nation sprang to their feet. Fleeing in terror, he unleashed the power of absolute zero, stomping fiercely on the ground, instantly enveloping the entire military camp in a blanket of ice and snow. The soldiers of the grotesque nation who had just fled were frozen in place. The ice sculptures were indeed beautiful, though regrettably, they housed ugly souls. He then turned his gaze towards the research facility, noticing that it remained untouched by the icy veil. Utilizing special materials, it seemed to mitigate the threat posed by mutants. This indicated that the facility must possess weapons or instruments designed to suppress mutant abilities. He felt no apprehension about being captured upon entering, and leisurely made his way towards the institute. At the moment he stepped forward, the ice encasing the soldiers suddenly shattered, scattering fragments across the ground. Inside the research facility, a man with a mane of gray hair and spectacles fixated on the surveillance monitors, scarcely daring to blink. His chest heaved violently, reflecting a tumult of excitement and fear. The armored figure before him was extraordinarily powerful, effortlessly dispatching 2 platoons of soldiers. Most significantly, this individual wielded 3 abilities simultaneously. 3. Was this not precisely the capacity that the Sentinel program he aimed to revive so desperately required? Just yesterday, they had lost a subject with the ability to replicate powers, and now another multi-talented mutant had emerged. Splendid. The Sentinel program could be reignited. He instructed the guards to activate the suppression field. Chapter 15. Bloodshed at the research facility. The emergence of clone mutant Stryker was the head of the research institute. He had repeatedly participated in or led extermination campaigns against mutants. However, his ideology diverged from that of the previous director of the Sentinel program. His ambition was to garner power that would transcend the world through the study of mutants. Unfortunately, the last modification initiative had failed, sabotaged by Wolverine and Sabretooth, who destroyed the research base. Upon discovering the replicative abilities of Subject 34, he maneuvered to reactivate the Sentinel program by courting military leaders. The method of persuasion was straightforward. He merely needed to inform the military that mutants posed a tremendous threat. By leveraging the mutant threat narrative to influence Congress and the president, he secured additional military funding. Thus, the Sentinel program was effortlessly revived. This time, having learned from past mistakes, he focused on researching Sentinels while simultaneously creating numerous mutant replicas, as well as devices capable of suppressing mutant abilities. Yet, the last incursion of mutants had come as a shock, compounded by the fact that defense forces had been diverted to showcase their capabilities to the president, allowing those ruffians the opportunity to seize the pivotal Subject 34. Mutants would remain mutants, forever incapable of conforming to societal rules. Yet, God had bestowed upon him another mutant endowed with multiple abilities. The plan would proceed smoothly. With the Sentinels in place, he intended to subjugate all mutants, selecting the strongest among them, those capable of sustaining life. He fixated on the armored mutant entering the research facility, eagerly issuing commands. Seal the facility's doors, activate the suppression field, deplete his stamina first, and then unleash our lethal arsenal. As Zhuang Yan solemnly stepped into the research institute, he was immediately enveloped by a foreboding atmosphere. His heart raced within his chest, an inexplicable sense of dread washing over him. He surmised that this was merely a physiological reflex, a residual effect of enduring 2 years of experimental research within these walls. It was only natural to feel fear upon returning. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to suppress his body's reactions with sheer will, but just as he began to regain composure, the door behind him slammed shut with a resounding bang, triggering alarm lights to flash and rotate in a vivid display of red. How enthusiastic of them to welcome me back with such fervor. Although the cacophony of sound could use a more melodious touch, he raised his hand, attempting to employ absolute zero to freeze the alarm lights, only to find he could conjure but a thin layer of ice upon the ceiling. His armor felt burdensome. The potency of his abilities significantly diminished. What a lack of decorum to welcome a guest with weapons drawn. In the next moment, floodlights illuminated him. An overwhelming number of Special Forces soldiers surged forth, bellowing through megaphones. "Mutant, surrender immediately. You have been marked as a high-risk target. Any sign of resistance will result in immediate gunfire. Surrender? I have come to eliminate you. Why would I capitulate? Perhaps you should take the initiative to end your own lives and detonate the research facility, and only then would I consider surrendering to your corpses." The soldiers fell silent, yet they simultaneously opened fire. Armor-piercing rounds pummeled his body from heavy machine guns, the kinetic energy causing him to sway. TSK. No wonder there are so few soldiers outside. It seems you were all hiding in here, waiting for me. Zhuang Yan's armor had been refined to an extraordinary hardness, rendering the projectiles ineffective. Yet, with his abilities suppressed, his movements felt somewhat encumbered. He hefted his massive sword and advanced step by step toward the source of the most intense fire. Damn it, he is coming for me. Focus fire on his lower body, where the armor is less protective. As the concentrated fire aimed at his groin ignited a surge of fury within Zhuang Yan. His body transformed into a mist of white vapor, and the ground beneath him began to freeze, swiftly encasing the area in ice. The icy mist obscured the soldier's line of sight. Where is the dangerous entity? Find him quickly. We cannot locate the target. Visibility is critically low. Utilize thermal imaging. Quickly. Hey. Are you searching for me? Don't bother with thermal imaging. You won't be able to find me. Zhuang Yan harnessed his absolute zero ability, turning his form into crystalline ice suspended in the air. Once he reached his destination, he could immediately reconstitute himself. He discarded the Special Forces soldier whose skull he had just crushed to the ground and seized a walkie-talkie. I find myself rather unoccupied this evening. Shall we play a game of chase? Perhaps a little sour ghost game? Well, if you manage to find me, consider it a victory. Should I find you, death awaits. With that, he transformed once more into crystalline ice, seeking his next target. The Special Forces soldiers, upon hearing his words, felt goosebumps rise along their spines. A palpable terror of death gnawing at their sanity. Only the captain remained relatively calm, immediately shouting into the intercom. Switch channels. Quickly regroup at the heavy machine gun and retreat in batches from the white mist. Yet, the only responses he received were the anguished cries of his team and the sporadic sound of gunfire. Gradually, the noise diminished until the heavy thud of armored feet echoed behind him. He swiftly turned around, unleashing a torrent of bullets toward the iron figure while frantically screaming. Just as his magazine ran dry, the formidable figure vanished. Dazed, he muttered, "Have we been repelled? Am I dreaming? Look behind you." A metallic hand clutched his shoulder, and he instantly felt his scapula being crushed. "It's you detestable mutants who killed my daughter. You shall die alongside me." He pulled out a fragmentation grenade, using his mouth to remove the pin. However, it was snatched away by Zhuang Yan, who held it firmly. After a thunderous explosion, Zhuang Yan remarked, "You're rather courageous, but who killed your daughter? Why do you lash out like a rabid dog? Now, take me to the laboratory." Indeed, the captain resembled a mad dog, drawing a dagger to stab Zhuang Yan's chest. "There's no other way. Go join your daughter," Zhuang Yan replied, placing his hand upon the captain's head and with a crunch, crushed it. "This despicable habit of yours is truly learned. You never apply your so-called laws to those different from you." He wiped his hands on the captain's clothing and carelessly discarded the body on the ground, then leisurely walked out of the mist, searching for the path to the laboratory. After a short while, he sensed the weight of the armor intensifying, as if his powers were being further suppressed. Suddenly, he heard footsteps, 3 individuals, it seemed. Abruptly, he felt something pressed against his back. When he turned to look, there was no one in sight. Moments later, an explosion erupted behind him, the immense shockwave propelling him several meters away. Just as he regained his balance, 2 laser-like beams struck his right arm, instantly creating a gaping hole. He quickly tore off a segment of iron railing, shaping it into a blade with his ability, and hurled it towards the source of the beams. The rays temporarily ceased, but the blade landed with only a clatter. Laser eyes? A heavy footfall approached, and he turned to see a man strikingly similar to Wolverine. "This is amusing. I have yet to kill a mutant." Chapter 16. The Mutant's Execution. Striker's Fury. Zhuang Yan noticed a collar around Wolverine's neck, his eyes devoid of life. He did not resemble a normal person. He appeared to be a clone derived from Wolverine's genes. It seemed that only Colonel Stryker possessed Wolverine's genetic material. Could Stryker be involved behind the scenes at the research facility? Soon, 2 more figures emerged from behind Wolverine, a black man dressed as a Western cowboy, and another who bore a striking resemblance to Cyclops. Wolverine, Ghost, Cyclops, and 3 clones. "How fortunate I am to be treated in such a manner," he scoffed, as the ceiling illuminated, revealing Strick's visage on the display screen. "Perfect. Even amidst the suppressive magnetic field, you have managed to break free. Truly, you are an exceptional mutant. Join forces with me. All I require is a sample of your blood for research, and in return, you shall enjoy a life devoid of worries." "Oh, you Americans are quite adept at sugarcoating your propositions. You've piqued my interest." Zhuang Yan sat serenely upon the steps, legs crossed, fixing his gaze upon Strick's aged countenance. He had long believed that the military was behind the research facility, but now he comprehended the truth. The only one capable of inheriting Trask's legacy was Strick himself. "I am Strick, the master of this research institute. You have trespassed and taken the lives of my subordinates, yet I still extend a hand of benefit to you. I have shown sufficient goodwill. Soon, mutants will cease to exist. What I offer you is not merely wealth, but a passport to life. Wow. I do not oppose your adversarial stance towards mutants. Had I been in your position, I would have made the same choices. However, I share a peculiar bond with mutants, and my objectives inadvertently benefit them. Thus, I must decline your offer. Strick furrowed his brow, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Then, the large screen displayed a row of towering robots, each adorned with screens showcasing the faces of Asian individuals. Zhuang Yan recognized his own image, and the screens indicated the robot's completion status, nearly 95% ready, merely a step away from fruition. Do you see these robots? They are called Sentinels, now capable of autonomous production. Possessing them would enable the effortless annihilation of an entire nation, a race, including mutants. Are you not frightened by their presence? Strick, let me be frank. I am here to kill you. The life you promise is easily within my grasp. Zhuang Yan tilted his head back, staring intently at the camera above. Look at my face. Does it not seem familiar to you? Strick paused, narrowing his eyes for a closer inspection, his expression suddenly darkening. 34. I should have anticipated it was you. How dare you return to seek vengeance? Return to your cage at once. It was I who saved you on the streets, granting you a treatment entirely different from that of other mutants. How dare you? Zhuang Yan raised his hand, engulfing the screen in flames. Strick's screams echoing like a madwoman's shrill cries. To even utter the words of salvation was absurd. He had thrived on the streets, surrounded by a few loyal followers. Yet, the surroundings lit up with countless screens, Strick's face, twisted with hatred, dominating every one of them. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Return to your cage and erase the past. Otherwise, I will ensure your suffering lasts a lifetime. Do you see my clone mutants? They are the enhanced version. Spare me your rhetoric. Excessive chatter only breeds thirst, especially since your hell is composed of flames and sulfur. Zhuang Yan rose solemnly, choosing not to cast another glance at Stryker's grotesque visage. The three mutant clones blocking his path were the delicacies he sought, each endowed with distinct and formidable abilities. Suddenly, Phantom vanished, and Wolverine charged at him, brandishing a pair of adamantium claws. Cyclops ascended to the highest vantage point, evidently preparing to provide support. Stryker's roar echoed once more. Maximize the power of the suppression field. I want to witness his demise firsthand. Just leave a chunk of flesh. Stryker, if you aspire to narrate the battle, perhaps you should undergo vocal cord surgery. Your croaky voice is unbearable. Zhuang Yan felt his body grow heavier, as if the power of his metallic form had plummeted below Omega level. The top-tier armor had become a burden, rendering him immobile. Yet, there was no time to acclimate. Wolverine had already lunged forward, his claws plunging into Zhuang Yan's chest. With a violent twist, the claws tore outward, ripping away a substantial chunk of steel. Adamantium was indeed extraordinary, slicing through iron effortlessly. Had it not been for the elemental nature of his steel body, he might already be laid to rest. Ha ha! 34. You may slay countless ordinary souls, but you shall never triumph over my enhanced warriors. Hey, do you ugly Americans relish chatting in battle? I'm savoring that last claw strike. So do not disturb me. Zhuang Yan utilized quantum phasing, vanishing from sight. Upon reappearing, he immediately absorbed the surrounding steel, rendering his armor lighter and more resilient. Simultaneously, he discerned the operational principle of Stryker's suppression field. It interfered with the mutants' brainwaves, thereby affecting their mental prowess. The strength of a mutant's abilities largely hinged on their mental fortitude. Where have you gone? 34. Have you truly mastered so many abilities in a single day? The Brotherhood of Mutants? The Academy? Or perhaps some other mutant organization? Zhuang Yan, exasperated, stuffed steel into his ears, finally relishing the tranquility of the world around him. He then forged two steel blades, charging towards Wolverine. Wolverine, akin to a wild wolf, lunged forward, but as he neared, he leaped into the air, extending his claws toward Zhuang Yan's head. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuang Yan positioned the left blade horizontally beside his head while thrusting the right blade outward. Wolverine's adamantium claws effortlessly sliced through Zhuang Yan's left blade, yet Zhuang Yan's right blade struck him from below, sending him flying. Zhuang Yan now discerned the caliber of the clone. It might possess greater strength than the original Wolverine, yet it was still far inferior to him. The power bestowed by his metallic form ought to surpass the majority of mutants. While the combat experience and skill of the clone were decidedly lacking compared to Wolverine's original self, the other two clones were likely of similar ilk. You are not warriors. You ought to be dubbed the detritus of Stryker. Just after he had finished his derision, he suddenly sensed a multitude of gazes fixated upon him from behind. Turning to glance, he discovered a cadre of Wolverines, Phantoms, and Cyclops. Cyclops simultaneously tore away the cloth covering his eyes, unleashing a barrage of laser beams towards him. Thus, He had no choice but to employ quantum traversal to evade the onslaught, reappearing behind clones. Nearby, a display screen showcased Stryker, who was reveling in his triumph, accompanied by subtitles proclaiming, "You are finished." Finished? That was merely a warm-up. I've already acclimatized. Chapter 17. Continuous Refinement. Cloned Stryker surrounding structures were composed of steel, perfectly suited for manipulation by his iron physique. Strikingly, Zhuang Yan had been adapting to the effects of the suppressive magnetic field, only now harnessing his mental prowess to mitigate the adverse impacts. He crushed a nearby display screen underfoot, then activated the capabilities of his iron form, melding with the surrounding steel. The ground erupted, and the edifices crumbled with a thunderous roar, countless steel reinforcements merging into his iron body. His stature swelled, growing to 2 meters, then 4, until his head grazed the ceiling. The fiery essence of his abilities melted forth crimson molten iron, coursing through his massive frame. This form bore an uncanny resemblance to a villain. With a gentle flick of his hand, droplets of molten iron rained down upon the clone mutants. The Phantoms could still evade, while the Wolverines possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities, but Cyclops was not so fortunate. He was directly pierced and scorched by the molten iron, collapsing to the ground, emitting acrid smoke. Stryker watched in stupefied disbelief, his heart momentarily skipping a beat. Those mutants were the culmination of his efforts, the result of all his investments in constructing this mutant army. Astonishingly, nearly a third had been vanquished by a single strike from 34. God, where has 34 acquired such formidable power? This steel manipulation ability has never been witnessed before. Could a clandestine organization be covertly supporting 34? This cannot continue at this rate. The cloned army will inevitably falter, and the research facility will follow suit. I must instruct the Phantom clones to affix explosives all over 34's body. Even if half the research facility is obliterated, 34 must be eradicated. Simultaneously, dispatch a Phantom to retrieve the steel that 34 had just torn away. It should contain his genetic material. Researchers, retreat. All data regarding the Sentinels must be destroyed. The events here must not reach the public's knowledge. He swiftly orchestrated the arrangements, then fixed his intense gaze upon 34 in the surveillance feed. Without eliminating this formidable mutant, he could find no peace. All his plans must unfold seamlessly. However, his scheme was not proceeding as envisioned. The Phantoms, laden with explosives, would turn to ash the moment they approached 34 due to the intense heat. And even detonating the bombs would only mildly affect 34's physique. He pressed the regional fire alarm, and the area surrounding 34 was immediately enveloped by a torrential downpour of water. As 34's body met the water, a copious amount of steam billowed forth, rapidly permeating the entire vicinity. Haha, the rapid cooling from high temperatures is an ordeal even the mutants cannot withstand. Has Stryker's mind been struck by a mule? I've already gained the upper hand. Must I still seek assistance? With a solemn remark, he released more molten iron, causing white vapor to rise. The heavy steel armor outside provided some resistance against the suppressive magnetic field, enabling him to unleash greater powers. The water gushing from the fire hydrant was just right for employing absolute zero, allowing him to decisively eliminate the army of clones outside. He leapt from the massive steel armor, dispersing into ice crystals that froze everything enveloped in the white mist. Those surrounding the colossal armor, including Wolverine, were instantly transformed into ice statues. The Phantoms transporting explosives, each in varying forms, became exquisite ice sculptures without exception. As he coalesced back into his form and descended gently, he surveyed the surrounding frozen clones. They were all masterpieces. Any one of them could win awards at an exhibition, though regrettably, I do not favor realism. With a powerful stomp, the tremendous vibration shattered the ice sculptures into pieces scattered across the ground. He casually seized a chunk of ice and activated the superpower furnace. Wolverine gene fusion successful, generating new capacity. Self-healing factor? At last, he possessed a tangible physical ability. Now he merely needed a mental one. Subsequently, he planned to elevate each type of ability to the Omega level to upgrade the superpower furnace. He selected another ice block and utilized the superpower furnace once more. The fusion of the Wolverine gene was successful, yielding a new ability, Bone Claws. However, this was not an advantageous ability. Each use of the bone claws inflicted pain. Moreover, being merely bone, they were easily severed and lacked lethal force. The next ability was still related to Wolverine, Feral Surge, which could temporarily enhance all physical attributes. This ability was reasonably effective, as he occasionally found combat in his steel form rather cumbersome. If he faced someone like Wolverine, who preferred brute strength, it would suffice to merely compare the hardness of their punches. However, against agile opponents, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. He further absorbed and melded the powers of Cyclops and the Phantoms. Laser, phantom blink, these two abilities exhibited great versatility. Cyclope's laser beams possessed instantaneous destructive power, capable of yielding surprising advantages. The phantom blink was simply remarkable. Combined with his steel form, it transformed him into a blink tank. He now possessed a total of 10 abilities, categorized as follows: physical, self-healing factor, bone claws, feral surge, laser, mental, none, field energy, absolute zero, elemental, steel form, fire body, water body, space-time, quantum traversal, phantom. Among these, only the steel form was at the Omega level, and these abilities had already positioned him among the most formidable mutants. He continued deeper into the research facility when he suddenly stepped upon a skeleton glimmering with silver light. This skeletal structure is the remnant of the first Wolverine clone, composed of adamantium. After he shattered all the clones, only this exceedingly hard skeleton remained. The material of adamantium merits consideration. The defense of a steel body indeed has its shortcomings. He wrapped the skeleton in a cloth, tossed it over his shoulder, and strode confidently into the depths of the laboratory. Inside, only Stryker was present. "Hey, Stryker, what kind of coffin material do you prefer? Perhaps I can spare you for being left to rot in the wilderness." Stryker remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon him. For a moment, Zhuang Yan wondered if Stryker was merely a robot in disguise. He glanced at the scattered research materials and the mutant corpses preserved in formaldehyde. Dozens of jars were crammed together, the bodies floating within, presenting an exceedingly eerie sight. There were even small jars containing nutrient solutions, within which various still-beating organs resided. I said there was no crematorium in the laboratory. I had no idea where those companions went after death. So you kept them here, eh? Stryker, your ambitions are truly vast. At that moment, Stryker spoke. Did you not intend to kill me? Why not act directly? Your little tricks might deceive others. But do you really think a clone can bait me into action? Stryker's clone erupted into laughter, then tore open its outer garment, revealing a hairy chest emblazoned with the number 30. Zhuang Yan frowned. This clone was indeed from the same series as him. You pale-skinned men are truly repulsive. Can you not dress properly, even as a clone? 30, you've grown swiftly. You can now contend with me, and I am quite enraged. Chapter 18, Stryker's Escape. Magneto's Emergence. Is your speech always so revolting? Zhuang Yan's hands moved swiftly, slicing through Stryker's clone's arm like a blade. Yet, Stryker remained expressionless, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. 30, do you realize? I have acquired your current genetic data. The Sentinel project is nearing completion. The next time we meet, it will be when I reclaim your life. Zhuang Yan, uninterested in his words, approached the control panel, withdrawing all the surveillance tapes and stowing them away in his bag. Comedon. The images within these tapes regarding the live experiments on mutants will be disseminated throughout New York. Let the citizens of this wretched nation witness the government's deeds, followed by the dog-eat-dog scenario between the two political parties. The greater the division within this country, the more disadvantageous it becomes for Stryker, granting him ample time to gather strength. Then, he would dismantle the Sentinel project, ensuring Stryker's obliteration both physically and mentally. Seeing his actions, Stryker's clone shouted anxiously. What are you doing? I'm preparing an appetizer for you, garbage human. I hope you can still laugh tomorrow. No, I will initiate the laboratory's self-destruct sequence now. Your wicked intentions will never come to fruition. Is that so? Zhuang Yan immediately utilized Phantom, appearing in the power room in the next instant. He had acquired some knowledge of electrical systems in his previous life, enabling him to decipher the main bus of the research facility. Essentially, he simply severed the thickest cables, causing the lights of the Institute to extinguish instantaneously. After cutting through a dozen wires, he returned before the strict clone. Why don't you try to destroy me? You wretched being, you shall face the most severe retribution. First, extricate yourself from the accountability of your congressman and president. He was aware that your original self was observing him through you. However, it mattered not, for next time, we shall settle all our old scores. With lightning speed, Zhuang Yan severed the clone's head. Then, carrying the documents and the Edmund alloy, he swaggered out. Upon exiting the research facility, he deliberately constructed a statue of Strick using the wreckage of tanks and the firearms of soldiers, fashioned a pedestal from steel, and inscribed upon it, I, Strick, defy the despicable government, including the First Lady. Perfect. Strick would surely be enraged to the point of bleeding at the sight of this statue. This was merely the second appetizer. After completing all this, he activated Phantom and vanished from the spot. An elderly figure, cloaked and helmeted, silently observed the statue before the research facility. He had witnessed Zhuang Yan's demolition of the Institute, and the smile on his face had yet to fade. Riven, this young mutant is quite intriguing, unlike any I have encountered before. Young? He is clad in a helmet, with little of his face revealed. How can you ascertain he is youthful? Because he possesses an upright posture not characteristic of the elderly or middle-aged. and without regard for consequences. He dares to infiltrate a military camp. Of course, this may also relate to his formidable strength. Our Brotherhood needs him. Eric, should I track him? Eric, known as Magneto, had heard of a military camp where the laboratories were studying mutants. Thus, he brought Mystique and Riven to assess the situation before deciding to dispatch Brotherhood members to breach the Institute. Little did they expect, upon locating the facility, to witness the young man clad in white armor storming through with relentless vigor. To ascertain the outcome, he and Mystique waited outside for several minutes, only to see the silver-armored individual emerge carrying a bundle, having erected an extremely insulting statue. The speed with which he breached the heavily fortified research facility indicated his formidable prowess. Moreover, it appeared that his abilities were manifold, incorporating fire, ice, and that formidable steel armor. Such versatility is unprecedented among mutants. Currently, we remain unaware of his affiliations and must refrain from tracking him impulsively. Once we ascertain his identity, we can pursue him at a later time. Riven, however, disagreed with Magneto's assessment, her feathers fluttering restlessly as she contemplated the potential upheaval the silver-armored individual might incite. What if he allies with the Professor? That would significantly impede our future plans. Observing his method of assault against the soldiers, executed with such precision and efficiency, it was evident that no instructor could contain him. Did the Sentinels not adhere to a principle of non-lethality? We must focus on preparing our plan. Magneto extended his hand, manipulating steel to form a monument, inscribing upon it, "Mutants shall attain the status they rightfully deserve." Upon completing the inscription, he erupted into laughter. Have there been any updates on those dispatched to capture the young girl? Mystique's expression darkened as she replied softly, "They have failed. The Academy's sentinels thwarted them." Then proceed to the Academy. Retrieve the little rascal and ascertain whether the Silver Sentinel is present. Furthermore, should the Silver Sentinel be unwilling to cooperate in the morning, convey to him that I have matters to discuss. I shall take it from there. In a concealed laboratory, Stryker howled in a fit of rage, relentlessly pounding the control panel. His fury had escalated to a point where maintaining his usual composure was impossible. A singular question plagued his mind. Why has Subject 34 grown so powerful? While the ability to replicate is indeed rare, and there are numerous methods to augment one's strength, the constraints are considerable. The mere act of replication is limited to 3 hours, which should have capped Subject 34's potential. Furthermore, mastering each replicated ability necessitates extensive training. There is no conceivable way that Subject 34 could have become this formidable in a single day. Could it be that Subject 34's abilities have evolved? Is Subject 34 a prodigy capable of instant mastery through mere replication? He found himself baffled and dared not contemplate the implications of Subject 34's accelerated growth. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a lab coat approached him. "Colonel, the research materials and Sentinel prototypes have returned. The production line can resume operations." "Excellent. Immediately apply Subject 34's genetics to the Sentinels. Our time is limited." Stryker gazed at the sluggishly moving Sentinel robots, and his inner turmoil gradually subsided. As long as the Sentinels were completed swiftly, he would possess sufficient leverage to persuade the President, thus avoiding repercussions for the live experiments conducted at the laboratory. Such is the nature of this country. As long as one wields enough influence and possesses enough power, even the most scandalous of actions would elicit naught but polite signatures on all necessary legislation and policies from the President. Subject 34's endeavors are destined for failure. He merely requires time to exact his revenge. Subject 34, I owe you my gratitude for providing me with your genetics. One of you is formidable, yet I possess countless sentinels equally as strong, all beholden to my command. As he envisioned the future, a distinct smile crept across his face. Despite the looming possibility of being discarded or executed by the military, the laboratory is temporarily in your hands. I must seek out the general to negotiate for more time. Chapter 19. The Academy of Mutants is ablaze with the desire for vengeance. Zhuang Yan soared to the entrance of a newspaper office and strode in with ostentatious confidence. He casually found a large computer, connected the surveillance hard drive, and began searching for useful footage. After sifting through images for half an hour, he specifically selected those depicting live experiments and the presence of Strick. The sight of these living photographs unsettled him, let alone the fragile-hearted individuals from the other country. Approximately 100 images were chosen, sufficient to forge a complete chain of evidence. He clicked the print button relentlessly until the newspaper supply of paper was entirely exhausted. Gazing upon the mountain of printed sheets scattered across the floor, he selected only a complete set of photographs. He then soared towards the newspaper printing house, inserting one photo into each paper's template. By dawn, regardless of the political affiliation, every newspaper would deliver the most explosive content to the citizens of New York. If all went well, the entire nation would witness these images. Sometimes, one must believe in the conscience of humanity. I speak of the conscience exposed to others. Who cares who you were originally? Huh. He leaped up, surveying the bright lights of New York, and swiftly turned to vanish beside the Twin Towers. He then procured dozens of cans of paint and splashed the words "mass murderers of the government" on the exterior of the towers. Satisfied with his handiwork, he clapped his hands and flew towards the academy. By the time he returned to his dormitory, it was already 3 in the morning. Bobby lay silently on the bed, transformed into an ice block. The stifling summer night had somehow turned cool. As he sat on his bed, just about to close his heavy eyelids, he noticed a note and a small gift box on the bedside table. To you, who is in the East but belongs to the West, Katie. Taking the United States as the geographic center, it was indeed true that the Dragon Kingdom lay to the west. Inside the gift box were chocolates and a dragon-themed pouch containing strands of hair from him and Katie. This sweet girl was quite thoughtful. He placed Katie's gift into the drawer and quietly drifted into slumber. Having taken lives throughout the night, he slept deeply until a sudden shaking roused him. Hey, Yan, wake up. Something monumental has happened. Even God would shed tears upon seeing these photographs. Yan reluctantly opened one eye, seeing Bobby clutching a stack of newspapers, his eyes red and voice trembling with excitement. Katie stood in the corner, wiping away her incessant tears. The other mutants in the room wore expressions of either fury or icy detachment. It was evident that these young mutants were aware of their compatriots' fate at the Institute. Youth is a time of easy anger, and revenge likely consumed their thoughts. Bobby, calm down. Tell me what has happened, Yin urged. Yin, just look at the newspapers. You'll understand. I can hardly speak it, Bobby replied, his voice trembling. Yin pretended to glance at the papers and then stated nonchalantly, "These persecuted mutants are my compatriots. It seems someone has breached the research institute." At that moment, Katie sat beside him, gripping his hand tightly as she spoke. "Yin, if you seek vengeance, I shall undoubtedly support you and follow you," our compatriot declared, her tears flowing freely as she covered her face, sobbing. Bobby exclaimed in fervor, "This is not merely your revenge, Yin. It is a reckoning for all of us mutants. You have bested me, the strongest of our peers in my eyes. Lead us in this quest for retribution." The other mutants chimed in. "Indeed, Yin, we witnessed your prowess in yesterday's combat class. You are most suited to lead us," Katie proclaimed. "You possess the keenest intellect and the strength that surpasses ours. You are the ideal leader. Your abilities are well suited for leadership, and we can all augment your powers." Zhuang Yan was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that his actions from the previous day had ignited their fighting spirit. No, it was not a thirst for blood, merely a fundamental anger. Those with true valor do not scream for bloodshed. They seek opportunities, silently delivering retribution to their foes. He patted Katie on the shoulder and then leapt off the bed, addressing them. "My dear friends, I comprehend your sentiments, but battle is not a child's play. You lack the experience of the battlefield. Seek out the professor. He knows how to navigate this situation. I require a shower." With that, he retreated to the bathroom, washing away the grime of conflict. As for his refusal of the impassioned mutants, it was because they were too naive, too feeble. To him, they were burdensome. Some of their abilities were of no interest to him, utterly useless. He could single-handedly overturn a military camp, alongside hundreds of clone beings. He could not afford to charge into battle with encumbrances. After his shower, he casually dried himself and wrapped a towel around his waist, returning to his room, where only a tear-stained Katie awaited. "Katie, crying for too long makes one a mere kitten." Katie leaped onto him, tumbling onto the bed. "Yin, you've endured so much suffering. It pains me greatly." "Katie, you misunderstand. My experiences at the Institute were rather unique. My greatest torment was merely the blood draws. Moreover, we cannot alter what has already transpired." Katie lifted her tearful eyes and suddenly pressed her lips against his in a fervent kiss. He was unexpectedly captured by the Phantom Cat, Katie's passionate embrace. What the hell? He swiftly turned, pinning Katie beneath him, enveloping them both in the blanket as they kissed with abandon. After a while, Katie emerged from the blanket, her hair and clothes a disarray. Turning back to him, she said, "Yin, it's time for class. We shall continue this later." Zhuang Yan lay languidly on the bed, the fatigue from last night's late hours still clinging to him. He was not particularly inclined to rise. Seeing his reluctance, Katie picked up his clothes and helped him dress. "Yin, where were you last night? When I came looking for you, you were absent, and Boppy was unaware of your whereabouts. I was conversing with the professor. Our discussion ran late. You spoke with the professor until the wee hours?" Wow, we all hesitate to speak with the professor. Whenever Katie dresses him, she tends to touch him frequently, prompting him to dress himself and then lead Katie out of the dormitory. Just then, they encountered the professor approaching with a group of young mutants. "Yin, I need to discuss something with you." Noticing the professor's stern expression and the agitation in his voice, Zhuang Yan instructed Katie to head to the classroom first. He then guided the professor to the lawn, where the professor initiated the conversation. Yan, you have taken too many lives, far too many. So what? Does that mean the mutants they killed are fewer? Professor, you know all too well that indulgence is merely the beginning of slaughter. The professor fell silent, pondering for a protracted moment before managing to utter, indeed. It is commendable that you have disseminated these images. I will engage with the government regarding this. No, you need not take action. Simply await the government's approach. Chapter 20. Scenic beauty amidst turmoil in the ugly nation. The professor was deeply shaken. The academy had been under the thumb of the ugly nation's government for many years. Otherwise, during the Vietnam War, the faculty and students would not have been forcibly conscripted, resulting in substantial losses. Just yesterday, Zhuang Yan had unleashed a massacre in the military camp, leaving the ground strewn with bodies. Given the severity of the situation, it was surprising that the ugly nation's government did not suspect, or even dissolve, the academy, nor had they launched an assault upon it. Zhuang Yan's nonchalant demeanor, suggesting that he merely wait for the government to come to him, was astonishing. Yan, are you suggesting I observe the unfolding events and respond accordingly? I am suggesting you await the government's apology and their attempts to win over the academy. What? The professor's mind nearly exploded. Having learned of the soldiers being attacked by mutants that morning, he had been on edge. Yet, the perpetrator, Zhuang Yan, appeared unfazed. Not only did he refuse to let the professor explain, but he also insisted on waiting for the government's apology. It was evident that the people of Long Country remained oblivious to the hypocritical nature of ugly nation's politicians, who harbored such deep-seated malice within. The ugly nation had dominated Earth for over a decade, behaving as though they were invincible. Deceiving the populace was second nature, and genocide was a customary policy. The professor anticipated that the military personnel would arrive at the academy in the afternoon to conduct an investigation of the faculty and students. Yan, do not jest. I can find a place for you to hide. Once the storm passes, you can return to the academy for your classes. The government will undoubtedly seek vengeance against you. Zhuang Yan chuckled lightly before replying, No, the government is constrained by public opinion. Even if they intend to act, it will be against another faction. The two parties will undoubtedly vie to win over the academy, striving to seize the initiative in attacking the opposing faction. Let's wait and see whose perspective prevails. The professor, observing Zhuang Yan's unwavering confidence, felt a surge of astonishment within. Zhuang Yan's assertions appeared remarkably rational, as if he possessed an intricate understanding of the current state of the ugly nation's government. Without a decade of political experience, one could hardly articulate such incisive views. His thoughts involuntarily aligned with Zhuang Yan's, leading him to believe that the government would indeed seek to win him over. Very well, I shall await the government's declaration. However, you must conceal yourself until the outcome is revealed. Zhuang Yan waved dismissively and walked toward the classroom, hands in his pockets. The White House. The grotesque president of the United States fixated his gaze upon a newspaper while sipping on a cola. With a snap, Mr. President, I have taken a photograph. Came the announcement. Very well, remember to add a few tears. I want the voters to know how deeply saddened I am, the president declared, slamming the newspaper onto the table. Damn it, who is this Strick? How dare he erect such a repugnant statue? Bring him before me. He pounded the table with such force that the objects upon it bounced and scattered chaotically. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his expression, slightly vacant, was almost frozen in rage. My mother is of such advanced age, yet he dares to covet her. A beast. I wouldn't he even consider such an elderly woman? He continued. Blonde. A flowing mane of golden hair is the epitome of perfection. Strick possesses no sense of aesthetics. The surrounding aides were drenched in cold sweat, astonished. Here was the president, whose concern for the massacre of hundreds of soldiers paled in comparison to his outrage over the affront to his mother. The leaked photographs of mutants subjected to live experimentation in New York had tarnished the reputation of both the government and the military, yet the president exhibited no reaction. Truly, he was the most elusive president in the history of the United States. Mr. President, our immediate priority is to mitigate the impact of the live experiment photographs. We have urgently halted the publication of the New York press and contacted newspapers nationwide to prohibit the dissemination of related images. Upon delivering this report, the aide wore a faint smile, anticipating praise from the president. However, the president merely cast a cold glance at him, accompanied by a dismissive smirk. No one understands mutants better than I do. They would not dare to engage in such serious provocations against the military. The aides collectively raised their heads, pondering the president's words with earnest contemplation. Indeed, the mutants were internally divided. Magneto had been attacking humanity, but had refrained from significant escalations. The professor, akin to a turtle, had consistently engaged in appeasement with the government. It was inconceivable that he would undertake an assault on a military base. Such an action would be tantamount to self-destruction. The president spoke again. Investigate which party Strick supports. I suspect this is a tragic performance orchestrated by the Democrats. Mr. President, Strick is indeed a staunch supporter of the Democrats, came the reply. The president sprang to his feet, fingers poised together, and decisively gestured outward. No one understands the Democrats better than I do. My supporters are enraged, incensed by the plight of those mutants. I cannot afford to disappoint them. Let us shift the blame onto the Democrats, while simultaneously dispatching someone to the Academy to capture a few friendly photographs. I want the voters to see that I stand with them against the nefarious Democrats. Hurry. Once the aides departed the office, the president adjusted his tie with a self-satisfied expression. He then tossed the cola from a table into the trash and lifted a steaming cup of coffee. Voters are the sustenance of politics and the sharp blade of political discourse, and I am the sovereign wielding the sword. Rising, he gazed out the window. What a once verdant lawn was now crowded with people. They brandished signs and shouted towards the White House. Cruel government. Brutal military. Accelerate the decline of this grotesque nation. What wrong have those mutant children committed? Even laboratory mice have a better existence. Down with the president. Down with the president. Simultaneously, massive protests are erupting in major cities across the nation, centered around the issue of live experiments on mutants, demanding the president's resignation, or at the very least, an apology. Meanwhile, Stryker, hidden away in his laboratory, watches the demonstrations on television, his anger causing his heart to race and his hands to tremble. He is filled with a desire to dispatch Sentinels immediately to eradicate all mutants, especially 34, who dares to counter him using public opinion. In the past, 34 had been compliant in the research facility, but now, he discovers a heart as ruthless as that of a politician. A mutant capable of multiple abilities and possessing a sharp intellect must be eliminated. The development of the Sentinels must be expedited. Time is of the essence. Everyone is ordered to work overtime, with triple pay as incentive. In the academy, Zhuang Yan sits listlessly in class. To his right, Katie is diligently studying, while a girl with crimson hair and green eyes occupies his left. Among the myriad of bizarre mutants, this girl is particularly distinguishable. Flicker Sharies possesses the ability of teleportation, a time-space type ability. Zhuang Yan currently has 2 time-space abilities, primarily affecting himself, making the transfer of objects rather challenging. Flicker's teleportation precisely compensates for this limitation, as she can open portals wherever she senses a mind. She can even teleport to the moon or asteroids, proving invaluable for future battles. However, he does not know Flicker, so how can he acquire her genes? Suddenly, he feels a pinch at his waist and turns to see an unhappy expression on Katie's face. Yan, what are you looking at? I was observing Sharies. What's wrong? Katie's brows furrowed deeper, and Sharies also glances sharply in his direction. Chapter 21. The mind governs the body. Shocking students and teachers, Zhuang Yan speaks candidly, startling both girls. He is aware of Katie's thoughts, but has no intention of placating her. Please continue to look, Katie replies, turning her head away. After this commotion, Flicker Sharies becomes alert. Zhuang Yan, now disinterested in how to obtain Sharies' genes, gazes out the window and spots a familiar figure. With a scruffy beard, hair styled into wolf-like ears, clad in a leather jacket and jeans reminiscent of a Western cowboy, he is accompanied by a clever-looking girl. Wolverine Logan and a mischievous Anna have arrived at the academy. In his memory, their presence signifies that Magneto is enacting his plan to transform all of humanity into mutants. Magneto aims to dissolve the distinction between mutants and ordinary people entirely. However, this plan is destined to fail, as ordinary individuals triggered with the X gene will soon perish. Thus, in some respects, this initiative serves as a plan for human extinction. This poses quite a dilemma. If Magneto captures the mischievous one and activates the machine, my plans will be adversely affected. His objective is to pursue Stryker while simultaneously infiltrating the corrupt government. If Magneto eliminates everyone, whom will he control? In his mind, he still perceives himself as human. His abilities are mere toys bestowed upon him by fate. Under such circumstances, he must find a way to thwart Magneto. At that moment, Katie glanced over. Yan, what are you pondering? Nothing much, just observing 2 unfamiliar faces. Sitting across from him, Bobby followed his gaze and spotted Wolverine and the mischievous one. With a hearty laugh, he pointed out the window. Yan, they arrived yesterday, apparently brought back by Aurora and Scott. That bearded fellow looks fierce. His eyes resemble those of a ravenous wolf, though he appears somewhat better now. Logan indeed embodies the essence of a ravenous wolf, not only bloodthirsty, but also having placed a hat on Scott's head. The romantic perspective of those from the corrupt nation is rather peculiar. Katie, being one of the more conservative girls, raised an eyebrow. Shortly thereafter, the mischievous Anna entered the classroom. After their teacher, Jean, introduced the class, Anna found a corner to sit alone, thus becoming another target for Yin. Today's lesson from Jean focused on the mind. She awaited the classroom's quietness before continuing. For mutants to develop their abilities, a robust mind and a vivid imagination are essential. Naturally, it also depends on the mutant's inherent potential. The ability to withstand imagination is the ideal condition. Just yesterday, I witnessed Sherry's using a portal to retrieve items that had fallen into a sewer, which demonstrated considerable imagination. Yan acknowledged Jean's words. At the research facility, he had been suppressed by a magnetic field. Had he panicked at that moment and lost focus, he could have easily been reduced to iron shavings by hundreds of mutants. However, he lacked mental abilities and required formidable willpower to resist the suppressive magnetic field. My abilities are commendable as well. Whenever someone forgets their keys, I'm the one they seek, Katie remarked, somewhat irked by Jean's praise of Sherry's. A significant part of her irritation stemmed not from jealousy toward Sherry's, but rather from Yan's earlier glance in Sherry's direction. She gently tugged at Yan's arm and earnestly inquired, Yan, whose abilities are superior, mine or Sherry's? Is my ability to traverse not impressive? It cannot be generalized. Your abilities are merely similar, yet fundamentally different. Your direction is atomization, while Sherry's focuses on perception, which allows for a more potent effect. Yan spoke confidently, leaving Katie bewildered, as she silently lamented the complexities of his reasoning. At that moment, Jean added, Sherry's, I will guide you in enhancing your imagination, so you can personally experience the elevation of your abilities. Sherry's promptly stood up, ready to follow Jean's instructions, and began to utilize her powers. Firstly, you can open a portal wherever you can perceive, so you must enhance your perception. Close your eyes and attune yourself to the shifting environment around you. In a moment, I shall toss a ball, and you will activate the teleportation to return it to my hand. Upon hearing the instructor's guidance, Katie gazed at Zhuang Yan in astonishment. Just as you mentioned, Yan, are you well acquainted with Sherry's? Boppy also looked surprised. Zhuang Yan had only been at the academy for 2 days and had encountered Sherry's only a handful of times. Remarkably, he could casually articulate the nuances of Sherry's abilities. Zhuang Yan pinched Katie's soft cheek, aware that the young girl was lost in her musings. I merely speculated. After class, I could also venture a guess regarding your enhancement methods. For now, pay close attention to the instructor's guidance. Jean produced a tennis ball and spoke calmly. Are you ready? Sherry's? My position shall remain unchanged. Attentively sense your surroundings. Yes, teacher. Without further ado, Jean suddenly hurled the tennis ball toward Sherry's. Sherry's furrowed her brow as a door radiating a purple glow appeared before her, and the tennis ball vanished within the luminescence. Yet, she felt a pang of anxiety. Another portal had been misaligned. The tennis ball emerged from the purple light, hurtling toward the mischievous Anna, prompting their classmates to collectively urge Anna to evade. Bewildered, Anna looked up to find a frozen tennis ball lodged against the wall. The astute girl quickly grasped what had transpired and followed her classmates' gazes to a blond boy. Boppy, well done. Your reflexes have sharpened significantly, exclaimed Anna. Wow, Boppy, your ability was unleashed so swiftly. Did Yan's lesson from yesterday make an impression? This must be what the teacher referred to as imagination, the mind entirely governing the body. Upon hearing his classmates' praise, Boppy initially beamed with pride, but his expression swiftly shifted. It wasn't me who blocked the tennis ball. It was Yin. He didn't even look at the ball before employing his ability. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted among the students. According to Qin's words, the highest realm for mutants lies in the ability to wield their powers at will, spontaneously and effortlessly. Yet, Zhuang Yan, who had only just arrived at the academy, had seemingly achieved this level of mastery. What had he done previously? His comprehension of abilities surpassed that of their entire generation. From her vantage point at the podium, Qin cast an appreciative glance at Zhuang Yan. She had observed everything clearly. Boppy had not moved a muscle, nor had he exhibited any signs of activating his powers. Conversely, while Zhuang Yan made no overt gestures, she sensed an energy radiating from him. Merely through auditory perception, he could instantaneously pinpoint the tennis ball's location and freeze in time. This demonstrated Lin Feng's command over ice abilities, yet he was merely a replicator. Why was his use of the freezing power swifter than Boppy's? Sherry's, please take your seat. Zhuang Yan, how did you achieve this? Did you replicate the telepathic ability? Zhuang Yan waved his hand, and the ice encasing the tennis ball began to elongate. As the ball fell into his hand, the ice dissipated instantly. Chapter 22. Why do girls always seek you out? Zhuang Yan tossed the tennis ball back into Qin's hand, offering no further explanation regarding his earlier display of prowess. The mischievous Anna gazed intently at the solemn profile, her eyes shimmering with waves of light. For a long time, she had been treated differently by ordinary people, and her unique abilities had rendered her unable to connect with them. She had wandered through society, enduring relentless bullying. It was only upon arriving at the academy that she began to sense the kindness among her peers, particularly from this Chinese boy. The ice block that had just hung over her head had given her a warmth of being assisted. Her curiosity about him began to grow. When she noticed that Zhuang Yan was reluctant to answer her questions, she did not press him further. Instead, she spoke of the impact of mental strength on abilities until class concluded. As Zhuang Yan finished packing his books, the effervescent Xiao Ruisi approached his desk. "Thank you, Yan. Without your intervention, I would have completely botched that class." "Not all. I merely reacted instinctively to the noise," he replied. Indeed, he had subconsciously frozen the tennis ball. Each time he used his psychic furnace to generate new abilities, his mental strength surged significantly, allowing him to precisely perceive any disturbance in his surroundings. "Wow. According to Qin's lecture, you've reached the level of mental domination. Could you teach me?" "Teach you? Let me replicate your ability first." Zhuang Yan was not one to offer assistance freely. Xiao Ruisi readily agreed, extending her hand as if fearful he might change his mind. "Now you can replicate my ability. It seems you're eager to grow stronger, but do not rush. I will replicate it during the combat class this afternoon." He recalled that Xiao Ruisi was a descendant of the apocalypse, raised by a saber-toothed tiger with a lineage that craved power. "Agreed. I will find you this afternoon." Xiao Ruisi cheerfully accepted the arrangement and departed. Katie, pouting and visibly displeased, was about to speak when Anna, who had been waiting patiently, interjected. "Thank you for blocking the tennis ball for me earlier. My name is Anna. Others call me Mischievous." "Zhuang Yan," he replied. "You seem quite formidable. I can see admiration in the eyes of your classmates. Would you be willing to share your ability with me?" Having lived among ordinary people for an extended period, Anna had honed her ability to read others' expressions. He sensed that her gaze upon him was somewhat peculiar. "I can replicate the abilities of other mutants with mere physical contact." "How fortuitous. When I touch others, I can absorb their abilities, but yours is considerably stronger than mine, and I cannot control it." He understood that Anna's powers extended beyond mere ability absorption. She could also absorb life and memories. Thus, he had maintained a distance from her. For the professor's telepathy could be obstructed by the helmet, yet there was no way to guard against Anna's abilities, which were passive and beyond her control. At that moment, a flushed Katie interjected, "Hello, Anna? My name is Katie. I'm going to have lunch with you now. Would you like to join us?" Her tone was noticeably off, like a knife being sharpened on a whetstone. "You two go ahead. I need to find Logan. Next time, I will introduce him to you. He is a good person." Anna's face was flushed with embarrassment as she dashed out of the classroom. Zhuang Yan, with a sense of solemnity, gently ruffled Katie's hair. "You frighten her. She possesses a rather sensitive disposition. You startle me as well. Numerous girls have come seeking you. Yan, your charm seems to be growing ever stronger." "Huh. That depends on whether you, as the guardian, can hold your ground." Katie surveyed the classroom and, noticing the absence of others, settled herself onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his head and resting it against her chest. "Is this how I defend? Surely you, as a defender, wouldn't falter in the heat of the moment?" Zhuang Yan felt compelled to speak the truth. Katie was still rather petite, lacking any substantial fullness. His face felt as though it were pressed against a washboard, and any movement resulted in considerable friction. Xiao Ruisi and Anna had commendable figures, yet neither could compare to the voluptuous figure he had glimpsed next door on 2 occasions. "Katie, my face aches a bit. Would you kindly let me go?" Flushing, Katie released him and lowered her gaze to contemplate her own proportions. "Stop staring. Come dine with me first. This afternoon, there are no restrictions on practical classes." Zhuang Yan took Katie's hand and led her into the cafeteria. Bobby had already secured a table and waved for them to join him. "Yan, are you truly indifferent to the living experiments on mutants? Although the professor forbids us from leaving the academy, we wish to take action. We cannot allow the military to continue slaughtering our kin. Bobby, I think you ought to first consider whether you are human or another species." Zhuang Yan sliced off a piece of crispy, roasted chicken and placed it in his mouth. Lost in thought, the professor has managed to operate this academy under the very nose of the government for so long, allowing the X-Men to address crises worldwide, assisting both mutants and ordinary people alike. A significant reason for this is the belief that mutants are still human, albeit slightly more powerful and peculiar. With this foundation, the populace of a nation would feel outrage upon seeing images of mutants being harmed. If mutants did not consider themselves human, then even if their bodies were discarded on the streets, ordinary people would at most feel disgust or pity, but they would never feel anger on behalf of the mutants. It is also for this reason that Bobby's group attacking the government is tantamount to tearing apart the mutual understanding between mutants and humans. Bobby was silent for a long moment before softly murmuring, "I consider myself human." "Then that settles it. Since you are human, remain in the academy and focus on becoming stronger." With that, Zhuang Yan chose not to elaborate further. He was not a caretaker and saw no need to clarify every statement. He was more inclined to contemplate how to utilize Magneto's X gene to induce machines. If machines could trigger the X gene, did that imply that as long as he could refine the machines, he could generate the ability to provoke the gene and subsequently amplify his own powers, achieving self-sufficiency? If this notion proved feasible, he would need to approach Wolverine, Logan, and Rogue. In his memory, these two had not been at the Academy long before Rogue unintentionally harmed someone due to her abilities and subsequently left. Captured by Magneto, he subsequently activated the induction machine atop the Statue of Liberty. By following the mischievous one, he would encounter Magneto and facilitate the melting process of the machine. However, his steel form was at a distinct disadvantage before Magneto, compelling him to devise a method to reconstruct a combat-ready capability. After finishing his meal, he noticed Bobby still lost in thought. "Bobby, wake up, it's time to rest." "Huh, Yin, how could you just say something akin to what the professor would say?" "I don't understand. Are you sharing a brain with him?" "Perhaps it's because you lack a brain of your own." With a dismissive wave to the foolish Bobby, Yin exited the dining hall. After a short distance, a voice called out to him. "Yin, can you teach me how to enhance my abilities?" It was the eager Sherry's, who appeared quite anxious. Yin, having nothing pressing on his agenda, replied, "Sure. First, hand me a strand of your hair." Chapter 23. Generating an alternate space. The president sends his thanks. Unlike Katie, Sherry's did not overreact. She promptly pulled out a hair and generously handed it to Yin. Upon receiving the hair, Yin immediately utilized the super energy furnace for the melting process. Melting the blinking ability successful. Generating new ability. Alternate space. The alternate space is also a time and space-related ability, differing slightly from the transmission of blinking. He could directly open an alternate space to hide within, with the exit determined by his perception. This meant he could, much like blinking, open two portals for instantaneous transport, or traverse through the alternate space to any location of his choosing. The portals he opened could sever any object, simultaneously affecting entities in both the real and alternate spaces, thus serving as a formidable combat method. "All right, I have replicated your ability. Let's head to the lawn where I can demonstrate how to utilize this transport." Sherry's expression transformed into one of astonishment. "You've already mastered my ability just by copying it? That is astonishingly quick." Do you recall what Sheen said? "The stronger the mind, the better the grasp of the ability," Yin nonchalantly remarked, leading the still astonished Sherry's to the grass. He then activated the alternate space, simultaneously opening 4 portals. Sherry's mouth fell agape, clearly taken aback. "I know your ability doesn't consume much energy, so do not hold back. Open as many portals as necessary to confront formidable foes." He remembered during the reversal of the future, Sherry's had been a moment too slow against the Sentinel, leading to her demise. This was due to her rigid control over her ability, as she required visual confirmation each time she opened a portal. "Now, close your eyes and freely open portals around my body, as many as you can manage." That is far too dangerous." Sherry's quickly shook her head. While it was acceptable for her to open portals with her eyes open beside Yin, closing them without reliable perception posed a significant risk. If the portals were misaligned, Yin could be severed in two, a cost far too great. "Sherry's, focus. I don't have much time to persuade you. I can now wield your abilities. When faced with danger, I shall resolve it myself. Do not hesitate any longer." Zhuang Yan, with a sense of solemnity, yearned to test his newfound powers without delay. Having no time to squander on Flicker, reluctantly, Flicker acquiesced, closing her eyes as per Zhuang Yan's instructions, turning her back to him while relying on her imagination to open a portal. The first portal was slightly askew above my head, the second nearly materialized at my feet, and the third was a mere 10 meters away. With each portal Flicker created, Zhuang Yan calmly announced its location. Gradually, Flicker began to rely solely on her instincts, filling the area around Zhuang Yan with portals. This exemplified the proper utilization of teleportation. As long as one maintains awareness, no attack could approach the host. "Well, you have now grasped the basics. Next, we shall focus on enhancing the speed of your ability," Zhuang Yan stated, wiping the sweat from his brow that had been drawn out by the sun, before using his spatial powers to escape the encirclement of portals. Upon turning to witness her achievements, Flicker leapt up in delight. Indeed, despite her purplish-red hair and pink skin, her laughter possessed a unique, exotic charm. "Yin, you are incredible. You could easily become a teacher at the academy," she exclaimed. "I have never mastered new ability so swiftly. My heart feels as though it might leap from my chest. Quickly, teach me how to increase the speed of the portals. I would even part with all my hair for it." Flicker joyfully bounced around, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. However, Zhuang Yan was unwilling to teach further. Initially, he had only intended for Flicker to experiment with the combat application of the portals. Having confirmed the validity of his thoughts, he deemed further instruction unnecessary. "Speed requires consistent practice and does not necessitate my involvement. I shall return for a midday nap." With a mere thought, a portal appeared beside him, and he leapt through, disappearing from the spot. Flicker, witnessing Zhuang Yan's abrupt departure, stomped her feet in frustration. What is wrong with this boy? Could he not spare a moment longer? Zhuang Yan, Zhuang Yan, just you wait. I shall ensure you cannot escape in the future. In their earlier interaction, she had sensed Zhuang Yan's trust in her, and in turn, she developed a sense of trust towards him. Coupled with his handsome appearance and the air of mysterious strength he exuded, it instilled in her a feeling of pursuit. Zhuang Yan's girlfriend, was that Katie? Very well. I shall seek out Katie for a duel this afternoon. The Professor and Wolverine, one seated and the other standing, observed through the window the entirety of Zhuang Yan's instruction to flicker. After Zhuang Yan's departure, the Professor could not help but applaud. Zhuang Yan's abilities were undoubtedly sufficient to warrant a teaching role. Rescuing him had felt like a divine blessing. Wolverine concurred. He possesses the spirit of a formidable warrior, willing to entrust his life to his comrades. My perception of your academy has transformed. This is not merely my academy. It is a sanctuary for all mutants. We welcome those who yearn for peace, the Professor replied, turning to face Wolverine. The rugged man, who once rescued the majority of the mutants at the academy, now finds himself bereft of memory. Out of both sentiment and reason, he feels compelled to retain Logan, to abandon his wayward existence. Logan, I hope you will stay and embark on a path of peace. Logan furrowed his brow, contemplating for an extended period. What was the name of that Chinese man again? Zhuang Yan. Are you interested in him? Observing his demeanor towards his comrades, Logan expressed a desire to linger at the academy a while longer, to ascertain whether all individuals behaved in such a manner. Very well, you are forever free. The Professor was elated that Logan had chosen to remain. In his heart, although Logan's abilities were not the most formidable, he would undoubtedly be the most dependable companion. Each time he sensed Logan's spirit, he was profoundly moved by its resilience. As for Zhuang Yan, whom Logan had taken note of, he could only perceive an air of mystery, even transparency. The fate of his academy seemed inexplicably intertwined with this young man of Chinese descent. At that moment, a knock resonated through the air. Jean opened the door and addressed the Professor. Professor, individuals from the White House are here to see you. It appears to be urgent. Do you wish to meet with them? The Professor's expression mirrored that of a ghostly apparition, echoing Zhuang Yan's earlier sentiments. The government of this nation had indeed sought him out. It was as if a prophecy had come to fruition. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding whether the visitors were foes or allies and whether they bore tidings of goodwill. Logan, you should return to rest. I need to attend to some matters concerning the academy. Once Logan and Jean exited, the Professor straightened his attire. Shortly thereafter, two impeccably dressed men, each carrying a briefcase, strode in with purpose. Professor, it is an honor to meet you. I am Peter, the personal secretary to the President. First and foremost, I must convey a message from Mr. President. He extends his gratitude to Professor Charles for the contributions made by both humans and mutants. Chapter 24. The Academy in a Dilemma. Confronting Steelman, Professor Charles smiled, gesturing for the two White House officials to take a seat. This is my first encounter with representatives from the White House. I am curious what matters of discussion the President wishes to bring forth. Noticing that Secretary Peter appeared relatively amicable, he adopted a slightly more cordial tone. Simultaneously, he discreetly employed his telepathic abilities to delve into Peter's memories. He beheld the image of the blonde, pouting President Donald, whose face was adorned with arrogance as he declared, Peter, inform that so-called professor that the White House is completely unaware of the live subject experiments involving mutants. First, placate them, then woo them to unite against the Democrats. I only require him to assert that it is the Democrats conducting secret experiments on mutants. After that, promise them some benefits and warn them to behave. If any Academy members partake in riots, I will ensure their permanent disappearance. The smile on his face broadened. Indeed, as Zhuang Yan had predicted, the government of this nation would choose to negotiate. How remarkable that a Chinese individual comprehended this land better than a native-born citizen. At this juncture, Secretary Peter courteously stated, President Donald is deeply concerned about the plight of your mutants and wishes to clarify that he has never been aware of any live experiments. Mr. President stands firmly alongside you. Of this, there is no doubt. We also aspire to unveil the despicable actions of the Democratic Party. As you know, its members are notoriously devoid of humanity. The Professor interjected, interrupting Peter. He was already aware of the President's intentions, merely utilizing the Academy as a dagger, becoming cannon fodder in the grotesque political strife. He would never allow mutants to occupy a disadvantaged position, nor would he engage excessively in the sordid politics of this country. I'm already cognizant of the President's views. Please convey to him that the Academy safeguards the shared interests of both mutants and humanity. Should the government cease to regard mutants as outcasts, the Academy would serve the interests of all humankind. Therefore, I require substantial evidence to enable the Sentinels to act, ensuring that no faction suffers innocent casualties. The eloquence of his words subtly rebuffed the White House's enticements. He would discreetly instruct the Sentinels to locate the remaining Sentinels. gathering proof that the government continues its inhumane experiments, while the public momentarily favored mutants due to moral considerations. He aimed to compel the government to completely halt the Sentinel program. It remained uncertain whether Zhuang Yan was aware of his methodology and whether he would deem it excessively conciliatory. Peter's expression shifted dramatically as he coldly addressed the professor. Professor, I implore you to contemplate the president's proposal carefully. This is an opportunity for the Academy and for mutants. I also hope you give this serious thought, Lord Peter. The professor's gaze flickered as he swiftly altered the memories of Peter and his companion. Then, taking a sip of red tea, he casually inquired, "Do you know what to say when you meet the president?" Peter responded mechanically, "I will persuade the president to allay his concerns regarding the Academy and dissuade him from proceeding with the plan." He then broke into a congenial smile. "I am delighted to engage in such fruitful dialogue with you. Professor, I shall return to the White House to convey this splendid news to the president." As Peter and his companion departed, the professor let out a weary sigh. He had contravened the very principles he had established for himself by employing telepathy on ordinary individuals. How reckless! Since Zhuang Yan's arrival at the Academy, his thoughts had grown increasingly radical. May the Academy weather this crisis. In the combat classroom, Zhuang Yan stood alongside Bobby and Katie, awaiting the arrival of their instructor. Bobby's gaze flitted around the room, displaying a wide grin. "Today, I intend to find someone formidable and defeat them soundly. Combat class is not merely about bravado. You may also battle alongside me," Zhuang Yan reminded Bobby. As he was the only student with a capacity for enduring blows, a natural human punching bag, the newly acquired abilities from the Forge could be perfectly practiced on Bobby. However, Bobby shuddered abruptly, quickly stepping aside. "No, until I challenge you. You must never lay a finger on me." Zhuang Yan shrugged. He had not exerted his full strength against Bobby last time, so why was he so fearful? He turned his attention to the other classmates, searching for those with more formidable abilities. After surveying the surroundings, he discerned that only Fireman John and Flickering Sherry's exhibited considerable strength. However, one was his protege, while the other refrained from meeting his gaze. He then noticed Mischievous and Wolverine seated together, casting glances in his direction, seemingly deep in discussion. Though Wolverine's abilities appeared somewhat clumsy in comparison to his own, his immortality and extensive combat experience rendered him an excellent sparring partner. At that moment, Storm and Colossus entered the classroom. Storm cleared her throat and read from a sheet of paper. "In light of the recent circumstances surrounding mutants and the redefined role of our academy, our combat classes are being upgraded. You will no longer be restricted in your abilities. We will be present to ensure your safety, though it may not suffice. Therefore, in this first class, you will face Colossus to become familiar with wielding your powers, ensuring that you do not lose control in the future." Upon hearing they were to battle Colossus, the students erupted in cheers. After all, he was a member of the X-Men. However, Zhuang Yan's expression turned solemn, and he reluctantly settled onto the floor. Colossus' combat style was too cumbersome to truly engage him. Katie, sitting beside him, inquired, "Yin, you seem disinterested in Colossus?" "Indeed, I wish to challenge Aurora, unrestricted." "Wow, that is Professor Aurora. Are you certain you can defeat her? This is a combat class designed to enhance our experience, not a gladiatorial arena. Why do you always think about winning or losing?" Katie blushed at the remark, burying her face in her arms as if lost in thought. After a moment, she suggested, "How about I go speak to Aurora? She should agree." "Sure, my Katie." Katie joyfully dashed to Aurora, and moments later, Aurora looked at Zhuang Yan with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Then, accompanied by a whirlwind, she appeared beside him. "Yan, I hear you wish to battle me?" "Yes. My Katie informed you. I wish to test my new abilities." "Your Katie? Wow, you are quite the charmer." "Very well, as long as you defeat Colossus. I shall engage you in combat." With that, Aurora departed with a gust of wind, while Zhuang Yan stood and gently stroked Katie's silky hair. He then turned his gaze toward the ongoing match between Bobby and Colossus. Bobby possessed tremendous power, capable of annihilating worlds, yet he remained rather immature. Even when encased in ice, he was shattered by Colossus' formidable fists. Furthermore, Bobby's combat strategy was foolish, as he dared to engage Colossus in close quarters. The battle extended for a grueling half-hour, with Bobby shattering and reconstituting himself repeatedly, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Colossus continued to engage with other students as if unfazed. Chapter 25. The Suppression of Iron Bodies. Defeating Colossus. Colossus triumphed over 5 students in succession, from Bobby at the outset to Sherry's, who hesitated to unleash her full potential. By the 6th match, no student dared to challenge Colossus. Bobby, with a despondent demeanor, addressed Zhuang Yan, lamenting, "I have suffered a crushing defeat. The Steel Titan seems to have ingested a stimulant." Zhuang Yan countered, "No, The Steel Titan merely possesses a superior ability to conserve strength and perceives your eagerness for victory. He has effectively worn you down. He elucidated that Bobby's grave error lay in his impatience for success without the assurance of triumph, causing him to fall into the rhythm dictated by the Steel Titan. It was only then that Bobby experienced a moment of enlightenment, his face betraying a sense of shame. Orolo, observing the reluctance of anyone to confront the Steel Titan, expressed his disappointment. It appears imperative to lift the restrictions on combat lessons. You are entirely oblivious to your own potential. Moreover, there is not a single courageous heart among you. My goodness, you're truly the most woeful class I have ever taught. In the distance, Wolverine had succumbed to slumber, a testament to the tedium of the session. At that moment, Zhuang Yan stepped forward, smiling at the Steel Titan. Do you require a longer rest? I would not wish for you to engage while fatigued. Not at all, the Steel Titan replied, baring his formidable teeth. The previous match merely served to warm me up. The 5 classmates who had previously battled the Steel Titan realized the extent of their failure. They had only facilitated a warm-up for him, without ever truly testing his mettle. Bobby, overwhelmed with humiliation, buried his head in his hands. Damn, what disgrace. The other students, who had not participated in the fight, turned their gaze to Zhuang Yan, wondering if he too would falter. Zhuang Yan took a deep breath, centering himself before beckoning the Steel Titan with a casual gesture. Come on, Steel Titan. What? You dare not initiate an attack. You may soon find yourself without any opportunity to strike. Despite his bravado, Zhuang Yan's words were met with gasps of astonishment from those around him. The Steel Titan clenched his fists and charged like a tank toward him. As he neared, he launched a thunderous punch aimed at Zhuang Yan's face. Without employing any abilities, Zhuang Yan swiftly intercepted the Steel Titan's wrist with both hands. Utilizing the momentum of the incoming punch, he pivoted his body, soaring through the air in a graceful arc, landing behind the Steel Titan. With all his strength, he delivered a powerful kick to the Titan's inner thigh, causing the latter to kneel with a resounding thud. The crowd erupted in gasps of awe. In that moment, Zhuang Yan comprehended the disparity between humans and mutants. With nothing but his physical prowess, technique, and sheer will, he had managed to force the Steel Titan to his knees, illuminating the frailty of humanity. Seizing the opportunity while the Steel Titan remained grounded, he grasped the Titan's hand and wrenched it behind his back. Then, he delivered a swift kick to the Titan's left ribcage, toppling him to the ground. However, the Steel Titan swiftly regained his footing, rolling away from Zhuang Yan's grasp. His gaze now serious and tinged with caution. Is this the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom? Truly, they are as formidable as their reputation suggests. Zhuang Yan, unversed in the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom, merely observed the battle between Steel Titan and his classmates, noting numerous vulnerabilities. His earlier maneuvers were merely an experiment to gauge the limits of an ordinary human physique. Steel Titan, unleash your full strength. I possess various means of self-defense, so do not fret about injuring me. With a fierce invocation of wild eruption, Lin Feng's muscles surged instantaneously, resembling a behemoth. The very air he exhaled bore a metallic tang of bloodlust, a side effect of his ability, igniting a primal thirst for blood and prey. As Steel Titan's fists collided, producing a resounding clang akin to iron striking iron, he charged forward. Lin Feng, embodying the ferocity of a beast, maneuvered on all fours to evade the clumsy onslaught of Steel Titan. In a swift motion, he seized Steel Titan's waist from behind and hurled him backward, sending him crashing to the ground. The sturdy concrete beneath them splintered, fragments scattering in the wake of the impact. He then grasped Steel Titan's foot, flinging him violently against the adjacent concrete wall. The surrounding students stood in stunned silence, scarcely daring to breathe. Ororo bit her finger, gazing at Zhuang Yan in disbelief. Even Wolverine, who had been dozing, was roused by the commotion. Steel Titan, clutching his head, emerged from the dust cloud. It seems I must resort to my true power. His form expanded dramatically, each step fracturing the concrete beneath him. Zhuang Yan, undeterred, activated Iron Body and ambled toward Steel Titan. Just before Steel Titan's fist could meet his neck, Zhuang Yan lightly tapped his index finger against Steel Titan's chest. Instantly, Steel Titan found himself immobilized. This was the essence of the Iron Body's control over ferrous elements. Any iron-laden substance he touched fell under his dominion. At his whim, he could extract the steel armor clinging to Steel Titan's skin. Steel Titan, you have lost. What manner of ability is this? How can you control my body? Is it telepathy? Steel Titan's face contorted in terror as the steel armor gradually dissipated, reverting him to a form capable of movement. Astonished, he continued, Zhuang Yan, I cannot fathom what power can render my armor ineffective. Upon contact with you, I became immobile, as if the armor were not mine at all. I concede. I have been utterly defeated. Your combat skill and abilities surpass our standards. Zhuang Yan waved dismissively. offering little in response to Steel Titan's inquiries. As he made his way toward Bobby and Katie, "Hey, my good buddy has vanquished Steel Titan." Bobby's exuberant shout shattered the silence as the classmates remained lost in contemplation of Lin Feng's victory. He jubilantly draped his arm around Zhuang Yan's shoulders, gesturing to those around him. "Did you see that? My friend, he effortlessly defeated Steel Titan. Just a mere touch, and Steel Titan returned to his human form. Who among you witnessed how Zhuang Yan executed his moves? No one, I presume. This is the prowess of a true master." Katie embraced Zhuang Yan's dignified arm, silently declaring their relationship to their classmates. The students gazed at Zhuang Yan in astonishment, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. On his very first day at the academy, Zhuang Yan subdued the formidable John, and the following day triumphed over Bobby, all while persuading the professors to elevate the combat curriculum. By the third day, he had defeated Steelman. What lay ahead? Would he confront Storm, the tempestuous Aurora, or Cyclops Scott? A man of his age, possessing mastery over his abilities and an overall prowess that far surpassed theirs. Could such strength emanate from one confined to a laboratory for 2 years? Treated as a mere guinea pig? Sherry's looked into Zhuang Yan's eyes, feeling an overwhelming pull. When he instructed her on controlling her abilities at noon, she sensed that Zhuang Yan was no ordinary mutant. Now, in retrospect, he was not merely extraordinary. He was a prodigious talent that seemed to emerge from the heavens. Before Zhuang Yan arrived at the academy, no man had ever shone so brilliantly. If only Katie, standing beside him, were replaced by herself. Chapter 26. The pact with Wolverine and Mystique's scheme. Aurora helped Steelman to sit, her gaze fixated on Zhuang Yan, who was surrounded by classmates. Though Steelman was clumsy, he was a vital pillar within the X-Men. No matter how skilled Lin Feng was, he should not have been so easily defeated by Steelman. Or was it that Zhuang Yan's strength far exceeded that of Steelman? This was an assumption she could scarcely tolerate. It implied that Zhuang Yan, having only just arrived at the academy, was already capable of overpowering the X-Men. Such feats could only be accomplished by a genius among geniuses. "Steelman, how did you succumb?" Steelman rubbed his weary face, then pointed to his chest, where Zhuang Yan had struck him. "I believe I have some clarity now. At first, Zhuang Yan relied solely on his physicality, using technique to gain the upper hand in combat. But then he unleashed his powers. He didn't even take it seriously, merely defeating me through sheer ability." Storm was utterly astonished. He triumphed merely through the suppression of his abilities. This signifies that Zhuang Yan's powers have evolved to a height beyond Steelman's reach. Such a phenomenon is almost unfathomable for a 17-year-old mutant. Unable to contain her curiosity, she approached Zhuang Yan directly. "Zhuang Yan, I can now fulfill my earlier promise. Let us engage in battle." Zhuang Yan's eyes instantly ignited with combat fervor as he smiled in reply. "All right, this time I shall be more serious." A collective gasp echoed among the surrounding young mutants. Aurora was one of the most formidable forces within the X-Men. Though she rarely showcased her abilities, legends of her prowess circulated throughout the academy. The professors relied heavily on her and Jean. Now, Aurora was willingly challenging Zhuang Yan to a duel, and he had readily accepted. Bobby's expression contorted in disbelief. "Aurora, you truly intend to battle her?" The expression on Zhuang Yan's face radiated even more joy. "Let's engage in battle in an open space, where teacher Aurora can truly showcase her abilities. Have you made your decision? When I gaze upon the sky, I perceive it as my entire arsenal. I am resolute and certain. This is a rare opportunity for me, and I hope you will not be hesitant." Aurora now regards Zhuang Yan with not only curiosity, but also a touch of admiration. Few dare to confront her in her prime, yet Zhuang Yan boldly requests it, setting himself apart. Just as she was about to acquiesce, a weathered voice interrupted her. "Are you Zhuang Yan? There's a scent about you that is strangely familiar." Zhuang Yan furrowed his brow slightly, fixing his gaze on the Wolverine before him. "Familiar? To be precise, this is our first encounter. Unlike the clone of Wolverine he encountered yesterday, this one bore the marks of weariness and age. Only time and adversity could leave such traces upon a person as physique." Wolverine sniffed the air a few times, his expression seemingly lost in contemplation before he spoke. "Indeed, this is the first time I have encountered your unique scent. Yet it mingles with other familiar aromas. One belongs to someone I know well, though their name eludes me, and the other is reminiscent of my own essence." Zhuang Yan raised an eyebrow, recalling that the striker he had met yesterday was indeed someone well acquainted with Wolverine, albeit a clone. As for the scent emanating from Wolverine, it likely referred to adamantium. However, he was uncertain of how Wolverine would react to this revelation. The incident of dismantling the research facility could not be publicly disclosed. Nevertheless, since Wolverine sought him out, it presented an opportune moment for Zhuang Yan to mark him, facilitating future endeavors to locate Magneto and the machine that triggers the gene. Perhaps I possess some knowledge that may be of interest. We can discuss it in detail after class, Zhuang Yan suggested. Certainly, you may choose the location. I am new to the academy and am unfamiliar with the surroundings. Although Wolverine's expression conveyed urgency, he patiently acquiesced to Zhuang Yan's suggestion. Zhuang Yan mused that Wolverine appeared relatively stable at present, and they agreed to meet atop the side building after class. At that moment, however, Aurora's expression abruptly shifted. Zhuang, our battle must be postponed. The professor has assigned me an urgent task. After I return, we shall find a suitable time to fulfill our agreement. Very well, teacher Aurora. Please take care. After Aurora departed, Zhuang Yan once again rendered Steelman powerless, resulting in the early conclusion of their combat lesson. Zhuang, you have yet to meet with that man. Teach me how to control my abilities. Katie implored, her eyes wide with anticipation, while Bobby joined her in eagerness. Zhuang Yan's victory over Steelman clearly demonstrated that he possessed the capabilities to serve as their instructor. Bobby's reasoning was straightforward. Since he could not surpass Zhuang Yan, he aimed to strive for the position of the best beneath him, which he considered a noteworthy achievement. Meanwhile, Katie sought to enhance her strength, while also vying for a place by Zhuang Yan's side. Several girls in the vicinity were casting predatory glances at Zhuang Yan, particularly one named Xiaoruisi. Noticing that he had ample time, Zhuang Yan decided to use Poppy as a sparring partner to hone his new abilities. Meanwhile, other classmates watched enviously as the trio trained. Among them was an unremarkable-looking boy whose eyes suddenly flickered with a yellow light before returning to normal. Yet, his expression bore a delicate, almost effeminate charm akin to that of a girl. He was a student transformed by Mystique. Mystique, Riven, focused intently on Zhuang Yan's diligent training. Contemplating that Magneto's choice indeed held promise, she resolved to gather some intelligence before taking action, for failure could lead to her downfall within the academy. She turned to the boy beside her, inquiring, what an impressive individual Zhuang Yan is. Even the teachers cannot contend with him. What exactly are his powers? Bro, are you new here? Zhuang Yan possesses an incredibly formidable replication ability. I suspect he must have replicated some exceedingly powerful abilities to defeat Steelman. The boy replied. Mystique was taken aback. Recognizing the vast potential of replication abilities, she was unaware of how many powers Zhuang Yan had mastered. It seemed unlikely that a single person could subdue him, but both Logan and the mischievous one were present. The latter was also a target for Magneto. Capturing either Zhuang Yan or the mischievous one would suffice to fulfill her mission. However, while Logan and Zhuang Yan were still unfamiliar with each other, she pondered the possibility of ensnaring both. She turned and made her way to the designated meeting spot with Zhuang Yan and Logan. Transforming into Zhuang Yan's likeness in a secluded area, Zhuang Yan's physique was peculiar. It felt more comfortable to inhabit than that of others. Just as she stepped away from the side of the building, several golden-haired girls approached her. Hey Yan, would you like to join us for dinner? We wish to learn about the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. We are quite enamored with your homeland. Get lost, Mystique coldly retorted, causing the golden-haired girls to leave in a huff. A smug smile crept across her face. Perhaps she could wander around the academy first, tarnishing Zhuang Yan's reputation. Even if she could not incite discord between Wolverine and Zhuang Yan, there was a chance that Charles might expel Zhuang Yan from the academy. Chapter 27. A stab in the kidney, provoking Wolverine Mystique, donning Zhuang Yan's visage, conducted surprise inspections of nearly all the girls' dormitories. Ultimately satisfied, she arrived at the agreed-upon location to meet Logan. Hi, Logan, you arrived early. Yes, tell me, where does that sin emanate from? Mystique flashed a mischievous smile. Reaching out to caress Logan's robust arm, she playfully tugged at his scruffy beard, her lips parting in a soft, inviting smile. Do not be hasty. Let me first understand you. I must discern whether you are friend or foe before I can comfortably collaborate with you. Collaborate? I don't even know who I am. How can I collaborate with you? Logan felt a shiver run down his spine at Mystique's teasing. He inwardly lamented Zhuang Yan's peculiarities. Why did every gesture seem so provocative? Nevertheless, to uncover Zhuang Yan's secrets, he had no choice but to suppress his discomfort. What is it that you truly wish to comprehend? Your thoughts. How do you believe mutants and ordinary individuals ought to coexist? Mystique's smile broadened. Logan furrowed his brow, turning his gaze away from her delicate features. I don't know, and I prefer not to delve into such profound matters. Whoever obstructs my path, I shall eliminate. Isn't that rather cruel towards your mutant brethren? She replied. In my view, mutants and humans are not fundamentally different. Both can commit heinous acts. Mystique brandished a dagger, stepping behind Logan, and chuckled softly. It appears you are unwilling to assist the professor. I will only aid my friends. Wolverine felt a sharp pain in his lower back, abruptly turning to see the imposing figure of the imposing man fleeing with a hearty laugh. This is a parting gift from me and the professor. He grimaced as he extracted the dagger from his back, his healing factor ensuring the wound closed swiftly. At that moment, he pondered that the academy was not an ideal place. The imposing man appeared quite upright, yet harbored a ruthless heart. Damn it, there's not a decent soul among them. He needed to whisk the mischievous one away from his place, lest they find themselves besieged by the academy. The imposing man strode briskly towards the side building of the academy. With 10 minutes remaining until his rendezvous with Logan, he surmised that Wolverine would likely arrive early. Yet, he noticed the peculiar glances from the girls he encountered along the way, as if they wished to devour him. He had only been at the academy for a few days and could not fathom having offended these girls, save for the incident with Kitty that led him unwittingly into the girls' dormitory, which Aurora had clarified. A group of girls obstructed his path, their faces flushed with anger. "Scoundrel, I never imagined you to be such a vile person. It was one thing for you to enter our dormitory, but to comment on our figures." One of them exclaimed, "I am still young and have room for growth. How dare you presume I will always be flat-chested? I will surely inform the professor of your misdeeds in our bathroom." The imposing man maintained his composure, calmly addressing them. "I was training in the combat room the entire time. I never left, let alone visited your dorm. Oomph. Just wait and see. We're going to find the professor." He made no effort to stop the girls from leaving. After all, the combat room was under surveillance and could attest to his innocence. However, rumors do not arise from thin air. There must be some basis for their claims. Could it be that someone was committing misdeeds in his likeness? This was bad. If Logan were to be misled in such a manner, he would surely misunderstand him. He hastened towards their meeting spot and found Logan seated on the ground, a pool of blood beneath him. "Logan, the one who harmed you was not me. It must have been another shape-shifting mutant." Logan, however, paid no heed to his explanation, and with a swift motion, unleashed his claws towards him. Wolverine's primal form was distinctly different from the so-called enhanced clones. Caught unprepared, he was swiftly knocked down by Logan. The glinting claws aimed directly at his throat. He promptly activated his iron body, transforming half of his frame into steel to deflect Wolverine's lethal strike. With a powerful thrust, he propelled Logan away from the windowsill. Rising to his feet, he pondered that with Logan's obstinate temperament, this battle, once ignited, would surely not conclude easily. "Very well, let us engage in combat first and contemplate the identity of my impersonator later." He leaped out of the window, landing beside the newly risen Logan. "You treacherous little man," Logan exclaimed. "Logan, speak with reason. If I can defeat you in a fair fight, why would I resort to treachery?" Logan sneered, his steel claws slashing through the air. The armor encasing Zhuang Yan had not yet attained the strength of adamantium. Thus he chose not to endure the blow, but instead employed quantum shifting, causing Logan to miss his attack entirely. A swift kick landed squarely on Logan's backside, sending him sprawling into the dirt. "Damn it," Logan roared, springing to his feet and charging at him. This time, Zhuang Yan utilized dimensional space, opening a portal between himself and Logan. The exit was positioned high above, allowing Logan to plummet from several hundred meters. Harnessing the thrust of his fiery form, he soared upward towards Logan, delivering a punishing blow to Logan's abdomen, forcing him into an arched position and dissipating some of his momentum. Logan crashed to the ground, his heavy form creating a human-shaped crater. Rising with a face smeared in dirt, Logan gritted his teeth and shouted, "What the hell? Just how much power do you possess? The extent of my abilities is not the crux of the matter. You should comprehend that if I intended to harm you, I would not resort to such underhanded tactics." Such eloquent words. Villains never mind their methods. Am I now deemed a villain? Zhuang Yan, quite displeased with Logan's misconception, decided to abandon pretense. He directly employed Absolute Zero, encasing his entire form in ice. The iron body visage had been captured by New York City surveillance cameras, gracing the headlines of newspapers, and was suspected to be the prime perpetrator behind a military massacre. Thus, he could not employ his armored appearance within the academy. His use of Absolute Zero did not involve a direct confrontation like Iceman. Instead, he dispersed into crystalline ice, rushing towards Logan, with a mind filled with muscle. Logan had never encountered such an intangible foe. Immediately, he was frozen solid by the frigid temperatures. Zhuang Yan restored his physical form and patted Logan's stiff body. "Calm yourself. I must clarify the situation with the professor first, and I shall unfreeze you shortly." Having spoken, he turned to the astonished onlookers. "Haven't you witnessed a battle before? I must inform you that there are others infiltrating the girls' dormitory, including mutants adept at disguise. Please return to your dormitories and await my return. I will summon the professor for an investigation." However, the surrounding students seemed oblivious to his words, their expressions still frozen in shock. How can you possess so many abilities? Even if it were a replication power, it defies logic. Replication abilities truly have no limits. Amidst the presence of 5 formidable abilities, one cannot help but ponder the chaos that would ensue should there be an excess. He could easily torment every female student in the academy. Now, With such an array of powers unveiled, is his next ambition to dominate the institution? Zhuang Yan's expression darkened, yet a sudden crackling sound emanated from behind him. Chapter 28. The professor intervenes, apologized quickly trapped within the icy confines. Logan abruptly opened his eyes. Steel claws pierced through the ice, sending a multitude of fissures spiraling outward, followed by a torrential cascade of ice crystals. Enraged, Logan roared amidst the icy downpour, his claws aimed directly at Zhuang Yan. Given the multitude of mutants spectating the scene, Zhuang Yan refrained from unleashing his broader capabilities. Instead, beams of light emanated from his eyes, striking Logan squarely. Seizing the moment as Logan stumbled from the impact of the laser, Zhuang Yan stepped upon Logan's hands, subsequently directing his laser gaze towards Logan's chest. Yan, cease at once. The professor's voice pierced through the chaos, prompting Zhuang Yan to reluctantly deactivate his laser vision. The professor, visibly shaken, exhaled with relief only after Zhuang Yan relented. Goodness, I had no inkling so much could transpire while I sought the Sentinel's hiding place. Yan, it's all a misunderstanding. It was Riven impersonating you, causing havoc within the academy. Her ability is mimicry. Logan, it was not Yin who harmed you. He is a good boy, incapable of such treachery. Releasing Logan from his grip, Zhuang Yan crossed his arms, disdainfully taunting him. Did you hear that? Someone impersonated me, and you still refuse to believe it. He mused internally, realizing it was Mystique who had taken on his guise. The implications of Mystique's actions were all too clear, driving Logan and the mischievous one out of the academy, subsequently vying for the latter, all to fulfill the ambition of transforming humans into mutants. What a wicked sense of humor Mystique possessed, not only impersonating him to ambush Logan, but also daring to invade the female dormitory and restroom under his visage. What further heinous acts might she commit if given the chance? Struggling to rise from the ground, Logan's chest bore the gruesome marks of a laser searing, flesh charred. Yet, due to his healing factor, numerous flesh buds writhed, laboriously mending the wounds. So it was an impersonation. I thought the Zhuang Yan I encountered earlier resembled a flamboyant character. Flamboyant? Zhuang Yan's ire towards Mystique intensified upon hearing that term. What unspeakable deeds had she enacted using his face? The professor, maneuvering his wheelchair closer, observed Zhuang Yan with a look of astonishment. If Scott were to witness you utilizing your laser vision to subdue Logan, his jaw would surely drop to the floor. You have transformed so rapidly, Yin, that I find myself looking up to you. But enough of that. My copied abilities will soon dissipate. Let's discuss the matter of being targeted by Magneto. Zhuang Yan shifted the conversation away, yet the professor remained preoccupied with the discrepancies between Zhuang Yan's description of his copying ability and the reality he had witnessed. Zhuang Yan had consistently claimed that the copying ability was time-limited, yet days had elapsed, and he continued to wield powers previously demonstrated with ease. What's the deal? A 10-year time restriction? As Raven has entered the academy, I must resort to telepathic probing to assess each situation. Logan and Anna also require protection, for Magneto is targeting them. Even yesterday, when the X-Men rescued Logan and Anna, he suspected that Magneto was scheming once again. The arrival of Raven to sow discord within the academy further underscores the significance of this mischievous individual. Upon hearing the professor's intent to employ telepathy, the surrounding young mutants trembled in trepidation, unwilling for their innermost thoughts to be laid bare. Yet the notion that a friend could be transformed into an enemy, capable of betrayal, was indeed terrifying. At that moment, Joram spoke up. Professor, telepathy is unnecessary. Raven has already created considerable chaos within the academy. Especially after witnessing my fierce battle with Logan, she must have departed to alert her comrades. Let them retreat to their respective rooms and not allow the fear she instills to spread. The professor found this reasoning compelling. Raven would not linger at the academy indefinitely. Even if she were present, she would not harm the innocent young mutants. The ideology of the Brotherhood of Mutants is directed against ordinary humans, not mutants themselves. Should he employ telepathy on these children, it would only deepen the rifts within the academy and play into Raven's hands. Very well, you and Logan accompany me. The rest may return to their quarters and refrain from wandering, he decreed. A cheer erupted among the young mutants, who expressed their gratitude to Joram. In their hearts, Joram had transformed from a figure of mystery and strength to one imbued with a sense of humanity. Unbeknownst to them, they felt a newfound closeness to him. Thus, as they made their way back, discussions of Joram ensued. I sense a certain charisma about Joram, a comforting presence akin to that of a natural leader. Perhaps, just as the professor wields his telepathic abilities, Joram masters the power of duplication. These talents seem to mark him as a born leader. Yet, what of his intrusion into the women's locker room? Could he truly be a lecher? The professor has stated that it was Mystique impersonating Joram, and he is romantically involved with Kitty. How could he engage in such sordid behavior? Let us seek out Joram tonight. Perhaps he could duplicate our abilities, and we might forge a friendship. In the professor's chamber, although the misunderstanding between Joram and Logan had been resolved, the remnants of their earlier conflict rendered their interaction awkward. The professor clasped their hands together, playing the role of peacemaker. As they say in the Dragon Kingdom, you two have fought and become acquainted. Let us shake hands and make amends. Joram felt himself to be the one misunderstood, awaiting Logan to take the initiative to speak. An apology would suffice. He had nothing to lose. However, Logan remained tight-lipped, unwilling to break the silence. Joram, Logan, let us not act like children. We must devise a strategy to confront the Brotherhood of Mutants. I apologize, Joram. I should have granted you time to explain. It is of no consequence. I typically offer but a brief explanation, and whether others believe it is of no concern to me. Zhuang Yan firmly believed that regardless of any explanation, Logan's instincts would inevitably lead him to confront him. The essence of the American spirit is rooted in a violent gene, not in courageous battles, but in a propensity for rage. However, the current circumstances present a fortuitous opportunity to seek out Magneto. The Brotherhood of Mutants possesses a plethora of exceptional abilities awaiting his refinement. He then softened his tone, saying, Professor, since Magneto has extended his reach to the Academy, perhaps I should meet him. No, that would be far too perilous, and I have already breached my principles by allowing you to confront the military. If I were to permit you to face our mutant brethren, it could lead to untold chaos. The professor's refusal was resolute, yet Zhuang Yan had anticipated this response. He had long since discerned the professor's character. Even a rejection would not deter him from shifting the conversation. Professor, after the visit from the White House, are you still satisfied? You have already reaped the benefits of conflict. How could you simply abandon it? Charles rubbed his temples, his mouth opening and closing as if struggling to formulate a response to Zhuang Yan. At that moment, the mischievous Anna entered the room. She surveyed the three individuals present before addressing Wolverine. Logan, I heard you were injured. Are you all right now? It's fine. My body is resilient. Chapter 29. The mischievous one's absorption ability is about to explode upon seeing Anna. Logan's expression softened. Anna approached Zhuang Yan, her tone laced with hostility. Did you hurt Logan? Indeed, I gave him a good thrashing. Had it not been for the professor's intervention, you would have been savoring charred Wolverine meat. Perhaps I would consider slicing Logan in half, serving him as chilled raw meat with a touch of wasabi. After all, he can regenerate. Zhuang Yan crossed his arms, deliberately speaking with an air of aggression. Anna's face contorted with anger as she seized Zhuang Yan's hand. In an instant, Zhuang Yan felt his strength diminish, the vitality of his cells plummeting. Anna's ability was absorption, a passive power she could not control. However, Zhuang Yan's myriad abilities and physical fortitude far surpassed those of other mutants, rendering him beyond Anna's capacity to affect. Realizing the danger, Zhuang Yan shouted, "Let go. You will lose your life." Yet Anna was unable to restrain herself. Under the overwhelming force, her skin began to crack. Fortunately, due to Zhuang Yan's own healing factor, her fissures healed even as she emitted pained groans. My God, Logan, pull Anna away. She cannot withstand Zhuang Yan's power. Logan tore his shirt, wrapping the remnants around his hands, straining to separate Zhuang Yan and Anna. However, he was soon repelled by the overwhelming energy. At that moment, the cracks on Anna's body began to emit light, signaling an imminent explosion. Summoning all his strength, Zhuang Yan activated quantum tunneling, his form dissolving into particles of light and vanishing from the spot. He reappeared beside the professor just as Anna collapsed to the ground, rendered motionless. I was nearly drained of life essence. Professor, will you merely sit there and watch? Could you not use your telepathy to control Anna and release her? Zhuang Yan complained. Yet he was acutely aware that he was not invincible. There existed powers capable of restraining him. He needed to swiftly forge new abilities. For with the infinite possibilities of the X gene, it was likely that a mutant capable of countering him would emerge in the future. Under the influence of iron will and healing factor, his stamina rapidly rejuvenated. At last, he had the energy to assess Anna's condition. Professor, what is her state? Not good. Your power is far too overwhelming, impacting her brain. She is currently in a coma. The professor sighed, still shaken. He had just employed his telepathy to probe Anna's body, only to be repelled by a formidable force, struggling significantly to glean any insight into her condition. If Anna could obstruct his abilities by merely absorbing a portion of Zhuang Yan's energy, then how immense must his full strength be? It was likely to surpass any mutant level he had ever comprehended. Zhuang Yan, you are truly terrifying. If not for the benevolence within your heart, the entire world would likely fall under your dominion. The world? My vision does not confine itself so narrowly. To conquer, at the very least, I aim for the cosmos. The professor assumed Zhuang Yan was jesting and replied calmly. The medical machines at the academy cannot treat her coma. Logan, take Anna to a regular hospital. Zhuang Yan should accompany you. Your strength reassures me. Zhuang Yan donned gloves, lifted Anna, and then kicked Logan awake, who groaned, clutching his throbbing head, struggling to rise. Shaking off the daze, he was startled to see Zhuang Yan beside him, having been nearly scattered by the earlier energy surge, which left a vivid impression on him. To see Zhuang Yan, so full of life, elicited a tremor in his heart, even as he was perpetually pursued. What manner of creature are you? I have never encountered a mutant as powerful as you. I am a humanoid anomaly, more human than you, particularly when you reveal your claws, Zhuang Yan retorted, kicking the door of the room to splinters and turning to mock. Professor, your room is in ruins. I shattered a door to facilitate repairs. So do not seek compensation from me. Go. Quickly leave. I require solitude. The professor urged impatiently, shooing Zhuang Yan and Logan away, left alone to survey the chaotic aftermath. He found himself uncertain whether Zhuang Yan's presence was a blessing or a curse, despite Zhuang Yan's unique status as a necessary mutant for the military's revival of the Sentinel program. His abilities, intellect, and mindset were unparalleled among mutants. Yet, Zhuang Yan's overwhelming power posed a challenge. Even without his subjective actions, any ensuing destruction would be unbearable for the Academy. Alas, to feel both pain and joy simultaneously. Zhuang Yan solemnly placed Anna in the vehicle and took his seat in the passenger side, entrusting the driving to Logan. Throughout the journey, he pondered how to seamlessly merge the abilities of the mutants at the Academy. After nearly being incapacitated by Anna's power, his sense of urgency intensified, and his mind was plagued by troubling thoughts. Hey, Yan, how can the duplication ability absorb so many powers simultaneously? According to the professor's theory, your mental capacity must be equivalent to that of dozens of ordinary individuals. Logan initiated a conversation, posing a question Zhuang Yan found unanswerable. His powers were reliant on the super energy furnace, despite the genetic alterations he had undergone. However, at present he operated without it, utilizing a maximum of 3 abilities in any single confrontation. His mental acuity was far from sufficient to command the energy required for controlling dozens or even hundreds of abilities. Logan, my power is rather unique and cannot be succinctly explained, Zhuang Yan replied. For now, my priority is to reach the hospital safely. Is there anyone else who dares to obstruct us? As he pointed ahead, he noticed an eclectic group of individuals blocking the road. The obstructive figures, resembling a mix of spirited youths, exuded an air of arrogance and defiance. He instructed Wolverine to accelerate forward without hesitation. The leader, a burly man clad in a steel helmet, slammed his fist down, causing the solid pavement to rupture. Zhuang Yan's vehicle careened uncontrollably along the damaged road, only to plummet toward the ground under the force of gravity. Just before impact, Zhuang Yan invoked Absolute Zero, allowing the car to be gracefully cradled by an icy formation. He opened the door, stretched languidly, and addressed the obstructors. Brotherhood of Mutants, you are quite a persistent lot. Where's Mystique? Bring her out so we can settle this matter. Hand over that girl, and we won't harm you. The steel-helmeted man bellowed in response. You desire Anna. I desire Mystique. If neither of us is willing to concede, then our negotiations have failed. Zhuang Yan activated Iron Body, his form enveloped in a shimmering suit of steel. He melted an opening in his helmet with flames, advancing step by step towards the red tank-like figure. The man, startled, exclaimed, You are Silver Star Khan. My God, I can't believe I'm seeing you in person. Chapter 30, Silver Star Khan, the icon of the Brotherhood of Mutants following the astonishment of the red tank. The members of the Brotherhood erupted in cheers. Silver Star Khan, we have seen the reports of you devastating our kin. A hero. You should be slaughtering humans just as you do. The mutants of the Brotherhood are eager to meet you. You are now our idol. Since we are of the same kind, there is no need for conflict. Bring the girl, and let us go meet Magneto. Their excitement was palpable, with some even approaching with outstretched arms. Zhuang Yan momentarily paused, then comprehended that, in the eyes of the Brotherhood, the version of himself associated with the slaughterhouse was perceived as one of their own. He has also acquired the rather unfortunate nickname of Silver Khan. It is likely due to the photographs taken of him yesterday, where his armor gleamed with a silvery luster. In the realm of the unseemly, Khan is far from a flattering title. Historically, the Mongols, once sweeping across Europe, were dubbed the Scourge of God. A Khan is the wielder of the whip, a title that instills trepidation among the European descendants of this unseemly nation. Yet, he does not intend to forge brotherhood with the mutants of the Brotherhood. Enough. The destruction of the research facility is my concern alone, and it bears no relevance to you. Depart now, and I shall not seek retribution. However, should you obstruct me further, I will treat you as I did the research facility. The previously elated members of the Brotherhood were instantly cast into shadows of dismay. The red tank let out a derisive snort, buzzing, since the Khan still entertains fantasies about the Academy, we shall have to resort to force to take that girl. Including you. Magneto specifically requested your presence. You will become one of us. Zhuang Yan, disinclined to indulge in further dialogue, activated the body of fire, igniting his form with flames as he soared into the air. 2 beams of crimson light emanated from his eyes, striking the red tank and sending him flying a considerable distance. Logan, keep an eye on Anna. I will handle these mutants. With that, he ascended towards the Brotherhood, only to be enveloped by a sudden gray mist that obscured his vision. This was an ability he had never encountered before. The mist merely hindered sight, being colorless and odorless, presenting no immediate physical change upon inhalation. It felt almost illusory. As he attempted to soar higher, seeking to escape the mist, the red tank suddenly lunged forth, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Silver Khan, Magneto has stated that you are still young and in need of a capable guide. Why persist in your stubbornness? Follow that old scoundrel Charles. Zhuang Yan felt the impact as a dent formed in his armor, a testament to the red tank's formidable strength. However, the iron body is more than mere armor. Every cell within him is as resilient as steel. Thus, that punch was merely a tickle to him. Had he known earlier, he would have taken the time to study adamantium. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily rattled by such a fool. Rising from the ground, he cast a cold gaze upon the red tank's frame. Big guy, today you shall pay. The armor upon his hands swiftly morphed, ultimately shaping into a pair of steel claws. He charged towards the red tank, who approached with heavy steps. Their fists collided, unleashing a tremor that reverberated through the earth. Zhuang Yan transformed his fist into claws, embedding them deep within the flesh of the red tank, then spun his body to hurl the red tank to the ground. Just as he intended to seize the red tank's helmet, he suddenly felt an embrace from behind. Turning, he beheld a man clad in ostentatious attire, emanating an Omega-level presence. Instantly, he recognized the individual as the Hedgehog, whose ability allowed him to extend and retract spines at will, characterized by an arrogant demeanor. He regarded every mutant with equal disdain, and even several Omega-level mutants found themselves at a disadvantage before him. The novice pretends to be impressive. The Hedgehog man let out a thunderous roar, and countless sharp spines erupted from his body. However, upon contact with the armored shell, these spines shattered into fragments. Zhuang Yan seized the Hedgehog man's collar, disdainfully casting him aside. Your pathetic ability is of no use to me. It is both repugnant and futile. Seizing the opportunity, while Zhuang Yan was distracted, the red tank emerged from beneath his feet, followed by more members of the Brotherhood. In his previous life, Zhuang Yan had a peculiar habit of never remembering the identities and abilities of villains in films. Aside from a few attention-grabbing antagonists, he retained no impressions of others. Thus, when besieged now, he remained unaware of the disparity between himself and these mutants. He could only resort to unleashing a powerful attack to swiftly resolve the situation. Chilled air emanated from beneath his feet, causing the ground around him to freeze rapidly, spreading towards the Brotherhood members. Simultaneously, he activated alternate space, opening numerous portals behind the Brotherhood members. A mutant resembling a lizard spewed forth torrents of flames, yet did nothing to hinder the advance of the ice. This is bad. Retreat. The Brotherhood members scattered in a panic, colliding with the portals and getting transported onto the ice. As they faced the imminent threat of being encased in ice, the red tank shouted, "Wait. Khan, I have something to say. Speak." We have split into 2 groups. Another faction is going after that girl. Zhuang Yan hesitated briefly. At that moment, a mutant split into several identical bodies, temporarily freed from the grip of the ice. It hurled a bomb at his feet. After a resonating explosion, Zhuang Yan emerged unscathed from the billowing smoke. However, those Brotherhood members ensnared by the ice had already escaped. Scattering in all directions, Zhuang Yan utilized the portal, reaching through to seize the mutant capable of splitting. The splitting mutant laughed heartily. "Khan, I am merely a doppelganger. No matter. As long as there is a gene, it's sufficient." He activated the superpower furnace, and the doppelganger was swiftly disassembled, leaving only a few articles of clothing on the ground. Mutation of mutant gene successful. New ability. Duplication. The ability of duplication was simple. It allowed the user to create identical copies of themselves for a brief period. The number of duplicates depended on the user's stamina and mental fortitude. He estimated he could create 3 duplicates now. Unlike the mutants he had absorbed, his duplicates were tangible, albeit the splitting process was a tad slower. Seeing the Brotherhood members flee while the surrounding fog had yet to disperse, he had no choice but to retrace his steps to locate their vehicle. Logan lay beside the car in a pool of blood, a dagger embedded in his heart, and one arm severed and discarded nearby. Anna was nowhere to be found inside the vehicle. He picked up Logan's arm and reattached it at the stump, then pulled the dagger from Logan's heart. Logan's wounds gradually healed, and his arm was reconnected by writhing flesh. The self-healing process was rather grotesque. He hoped he wouldn't have to resort to using the healing factor. He slapped Logan's face twice, waiting for him to awaken before posing his questions. Brother, Anna has been taken away. Perhaps you should learn some home defense skills? Logan abruptly sprang to his feet, casting a furious glance at the back of the vehicle before unleashing a furious roar. He then sprinted in a particular direction, only to be halted by Zhuang Yan. What is the hurry? Magneto is not going to harm Anna just yet. Tell me how she was taken. He had no intention of rescuing Anna immediately. Any attempt would have to wait until Magneto relocated the gene activation machine. Chapter 31. Phantom Cat's Night Search. The shock of Magneto. Zhuang Yan, who had just engaged in battle with a member of the Brotherhood, felt somewhat despondent. He understood that without acquiring Anna, Magneto would not reveal the gene activation machine. That device was his true objective. Thus, Anna could endure a bit of hardship, listening to Magneto's extreme rhetoric for a while longer. Furthermore, without a decisive defeat of Magneto and the Brotherhood, Anna would remain in peril, making it a challenge worth undertaking in the long run. Logan, consumed by rage, struck the car, creating a sizable dent as he stumbled off an ice block. Logan, cherish public property. That car is borrowed, and I will have to compensate the professor. Logan's expression darkened as he shouted in anger. That mystique transformed into your likeness and stabbed me. Damn it. Should I encounter that wretched woman again, I will tear her to pieces and feed her to the dogs. How could you stumble into the same pitfall twice? I recall your nose being quite sensitive. The surrounding fog has dulled my senses. Why can't I search for Anna? Because they're numerous. If we truly ventured into their lair, we would be ambushed and likely captured. Zhuang Yan lifted the vehicle, employing his steel body ability to restore the deformed shell to its original state. He then shed his armor, opened the passenger door, and took a seat. Stop dawdling, return to the academy, and have the professor help us ascertain Anna's location. Then mobilize a rescue. Logan hesitated for a long moment before finally settling into the driver's seat. He started the vehicle, accelerating towards the academy, and asked in a subdued tone, "Why are you so certain they won't harm Anna immediately?" Why? Although the Brotherhood engages in extreme measures, they rarely target mutants. They have gone to great lengths to capture Anna. They would be more likely to take good care of her than to kill her upon capture. Logan fell silent, seemingly convinced by his words. Upon returning to the academy, they informed the professor of Anna's abduction. The professor was taken aback, his expression growing increasingly grave. The surrounding sentinels also appeared troubled, as if the sky were about to fall. Noticing their unusual demeanor, Zhuang Yan inquired, "What transpired in our absence? Did you discover something troubling?" The professor maneuvered his wheelchair, activating the display screen on the wall to play a video. In the footage, a man clad in a suit gradually swelled in size while becoming transparent. Ultimately, he burst apart like a punctured water balloon, leaving only a puddle behind. I instructed Aurora and the others to locate the Sentinel production line, and they encountered a senator along the way. After bringing him back for me to access his memories, his genetic mutations spiraled out of control, reducing him to a mere puddle. The professor, his face shadowed with concern, continued, "Magneto has gone mad. He intends to trigger the genetic alteration of all humanity, yet this process is uncontrollable and could lead to our extinction. However, activating this machine requires immense physical strength, and only Anna possesses the capacity to absorb such energy. The solemnity of this matter was already known to us. In this chaotic timeline, should Magneto's plan fail, it would still incite fear within the government of the United States, thereby accelerating the initiation of the Sentinel program. Should Magneto succeed, there may yet be hope for mutants. And I trust the professor has contemplated this as well. It now rests upon the professor's choice." He turned to the professor, who happened to meet his gaze, both seemingly deciphering each other's thoughts. "Professor, what course of action do you propose?" "To thwart Magneto, I shall consult with the U.S. government in advance, hoping they do not overreact." Indeed, the professor still harbored hopes that the U.S. government would comprehend the situation. He himself had little faith that the golden-haired president would grasp how humans and mutants ought to coexist. As public opinion shifts, so too will the president's stance. In that case, you all deliberate on how to stop Magneto. I shall return to my quarters for some rest. Zhuang Yan was reluctant to linger and turned to leave. But the professor called out to him. "Yan, your abilities are formidable. I require your assistance. Once you have formulated a plan, I will lend my support. But my compensation shall be Magneto's machine, as I am quite intrigued by it." The professor furrowed his brow slightly, and the other X-Men shifted their focus towards him. "What do you intend to do with that machine? It is exceedingly perilous." "Research, merely research. My childhood dream was to become a scientist," Zhuang Yan replied, whimsically before departing towards his dormitory. Upon returning, he discovered Bobby was absent and, puzzled, noticed a bulge under his blanket. "Bobby, what are you doing on my bed? You smell, don't soil my sheets." "Yan, it's me." Katie lifted the blanket, revealing her flushed face. clad only in a shirt and modest shorts. I was afraid you would be lonely while Bobby and his friends are out. They won't return until tomorrow afternoon. Zhuang Yan smiled, shutting the door and locking it, then lay down on the bed, pulling Katie into his embrace. She nestled against his chest like a small kitten, gazing at him with affection. He understood that at such a moment, words were superfluous. Action was what mattered. With practiced hands, he deftly removed her shirt, seizing the moment to kiss her as she momentarily lost herself in thought. What followed was a natural progression, leading to an intimate night together. In New York, Raven, accompanied by Anna, located Magneto, and she excitedly reported her findings. Magnus, I have returned with the individual you sought. Oh, splendid. Our Genesis project is now on the brink of completion. Magneto cast a glance at Anna, who lay unconscious, and promptly instructed his subordinates to summon a physician to attend to her. I require her to be as healthy as a young steed before the commencement of our plan. Every detail must be executed flawlessly. He turned his gaze towards the Statue of Liberty, illuminated under the night sky, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Once all preparations are finalized, the entirety of humanity will transform into his brethren. At that point, there will be no more discrimination or oppression of mutants. The world shall indeed become a more splendid place. Of course, should humanity prove unable to withstand the activation of their genes, that would also be a fortuitous outcome. The remaining mutants would continue to propagate and revive a glorious civilization. Raven, what that young Chinese boy who possesses multiple abilities? Our brotherhood requires him as well. Magnus, he is far too powerful. We cannot retrieve him. What? You have successfully brought back several companions who are even more formidable than I. How can you not bring back a mere child, still innocent? Raven assumed a solemn countenance and explained to Magneto, he is called Zhuang Yan. He can replicate the powers of other mutants, yet his combat prowess is exceptionally high. Upon replicating another's ability, he can unleash even greater strength, effortlessly employing multiple powers. Magneto's eyes widened in shock at this revelation. However, Raven's subsequent words caused even this seasoned warrior to feel a twinge of anxiety. Our comrades, even when besieged, were vanquished by him alone. Chapter 32. 2 Omega Abilities. I confront Magneto. Alone, Magneto's mind was tumultuous, leaving him momentarily speechless. The mutants following Mystique are primarily the elite of the Brotherhood, each possessing diverse powers. Even if Zhuang Yan is formidable, there must be some ability that can counter him. Yet, his elite were utterly powerless against such an onslaught. What would be the outcome should he himself engage? He dared not predict the answer. Have we attempted to recruit him? Indeed, but Zhuang Yan looks down upon us with disdain. Infuriating. How could such a powerful adversary emerge from thin air? Charles truly has a knack for finding individuals. Magneto clenched his fists, the steel staircase beside him twisting in response to his fury. Mystique added, Zhuang Yan was rescued by Charles's sentinels from the research facility. Perhaps he had a plan all along. Magneto's anger intensified, the steel staircase contorting into a tangled mass before crashing heavily to the ground. In truth, you need not worry about Zhuang Yan. He possesses the ability to envelop himself in steel armor, rendering him impervious to others. However, your magnetic field can counteract him. Only you possess the capability to defeat him. Magneto's brow relaxed, a smile gracing his features. Indeed, as long as Zhuang Yan utilizes his power to transform into steel, no matter how formidable he may be, he will be rendered a mere puppet under my control. He instantly regained his composure, restoring his former air of authority. Let my compatriots act according to the plan. In 3 days, I shall unveil our grand design at the Assembly of Legislators in New York. This world will henceforth be a realm for mutants. No mutant shall need to cower or hide. Mystique smiled as she stepped back, while Magneto approached a dark cloth and unveiled it. Gazing upon a crescent-shaped machine, he murmured, Charles, solemnly, none of you can thwart my scheme. Morning dawned. Solemnly, he gradually opened his eyes and inhaled the fresh air. He turned his gaze to Katie nestled in his arms, her delicate face adorned with disheveled hair dampened by perspiration. Even now, the rosy hue on her cheeks had not faded, illuminated by the morning sun. Their nocturnal endeavors had extended into the early hours. It seemed Katie would not rise until noon. He slowly descended from the bed, making his way to the bathroom to cleanse away the remnants of the night. Upon wrapping a towel around himself and returning to the bed, he found Katie squinting at him. Yin, it seems I have swollen below, and even a slight movement causes pain. Next time, it will be better. I need to adjust. No, even the softest bread cannot contain a sausage as thick as my arm. Katie playfully extended her arms, leaping into his embrace, inhaling his scent deeply. So fragrant. Oh dear. Yin, put me down. I feel a fire igniting in my lower abdomen. With a sigh of resignation, Zhuang Yan placed the pouting Katie back onto the bed. If you know it hurts, then do not be unruly. Yet, Katie proved to be quite the contrary, rolling about on the bed, her exquisite form basking in the sunlight. Upon spotting a crimson stain on the sheets, she propped her chin on her hand and inquired, "Shall I help you wash the sheets later? I need to return to my room to rest." "Good idea. I shall also seek the professor for some inquiries." After dressing, Katie bestowed upon him a farewell kiss and limped out with the sheets in tow. Zhuang Yan then drew the curtains, discarded the towel, and twisted the bulb from the bedside lamp. He had long contemplated melding electrical currents to forge new abilities, yet Bobby, Katie, and other mutants had persistently interrupted him. Now, with a rare moment of solitude, he inserted his finger into the apparatus, activating the superpower furnace. A tingle coursed through him, and he swiftly acclimated to the surge of electricity. Electromelting current successful, generating new ability, bioelectricity. Bioelectricity, belonging to the realm of field energy capabilities, enhances neuronal cells to emit a flow of electricity outward. However, the initial voltage of the current was somewhat low, merely inducing a tingling sensation in others. He inserted his finger again, continuously melting the current. Electromelting current 10 times, bioelectric ability upgraded, field energy capability enhanced. Following this upgrade, bioelectricity could now sustain the release of kilovolt voltages. His body could also disassemble into currents, traversing freely within them, nearing Omega-level prowess. Simultaneously, the related ability Absolute Zero had also been upgraded, reaching Omega level, enabling him to unleash cataclysmic waves of frost. Let us return the Earth to the Ice Age. He now possesses 2 Omega-level abilities, Adamantium Physique and Absolute Zero. The remaining 3 categories of abilities can be upgraded to Omega level if they achieve such a status. Thus, the superpower forge can advance. At present, he wields a total of 13 abilities. In the physical realm, Healing Factor, Bone Claws, Feral Rage, Laser, Doppelganger. In the mental realm, none. In the field energy realm, Absolute Zero, Bioelectricity. In the elemental realm, Adamantium Physique, Body of Fire, Body of Water. In the space-time realm, Quantum Traversal, Phantom, Alternate Space. Yet, he lacks a mental type ability. It is high time to reap some benefits from the professor. He dressed himself and retrieved a package from beneath his bed. Inside lay the adamantium skeleton of a Wolverine clone, glistening under the sunlight. He activated Adamantium Physique to envelop his body in steel armor, grasping the adamantium skeleton. As the armor began to melt, it enveloped the skeleton, merging and analyzing the alloy structure. Once the skeleton had entirely vanished, the armor reverted to its original form, now shimmering with an even more dazzling silver light. At this juncture, the armor had completely transformed into adamantium alloy, significantly amplifying his strength. My adamantium physique has evolved. It can mimic as long as there are materials available. He rose to his feet, his right hand trembling slightly as the armor morphed into a triangular shield on his arm. Any weapon he could envision could manifest from the armor. After indulging in this playful display for a while, he dispersed the armor and proceeded toward the professor's chamber. To confront Magneto and the Sentinels, he needed new abilities. He must acquire the professor's and Jean's telepathic powers. Upon finding the professor, he discovered the latter engaged in discussions with the X-Men regarding strategies to confront the Sentinels and Magneto. "Professor, are you still deliberating?" he inquired. "I have yet to devise a viable plan. After all, we must locate the Sentinels, and we cannot ignore Magneto." The professor sighed, his demeanor more solemn than usual. Storm sat beside the professor, surveying the troubled expressions of the X-Men. "Let us split our forces. I will seek out Magneto while you ascertain the Sentinel's location. This approach will enhance our efficiency." The professor's expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by a swift shake of his head in disapproval. "No, that is far too perilous. I cannot allow you to fall into the Brotherhood's encirclement." Storm also voiced her dissent. "We have clashed with Magneto before. His powers are exceedingly formidable and destructive, far beyond what you can withstand." Chapter 33. Overcoming Storm. "Why must you provoke me?" Zhuang Yan felt a sense of helplessness. At times, excessive concern from others can be a form of constraint. He turned to Storm and calmly stated, "Teacher Aurora, I recall we have an agreement to face off. It is a perfect opportunity for you to witness whether I possess the capability to confront the Brotherhood alone." The gaze of everyone in the room converged, their expressions revealing a sense of anticipation akin to that of spectators at a performance. In a corner, where she seldom spoke, Qin finally broke her silence. "Yan, you are still quite young, whereas Alualuo is a seasoned veteran. Battling her will undoubtedly be formidable." "It matters not. This is not a fight to the death," Zhuang Yan replied lightly, his attention fixed on Alualuo, awaiting her response. "Very well. Should you defeat me, you will prove your capability to act independently," Alualuo said, gently waving her hand. A sudden gust of wind swept through, flinging open the windows. Surrounding her, A whirlwind of air lifted her effortlessly out of the window as she turned to say, "Let us meet on the Academy's lawn. It is the perfect venue for our contest." Zhuang Yan casually opened a portal, stepping onto the grass. It seemed Alualuo had no intention of holding back. She immediately altered the weather. The once clear sky was quickly shrouded in ominous clouds, with flashes of lightning dancing within. A thunderous crack boomed beside him. "Yan, are you ready? I'm about to strike." Zhuang Yan nodded nonchalantly, not rushing to counter, but instead observing Alualuo in the air, keen to witness the destructive power of a true Omega-level mutant. Suddenly, a tornado erupted, hurtling towards him with a crack of thunder. Utilizing Ghost, he deftly evaded, each movement perfectly timed to escape the cyclone's path. As Alualuo unleashed more tornadoes, he activated Absolute Zero, freezing the surrounding molecules to counteract the airflow necessary for their formation. Alualuo was taken aback, hastily summoning lightning to strike him. Bolts descended from the sky, creating deep craters on the lawn. Zhuang Yan dodged several strikes, and after discerning her attack pattern, promptly employed Iron Body. The soil around him coalesced into a lantern-like frame, which he then transformed at the atomic level into steel. Alualuo's lightning struck his Faraday cage, all of it directed harmlessly into the ground. Leisurely, he watched Alualuo's astonished expression while simultaneously utilizing alternate space. The descending lightning was redirected through the portal to Alualuo's side, causing her to scream in fright. Yet in the next instant, a portal appeared beneath her feet, transporting her directly in front of him. "What do you think, Teacher Alualuo? Who emerges victorious?" Zhuang Yan teased, leaning provocatively towards her. Alualuo shrugged, momentarily at a loss for words. Her face was a mixture of surprise and confusion, as if struggling to comprehend her swift defeat. "Indeed, I have lost. Your mastery and proficiency with your abilities far exceed my expectations. How have you achieved such rapid progress? It is astonishing." Zhuang Yan chose not to respond to her inquiries, instead shifting the conversation. "Since I have won, surely there must be a reward, Teacher Alualuo." Alualuo hesitated momentarily before planting a kiss upon his cheek. "This is your reward. Despite your youth, you possess quite a few thoughts." Zhuang Yan was taken aback. The prize he sought was Alualuo's abilities, so why had she kissed him? Realizing that his posture might have been slightly amiss, he hastily withdrew his hand, dispersing the Faraday cage. "I wish to replicate your powers. Since I am alone in confronting the Brotherhood, I must augment my abilities. Please, grant me a strand of your hair so that I may do so." Alualuo obediently plucked a hair and handed it to him. He promptly activated the superpower furnace, refining Alualuo's genetics. Successful refinement of Alualuo's abilities, resulting in a new power, weather manipulation. Host abilities are as follows: physical, self-healing factor, bone claws, feral surge, laser, doppelmental, non-field energy, absolute zero, bioelectricity, weather control, elemental, steel body, fire form, water form, space-time, quantum tunneling, phantom, alternate dimension, weather control. Is an intricate ability that necessitates precise manipulation in conjunction with the Earth's magnetic field. When wielded adeptly, it can alter the weather patterns of the entire globe. Mishandled, one may achieve nothing at all. Alualuo had only conservatively tapped into a fraction of weather phenomena, not yet harnessing even 1% of weather control as potential, and he currently lacked any magnetic type abilities. Unless he acquired Magneto's powers, he would be unable to fully realize this ability. Moreover, this capability belonged to the field energy category, while mental abilities remained a distant prospect. After assimilating the information regarding weather control, he spoke to Alualuo. "Having defeated you, I should now be able to seek out Magneto, correct? While it is indeed possible, the professor would never allow you to confront him alone. We should consult with the professor first." In the professor's chamber, the professor, Jean, Scott, and others were astonished, gazing in shock at Zhuang Yan and Alualuo downstairs. Zhuang Yan had managed to defeat Alualuo in such a brief span. It was utterly terrifying, almost dreamlike. Alualuo was their mainstay. The professor glanced at the freshly brewed cup of red tea, prepared before Zhuang Yan and Alualuo's confrontation. By the time their battle concluded, the tea had yet to steep fully. "Goodness, has Zhuang Yan's abilities now become so bewildering to me?" Scott exclaimed loudly. "Professor, doesn't Zhuang Yan's replication ability have a time limit? Something feels amiss." The others nodded in agreement. This was decidedly wrong. Zhuang Yan had been utilizing several abilities without any sign of diminishment. The professor remained silent. He had long observed Zhuang Yan's growing repertoire of powers. However, out of principle, he felt unable to inquire or intervene. "I shall speak with Zhuang Yan. It appears he harbors some significant secret," Jean mused, resting her chin thoughtfully in her hand. "In the midst of a solemn battle, I observed immense fluctuations of energy emanating from him. This manifestation could only be attained through the pinnacle of mental prowess, leading me to believe that he was not exerting his full strength during the confrontation. This mental fortitude was sufficient for him to simultaneously wield over a dozen abilities. Upon uttering this revelation, the atmosphere in the room became even more charged with tension among the combatants and the professor. They were all aware that Jean's empathic abilities differed from those of the professor. Jean excelled in the realm of perception. Thus, her intuition was likely accurate, suggesting that Zhuang Yan possessed an astonishing array of powers. The professor wiped his face, lost in thought, murmuring, "It appears I truly must have a conversation with Yan. Should he choose to assist us, it would serve as a monumental impetus for peace between humans and mutants. Conversely, if he cannot control this power, it could spell disaster for the entire world." Chapter 34. Charles' empathic insight acquired when Zhuang Yan returned to the professor's quarters. He immediately sensed the somber demeanor of those present. "What troubles you? Are you still attempting to persuade me?" He intended to seek out the Brotherhood independently, primarily to secure the machine and the abilities of its members. Should the professor and the others attempt to dissuade him, he would proceed directly to the Statue of Liberty to await Magneto. The professor approached him in his wheelchair. "No, we all believe you can infiltrate the Brotherhood alone. However, for the sake of caution, you must contact us before you act. The combatants will rush to your aid to ensure your safety." Zhuang Yan contemplated allowing sufficient time for refinement and thus agreed. Subsequently, the professor dismissed the combatants, leaving only himself and Zhuang Yan in the room. He raised a cup of red tea to Zhuang Yan, cautiously inquiring, "Yan, your duplication ability is not as temporary as you claim, is it?" Zhuang Yan hesitated in his drinking, realizing that having spent too much time at the academy, his secret was easily discerned. He smiled and replied, "Indeed, I had expected you to recognize it sooner. However, the timing now is quite suitable. After I exact my revenge on Stryker, I shall depart from the academy and wander alone." The professor shook his head, letting out a long sigh. "Yan, at times I feel you are even more extreme than Eric. You seem to regard the lives of others with such indifference. I fear that after you defeat Eric, you may establish an organization that subverts everything." Zhuang Yan squinted slightly, scrutinizing the professor's serious expression before silently chuckling. His aspirations soared beyond the skies, into the multiverse. How could he concern himself with the trivialities of Earth? Undoubtedly, his actions could indeed be misconstrued as those of a bloodthirsty individual. "Professor, I offered the research facility a chance for reprieve. As long as they did not obstruct me, I would allow them to depart. Yet, humans are often arrogant. My decision to eliminate them was a reluctant one. My true target has always been Stryker. Even with the Brotherhood yesterday, after they fled, I had no intention of pursuing them for slaughter." He drained the cup of red tea and gestured toward the window. "You may guard the academy while I soar into the azure skies. It is merely fate that permits us this fleeting union." The professor, lost in contemplation, lowered his gaze, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest of his wheelchair. Zhuang Yan languidly reclined on the sofa, enveloped in ennui. Each individual perceives the world through a unique lens, leading to disparate approaches in addressing matters. The professor, however, remains too gentle, often forgetting the means by which humanity has persisted thus far. After a considerable pause, the professor spoke. "In your Dragon Kingdom, there exists the notion of inherent benevolence versus inherent malevolence. To which do you subscribe?" "Neither," Zhuang Yan replied. "The foremost imperative of life is survival, a process invariably accompanied by bloodshed and turmoil. Humanity has merely learned to reflect upon itself, to perceive and contemplate this journey. Yet this journey shall never conclude." He gestured towards the mirror in the room, employing his ability, Body of Fire, to engulf the glass in flames. His visage became increasingly distorted amidst the blaze. The emergence of mutants is but one facet of this continuum. In the future, everyone may become a mutant, or perhaps mutants will face annihilation. No one can escape this cycle, and what I strive to do is transcend it. "Professor, can you comprehend?" The professor nodded, his wise eyes brimming with admiration, his posture no longer defensive. "I understand you. Yet I hope you will remain at the academy a while longer." "Of course," Zhuang Yan replied. "I have yet to fully replicate the abilities here, and Strick has also gone missing." Rising to bid farewell, Zhuang Yan prepared to leave. The professor, rolling up his sleeves, produced a syringe and injected it into the vein of his arm. After extracting a few milliliters of blood, he stored it in a small vial and offered it to him. Zhuang Yan immediately grasped that the professor had deduced the means by which he acquired his abilities, the acquisition of those from mutants. Indeed, experience speaks volumes. To navigate the complexities of government, while safeguarding numerous mutant children, is no small feat. The professor's intellect far surpasses that of ordinary men. He accepted the vial, shattering it in a single motion as he activated the superpower furnace. Fusion of Charles's ability successful. New ability, telepathy, generated. At the moment of telepathy's emergence, A torrent of information surged into his mind. Through the students and teachers within the academy, he could perceive every corner of the institution. The steel within his skull served as an amplifier, extending his usual sensory range to 100 miles in radius. Consequently, the influx of information detonated in his consciousness akin to a hydrogen bomb. Yet, when he sensed Jean, his thoughts were abruptly drawn back. She cast a glance in his direction. Upon deactivating the telepathy ability, he realized he was utterly drenched. His spirit also felt weary, for this ability was the most taxing among his many powers. Ah, it seems you have endured considerable hardship, Professor. My head feels as though it might split. Wow. I feared that upon replicating my ability, you would succumb to madness, but it appears you truly are a genius. The professor exhaled in relief, aware that the phenomenon of telepathy affected not only others but himself as well. When utilizing this ability, the thoughts of others, whether benevolent or malevolent, surged into his mind in an instant. Those wielding such powers were particularly susceptible to mental influence, easily led astray. However, Zhuang Yan's composed demeanor astonished him. It seemed he remained unaffected by the ability. Yan, how are you feeling now? Any headaches or recurring visions? No, I feel perfectly fine. Just a momentary discomfort when using the ability. It might be related to my telepathic range, extending over 100 miles, but that is inconsequential. What? Hundreds of miles? Charles exclaimed, astonished that Zhuang Yan's range far surpassed his own. Only with the aid of the main brain could one utilize abilities on a global scale. Yet Zhuang Yan, having just acquired telepathy, could already sense over such distances, truly remarkable. After briefly testing his newfound power, Zhuang Yan retracted it with ease. Such self-control was rarely observed. Yan, congratulations on acquiring my ability. With this telepathic connection, I can trust you to wander alone without concern. Very well. Can you now reveal Magneto's whereabouts? Certainly. Here is his hiding place. You may seek him out now. The professor handed over a small note, which Zhuang Yan glanced at before discarding it into the trash. The note indicated that Magneto would execute his plan the day after tomorrow. Changing his mind, Zhuang Yan realized that with telepathy and information at his disposal, he need not lie in wait for Magneto. Instead, he could confront him the right time and place. The professor was taken aback by his actions. Yan, did you not say you were going to find Magneto? Why are you donning your armor? Rest assured, Professor, Anna is of great importance to Magneto. She will be safe. Moreover, I may not even be able to locate them at this moment. Your old friend knows you well. Revealing one's position could very well be intentional. It is wiser for me to wait in the most probable location. After explaining, Zhuang Yan exited the professor's room and returned to his dormitory to wash away the sweat. Upon leaving the bathroom, he encountered Bobby, who had just returned. Holding a photograph, Bobby exclaimed with excitement, "Hey, Yan, look what I captured in New York City." Zhuang Yan took the photo, which depicted a parade of demonstrators opposing experiments on mutants, complete with slogans proclaiming that mutants are human too. Yan, I see hope. Perhaps we mutants will no longer need to conceal our identities and powers. Zhuang Yan cast a sidelong glance at the exuberant Bobby and silently shook his head. No matter how fervently they paraded, the fundamental issue of the small and scattered mutant population remained unchanged. Furthermore, these demonstrations were likely orchestrated by the professor influencing ordinary people, coupled with the active promotion by the White House. As the White House addresses dissenting voices within the government, the lives of mutants shall eventually revert to their former state. Bobby, do not place your hopes in fantasy. Focus on living your life and enhancing your abilities. Just as he was about to return the photographs to Bobby, he suddenly noticed an anomaly in the sky of one of the images, a humanoid black dot. He scrutinized all the photographs taken by Bobby and discovered numerous instances of this black dot. This suggests that it is not mere coincidence. This black is likely a sentinel. Bobby, where's the film you used to capture these images? Huh, why do you need it from this role? First, draw the curtains. I need to confirm something, quickly. Bobby obediently complied, jumping onto the bed to pull the curtains shut, plunging the room into darkness. Zhuang Yan selected a film strip and cut it carefully, then summoned a fierce blaze from his fiery essence. The light penetrated the film, projecting the scene onto the wall, rendering the shape of the black dot more distinct. At that moment, he confirmed that the black dot indeed represented a Sentinel robot. Stryker had completed the Sentinel much sooner than anticipated, which was rather concerning. A Sentinel? What is that? A robot capable of annihilating mutants. You must inform the professor of this news and alert the X-Men to exercise caution. Bobby hurried out of the room, leaving Zhuang Yan alone. He reclined on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, pondering whether the current Sentinels possessed his forge abilities, as the final enhancement of the Sentinels stemmed from his acquired genetic traits. If such capabilities were integrated into the Sentinels, the consequences would transcend mere mutant extinction. Human society itself could face obliteration. For the Sentinels are programmed to eradicate mutants at all costs. inevitably leading to the extensive plundering of human resources. Even without the forge, some of his abilities were formidable. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, and Sherry entered. "Hi, Yan. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you." Speak." Sherry, her cheeks flushed, asked in a voice as delicate as a whisper, "Are you dating Katie?" "Yes." Sherry fell silent, her gaze filled with unspoken resentment. Zhuang Yan, sensing her unusual demeanor, surmised her intentions. "Sherry, is there anything else?" "No." She quietly exited, only for Katie to burst through the wall, leaping onto him. After showering him with enthusiastic kisses, she proudly declared, "I knew you would choose me. Sherry was hoping to steal you away." Zhuang Yan felt exasperated, yet embraced Katie. Such trivial matters of romance hardly warranted further discussion. However, the audacity of Katie to eavesdrop warranted a playful reprimand. He playfully smacked her bottom. "Go and lock the door." Katie understood immediately, but hesitated as she approached the door. "What?" "I witnessed Bobby's return, and I pondered what would happen if he wished to enter the dormitory. I suggested he wait for a while." An hour and a half later, Bobby finally stepped into the room, observing solemnly and Katie, who were seated on the sofa, engrossed in television. With a perplexed expression, he inquired, "Why did you lock the door to watch television?" "It's a horror film. You are too young to watch it," solemnly replied, his face betraying no emotion. Meanwhile, Katie concealed her blushing face by burying it in solemn embrace. Clutching her belly in laughter, Bobby sat dazed on his bed. The professor was quite furious after that Sentinel incident and took Logan away. "Now that both the professor and the Sentinels are absent, I suddenly feel a sense of dread. There is no need for fear. I remain at the academy," Solemn reassured, his gaze fixed on the screen where Sean the sheep frolicked. He contemplated the professor's audacity to remove all Sentinels, leaving him to oversee the academy temporarily. It was a perfect time for a brief respite, for two significant battles awaited him soon. While lost in thought, a sudden shriek pierced the air, followed by a series of explosions. He approached the window, pulling back the curtains, and beheld a towering robot, over 4 meters high, hovering above, relentlessly unleashing lasers upon the lawn below. The Sentinel robot, unlike the ones depicted in films, this Sentinel, though adorned in vibrant hues resembling Mystique's feathers, bore a form akin to a figure clad in armored steel. Indeed, it was primarily modeled after him. Bobby observed his fellow students below in a state of panic, some already injured and bleeding. With a mighty shout, he transformed into his ice form, shattering the window and encasing the Sentinel in ice from afar. The Sentinel crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater. "Thank goodness it's over. Where did this robot come from?" But it was merely the beginning. The Sentinel encased in ice flickered with flames and erupted, soaring from the inferno directly towards Solemn and the others. Frozen in fear, Bobby could not move, while Katie clung to Solemn, tugging at Bobby's collar in an attempt to flee. "No need for that. I will handle this. You take Bobby to safety," Solemn interjected, halting Katie before leaping from the window, donning his iconic silver armor with the use of Iron Body. He delivered a powerful blow, sending the charging Sentinel crashing to the ground. A true imitator should show respect upon encountering the original. Resorting to violence immediately is utterly inhumane. As he landed beside the Sentinel and prepared to act, his feet were abruptly ensnared by emerging ice. The Sentinel leaped, transforming its hand into a blade aimed at his abdomen, yet it left no mark upon him. "Eidolon alloy. Return to your striker and have them prepare something for you." Solemn shattered the ice and swept his leg against the Sentinel's, causing its steel limb to bend before it toppled to the ground. Chapter 36, The Pinnacle of Ability. "So, you are the Khan." Solemn was poised to deliver the final blow to the Sentinel robot when the Sentinel, lying on the ground, suddenly vanished, only to reappear at a distance, subsequently unleashing 2 beams towards him. The rays struck the Edelman alloy armor he wore, leaving not a trace upon it, merely causing parts of his body to feel a searing heat. Was this a manifestation of the ghost's abilities? The robot's capacity to learn was indeed formidable. He pondered what transformations would occur post-melting. He activated spatial transition, opening a portal to redirect the Sentinel's beams back towards it, effectively melting away one of its arms. Following this, he employed Ghost to blink behind the Sentinel, seizing its head with a firm grip. "I trust you will relay to Stryker that he should prepare his head for my collection." After tearing the Sentinel's head from its shoulders, he initiated the psychic furnace. Sentinel melting successful. New ability brain generated. The brain endowed him with telepathic capabilities, which, when used in isolation, bore no significance. However, when combined with the duplication ability, it permitted remote control over multiple bodies. In essence, he could now manifest simultaneously anywhere on Earth. Upon completing the melting process, he retracted his steel armor and lowered his gaze to the fallen Sentinel. This Sentinel was far more rigid in movement than those portrayed in the films he had seen. Its abilities, poorly executed, suggesting that it was merely in the initial stages of deployment, with its combat system still rather primitive. Yet, its presence at the Academy indicated that Stryker was gearing up to target mutants. Caught between enemies, if Magneto were to activate the machines, the Sentinel would likely mobilize its entire force. At that moment, other students from the Academy began to gather around. Bobby rushed to his side, cautiously inquiring, "Yin, you are Silver Star Khan. My goodness, you truly are Silver Star Khan." "Bobby, please refrain from addressing me by that name. It is far too juvenile." Yet Bobby paid no heed, turning to shout at the other students, "I witnessed it with my own eyes." Yin leapt from the window and landed as Silver Star Khan. Just as depicted in the newspapers. I never imagined Silver Star Khan would be my roommate. The surrounding classmates gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths, their eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions as they gazed at Zhuang Yan. He sighed in exasperation, rubbing his forehead before delivering a swift kick to Bobby's backside. "Let us set aside names for now. Inform everyone to refrain from venturing outside. They must remain within the Academy." "Why?" "The robot beneath your feet was specifically designed for the extermination of mutants. Do you understand?" Bobby, aghast, jumped back from the remnants of the Sentinel. "And should we not flee?" "Flee? At this juncture, it is wiser for us to stay together. I will ensure your safety." With that, Zhuang Yan utilized Ghost to depart, seeking a secluded spot to practice brain. Once he had left, the mutants standing on the lawn gradually regained their composure, trembling as they huddled together, hesitant to approach the remnants of the Sentinel. Bobby, her expression grave, addressed them. "Recently, we must refrain from departing the Academy, in accordance with Yan's intentions. We should convene together. I wish that the next time we encounter a Sentinel, we might possess the means to protect ourselves. However, considering that such robots possess capabilities even surpassing Scott's, wouldn't our gathering merely render us more vulnerable to their slaughter? Indeed, we are hardly a match for them. Perhaps it would be wiser to disperse, thereby enhancing our chances of survival." No, Bobby opposed their notion, for he held a profound belief in Yan's final words. Yan would safeguard them, as evidenced by the recent battle. The Sentinel appeared as fragile as paper before him. Allowing our classmates to scatter in panic would likely result in the majority being effortlessly eliminated by the Sentinel. Your thoughts resemble those of cowards. Consider how easily Yin vanquished the Sentinel moments ago. He is not an ordinary individual, nor merely a typical mutant. He is the Silver Star Khan. The initially fearful students gradually found solace in this revelation. They silently regarded the remnants of the Sentinel, observing its shattered form, and slowly began to embrace Yan's strategy. "After all, I am incapable of contending with this heap of metal. I shall follow Yan for safety." Yan's willingness to protect us signifies his absolute confidence. He has aided us tremendously in the past, and I choose to place my trust in him. Among us are many young children. If they were to scatter, they would undoubtedly not venture far. Together, we possess greater possibilities. As Bobby witnessed their shift in perspective, his concerns finally dissipated. In truth, he feared they might be as short-sighted as the majority of those from the wretched nation. Yin has never uttered idle words. He consistently fulfills his promises. At that moment, a classmate inquired, "What are the professors and the battle police?" "Their presence would provide me with some assurance." "Then you may find solace now, before departing." The professor entrusted Yin with the Academy's affairs. What? A collective gasp arose, disbelief etched upon their faces. The very Yin who had once been their peer was now to oversee them. What could the enigmatic professor have been contemplating? Do not be astonished. Yan's strength alone suffices to govern the Academy. Bobby craned his neck and navigated through the crowd. Regardless of whether others would follow Yin, he was resolutely committed. In a clandestine military research facility of the wretched nation, Strike scrutinized the combat data transmitted by the Sentinel, cursing vehemently under his breath. All data metrics were unknown. Was Yin a deity? How had he achieved such a feat? Had they perhaps miscalibrated the measuring instruments? He had originally intended for the Sentinel to patrol the Academy and gather combat data post-engagement with the battle police. Yet, in the absence of the professors and the battle police, his greatest adversary, Yin, had appeared instead, effortlessly defeating the Sentinel without obtaining any accurate combat data. Had Yin already seized control of the Academy? Colonel Strike, we can enhance the Sentinel's measurement tools. Next time, we should be able to transmit the Khan's data. Tonight, let us assign 3 Sentinels. Even if we cannot subdue Zhuang Yan, we must render him incapable of combat. Zhuang Yan is the most formidable threat to the Sentinel Project. Should he remain alive, our future will be fraught with peril. After issuing a few commands, he turned back to observe the battle footage relayed by the Sentinels. It was evident that Zhuang Yan had replicated numerous superpowers, becoming increasingly troublesome. He was simultaneously studying the mutant clones while advancing the Sentinel program, preparing to unveil them all at the opportune moment, thereby providing material for his research into mutant genetics. This matter must not be thwarted by Zhuang Yan. He must be eliminated tonight, along with my army of mutants. Since Zhuang Yan has influenced public opinion against me, I shall use the annihilation of the Academy to provoke a complete eruption of public sentiment, which I will then manipulate. At that moment, a soldier entered. Colonel Strick, someone from the President's office is here to see you. Chapter 37. A message from President Donald the President? His ability to locate me indicates that the military has compromised my position. Strick retrieved a sum of money and tucked it into his gun holster, followed by the controller for the mutant clones into his pocket, surveying the researchers around him. You have been with me for quite some time. You know what to say when questioned by outsiders, correct? Understood. Only then did Strick exit the control room to meet two men in suits. Good day, I am Peter, the private secretary to the President. I am Colonel Strick, the head of this research facility. How may I assist you, Mr. Peter? The President is aware of the Sentinel Project and would like to receive reports on any future developments. Strick's spirits soared upon hearing this, as it indicated the President's support for the Sentinel Project. There was even a possibility of its implementation. Otherwise, the President would directly dismantle his life's work. The time to eradicate all mutants was drawing near. Very well, I shall remember. In fact, the Sentinels are already complete, awaiting the President's command. The President indeed showed interest, considering the dwindling number of mutants, which hardly garnered any votes. Yet, we now require an opportunity to incite public disdain against mutants. And then the President will surely authorize the initiation of the plan. Strick struggled to suppress a smile. This was monumental news, an opportunity. He could create such an opportunity himself. There are still many mutant clones left unused. With a mere thought, news of mutant attacks on ordinary citizens would spread across the states by tomorrow. Mr. Peter, perhaps I can assist the President with this endeavor. Peter raised an eyebrow, his voice cold. Colonel Strick, the President wishes for his endeavors to remain untainted. Have you ever witnessed the sun darken? Strick scoffed inwardly, though his countenance remained amiable. I merely offered a suggestion, just a suggestion. Does your lordship have any other messages to convey? Indeed, the President requires your presence at the White House, where Professor Charles will also be present. You are aware, we require dialogue and negotiation to discuss how humans and mutants can coexist. Strickland comprehended Peter's underlying message. Humans and mutants are two distinct species, aligned with the White House. He extended his hand to Peter, clasping it firmly. I understand. I will arrange my duties and join you shortly. In the practice room of the Academy, Zhuang Yan retracted his 3 avatars, observing the disarray of the room as he gradually exhaled a sigh of relief. He practiced the techniques of avatar and main consciousness until nightfall, barely acclimating to that godlike perspective. Initially, there was only darkness, with the awareness consisting solely of luminous points representing the avatars and the main self. 4 distinct consciousnesses operated simultaneously, each moment inundated with a torrent of information relayed to the awareness. Merely coordinating the actions of 4 bodies induced a headache, and controlling their combat proved even more arduous. Fortunately, once he adapted, subsequent tasks became significantly simpler. He could now command the main self and avatars to move as a normal person would, engaging in any activity the body is capable of. Now I can relieve myself, dine, watch television, and exercise all at once. It seemed as though even without avatars, he could perform multiple tasks simultaneously. The marvel of the human body enabled such feats. He departed the practice room and walked back to his dormitory. Along the way, classmates regarded him with a mix of curiosity and admiration. Some attempted to greet him, but he halted them. Do not call me Silver Star Khan, or I shall deliver a painful retribution. The surrounding students reluctantly withdrew their hands as he swiftly departed. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, he encountered Katie. Katie leaped forward to embrace him, exclaiming with excitement, Yan, I didn't expect you to be. Katie, that was merely a guise. My true self is simply me. All right, Bobby spoke with the professor this afternoon. The professor commended your performance and suggested you move to a single room for proper rest. Zhuang Yan longed for solitude, relishing the prospect of privacy. Katie guided him to his new room, where Bobby was tidying up. Yan, your room is ready. Try out the new mattress to see if it is soft enough. Zhuang Yan sat on the new bed, sinking into it, though he felt somewhat dissatisfied with the mattress. Those Americans truly favor soft bedding, though a firm mattress is undeniably more comfortable. Katie, however, was exhilarated, rolling about on the bed, her flushed cheeks betraying her thoughts of indiscretion. Bobby interjected once more, Yan, what are your next steps? I shall wait, awaiting the return of the Sentinels, anticipating Magneto's actions, responding to change with steadfastness. Zhuang Yan understood that Strickland would not relent. He would undoubtedly hasten to dispatch more Sentinels. An ambush could even transpire this evening. As for Magneto's primary target, it was the government officials, with the operation scheduled for tomorrow night. Bobby appeared quite anxious, his voice strained. Fortunately, it is merely a robot. Had the adversaries been ordinary humans or mutants, I might have found myself unable to strike. Taking a life inherently contravenes one's moral compass. However, Bobby, if someone were to thrust a knife at you and you did not resist, it would amount to your own abandonment. For to resist, even against 1,000, is not a fault of yours. After solemnly articulating this, Zhuang Yan noticed a profound silence enveloping the room. Bobby and Katie gazed upon him, their expressions tinged with fear. Well then, let's not dwell on this heavy topic. You both appear rather startled. He grasped the remote control, poised to turn on the television to lighten the atmosphere, when, suddenly, a woman's piercing scream pierced the air. He hurried to the window and beheld Sherry's hastily fleeing through a portal. In the next moment, a violet light manifested within the room. Sherry's emerged from the portal, breathless, exclaiming, "Yen, the Sentinels have returned, and this time there are 3 of them." Bobby immediately transformed into an ice figure. "Yen, this time I shall accompany you." What an unrelenting specter. I had hoped for a peaceful night's rest. Zhuang Yan seized Bobby, and as purple light flashed beneath their feet, the two were enveloped. He transported Bobby to the courtyard, eyeing the 3 sentinels with a measured gaze. "Bobby, learn to protect yourself. If you cannot defeat them, flee. Understood?" "Yes." Zhuang Yan, no longer concerning himself with Bobby, immediately employed Steel Body and Clone, creating 2 duplicates that emerged simultaneously with the sentinels. His original form ceased to test the Sentinel's capabilities as he had earlier. Instead, he directly activated dimensional space, opening several portals around the Sentinels. As they moved, they were swiftly torn to shreds. The left duplicate utilized Absolute Zero to freeze a Sentinel. Yet the Sentinel absorbed the frost and retaliated with the same icy attack toward the left duplicate. This duplicating ability feels familiar, though I presume you have a limitation. All 3 forms unleashed Body of Fire, the flames scorching the armored figure until, within mere seconds, the left sentinel was reduced to ashes. Chapter 38. Confrontation at the White House. Zhuang Yan cast his gaze upon the final sentinel, noting that it was in pursuit of Bobby. Several times it nearly seized her. Had Bobby not been adept on her skateboard, she might have been reduced to shattered ice. "Oh, poor Bobby, you still require the courage to face danger." He opened a portal, instantly arriving behind the sentinel, seizing its head. Then, employing bioelectricity, he disrupted the internal circuitry of the sentinel, commandeering its communication system. "Strike! I know you can hear me. There is no need to send your little toys one by one. You may bring your army of sentinels to seek me. I await your arrival, ready to hang your head atop the White House." Upon concluding his words, he unleashed a tremendous electric current, melting all internal circuitry of the sentinel. With a gentle toss, he discarded it into the woods outside the academy. "You relentless scoundrel! I shall unearth you eventually." He flew to Bobby's side, extending his hand to lift the gasping Bobby up. Bobby's face still bore traces of panic, and it took him a considerable amount of time to utter a sound. "Damn, these robots are truly terrifying. I felt as though I was on the brink of meeting my maker. It may not even be the Almighty. It could be Satan, waiting for you to descend into the inferno, where it's unbearably hot." Bobby shivered at his jest. "Yen, you cannot curse me like that. I just helped you." But I speak the truth. In your culture, few ascend to paradise. Hell is the ultimate destination for the majority." Zhuang Yan retracted his other self, shedding the steel armor as he guided Bobby toward the dormitory. Along the way, he had to comfort those classmates who had cowered in fear from the sentinels. "You should all return to your rooms and rest. They likely won T return today. I just manipulated the sentinels' communication to frighten Strick. Making him fear I would discover their location. If you find it hard to sleep, contemplate how you would fight in the face of danger, rather than relying on others to rescue you." After he finished speaking, he paid no heed to his classmates' reactions and headed straight back to his room. Yet, upon entering, he discovered Katie and Charisse lying on his bed. "Ladies, although that bed bears no inscription of my name, its presence in my room leads me to believe it rightfully belongs to me. Of course, if you wish to sleep here, I shall retreat to your room. I hope your roommate consents." Katie, blushing, covered her mouth with a blanket and murmured, "Yen, I'm a bit afraid. May I sleep here with you tonight, dear?" Charisse quickly chimed in, "I was truly frightened by that sentinel. I can't move now. May I also sleep here? We could share the space." Zhuang Yan, slightly perplexed by the veracity of their words, confirmed that he had awakened the superpower furnace system, not a reproductive system. However, gazing into their watery eyes softened his heart. He leaped between them, wrapping his arms around both women, feeling momentarily like an angel. Katie, having established a bond with him, nestled her head against his arm and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Charisse, feeling shy, burrowed under the covers, daring only a slight contact with him. She had not lied. Having been pursued by the sentinel, she felt utterly exhausted and soon fell into a hazy slumber. However, she soon sensed a gentle shaking in her dreams. Struggling to open her eyes, she reached out in the darkness, discovering that Zhuang Yan seemed to have multiplied, appearing much bulkier. She poked her head out from the blanket, spotting Katie sprawled across Zhuang Yan. Katie? You're going to make Yin uncomfortable. Oh, Charisse, Yin 1T mind. Why don't you turn over for now? I still need a moment. What? In the early morning at the White House, President Donald rubbed his eyes and gulped down a cup of coffee. Then he reclined in the chair, resting his feet upon the table. Professor Charles, I hold you in high esteem for your considerable efforts towards fostering peace between mutants and humanity. However, as long as mutants inhabit this land, such living experiments will persist. Though I am the president, my authority within the nation is consistently constrained, rendering me incapable of making decisive choices on numerous matters. The professor lightly tapped the armrest of his wheelchair, maintaining an enigmatic smile upon his countenance. He understood that President Donald was awaiting his offer, a proposal advantageous to the government. He too was anticipating the president to stipulate conditions. Otherwise, he would not be present to witness the spectacle of a deranged leader. Mr. President, mutants have always been human, merely more exceptional in nature. Provided they are given appropriate guidance, their character may surpass that of ordinary individuals. The human soul is inherently pure. It merely requires time to embrace differences. President Donald scoffed, his eyelids drooping, refusing to meet Professor Charles's gaze. He pointed to an image of Lincoln adorning the room and coldly remarked, "This nation has never been unified, nor will it ever be. Much like our current treatment of individuals with darker skin. They are indeed human, of the same origin as us. Yet in this land, they are regarded as inferior beings, regardless of how media and cinema may beautify their image. As for you mutants, your status is even lower than theirs. This is a fact that will not change, no matter the passage of time." Without awaiting a response from Charles, he rose slowly and approached the globe, gesturing at the map of the nation. When a race is marginalized, irrespective of their virtuous nature, they will be treated as mere animals. Unless they occupy positions of power, and you mutants are even more fragmented. I find it hard to believe that you can genuinely uphold peace. Now, articulate your conditions for assisting the White House. Cease your talk of peace. For such a concept does not exist in this land. Charles, nearly overcome with anger, took a moment to compose himself before speaking. I wish for the government to terminate the Sentinel program. Only then will I extend my assistance. Very well, Donald replied with a cheerful demeanor. If your academy surrenders Silver Star Con, I shall halt the Sentinel program. It is quite a fair trade. However, upon hearing this, the professor felt as though an iron mountain had descended upon him. I do not understand your intention, Mr. President. My academy has never possessed such an individual as Silver Star Con. To my knowledge, Silver Star Con is indeed within your institution. Or so my old friend informed me. Donald clapped his hands, and then Stryker, wearing a broad smile, entered the Oval Office. He saluted Donald before speaking slowly. 4 of my reconnaissance drones were attacked yesterday while passing by the academy, shot down by Silver Star Con. Professor, you are harboring a dangerous murderer. Dozens of youths from this nation have been rendered unidentifiable by him. Charles fixed a steely gaze upon Stryker's face, though his expression remained impassive. His eyes radiated a fierce intensity. Chapter 39, each with their own thoughts. The Brotherhood has already taken action, although the professor believes that ordinary humans and mutants can coexist harmoniously. It does not imply that he will pardon or forgive those who inflict harm upon mutants. The present Stryker has committed numerous heinous acts, even perpetuating the Sentinel program capable of eradicating mutants. He cannot afford to show Stryker any semblance of goodwill, his voice colder than usual. Colonel Stryker, I have never condoned any individual who violates federal law, but this academy is a sanctuary of freedom. Those within its walls are beyond my control. Who has to say that Silver Star Con did not happen to pass by the academy and encounter your Sentinels? By the way, speaking of Sentinels, my students have informed me that 4 robots assaulted the academy. Can you elucidate this matter? Stryker's countenance immediately hardened as he turned his head away, refusing to meet the professor's gaze. President Donald, curious, approached Stryker and inquired, "Your Sentinels attacked the academy? Why was I not informed of this?" "Mr. President, that was merely an oversight. Yesterday, the Sentinels were testing their flight capabilities, but the mutant detection systems were not activated. With so many mutants at the academy, they shone brighter than lighthouses at sea," Stryker hastily explained, his words a jumbled mess. The president merely raised an eyebrow, choosing not to pursue the issue further. The professor discerned that the president was inclined to support the Sentinels. With the president's scant humanity, even if he were to betray his principles, he would likely continue to uphold the Sentinel program. The task at hand was to delay the unfolding of this situation rather than engage in a war of words with these two. "Mr. President, I hope you will thoroughly investigate the Sentinel assault, as it signifies that some do not heed your commands. As president, It would be prudent for you to retain control over such formidable forces. I must attend to matters at the Academy. I bid you farewell." Having set a trap between the president and Stryker, he maneuvered his wheelchair out of the office. Upon exiting the White House, he located Logan, who had been waiting outside. Logan returned to New York at once to assist the Honorable in thwarting Magneto's plans. "I shall return with the other warlocks. Do you not require my protection?" Logan asked, a look of confusion on his face, noticing the professor's fury as he emerged from the White House. Given the nature of the U.S. government, should a conflict arise between the professor and them, their first instinct would be to retaliate. "No, Logan. As long as I desire it, no one can approach me. Rest assured and support the Honorable." "Very well. I should be able to make it back in time." Logan turned to leave, while the professor sat in his wheelchair, contemplating for a long while. He then recalled the Honorable's means of counterbalance and proceeded towards the venues frequented by political figures of the Democratic Party. President Donald was now seething with anger, intensely scrutinizing Stryker without uttering a word. Stryker, aware of his culpability, hastily confessed, "Mr. President, I hope you can understand. I only encountered Lord Peter after the Sentinel incident. Prior to that, I acted independently in collecting experimental evidence. However, after the Research Institute was taken over by the White House, there was no more unauthorized action. Please inform the President." The President picked up a bottle of ice-cold cola and handed it to Strick, patting him on the shoulder. "Look at you, frightened. Am I the sort to distrust my subordinates? Rest assured, just focus on the experiments. How long until the Sentinels can be officially deployed?" Strick appeared relieved on the surface, but inwardly he harbored resentment towards the President. He claimed to be free of suspicion, yet just moments ago, after Charles S. deliberate provocation, the President's expression darkened like coal. Strick understood that the President merely regarded him as a pawn. Should he fail to meet the President's expectations, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. For now, he needed to placate the President. Once the Sentinels possessed combat capabilities, he would wield a force capable of immense power. "Mr. President, the Sentinels merely require the accumulation of combat experience and the replication of new abilities before they can engage in battle." He proceeded to explain the Sentinels' capabilities, which were fundamentally based on Mystique and Subject 34's abilities. They could adapt and replicate mutant powers. Once a Sentinel copied a new ability, others could access it through the database and network. Currently, the Sentinels could handle most mutants, barring a few formidable ones, such as Magneto and Silver Surfer. President Donald nodded gently and pressed a button on the desk, prompting Peter to rush in. "Take Strick to our mutant gene bank," granting him sufficient access for the development of Sentinel capabilities. Strick readily agreed and accompanied Peter to the gene bank, awakening under the tender caresses of Katie and Charisse. Zhuang Yan realized that the trio had enjoyed a splendid night together. By the time he awoke, it was already noon, and he hurriedly dressed. Katie, languidly reclining on the bed, inquired sweetly, "Yan, want you stay with us a little longer today?" "Not today. I must swiftly locate Magneto and rescue Anna." He was unwilling to neglect his duties for a woman. Magneto's powers and machinery awaited his acquisition. Furthermore, should Magneto inflict real harm, the Sentinels would have justifiable cause to mobilize. That would merely benefit that scoundrel Strick. "You and Charisse, wash the sheets thoroughly. I shall return to inspect. If they are not clean, there will be consequences." After bidding farewell to Katie and Charisse, he hurried downstairs, instructing Bobby to drive him to the Statue of Liberty on Liberty Island. "Yin, I recall you can fly. Why not go directly? It's too conspicuous. By the time I reach the Brotherhood, they would already know of my arrival. Driving allows me to appreciate the scenery." Zhuang Yan savored the sights of New York, feeling a twinge of regret. After tonight's battle, these beautiful vistas would vanish. Bobby escorted him to Liberty Island, where the two set up folding chairs on the verdant grass. They arranged the food brought from the Academy and basked in the sunlight while dining. Before the impending battle, a respite was necessary. Zhuang Yan had lingered too long at the Academy and needed to breathe the fresh air. "Yan, we both have ventured out. What if the Sentinels attack the Academy again?" "Fear not. I have left a duplicate at the Academy. As long as a Sentinel Legion does not arrive, he will safeguard the inhabitants." Zhuang Yan leisurely gazed at the Statue of Liberty, noticing several uniquely dressed individuals observing nearby. Among them were some familiar faces, members of the Brotherhood who had previously ambushed him and Wolverine. It seemed Magneto had arrived. Excellent. They must be preparing their machinery. Prior to the confrontation, he needed to employ his telepathy to ascertain the number of Brotherhood members present. "Bobby, I shall take a brief slumber. Regardless of what transpires, do not awaken me, or you shall find yourself in a similar state." Chapter 40. Mystique's familiar tactics. Zhuang Yan closed his eyes and began to scan the surrounding life with his telepathy. In mere seconds, he detected dozens of mutants concealed within the crowd. Red Tank, Toad, Hedgehog, Mystique, among others. However, he could not locate Magneto or Anna. It seemed Magneto had employed some method to obscure his presence. The Brotherhood had yet to make their move, and he felt no urgency to act, as he could simply rest until their actions prompted a response. As twilight descended, the number of tourists around them increased, all admiring the breathtaking vista of the sea illuminated by twinkling lights. Suddenly, Wolverine burst into his awareness, charging directly toward the Statue of Liberty. He quickly reached out with his mind to halt Logan, beckoning him to his side. "Logan, are you not tasked with protecting the professor? Why have you returned alone?" "The professor sent me to assist in rescuing Anna. He and the other Sentinels will follow shortly," Logan replied succinctly while observing Zhuang Yan and Bobby in their relaxed state, a hint of confusion crossing his features. "Why are you both so at ease? Shouldn't you be preparing for battle?" "There is no rush, as long as Magneto remains hidden. We shall not reveal ourselves. Those who rush will forfeit the advantage." Zhuang Yan retrieved another folding chair from the vehicle, encouraging Logan to recline and wait. He continued using his telepathy to search for Magneto's whereabouts, though results remained elusive. Eventually, he noticed members of the Brotherhood converging toward the Statue of Liberty, signaling that their operation was about to commence. He promptly stood, focusing intently on the statue's apex. At last, he discerned two figures in a crescent-shaped machine. "Logan, it is time. Prepare for action." Logan sprang into motion, racing toward the statue. Zhuang Yan felt a wave of exasperation. He had only intended for Logan to prepare while he subdued Magneto before engaging. Yet, the man had charged ahead. Resigned, he instructed Bobby to remain still and utilized his weather manipulation to soar through the air, propelled by the wind. Confronted by Magneto, he could not rely on his ironclad form, for otherwise he would become Magneto's puppet. Yet, midway through, a figure resembling a small mountain charged at him, knocking him to the ground. He created a sizable crater upon impact and, after a moment of struggle, managed to extricate himself from it. To his dismay, he beheld the enlarged red tank advancing towards him. "Red tank, have you also mastered the art of ambush? Do you recognize me? No matter where you hail from, you must not approach the Statue of Liberty." The last encounter with the red tank had found him donned in armor, but now, clad in civilian attire, he went unrecognized. Against a powerhouse mutant like the red tank, he could only employ his iron body to withstand the onslaught. "Little Red, can you discern who I am?" His form was once again enveloped in silver armor, prompting a furious roar from the red tank. "Huh, I have long wished to seek you out, and I never anticipated you would come to me. I am stronger than before, and this time I shall surely defeat you." Zhuang Yan could indeed sense the formidable strength emanating from the now bulkier red tank. The nearby mutants, such as the Hedgehog Man and Sabretooth, posed a considerable nuisance as well. "Very well, Red Tank, do you prefer a one-on-one duel or a brawl?" The red tank grinned maliciously. "It is undoubtedly a brawl. To not utilize my numerous companions would be a foolish waste. I am delighted by your choice, Little Red. I hope you do not come to regret it." Zhuang Yan's smile was even more wicked than that of the red tank as he activated identity, creating a multitude of clones. These clones ascended simultaneously, speaking in unison. "When I mentioned a brawl, I meant that I shall be the one to brawl with you. Did you truly believe you could gain the upper hand?" With a mocking quip, the multitude of clones sprang into action, some breathing fire, others unleashing lasers, while others hurled ice shards or summoned thunderbolts. In mere seconds, the previously arrogant members of the Brotherhood were left in disarray. Zhuang Yan, in his original form, charged at the red tank, delivering a powerful punch to his face, causing the red tank to cry out in pain and collapse. "Little Red, you have experienced both a duel and a brawl. Should you attempt to impede me again, I shall not hesitate to strike with lethal intent." The red tank scrambled away, seeking refuge among his fellow Brotherhood members. "Let us retreat. We cannot contend with him. Regardless of whether you choose to flee, I have no desire to remain here. Magneto is still above. If we leave, who shall protect him? Magneto possesses the means to defend himself. If we linger, we may find ourselves trapped. Did you not witness Zhuang Yan's abilities? Move, move, move. A wise man avoids immediate peril. I cannot withstand a single Zhuang Yan, let alone a multitude of him." The members of the Brotherhood scattered in haste, while Zhuang Yan recalled his clones and armor. He then soared upward, reaching the pinnacle of the Statue of Liberty. Just as he arrived, he was struck down by a descending Logan, but fortunately he managed to adjust his body just in time to place Logan safely on the ground. "Logan, that was rather ungracious of you. Why did you obstruct my ascent?" "It was Magneto who controlled my body and cast me aside. It was not my intention to obstruct you." Zhuang Yan gazed solemnly at the steel claws extended by Wolverine, pondering whom he could control, if not you. He would never don armor to confront Magneto. Your condition prevents you from approaching him. Allow me to rescue Anna while you remain here as a sentinel." As he turned, a sudden wave of tingling surged through his back, akin to an ambush from a stun gun. Instantly, he utilized bioelectricity to disperse the current coursing through him, then spun around with fervor. He beheld Logan with a mischievous grin, the stun gun still crackling with electricity in his grasp. Logan? You are not Logan. You are Mystique. Raven. Correct, darling. It is a pleasure to see you again. You possess a modicum more intelligence than Logan. Zhuang Yan felt a fire of indignation ignite within him. Last time, Raven had caused chaos under his name, and now she was launching a sneak attack on him. He could not abide by anyone toying with his mind. So he grasped a handful of grass from the ground, transforming it into the semblance of a sword, and pointed it at Raven. Twice now, Raven. Your abilities are indeed repugnant to others. It seems you know me quite well. However, I have not come to engage in battle with you. Magneto wishes for you to join the Brotherhood. Hence, the backstab is merely a welcoming ritual of your Brotherhood. Zhuang Yan approached with the sword in hand, causing Raven to retreat in fear. That last strike was merely to test your abilities. Who would have thought you would react with such indifference? Magneto stated that should you join the Brotherhood, you would have command over all your kin, except for him. Zhuang Yan wore a sly smile as he cornered Mystique, directly employing telepathy to control her movements. He plucked a strand of her hair and handed it to her. Upon securing the hair, he struck her at the nape of her neck, rendering her unconscious. Subsequently, he activated the psychic furnace, successfully fused Mystique's genes, generating new ability, Mimic. Chapter 41. Ambush on Magneto. Zhuang Yan contemplated that with Mystique's abilities, he could transform into her, then return the favor by ambushing Magneto at the Statue of Liberty. Now he possessed 17 capabilities: physical, healing factor, bone claws, feral rage, laser, clone, mimic, mental, telepathy, leader, field energy, absolute zero, bioelectricity, weather manipulation, elemental, steel body, fire body, water body, space-time, quantum tunneling, phantom, other dimension. He employed mimic to assume Mystique's form, then utilized phantom to appear atop the statue. There, he observed Magneto and Anna. Eric, that Zhuang Yan has been dealt with. Magneto's face fell into a state of astonishment. You killed him? I wanted him to join the Brotherhood. I lack the capacity for such feats. I merely rendered him temporarily unconscious, without causing any harm or death. Magneto exhaled deeply after listening, pulling the mischievous child closer. With Wolverine and the imposing figure subdued, I shall now activate the machine. It was only then that the imposing figure noticed Logan, ensnared by steel in the arms of the Statue of Liberty. Oh, Logan, you reckless fool. I had almost forgotten about you. At that moment, Magneto was conversing with the child. Anna, I need you to absorb my powers and then step into this machine, transforming all of humanity into mutants. This way, no one will discriminate against you or view you as an outcast. Magneto's words were enticing. Yet the machine would also siphon the user's vitality and strength. Once Anna entered, she would never emerge again. Quietly, the imposing figure crept up behind Magneto and kicked him off the statue. Anna screamed in fright, and he reverted to his original form. Anna, do not be afraid. If you enter the machine, you will lose your life. You and Logan must leave first. He led Anna to Logan's side and pulled him free from his metallic prison. Logan, take the child and escape. Do not let Magneto catch up with you. Just as he finished arranging their escape, Magneto's furious voice echoed. None of you shall leave. The arms of the statue began to bend downward, and the three plummeted. The imposing figure utilized his steel body to embed his hand into the statue, while Logan used his bone claws to secure himself and hold onto the mischievous child. Magneto, true to his character, manipulated another arm to strike at the trio. The imposing figure hastily opened a vast portal, redirecting the statue's arm towards Magneto. Magneto narrowly evaded, laughing maniacally as he shouted, "Your copying ability is indeed formidable. In a short span, you've utilized various powers to thwart my attacks. Join the Brotherhood and partake in our noble cause. In due time, you shall live a splendid life with your kin. I refuse. Your plan is crude and amounts to the extermination of humanity." After the imposing figure's defiant shout, he and Wolverine were uncontrollably hurled into the air. Meanwhile, the mischievous child was caught by a mass of metal and sent towards a machine. Since you reject my vision, witness for yourself what the world becomes upon the completion of my plan. This is my mercy to my brethren. Prior to that, you too must remain obedient. The imposing figure and Wolverine fell simultaneously, while the severed statue's arm confined them tightly. The imposing figure glanced at the struggling Logan beside him, then at the copper supports behind the statue. He realized why Magneto could manipulate the non-magnetic copper statue. Despite his vigilance against Magneto's powers, he had ultimately fallen victim. He retracted the steel armor from his arm, and then used Phantom to escape the confines of the copper statue. Logan, shut your eyes. He once more employed spatial manipulation, severing the copper statue near Logan. Logan then burst forth, propelled by his steel claws. What shall we do now? What should I do? You're too easily manipulated by Magneto. Wait below, and do not allow the other members of the Brotherhood to approach. Zhuang Yan solemnly opened a portal and stepped inside, arriving at the apex of the goddess statue. He beheld Magneto lying weakly beside the machine, while Little Mischief was already ensconced within it. A vibrant luminescence emanated from the machine, rapidly extending outward. Magneto let out a hearty laugh, struggling to rise as he spoke. Zhuang, do you see? The world is about to undergo a monumental transformation. There will no longer be a distinction between humans and mutants. Every special mutant will live freely on Earth. Zhuang Yan was at a loss for words, wishing to open a portal to retrieve Little Mischief, only to discover that the machine's energy obstructed his abilities. It was an electric field, akin to the suppressive magnetic fields he had encountered previously, stifling mutant powers. Unable to rely on spatial abilities, he contemplated using his steel form to tear the machine apart. However, as he activated his armored state, Magneto interfered, rendering him immobile. Even with your diverse powers, it will be nearly impossible to thwart my plans. I have taken extensive precautions against you. Most of your abilities are rendered ineffective. Zhuang Yan cursed inwardly, realizing that Magneto had anticipated his every move, even countering his techniques. Magneto, remove your helmet, and let us engage in a fair battle. You must have replicated Charles's abilities, and I refuse to grant you that opportunity. Reluctantly, Zhuang Yan employed Absolute Zero, encasing both the machine and Little Mischief in ice. I did not wish to resort to this method, fearing that I might inadvertently harm Anna during the process. Upon witnessing his painstaking efforts being undone, Magneto erupted in fury. Everything I do is for my brethren. Why do you seek to thwart me? Zhuang Yan shed his armor, freeing himself from Magneto's control. His entire form transformed into ice, exuding a chilling aura as he responded. Magneto, mutants are merely a faction of humanity, yet you view them in opposition. If only mutants remained in this world, would not the weaker mutants become slaves oppressed by the strong? Even those who merely exhibit mutations without overt powers will be slaughtered as outcasts. While I do not wholly embrace the professor's ideology, it possesses merit. Your philosophy, however, is nothing but excrement. With that, he instantly transformed into a crystalline form and lunged at Magneto. Magneto manipulated the magnetic field to evade him effortlessly. Subsequently, he commanded the steel framework of the copper statue to scatter through the air, obstructing Zhuang Yan's surprise assault. Zhuang Yan then utilized clones and brain, surrounding Magneto with dozens of replicas. They simultaneously unleashed laser beams, prompting Magneto to hastily employ the steel framework for defense. He then dispersed the outer steel rods, disrupting the formation of Zhuang Yan's replicas. Each of Zhuang Yan's clones fought independently, easily evading Magneto's attacks. Then the main body opened a colossal portal, simultaneously unleashing a tremendous storm. Chapter 42, Forge Upgrade, Elevating the Limits of Power. The solemn replica simultaneously shot lasers towards the portal. The lasers emanated from the portal's exit at various angles, instantly dissolving the shield that Magneto had formed with iron, which left him aghast and shouting, "Stop! Cease at once! We can negotiate a condition for my survival. Just hold your fire." The solemn replica retracted its form and slowly approached Magneto. "Old man, do you wish to concede now? Alas, it is too late. You are now my captive. Oh dear, we are kin. Why must we turn against one another? You were the one who instigated this conflict. The machines drain the life force of their users. You captured Little Mischief precisely for this reason, did you not?" Magneto fell silent, lips pressed tightly as he alighted upon the Statue of Liberty. Meanwhile, the solemn replica descended beside the machine and utilized Body of Fire to dispel the frost on it. Little Mischief gradually regained vitality, weakly seated on the ground. Upon seeing the disheveled Magneto, she instantly comprehended the events that had transpired. "Yan, thank you for rescuing me. I thought I would never see you again. Please wait a moment while I open this machine." The solemn replica conjured a blade of adamantium steel, slicing through the glass casing of the machine, allowing Little Mischief to emerge on her own. Magneto, with a look of regret, was not willing to relinquish Little Mischief just yet. "Yan, this is the best opportunity for mutant freedom. If we restart the machine, my plan can still be salvaged. You do not understand." At the hearing, the politicians of the ugly country decided to disclose the identities of all mutants, leading to imminent racial segregation. Given the history of the ugly country, the existence of mutants will be even more miserable than that of black individuals, having come from the research facility. You ought to grasp this. The solemn replica had previously instructed the replica to escort Little Mischief away, paying little heed to Magneto's words. Upon turning to see Magneto's exasperated expression, he merely chuckled disdainfully. He pointed towards the swiftly approaching military helicopters and the encircling police. "Old man, the paramount issue at hand is not the so-called legislation, but rather the reactivated Sentinel robots, which the military has fully constructed. Your disruption today will only expedite the implementation of the Sentinel program, and moreover, this machine is fraught with defects. And do not divert the conversation. Where is the promised reason for sparing your life? I am not as merciful as the professor. If there is no reason, I shall end you. Magneto, with a furrowed brow, removed his gloves and extended his hand towards him. The solemn replica immediately understood that Magneto wished for him to replicate his powers. What sort of justification for sparing him is this? He could just as easily absorb Magneto's abilities. However, considering Magneto's potential utility, at least in uniting the more extreme mutants, he reached out, grasped a handful of Magneto's white hair, and directly absorbed his powers. Successfully absorbed Magneto's abilities, generating a new ability, magnetic field. Magneto's power was the manipulation of magnetic fields, though he believed his ability was effective solely on ferrous metals. In truth, as long as the magnetic field is adequately aligned, all things in the world can be manipulated. Even Magneto would not find himself ensnared within a glass enclosure. For instance, Jean Grey possesses the ability to exert control as her manipulation extends over a broader magnetic field. Indeed, Magneto seems somewhat lacking in understanding. After losing a tuft of hair, Magneto grimaced in pain. Why, when you can replicate by merely making contact with others, would you tug at my hair? You deserve this treatment. Go seek out the professor. For the Sentinel's actions pertain to the survival of mutants, and you too should unite. Zhuang Yan, upon spotting the Sentinel's aircraft from afar, surmised that the professor and the Sentinels were coming to provide support, and thus urged Magneto to move. Magneto, gazing at the surrounding armed helicopters, inquired with confusion. In such perilous circumstances, are you not coming along? Zhuang Yan replied, I shall remain to clean up your mess and have a proper discussion with the professor to ascertain the current situation. Zhuang Yan donned a suit of adamantium armor, using his ability, Iron Body. After Magneto departed, he placed his hand upon the machine to activate the furnace. Successfully refining the gene-inducing machine, the superpower furnace is upgrading. Please wait. Superpower furnace upgrade complete. Any life, form, or object within a 5-meter radius may be refined at the host's discretion. The host's ability cap has been elevated from the highest Omega level to the utmost cosmic level. Surprisingly, it was not the unrestricted gene induction he had envisioned, but rather a transformation in the refining method. Nonetheless, the increase in capacity was quite remarkable. The refining process itself was not overly complicated, merely rendering the task somewhat easier than before. However, the elevated cap was intriguing. Omega-level abilities are sufficient on Earth. Iceman can revert the planet to the Ice Age. Wanda can erase mutants, and Jean can obliterate the world. Yet all these powers are confined to the planet. His limit has now been elevated to a cosmic level, granting him the potential to transcend multiple universes. Omega, stellar, cosmic. There remains considerable room for advancement, as several elemental abilities have yet to reach the Omega level. Just as he was reveling in this newfound power, the helicopters surrounding him blared a warning. Silver Star Khan, you have damaged the property of the United States. Surrender at once, or we shall open fire. Zhuang Yan surveyed the 5 helicopters encircling him and the countless police officers below. With a resigned sigh, he lamented how he was branded with such a notorious reputation. The prejudice of the Americans truly runs deep. Yet he was not inclined to flee just yet. Firstly, to test the capabilities of his new refining method, and secondly, to assist the professor and the others in their retreat. He contemplated the abilities he could employ to buy time. Physical abilities included self-healing factor, bone claws, feral surge, laser, clone, imitator. Mental abilities included telepathy, mind control. Field abilities included absolute zero, bioelectricity, weather manipulation, magnetic field. Elemental abilities included iron body, fire body, water body. Time-space abilities included quantum tunneling, phantom, alternate space. With 18 distinct abilities at his disposal, selecting any single one would suffice to deal with these minor nuisances. Before he could make a move, a shell was launched from a helicopter, striking him directly. The explosion engulfed him in flames, and before the fire subsided, a torrent of bullets rained down upon him. Confusion washed over him. He had not provoked them, so why did these soldiers dare to fire upon him? He delved into one soldier's consciousness through telepathy, only to discover that the order to open fire had come from Colonel Strick. Reluctantly, he realized that Strick was indeed present, leaving him with no reason to hold back. He exerted control over 5 helicopters simultaneously using his magnetic field, then opened a colossal portal, casting the helicopters into it to emerge at Strick's signal location. Observing a distant building erupting in continuous explosions, he uprooted the Statue of Liberty and sent it flying through the portal as well. Upon exiting, he witnessed prominent figures scattering in panic, seemingly including the president among them. He manipulated the magnetic field to obstruct their escape routes, landing beside the president and giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Donald, where is Strick? Donald trembled, nearly paralyzed by fear, stuttering as he replied, "I don't know where he is. I saw him at the White House this morning." "Donald, I must share a secret with you. I possess the ability to read minds. Do not dare to lie to me, for I have no desire to delve into your repugnant memories. If Strick wasn't with you, why did he command the helicopters to fire upon me?" Donald, bewildered, anxiously shook his golden locks and shouted, "No, I had no idea Strick was here. I came to New York solely for the public meeting regarding mutant identity." Gazing solemnly into Donald's eyes, he utilized telepathy to sift through his memories, confirming that Donald was indeed unaware of Strick's presence in New York. However, it became apparent that the old coot was superficially courting the Mutant Academy while secretly supporting the Sentinel program, with the intention of imprisoning mutants to forge a mutant army, thereby supplanting the U.S. military's global dominance. A rather ambitious plan, albeit one that failed to account for the potential of betrayal from within. Strick's earlier command for the helicopters to launch bombs was likely a ploy to provoke him into eliminating Donald, thus facilitating the unimpeded advancement of the Sentinel program. He chuckled as he released his grip on the president's attire, smoothing it out for him. "Donald, you truly are the most pitiful president of this wretched nation. Manipulated by a mere colonel, Strick must have exploited the abilities of the mutants to orchestrate the attack upon me. You nearly lost your life because of this. It seems I have saved you. How shall you repay me?" Donald gasped in shock, immediately instructing his secretary to ascertain Strick's whereabouts. After a brief interval, the secretary returned, his expression fraught with difficulty. "Mr. President, the White House has reported that Strick vanished shortly after your departure, and they have been unable to establish contact with him." "Blast it! Strick, that pest, must face judgment. But hold on. You must capture him first. He currently commands a Sentinel army, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human force. Zhuang Yan just utilized telepathy to search within 100 miles, yet he could not locate Strick's whereabouts. That scoundrel likely has a telepathic mutant by his side or possesses some device that obstructs his sensing abilities. Donald, inform me of Strick's current research facility. He may not solely be an adversary to mutants." Donald hesitated for a moment, his expression darkening further, yet the chaos surrounding him and Zhuang Yan's occasionally revealed weapons instilled fear, compelling him to divulge the location. Zhuang Yan promptly activated a portal and departed for the research base. Strick, concealed in the shadows, exhaled in relief upon witnessing Zhuang Yan's departure. After acquiring the data from the mutant gene bank, he had just transmitted it to the research facility when they alerted him that the Sentinels detected a significant congregation of mutants in New York. Secretly, he ventured to New York and observed members of the Brotherhood engaged in combat with Zhuang Yan, although he was oblivious to the internal strife among the mutants. A plan quickly formed in his mind. Coincidentally, President Donald was nearby. If he could incite the mutants to attack, preferably to eliminate Donald, the conflict between the government and mutants would become irreparable, prompting the immediate activation of the Sentinels. Thus, he issued a command in the president's name for the frontline soldiers to open fire. However, to his surprise, Zhuang Yan was able to pinpoint his location instantly and retaliate. Had it not been for the suppression collar he carried, which hindered mutant abilities, he would have been discovered by Zhuang Yan. The fact that Zhuang Yan had developed telepathic powers and had garnered the president's favor was exceedingly troubling. No, Donald must die. Otherwise, the Sentinel program would be indefinitely shelved, and I would face severe repercussions. He dialed the research facility on his mobile phone. Zhuang Yan already knew the facility's location. "You must evacuate promptly and leave him a grand gift before you go. Also, send mutant hunters to New York. I have great use for them." Strick hung up, releasing a long breath as he gazed at Donald, who was angrily issuing orders to his subordinates. "This president has reached his limit, Mr. Donald." Donald, in a fit of rage, shouted at his secretary, "Peter, hurry up and find Strick. I want that scoundrel to know the meaning of cruelty." Peter, cowering, pointed toward the nearby Statue of Liberty. "Mr. President, what should we say about the mess created by Silver Star Khan?" "Peter, why have you become so foolish? Now is the time to seize the opportunity. Just say Strick is affiliated with the opposition party. The opposition is inciting Strick to take my life, igniting national outrage. Ensure the mutants are portrayed as the innocent party." Donald, still shaken by Silver Star Khan, had previously only regarded mutants as superhumans endowed with unique abilities. The relentless assault of the military proved insurmountable. Beneath the barrage of artillery, no mutant could survive, with the advantage firmly in the hands of ordinary humans. However, the capabilities exhibited by Silver Star Khan were far beyond what any army could thwart, unless nuclear weapons were employed. Yet, given the purple void opened by Silver Star Khan upon his departure, he deduced that even a nuclear strike might not harm him. Fortunately, the Khan displayed little hostility. Directly inquiring about the whereabouts of Strick, he approached the Statue of Liberty, gazing up at its shattered form. "The power of the divine. Mutants must be a blessing from God. Perhaps I too could receive such divine strength. He instructed the guards to stand back, then tenderly caressed the toes of the goddess, a look of rapture illuminating his face. The President of the United States held arguably the most powerful position in the world, yet this power was fleeting, limited to 8 years, with failure resulting in a mere 4. Such authority paled in comparison to the formidable might of Silver Star Khan. It would be far wiser to invest the Sentinel program's funding into research on mutant genes. Should the secret of immortality be unveiled, I would exist eternally. No, Donald. You shall not exist forever. Suddenly, Donald turned to find Strike and a pallid man before him. He hurriedly called for assistance from the guards, but none responded. Spare your breath. Those guards have already been dispatched by my clones. You are utterly alone. Strike, what treachery do you intend? Donald seethed, while stealthily reaching for a button in his pocket that would trigger an alarm. Yet, before he could press it, a searing pain erupted in his arm. The pallid man had severed it. Ah, you dare to harm the president. Are you not afraid of a military tribunal? At such a time, still fixated on those foolish institutions, you blonde imbecile, today marks your demise. Strike waved his hand, and the pallid man swiftly gestured, decapitating Donald with a single stroke. Chapter 44. Strike's second poisonous scheme. Strike kicked Donald's severed head, disdainfully using the president's clothing to wipe his shoes. The allure forever resides in the lofty chair, not in a fool such as you. He turned to the pallid man and coldly commanded, dispose of the body, then assume his likeness. Announce to the nation that you were assaulted by mutants and activate the Sentinel program immediately. Ensure your disguise is convincing. Inflict some wounds upon yourself. I recall Donald's wife was rather attractive, and I would not have you, such a clone, gain any undue advantage. Strike laughed heartily as he departed. The pallid man rummaged through Donald's pocket, retrieving the button. He spat several times onto Donald's corpse, which promptly began to dissolve. He then transformed into Donald's likeness, mirroring his height, appearance, and weight. After severing his right hand, he lay on the ground and pressed the button. Through the portal, Zhuang arrived on the ocean surface. According to Donald's intel, the research facility lay beneath the waves. He first employed telepathy to scan the vicinity, sensing an abundance of fish and other forms of life beneath the sea. The underwater steel structures naturally thwarted his mental probing, making it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint the exact location of the research facility without the Academy's superbrain. He promptly utilized Mind and Avatar, dispersing dozens of replicas. They all leaped into the ocean and employed water form to drift through the waves. After a thorough search, he finally discovered the Research Institute, cleverly concealed by the surrounding rocks. He summoned the replicas back, donning the Edmund steel armor to pry open the door. As he stepped inside, the door closed behind him, and a pump began to siphon away the surrounding water, automatically opening the entrance to the interior of the facility. I wonder what kind of welcome gifts you have prepared for me, he mused, striding confidently into a vast space, where the control room loomed above. The ground level housed an automated production line, flanked by 10 Sentinels, indicating it was indeed the manufacturing site for the Sentinels. The middle level contained several chambers, seemingly occupied by some mutants. Not a single researcher was in sight. It appeared he had struck out once more. You truly are cunning, Strick. Suddenly, a row of machine guns emerged from the sidewalls, and alarms blared throughout the facility as the Sentinels on the ground level activated their indicator lights. Strick's large face materialized on a massive screen hovering in the air. Ah, we meet again, 34? You grotesque creature. Do you have some peculiar obsession with displaying your ugly mug on screens? Is it a case of exhibitionism? While he derided Strick with solemn sarcasm, he delved into Strick's background, discovering that this scoundrel was in New York. Oh, Strick, you're in New York. Stay right there. We'll have a face-to-face meeting offline. He promptly activated a teleportation portal, but just as he was about to step through, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Strick erupted into laughter on the screen. Dear 34, since my arrival at this research facility, I have made extensive preparations. Have you not realized that it is a colossal trap? The suppressive magnetic field here is potent enough to revert you to an ordinary human, and my newly perfected Sentinel robots. If conditions permitted, I would even consider deploying a nuclear bomb. Of course, the explosive yield here could obliterate a quarter of a city. The solemn disdain for Strick's smug expression compelled him to act. While his abilities had not yet been entirely suppressed, he extracted a nearby cable. Then, utilizing bioelectricity, he commandeered the facility's power system, shutting down a portion of the suppressive magnetic field. The remaining magnetic field was independent, and he could not find a means to deactivate it, thus only partially restoring his abilities. Strick, you are indeed cunning, but in the face of power, your little schemes are utterly futile. He reopened the teleportation portal. Although the weakened Otherworld could not reach New York, once he exited, Strick would have no chance of escape. A look of urgency crossed Strick's face as he hastily exclaimed, 34. If you leave now, your former companions will be annihilated along with the research facility when it explodes. Could you bear to witness their demise, leaving them in such a state? Zhuang Yan cast a solemn glance at the mutants imprisoned within the transparent confines of the mid-level prison. Their pale, frail faces were etched with hope and an insatiable yearning for survival. Strike, when have I ever exhibited a saintly disposition? They had been raised in the research facility, long devoid of the ability to thrive in this world. Killing you would serve as vengeance for them. Strike, taken aback, shouted urgently, "Act now. You are even more ruthless than I. How terrifying." The machine guns within the research facility unleashed a torrent of scorching fire, striking his armored form. Simultaneously, 10 sentinels unleashed a barrage of lasers, completely obstructing his path to the teleportation portal. He soon realized that the Sentinel's offensive capabilities had escalated tenfold, imposing an unexpected pressure upon him. Although he had been stripped of half his strength by the suppressive magnetic field, the adamantium armor he donned was undeniably formidable. Under the onslaught of the Sentinel's lasers, his adamantium armor began to show signs of melting. In an instant, he activated Phantom to teleport amidst the Sentinels, wielding his adamantium blade to strike at the closest Sentinel's thigh. Yet, he only managed to leave a mark, causing minimal damage. These 10 Sentinels are custom-made. They have inherited the learning ability from your genes. Their armor is on par with adamantium, rendering your previous techniques ineffective. Strike's irksome voice exacerbated Zhuang Yan's agitation. He employed Quantum Shift to disregard the Sentinel's attacks, encasing the large screen in ice before shattering it with a powerful kick. As tranquility enveloped the world, he stood on the upper level, intently observing the approaching Sentinels. Ignoring the mutants they passed, the Sentinels focused solely on him. He stretched his limbs, enhancing the hardness of his alloy blade, then leaped towards the nearest Sentinel. With a single stroke, he severed the Sentinel's head, simultaneously using the teleportation portal to evade an ambush from another, swiftly closing the portal and severing the Sentinel in half. Phantom transported him to the lower level, where he momentarily froze 3 Sentinels with frost. Utilizing the magnetic field, he compressed the surrounding steel to crush the 3 Sentinels before delivering a lethal blow to their necks. Then, employing Imitator, he transformed into the likeness of a Sentinel, disrupting their communication with bioelectricity before swiftly dispatching the remaining Sentinels. Wow, these specialized Sentinels possess some intrigue. He managed to make me break a sweat. He leapt to the control console on the upper level, realizing that the research facility was set to self-destruct in 1 minute. That old rascal Strike had likely already escaped. Pursuing him would be a futile endeavor. Deciding instead to open the teleportation portal, he cast all the cages into it, liberating the imprisoned mutants. Then, he hoisted a Sentinel's remains and stepped through the portal, emerging in a sprawling farm. He confirmed his location and the direction of the academy before teleporting back to the institution. Chapter 45. The catastrophe of the mutants. When Zhuang Yan returned to the academy with the children rescued from the research facility, the professor had yet to arrive. He instructed the academy students to lead the dazed mutants to their rooms for rest. Subsequently, he retracted the Edmund armor and settled beside the television to watch the news coverage of the day's events. It was then that he learned of President Donald's assassination, and shockingly, the assassin was none other than himself. What? Donald was missing a hand? It appeared that someone had impersonated me to carry out the assassination. The only individual willing to smear my name in such a way was Strick, who could also benefit from the situation to advance his nefarious agenda. In Strick's eyes, I should be presumed dead, especially since I had disabled all the cameras at the underwater facility. Thus, while Strick remained in a state of suspicion, I could strike a blow that would leave him reeling. At that moment, Katie and Charisse rushed in, their faces etched with panic and urgency. Yan, there are rumors circulating in the academy that you assassinated the president. My goodness, is this true? If it is, you need to flee immediately. The military will come after you soon. Calm down, I reassured them. I had a cordial and friendly conversation with the president, but I did not kill him. The one who murdered him is Strick. I'm currently contemplating how to decisively end the Sentinel program. Katie pouted, her anxiety palpable. Leave this matter to the professor. You are certainly being targeted now, and you must find a safe place to hide. Katie was right. The label of presidential assassin had already been affixed to me, and failing to escape at this juncture would lead to missed opportunities. Zhuang Yan felt overwhelmed by the girl's insistence. He could hardly believe that Strick's Sentinels or the military of that wretched nation could pose a significant threat to him. He had witnessed the military camps previously, as well as during his recent visit to the underwater facility. Even when under the suppression of a magnetic field, he had been able to vanquish enemies effortlessly. A sudden roar of airplane engines erupted from outside, indicating that the professor and the X-Men had returned. He promptly opened a portal to the underground hangar. Upon arrival, he saw Jean pushing the professor, with Wolverine accompanying a mischievous young one, while Beast and Cyclops trailed behind Magneto. Storm emerged alongside Mystique. Upon spotting Zhuang Yan, Mystique smiled coldly and remarked, "Your academy certainly excels at rescuing individuals. You managed to retrieve a mutant with replication abilities. Was this an accident or a deliberate act?" Zhuang Yan discerned that Mystique was mocking the professor for intentionally saving him. Mystique's sharp tongue was as relentless as ever, and even the professor rarely furrowed his brow in response. "Mystique, cease your frivolity. We have no time for banter," the professor admonished. He then turned to Zhuang Yan, his expression one of concern. During his time in Washington, he had been preoccupied with whether the Academy could adequately protect Zhuang Yan and whether they could delay Magneto's movements long enough for the X-Men to provide timely support and rescue Anna. To their surprise, Zhuang Yan had successfully resolved the crisis posed by Magneto before their arrival. After rescuing Anna, he even found the opportunity to threaten the president in pursuit of Strick's research facility. The most alarming aspect was that Zhuang Yan returned even quicker than they did. "Yan, when did you come back? Did Strick's Sentinels get resolved?" "I just returned less than 10 minutes ago. Strick has already fled. I suspect he has a larger production line, and the Sentinels are nearly complete. We cannot halt their development. Our only options are to return to the negotiation table or take immediate action against the troublesome government." Upon hearing Zhuang Yan's account, the professor fell into deep contemplation. The surrounding Sentinels bore expressions of concern. Although they had never encountered the Sentinels, they understood from Zhuang Yan's words that contending with them would be exceedingly challenging, highlighting the vast disparity between themselves and the Sentinels. Magneto and Mystique looked utterly bewildered. "Charles, what are Sentinels? Why does the mere mention of them change your countenance?" "Sentinels are weapons specifically designed to target mutants. They can adapt to mimic our abilities, and thus, we mutants face extinction. Why didn't you inform me of this sooner? You wear that ridiculous helmet daily. How was I supposed to convey such critical information?" The professor and Eric exchanged heated words, feeling a sense of relief in their bickering. Yet, the thought of the news spreading about the president's assassination caused a fresh wave of anguish. "Our situation is exceedingly precarious. Following the assassination, the president has shifted his stance to support the public identification of mutants. I fear he may resort to extreme measures, endorsing the Sentinels, which would extinguish any hope for our resurgence. Professor, let's not act in haste. The president will undoubtedly support Strick. I suspect the current president is not genuine." Zhuang Yan's words left those present in astonishment. Ordinarily, the president's security would be robust, deterring any attempts on his life. Yet, Zhuang Yan's reasoning held merit. After all, the professor had engaged with the president frequently. He knew Donald Trump, despite his brash nature and desire for glory, had never been one to vocalize his beliefs lightly. The sudden call for support of legislation detrimental to mutants post-assassination was indeed peculiar. "Yan, do you truly believe the current president is an imposter? Do you have any evidence?" "I assure you, I did not attack the president." Zhuang Yan felt exasperated, as the news had claimed it was Silver Star Khan who initiated the assault. "I am Silver Star Khan. I've already stated I did not kill Donald." What is so difficult to comprehend? A fleeting moment of regret crossed the professor's face. His anxiety for the mutant's future had clouded his judgment. The paramount objective now was to locate Strick's Sentinel production facility. Without the Sentinels, Strick would be powerless. Additionally, it was imperative to unearth the false president to clear his name, thus preventing Congress from passing the legislation. Zhuang Yan articulated his thoughts, leaving the search for the production base to the Sentinels. The responsibility of managing the president and public opinion was entrusted to him, the professor and Magneto. As long as the Warlocks located the production base, he could provide immediate support to utterly dismantle Stryker's ambitions. "By the way, Professor, I rescued some mutants from the underwater research facility. Could you assist in caring for them?" "Certainly. I shall have Jean and Aurora take them for a meal and find suitable rooms for rest." After concluding their discussion regarding the subsequent plans, Zhuang Yan and the professor bade each other farewell. Upon returning to his room, he discovered a gathering of young mutants at the door, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Bobby squeezed through the crowd, exclaiming with excitement, "Yan, they all heard about your exploits and wish to fight alongside you." Zhuang Yan surveyed the eager faces of his peers and replied coolly, "Are you following me merely to become cannon fodder? I am no scoutmaster. I cannot guarantee your safety on the battlefield." He promptly dismissed the unfamiliar faces, urging them all out of the room. Chapter 46, The Magnetic Steel Blade. Stronger than adamantium, once the room quieted down, Zhuang Yan reclined comfortably on the sofa. Bobby wore a troubled expression, speaking in a hushed tone. "Yan, your words earlier were rather harsh. A touch of harshness is beneficial. It saves me from their future annoyances. I have no interest in forming a mutant organization." After dealing with Stryker, he intended to leave the academy and continue searching for new abilities, with no intention of establishing an organization that would encumber him. His powers were suited for solitary endeavors, not companionship. "But ISN to your homeland, Longhua, a place that values collective strength and the idea that many hands make light work? Zhuang Yan looked at Bobby in astonishment, realizing he had adopted such slogans. Was he intending to form a party in the United States? Bobby, have you been reading some enlightening literature? Of course. To keep pace with you, I specifically sought out several books at the library, and it feels as if new horizons have opened in my life. Bobby proudly lifted his chin, seemingly awaiting Zhuang Yan's praise. However, Zhuang Yan rubbed his forehead in exasperation, thinking that Bobby had strayed from his path. He regarded the United States merely as a source of materials for his abilities and had never contemplated altering even the slightest aspect of it. Bobby probably assumed that all Chinese must possess some form of fierce capability, having ideas that veered into absurdity. Bobby, I've told you before, Stryker is a personal matter for me. Do whatever you wish on your own. Just a word of caution, be careful not to attract unwanted attention. I need a rest now. After sending Bobby away, he remained alone in his room, utilizing his ability of iron body to research new materials. Adamantium was indeed impressive, yet it fell short against the enhanced sentinel shells devised by Stryker. The ultra-hard adamantium knife he had previously crafted shattered after only a few strikes. It was imperative to reinforce the material. However, since adamantium was already the pinnacle of human engineering, there was little room for advancement. After pondering for a considerable time, he suddenly realized that while materials might have limitations, one could alter them from a physical perspective. He applied a magnetic field to the atomic layers of the Edmund alloy blade, gradually compressing the distance between the atoms. The originally 1-meter-long alloy knife was reduced to 2/3 of its original size, its surface gleaming with a mirror-like smoothness and a chilling luster. He splashed some water onto the blade, and it flowed down as if gliding through the air, landing on the ground without any hindrance. He then heated the blade with flames, and after half an hour, there was no change in the knife. This was still under the influence of the magnetic field, not the interaction of forces. The material had ample room for improvement. He crafted another Edmund alloy knife and struck with a magnetically enhanced blade. Without obstruction, it severed the Edmund alloy knife in two. This was sufficient to deal with those enhanced sentinels, quite satisfactory. I wonder what other trick Strick has up his sleeve this time. He retracted all the Edmund alloy and forged a suit of steel armor, creating a room full of replicas while applying a magnetic field to his steel armor. Eventually, the armor transformed into a thin layer, smooth as a mirror. After all, Edmund alloy consists of various metals with differing atomic sizes, and applying a magnetic field reveals many shortcomings. In contrast, applying a magnetic field to pure metal reduces the distances between atoms without any drawbacks, achieving an impeccable state. This suit of steel armor has transcended the realm of material science. Having an abundance of capabilities is advantageous. It always leads to the creation of remarkable things. In an endless expanse of desert, Strick lounged leisurely with his legs crossed, his mood exceptionally buoyant. Although he had lost another research facility, the Sentinels were nearing perfection, requiring minimal further research. Moreover, exchanging one research facility for 34 lives was exceedingly advantageous. His grand endeavor with the Sentinels now faced no obstacles. He merely awaited the passage of the bill concerning the extermination of mutants. With that, he could seize control of the ugly nation under the guise of eradicating mutants. The phone rang, and it was President Donald. He maintained his relaxed demeanor. After all, the current Donald was merely a mutant clone, nothing more than his dog. How was the matter progressing? In light of today's assault, the mutants' public bill would be discussed again tomorrow, but the startled legislators would ensure its passage. As for the mutant extermination bill, results would be available within 3 days, at which point I would transfer the execution authority to the master. Strick nodded in satisfaction. 3 days would suffice, and the production of Sentinels would be ramped up. In 3 days, they would be ready for mass deployment, and all mutants in the ugly nation would be subdued simultaneously. Very well, let it be so. My plan is on the verge of success. Master, Professors Charles and Magneto Eric from the Academy wish to attend Congress tomorrow. Shall we allow them? Strick pondered for a long while before finally nodding. As long as Silver Star Khan was absent, these two old men would pose no threat, unable to stir any significant turmoil. It is indeed an opportune moment to render both individuals uncomfortable at the Congress, while simultaneously attributing the disgrace of today's Statue of Liberty incident and the presidential assassination to their heads. The greater the public's ire, the smoother his plans will unfold. However, as a precautionary measure, after terminating the call with the faux president, he hastily instructed the production team to construct additional fortified Sentinels. Coupled with the solemn combat data collected from the underwater research facility, he felt quite confident in effortlessly subduing the Professor and Magneto. The following day, after a hearty breakfast, the solemn figure accompanied the Professor and Magneto onto the Academy's aircraft. Upon landing near the Congress, he solemnly arranged the next steps. Professor, You and Eric shall enter first and engage in discussions with the Congress members. Should any danger arise, or if you require my intervention, communicate with me telepathically. This was the trio's strategy, to create an illusion that Silver Surfer had perished, thereby causing Strick to lower his guard, allowing them to reveal all their cards. In this manner, they could seize the initiative and decisively vanquish Strick. Be cautious, Yin, the guards here are numerous. If they discover you, our cover will be blown. No worries, you two proceed with confidence. After bidding them farewell, Yin opened a newspaper, which featured the news he had deliberately disseminated the previous day. Reports of the military laboratory's mass detainment of young mutants. This news was a continuation of the previous research facility's live experiments and was bound to incite the public's outrage. As for the presidential assassination, it sufficed for the president himself to declare that mutants were not responsible. Where is the president currently hospitalized? First, I must visit the White House to find someone knowledgeable. He opened a portal and stepped into the White House, first disrupting the surrounding surveillance cameras with a magnetic field. Then, using telepathy, he shielded everyone's senses, striding confidently into the Oval Office. There, he found a suited man organizing documents. Approaching swiftly, he clapped his hand down, startling the man, who leapt onto the desk. Who are you? How did you get into the White House? Chapter 47. Pursuing the President. The chase to Mar-a-Lago. Yin locked eyes with the man, instantaneously accessing all of his memories. He learned that Donald was currently at Mar-a-Lago, under the care of a private medical team. Without hesitation, he opened a portal, but just as he was about to step through, he noticed a man reaching for the alarm button. Oh, Peter, it would be wise not to engage in any unnecessary actions. I sincerely advise you. Otherwise, you may only meet your colleagues at your own funeral. The man, the president's private secretary Peter, was rendered immobile by Yan's words. A portal? You are Silver Surfer. My God, are you still intent on pursuing President Donald? Yan used the magnetic field to draw Peter closer, placing a hand on his neck. I detest being given nicknames. Peter, I see you're not a fool. Think for a moment. If I intended to assassinate the president, would I do so in 2 separate attempts? Your president has long since been murdered. What? Peter was taken aback, his expression tinged with skepticism. Zhuang Yan observed that Peter still resembled a regular person, merely a diligent office worker. He contemplated persuading Peter to undertake additional tasks, elucidating that the current Donald was merely a mutant. Do not doubt me. I'm also a victim of slander. Consider whether Donald's behavior is not peculiar. He is a clone mutant of Strick, and the fate of this nation rests upon your shoulders. As he spoke, he subtly employed telepathy to alter Peter's thoughts. Peter's demeanor transformed instantly, brimming with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, Indeed, President Donald seems to have become a different person. He would never disclose his intentions before, despite the folly of his thoughts. I shall expose him and save the fate of our nation. A promising youth. Exert your utmost to rescue our country. Zhuang Yan responded with a smile, releasing Peter before stepping into a portal. At that moment, Peter, bewildered, inquired, What must I do to save our country? Do what you must. Zhuang Yan muttered a curse under his breath, erasing his likeness from Peter's memory before stepping into the portal, arriving at Mar-a-Lago. It was indeed a magnificent locale, the scenery extraordinarily picturesque, emblematic of the elite of this nation. He inhaled the fresh air deeply, then donned his magnetic armor, summoning storms and thunder. Donald, I have come to slay you for the second time. The guards of the estate immediately mobilized, seeking suitable cover to unleash a barrage of gunfire upon him. Observing their movements, he internally praised their professionalism, clearly agents accustomed to rigorous training. However, he pondered, knowing they could not harm him, why persist with such futile water guns? He employed his magnetic field to draw all the agents' weapons into the air, amalgamating them into a heap of scrap metal. Given the necessity of maintaining decorum for an upcoming congressional appearance, he refrained from eliminating these agents. Begone! I shall not take lives today. He landed on the ground, coldly urging the agents who stood before him. Yet these agents, undeterred by death, closed in, attempting to form a human barricade against him. He was compelled to use his phasing ability to flit about the estate, searching for Donald's whereabouts. At last, he glimpsed Donald's fleeing silhouette within a medical room, accompanied by a terrified socialite, the frequently televised First Lady. Madam First Lady, I merely wish to unveil your husband's true nature. Tend to those rabid agents. The First Lady rolled her eyes and promptly fainted on the floor. What a pity. I had hoped to inquire about your daughter's phone number. Perhaps another time. Zhuang Yan directed his gaze towards the direction in which Donald had fled, silently employing telepathy to ascertain his location. Then, with a flicker, he materialized before Donald. Strick's tricks are truly manifold. He has managed to create such versatile mutant clones. Upon seeing Donald, he instantly comprehended the capabilities of this clone. In addition to Mystique's shape-shifting ability, there existed a speed surpassing that of sound, along with enhanced physical prowess. Donald wore a crooked smile as his form left, but a fleeting shadow at the spot where he once stood. However, Zhuang Yan had already established a magnetic field around him. Donald's momentary burst of speed rendered him slower than a snail within this field. Zhuang Yan extracted steel structures from the beams above, binding Donald securely and casting him to the ground. You dare to escape beneath my very nose? What grants you such audacity? The Master will find you. The Sentinels are nearing completion, and no mutant shall evade the Master's grasp. Was Strike truly this melodramatic? Is this what you learn in your spare time? Zhuang Yan bent down to seize Donald, when suddenly a steel spike erupted from the ground, striking his chest with tremendous force and propelling him into the air. A sentinel emerged from the earth, clutching Donald, ready to take flight. Protected by his magnetic armor, Zhuang Yan remained unscathed. He swiftly conjured a magnetic steel blade and, utilizing phasing, materialized beside the sentinel, cleaving it in two from top to bottom. Before he could grasp Donald, dozens more sentinels descended from the sky, encircling him. Donald crashed to the ground, crying out loudly. When you arrived, I had already sought the Master's assistance, huh? You shall meet your demise here today. No sooner had Donald uttered those words than a nearby sentinel stomped on his head, splattering a mixture of ketchup and salad dressing. Then came Strike's voice. 34. You actually survived the explosion. Today, I shall ensure your death, regardless of the cost. TSK, Strike, you are truly merciless, far too merciless. To so easily condemn a loyal subordinate. It has fulfilled its final purpose. Now the entire world will believe you killed Donald. And I shall pursue you in the name of justice. Zhuang Yan surveyed his surroundings, unable to locate Strike's position. Yet, Strike's taunting laughter echoed all around, filling him with revulsion. The version of Strike from this timeline had indeed been enhanced to an epic level, possessing both intellect and strength in the form of sentinels. Reluctantly, he removed the camera from above his head and replayed Donald's last words. When you arrived, I had already sought the Master's assistance. You shall meet your demise here today. Strike, do you truly consider others to be fools? With your scant humanity, I could envision your actions with merely my toes. Infuriating. You are surrounded by 40 enhanced sentinels. There is no way you can escape alive. Zhuang Yan gazed at the sentinels surrounding him, towering like warships from the sky to the ground, emitting a soulless roar. Then, the sentinels moved in unison, unleashing torrents of searing flames that engulfed both him and the estate below. By the time the sentinels retracted their flames, the entire estate lay in charred ruins. Save for Zhuang Yan and the agents below, including the First Lady and other personnel, who remained unscathed. He recently employed Absolute Zero to create a low-temperature isolation zone, simultaneously rescuing the inhabitants of the estate using a magnetic field. In Chapter 48, Assault on Congress, he raised the soil with magnetic force, forming a large circular shelter that encompassed the people of the estate. He then transformed the structure into steel, producing a replica to guard it. These individuals could serve as witnesses, brought to Congress to testify against Strick's crimes. He glanced at the surrounding sentinels, rotating the magnetic steel blade in his hand. Strick, your performance art has reached its conclusion. These 40 sentinels should represent your last vestige of strength. No? An unending flow. Let me lay my cards on the table. After eliminating Donald, I possessed dozens of production lines at my disposal. Nonsense. Given the state of factories in this wretched country, it would be a miracle for Strick to muster even 2 production lines. Unless the current sentinels have developed autonomous production capabilities. Zhuang Yan opened a colossal portal in the sky, designating it as the exit, while placing the entrance amidst the asteroid belt in outer space. A house-sized asteroid shot forth from the portal at breakneck speed, striking dozens of sentinels. Upon collision with the ground, it produced tremors akin to an earthquake, sending countless stones and dust into the air. Cough. Damn. This tactic could easily lead to pneumoconiosis. It would be wise to refrain from employing it in the future. Zhuang Yan surveyed the remaining 20 or so sentinels, who were busy shrinking the portal with their lasers, accompanied by Strick's furious shouts. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward with his steel blade, swiftly decapitating 3 sentinels. Using his magnetic field, he entangled 5 surrounding sentinels together and employed the portal to dismember them into fragments. Now Strick was in a panic. The remaining dozen sentinels ascended into the air, fleeing into the depths of space. Zhuang Yan had merely begun to warm up and was about to pursue when the sound of explosions erupted behind him. Turning to look, he saw the wreckage of the sentinels detonating in succession. It seemed Strick had repurposed the sentinels into suicide weapons to eliminate him. He used a storm to disperse the debris and then freed the inhabitants of the estate from the steel enclosure. Approaching the distraught First Lady, he spoke softly, "Madam. As you see, I have come to rescue you. Your husband, President Donald, has long been slain. I hope you can testify on behalf of us mutants in Congress and expose Strick's transgressions." The First Lady, overcome with grief, crouched on the ground. Covering her face in tears, Zhuang Yan, exhibiting remarkable patience, took advantage of her weeping to instruct the estate's staff to form orderly lines. Pair up, do not crowd shortly. I shall escort you to Congress. Please mind your personal conduct. The First Lady trembled as she stood, gazing at him with trepidation. You won't do anything harmful to us, will you? The outside world is spreading tales that you are a murderous demon. Indeed, the notorious reputation of Silver Starcon had permeated households across this miserable nation, despite the fact that he had only slain a few soldiers. Madam, I'm a benevolent soul. The act of extinguishing your lives would merely require a flick of my finger, no deception necessary. Everything I do is merely expressed in a manner that the common folk can comprehend. Do not exhaust my patience. As he spoke further, his tone grew increasingly frigid, sending a shiver down the spine of the First Lady, who obediently queued up. He opened the portal, allowing the inhabitants of the manor to enter one by one. Congress. The congressional chamber had been hastily transformed into a hearing room. Professor Charles and Magneto Eric stood in the center, under the scrutinizing gaze of the watchful legislators. Professor Charles, is the man beside you none other than Magneto, who has repeatedly threatened humanity? Gentlemen, cast aside the annals of history. I am here today with a matter of utmost importance. You need only answer. Is he the perpetrator of multiple murders and unlawful imprisonment? Magneto? The smile on Charles's face stiffened. He longed to offer an explanation for Magneto, but was halted by a gesture from him. Magneto tilted his head back, surveying the assembly of legislators with a chilling glare. Wherever his gaze fell, the representatives recoiled in fear. I am Magneto, foolish mortals. At that proclamation, the chamber erupted into chaos, voices clamoring as they demanded the guards to seize Magneto. Professor Charles, with exasperation, raised his voice. Gentlemen, there is no need for alarm. We are currently in a dampening field, rendering normal activities impossible, let alone any assault upon you. Today, we pledge our lives to inform you of a crisis threatening human existence. The surrounding legislators reluctantly quieted, confirming the efficacy of the dampening field. They then ordered the guard to confine both the professor and Magneto within plastic cages. One legislator then rose to inquire, Professor, the crisis you speak of regarding human survival, does it pertain to the Silver Starcon who seeks to assassinate the president? If you know his whereabouts or can lead the mutants to capture him, we might consider sparing your kind. Magneto raised an eyebrow, casting a cold glance at the inquiring legislator. It appeared humanity had resolved to fully restrain mutants, which displeased him greatly. The expression on the professor's face also hardened. Sir, the president was not slain by the Silver Starcon, but rather by Colonel Stryker. His Sentinel program poses a significant threat to humanity. Colonel Stryker? Who is he? The legislators huddled together, questioning one another about Stryker, revealing that none were familiar with him, perceiving him merely as an ordinary officer. Professor, how could a mere footnote possess the capacity to instigate a threat to humanity? Pray, do not jest. We are discussing serious matters. Sir, a person's status has never been inherently linked to the endeavors they undertake. Even a swarm of ants can breach a dam, resulting in the demise of thousands. The professor explained with resignation, while Magneto coldly interjected, your elevated status does not exempt you from being merely idle buffoons, engaged in trivial pursuits. Tension once again permeated the conference room, with the chastised legislators yearning to swiftly enact measures against Magneto. At that moment, a portal materialized in the chamber, and disheveled figures emerged from the violet light, their expressions marked by terror as they gazed upon the assembly. The legislators sat frozen in their seats, uncertain of how to proceed, while the guards drew their weapons and encircled the newcomers. Mutant attack. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. No, we are not mutants. We are staff members of the president. The staff members proficiently raised their hands, crouching and shielding their heads. Then, the First Lady stepped forth from the purple glow, her demeanor resolute as she declared, lower your weapons, gentlemen of the assembly. The president has been assassinated. The legislators, taken aback, rose in unison. But before they could utter a word, a large metal object hurtled out from the portal, crashing to the ground. Within the iron mass lay a headless corpse, exuding a pungent scent of blood. Sovereign leisurely emerged last, surveying the crowded congressional hall. Oh, what a lively scene. What are you waiting for? The president is dead. Why not weep for a moment? Chapter 49. Consensus under fist with a single wave of his hand, Sovereign dismantled the plastic cage that ensnared the professor and Magneto. He then ascended to the last row of seats, casting a cold gaze upon the paralyzed legislators. You best pay close attention, for the First Lady shall recount the events that transpired. The First Lady stepped into the midst of the assembly and recounted the happenings at Mar-a-Lago. At the opportune moment, Sovereign played a previously recorded video, revealing the Sentinels descending from the sky and Stryker's sinister plot against the world, which left several elderly legislators visibly shaken. Whispers spread through the congressional hall as the legislators marveled at how a mere colonel could rise from the military to wield such world-ending power. My God, the entire nation has turned a blind eye to the capriciousness of a colonel. We are doomed. They lamented that all the turmoil stemmed from the mutants. Without their superpowers, this crisis would not exist. Deploy the military. Even if it requires nuclear weapons, we must consign these robots and mutants to their graves. The Professor and Magneto approached Sovereign, listening intently to the legislators' reactions. Magneto pointed out a few individuals advocating for the eradication of both the Sentinels and mutants with a mocking tone. Charles, this is the humanity you believe in. No matter how you assist them, they will inevitably stab you in the back. They would rather ally with Stryker than collaborate with us, as you envision. He continued, for us mutants to survive, we must rely on our own capabilities. As though to validate Magneto's perspective, several legislators climbed onto tables, shouting to those around them that the immediate priority for the nation was to collaborate with Stryker. They urged the extermination of mutants and the incorporation of Sentinels into the military, seeking to expand their global dominance. Many legislators promptly expressed their agreement. Solemnly, one observes the performance of these legislators as if attending a theatrical spectacle. In all likelihood, the grotesque nation shall soon orchestrate new elections or perhaps unveil a president who is a staunch ally of Stryker. Subsequently, the media and propaganda machinery will uniformly disseminate the narrative of the mutant threat. After the eradication of mutants, Stryker will be poised to establish himself as the true despot of this grotesque nation, utilizing Sentinels as his enforcers. Those who align themselves with Stryker will either become his sycophants or face annihilation for their awareness of his repugnant nature. The annals of human history often reveal a troubling consistency. At this juncture, the professor shook his head in dissent against Magneto's perspective. There remains hope. Not all are devoid of wisdom. Indeed, Professor, not all are foolish, yet they require a pressing impetus to awaken their faculties of thought. Solemnly, he extended his hand, manipulating the magnetic field to compress the ceiling of the congressional hall into a mass of debris, scattering it upon the floor. The startled legislators immediately ceased their bickering. Before you contemplate the extermination of mutants, consider your own precarious position. He ascended upon the rubble, his magnetic armor shimmering with a dazzling silver brilliance under the sunlight. I have not come to solicit your opinions today, but rather to command you to cease all assistance to Stryker and assist me in locating his whereabouts. Given your capabilities, this is a modest request. I do not demand more. However, should you engage in any subterfuge, I am not as lenient as the professor, and I can readily transform the vile rumors you propagate about me into stark reality. He understood that in confronting Stryker, it was imperative to sever his supply lines and constrict his operational space. As for locating Stryker, that was merely an ancillary task, akin to an extra credit question on a daunting examination, one you know you cannot answer, yet its challenge serves solely to enlighten your understanding of the matter. Upon hearing his declaration, the legislators shrank back, casting furtive glances at one another. The professor seized the moment to interject, gently urging them, Gentlemen, please remember that mutants are humans as well. We shall stand united on a common front against Stryker's ambitions. Of course, this unity presupposes that mutants and ordinary citizens are regarded as equals. Solemnly, he discerned that the professor was a seasoned negotiator. After his threats to the legislators, the professor proceeded to articulate conditions. Thereafter, a trembling legislator rose to speak. Gentlemen, we shall join forces with mutants to combat the Sentinel robots and terminate all research pertaining to mutants. Those in agreement, please raise your hands and reflect earnestly on the fate of this grotesque nation. A resounding chorus ensued, with all legislators raising their hands, even those who had previously proposed collaboration with Stryker. Indeed, it is often the strong who possess the more compelling rationale. Observing that the government had acquiesced, he instructed the professor and Magneto to draft the terms of cooperation along with the future treatment of mutants. He then exited the assembly to seek media outlets to broadcast footage of Stryker. Once he had secured all that could be accomplished, he returned alone to the academy, where students were crowded in the war room, honing their combat skills under the tutelage of Professor Logan. He sat beside the mischievous little one, observing. Why was he still sitting alone, not joining them in their training? My abilities in combat are of no use. Everyone I come into contact with suffers. Have you resolved your matters? The little one appeared despondent, seemingly still affected by Magneto's abduction. Zhuang Yan recalled that a certain company had developed a serum capable of temporarily nullifying the powers of mutants. After Anna received the injection, she was able to lead the life of an ordinary person. He could indeed replicate the serum's principle to suppress Anna's gene expression. These were mere trifles. What was there to resolve? Extend your hand. Anna extended her gloved hand, her face clouded with confusion. No, remove the gloves. I cannot. The last time we made contact, we both nearly perished. Anna panicked and refused to expose her skin. Zhuang Yan knew that Anna was the only mutant capable of temporarily incapacitating him, and he must suppress her powers. He patiently explained, I have devised a method that allows you to make contact with others without absorbing their life force. You might want to give it a try. Perhaps you can live the life you desire. Anna, skeptical, removed her gloves. Then Lin Feng applied a magnetic field to Anna, suppressing every cell within her. Simultaneously, he employed telepathy to delve into Anna's memories, instilling psychological suggestions within her mind. After this series of actions, he extended his fingers slowly towards Anna. When their hands made contact, there was no discomfort as experienced before. It worked. It may not be permanent, but when it wears off, you will know, and it won't cause any sudden harm. Anna, delighted, grasped his hand, exploring it curiously. Upon confirming that her absorbing ability had vanished, she joyfully leaped up. Truly, I can touch others now. Thank you. You finally helped me rid myself of this bothersome ability. As she laughed, tears streamed down her face. For most mutants, superpowers are not a blessing, but a curse. Chapter 50, Space Refining. Monitoring the globe, Anna threw herself onto Lin Feng, embracing him tightly. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Yin, you are truly my savior. Zhuang Yan felt grateful for devising a solution for Anna's powers. If Strick were to obtain Anna's genes, he would constantly have to guard against contact with Sentinel robots. He released Anna's slender form and, with keen interest, inquired, What are your plans moving forward, Anna? I intend to remain at the Academy for a while, waiting for you to address the Sentinels before contemplating my future. That sounds lengthy. Zhuang Yan's greatest challenge at the moment was locating Strick. That scoundrel had implemented numerous measures to evade his and the professor's telepathic reach. At that moment, the classmates concluded their combat training, and Logan strode over. Yin, how are things outside? I am currently filled with a desire to deliver a severe blow to Stryker. Under the guidance of Professor, Wolverine has begun to regain fragments of his past memories and has been consumed with thoughts of vengeance against Stryker ever since. Zhuang Yan pondered over today's accomplishments and remarked nonchalantly, In light of my peaceful suggestion, those legislators have consented to collaborate with us in locating Stryker. We should soon be able to apprehend him. Peaceful? We all witnessed on television how you threatened the media with the footage of Stryker's assault on Mar-a-Lago, Wolverine retorted skeptically, gesturing towards the screen where a clip displayed Zhuang Yan clad in silver armor, wielding a silver blade while intimidating the television crew. I have been sufficiently peaceful, truly. Were it not for the constraints of my mutant identity, I would not have been so courteous. Noticing the Academy's aircraft returning, Zhuang Yan swiftly transitioned the conversation under the pretext of meeting the professor. He then accompanied Logan to the Professor's chamber, where they waited briefly before the professor, accompanied by a group of Sentinels, entered the room with solemn expressions. Ah, Yin, it is thanks to you that the Academy students were not apprehended by those foolish legislators today. I have truly had enough of the atmosphere in Congress, reeking of selfishness, the professor stated as he loosened his tie and gulped down a glass of water. Magneto, seated opposite Zhuang Yan, interjected, I have always maintained that we ought to treat humans as Yin does, with a certain rudeness, so they may recognize their own insignificance and frailty. We must allow them to see our benevolent side. Those young mutants are vulnerable and devoid of support. Zhuang Yan found himself captivated by the verbal sparring between the professor and Magneto, far more engaging than watching films or comics. Aurora, seated beside him, leaned in and whispered, Yin, do you possess the confidence to defeat those Sentinels? From what I have seen in your recordings, they appear formidable. If I cannot contend with them, how can I escort those ordinary individuals to Congress? He replied, I merely need to pinpoint Stryker's coordinates, and I shall eliminate him. However, time is of the essence, for the Sentinel's capabilities are continuously evolving. Zhuang Yan was acutely aware of his own strength, sufficient to suppress the Sentinels for the time being. Yet, he understood that given enough time, their capacity for self-iteration could reach apocalyptic proportions. He was unwilling to wait idly for the enemy to grow stronger. Only by sending them to their doom could he find peace of mind. Upon uttering these words, a look of anxiety crossed Aurora's face. We have scoured the entirety of this wretched country, detecting no anomalous signals or energies. We are unable to locate Stryker in the short term. The professor gestured to his bald head. Even with my enhanced intellect, I cannot sense Stryker. He is hiding quite adeptly. Zhuang Yan contemplated whether he could enhance his telepathic abilities to aid in the search for Stryker. Though the professor had nearly exhausted the limits of his psychic prowess, he still possessed other abilities that could facilitate their efforts. He could even venture into space, utilizing satellites to monitor global activities. Continue your search. I shall take a trip to space for further investigation. What? Space is indeed a realm devoid of life. Do you truly intend to ascend without any form of protection? The professor exclaimed, while the other warriors and Magneto cast astonished glances. I can assure you of my safety. As for its efficacy, we shall see. Zhuang Yan ceased further discussion on the matter and soared out of the window, donning his magnetic armor. His body erupted in a blaze of flames, propelling him skyward at an astonishing velocity. The students of the academy could only witness a fireball racing towards the heavens, while the professor and the warriors stood in wide-eyed disbelief, fixated on Zhuang Yan's rapid ascent. My heavens! His speed surpasses that of a rocket by a significant margin. It is nothing short of miraculous. The abilities of mutants can indeed reach such heights. It is utterly terrifying. Even after Zhuang Yan vanished into the azure expanse, the professor remained entranced, unable to shake off the spectacle. A human form hurtling towards the frigid void of space sounds profoundly alarming, regardless of whether Zhuang Yan is a mutant or not. Magneto, with his eyes gleaming, exclaimed in awe, "Charles, you have been truly fortunate, saving Zhuang Yan. He is precisely the mutant representative I have been seeking. Spare me. Zhuang Yan has no interest in your ideologies. Do refrain from spouting your slogans," the professor mused, realizing he had not only rescued Zhuang Yan, but had also discovered Jean, who possessed world-ending powers. How could you possibly compare to me? He maneuvered his wheelchair to address the gathered individuals, proclaiming, "Zhuang Yan has his own intentions. We must not relent in our efforts. Everyone, take a moment to rest. Then swiftly collaborate with the military to locate Stryker." Zhuang Yan propelled himself into the vastness of outer space. Within the magnetic field's isolation, he could breathe the air he had brought from Earth, unaffected by the frigid temperatures of space, with his body temperature and other vital signs remaining stable. He created 3 duplicates, dispatching them to 3 distinct locations, forming a triangle to monitor any anomalies on Earth. Through the coordination of his mind, he could instantly interpret the feedback from the 3 duplicates. Presently, the United States exhibited no unusual activity, adhering to the notion that he had come this far. He journeyed to the sunlit side of Earth, allowing himself to bask in the solar radiation. It seemed he had never contemplated harnessing sunlight, neglecting the most readily available resource. Thus, he proceeded to absorb the sunlight that bathed his form. Sunlight absorption successful. New ability acquired. Photon sunlight absorption successful. New ability acquired. Energy absorption. The upgraded superpower furnace swiftly generated 2 abilities. The photon ability is a physical capability that enables his body to disintegrate into light. Not only does it allow him to reach the speed of light, but it also permits him to exist in the form of energy, albeit with minimal offensive power. Energy absorption is also a physical ability, allowing him to replenish his strength via sunlight or other light sources. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to become photonic and soared towards the distant sun, frequently activating portals to shorten the distance. 2 hours later, he finally reached the maximum proximity attainable near the sun. As he ventured further, he found himself disrupted by the formidable energy fluctuations of the sun. Chapter 51. The Suppression Agent. The Catastrophe of Mutants? Every cell within Zhuang Yan's body was agitated by the sun's overwhelming radiation. He had no choice but to elementalize his body into fire and activate the furnace to smelt the radiation enveloping him. Successfully smelting solar radiation, a new ability, radiation, is generated. Radiation serves as a form of energy-based capability, enabling the release of various radioactive particles upon its activation. This ability allows him to render the surrounding environment radiative, transforming it into a hellish realm that inflicts harm upon any object or creature within. Essentially, it is the impact of countless microscopic particles, which can even affect energy entities. Upon acquiring this ability, he immediately recalled Strick's suppression magnetic field. In prior battles, he had consistently found himself weakened by that simplistic magnetic field. Now, armed with the power of radiation, he could disrupt the magnetic field using microscopic particles. Even if the disruption was minimal, he could still manipulate enemies within the radiative domain. Currently, he possessed a total of 21 abilities, categorized as follows: physical, self-healing factor, bone claws, beastly outburst, laser, doppelganger, mimic, photon energy absorption, mental, telepathy, mind control, energy, absolute zero, bioelectricity, weather manipulation, magnetic field, radiation elemental, iron body, body of fire, body of water, space-time, quantum traversal, phantom, alternate dimension. These abilities were sufficient for him to confront the Sentinel Legion and eliminate Strick. He then transformed into light once more and soared towards Earth. Strick gazed at the Sentinel army below, his cold demeanor betraying no hint of joy. Zhuang Yan had triumphed over his Sentinels 3 times without sustaining any injuries, each victory resulting in an increase in their numbers. This indicated that no matter how many Sentinels he amassed, defeating Zhuang Yan would be an arduous task. Without eliminating Zhuang Yan, his plans could not unfold in the United States, leaving him confined within this dismal cavern. Do you have any means to suppress or eliminate that Silver Star Khan? The researchers behind him displayed expressions of concern. Colonel Strick, the situation with Silver Star Khan is quite unique. His plethora of abilities makes it difficult to target him. We have reinforced the suppression magnetic field, but its physical limitations are evident, and the efficacy remains uncertain. Upon hearing the researcher's report, Strick's mood grew increasingly tumultuous. Lacking a solid plan, his predicament was dire. The materials required for creating Sentinels could be procured by the Sentinels themselves, yet the excavation rate was woefully inadequate, hampering production speed. He needed vast resources to swiftly equip a Sentinel army capable of dominating the Earth. Unable to target? If only there were a means to eradicate all mutants, including Silver Star Khan, he lamented, uttering what was initially a mere idle thought, a figment of his daydreams. Yet, unexpectedly, the researchers beside him spoke up. Hasn't the government been tirelessly developing agents to suppress the expression of mutated genes? Strick recalled having heard about this matter from others previously. The government of the United States has persistently engaged in the practice of introducing suppressive substances into food and water sources. Although such substances remain rather unstable and cannot entirely eradicate the abilities of mutants. Yet, he pondered the instance when the government discovered a child mutant capable of completely suppressing the powers of nearby mutants. If they could acquire that agent, a swift strike during combat could yield significant advantages. An ingenious idea struck him. He commanded the swift production of Sentinels, assuring their imminent escape from this cavern. He summoned 10 mutant clones, instructing them to seek out the suppressive agent. For 10 consecutive days, Zhuang Yan remained at the academy. Despite his clones conducting global magnetic field surveillance, the academy's combatants ventured out daily in search of leads. Coupled with the extensive efforts of the United States military and the public in their search, there was still no word from Strick or the Sentinels. He found himself growing increasingly bored, having spent every day with Katie and Karis. At that moment, he lay in the pool, admiring the sun-kissed skin of the female students. Bobby, to be honest, I still fail to comprehend why you Americans are so enamored with tanning, especially when your disdain for black individuals is evident. Is it merely to flaunt wealth and leisure by basking on the beach? Bobby nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is a display of status. Otherwise, why would there be so many tanning salons on the streets? Isn't your Dragon Nation also obsessed with fairness? The paler one is, the more they symbolize a higher social standing, while we white laborers are often regarded as rednecks. Ah, it's rare to witness such wit from you, Zhuang Yan remarked, flipping over in the pool to float on his back. The situation in the United States was tumultuous. The populace, upon learning of Strick's plans, was gripped by fear of the so-called brutal regime. They exerted pressure on the government, leading to the former vice president, Vance, temporarily assuming the presidency, exhibiting a relatively amicable stance toward mutants. At least, on the matter of confronting Strick, they found common ground. However, Vance inherited all of former President Donald's policies, suggesting he might also harbor treachery beneath his amiable exterior. He conferred with the Professor and Magneto regarding the potential for installing a president entirely sympathetic to mutants. After all, the United States was in a period of chaos. It was worth the attempt, especially since he had already threatened Congress, rendering the presidency somewhat inconsequential. Yet to his surprise, the Professor and Magneto reached a rare consensus, opposing any manipulation of the presidency. They explained that the president is not the ultimate authority. Rather, the interest groups behind him are the true rulers of the United States. Manipulating the presidency could easily provoke backlash. At that moment, Aurora, clad in a bikini, approached him by the poolside. Zhuang, you possess quite an impressive physique. Aurora, weren't you supposed to be out searching for the Sentinels and Strick's whereabouts? Indeed, we thoroughly searched the land of the unseemly nation, yet we found nothing. The professor then suggested we return to rest. Zhuang Yan noticed something peculiar in Aolua Luo's gaze, reminiscent of their last encounter when she bestowed upon him a kiss. Could it be that Aolua Luo harbors an inclination towards older men? In truth, Aolua Luo is not particularly advanced in age, and he does not dismiss the allure of more mature women. Yan, are you free this evening? I see you have been indulging in leisure, and I wonder if your studies are being neglected. Perhaps Professor Aolua Luo could review my work tonight. I would greatly appreciate a test paper. Zhuang Yan was savoring the unique flavor of Aolua Luo's words when suddenly, a message from the head about the space clone resonated. The space clone had detected unusual fluctuations among mutants due to the magnetic fields established globally. Naturally, he would not overlook this information. He instructed Bobby to inform the professor and then transformed into light, soaring into the sky. In an instant, he arrived atop a towering building in Washington, where the mutant fluctuations sensed by the clone were palpable. Ah, Stryker, have you finally revealed your true colors? He donned his magnetic armor and traversed into the building's interior. Chapter 52. Replacing Devil's Island. Trapping the tortoise upon entering the building, Zhuang Yan observed the ordinary employees diligently at work and immediately shielded them from his perception. He strode confidently among the bustling staff, seeking the infiltrated mutants. However, it appeared that the adversaries were well prepared, as his senses found no trace of them. With no other option, he decided to search each room, arriving at a door plastered with warning signs. He detected an overwhelming stench of blood and utilized his bioelectricity to open the door. Inside, he was met with a gruesome sight of corpses and blood. The security here is utterly lacking. The guards have yet to notice a horde of researchers meeting their demise. Observing the room's environment, he noted that the ventilation shaft had been opened, with a rope dangling from the ceiling. Most of the bodies on the floor bore deep claw marks, reminiscent of Wolverine's adamantium claws. If it weren't for that foolish wolf going berserk, then it must be Stryker's clone. I leaned towards the ladder, for upon my arrival, I witnessed Logan flirting with Jean, while her boyfriend Scott stood nearby. What could have compelled Stryker to risk discovery by sending a clone to infiltrate here? He rifled through the documents in the room, and soon the answer unfolded before him. This building is one of the bases for researching the suppression of mutant genes. Oh, the serum has already been developed. The timeline has advanced once more. Now, he comprehends Stryker's sinister intentions, unable to eliminate him with Sentinels. He seeks to employ the suppression serum against him. To be candid, that serum poses a genuine threat, despite his possession of over 20 abilities. However, should he be injected with the suppression serum, he would instantly revert to an ordinary human. Fortunately, this is not the headquarters for the serum's research. The true base lies on Devil's Island. It seems there exists a mutant capable of nullifying mutant powers. What was his name? Jim? He immediately informed the professor through telepathy about the recent discoveries. Instead of rushing to Demon Island, he pressed the alarm button. Although the potion affected him, the steel armor made it difficult to inject. Moreover, the super energy furnace was not a mutant ability. Even if he temporarily lost his powers, he could still smelt other materials to generate abilities. Meanwhile, the government of the ugly country was secretly researching suppressive potions without his and the Academy's knowledge, and he intended to have a serious discussion with President Wansi. Before long, armed guards burst in. Upon seeing him, they immediately lowered their weapons and asked in a panic, "Silver Star Khan, how did you get here? Were they the ones you killed? Have you ever seen a murderer stay at the crime scene to call for help?" He retorted, "Sometimes, think before you act. You were just attacked by strict subordinates, and I sensed it, so I came to investigate." Casually pulling a chair towards him, he reclined with an air of leisure, feigning curiosity about the situation. The guards were at a loss for words, and an elderly man in a suit emerged from the crowd, politely explaining, "We are researching how to provide battlefield support for mutants, which may have attracted Strix's attack." "Oh, is the suppressive potion for mutant abilities also considered support?" he asked. "Think before you lie." The old man's complexion immediately turned awkward, leaving him speechless. Reclining casually in his chair, he coldly stated, "There's a treaty between mutants and the government, prohibiting private research on mutants. You have violated it. Now summon President Wansi. I wish to speak with him." "That's not advisable. The president has just taken office and has many matters to attend to," the old man replied with a troubled expression. However, he was indifferent to the man's concerns. He was determined to have President Wansi personally meet him to establish who held the greater authority. He recalled how leisurely Donald had been during his presidency, frequently vacationing at Mar-a-Lago, hardly ever bearing the weight of responsibility. Why then had Wansi become so busy? "You must understand, if the president does not come, you will bear the blame for violating the treaty. Moreover, if I fly to the White House to see Wansi, it will not merely be a conversation. Do you comprehend?" After a moment of hesitation, the old man turned and retrieved his phone, walking toward the door. He took quite a while to return. "Your Excellency, the White House has responded. President Wansi will be arriving shortly. Please be patient." He closed his eyes, entering a state of feigned slumber, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Approximately an hour and a half later, President Wansi hurried in. "Silver Star Khan, I hear you are looking for me? Stop pretending. Explain the situation regarding the suppressive potion. Do you still intend to deal with your allies?" Wansi's expression darkened, his heavily lined eyes narrowing. Rising from his chair, he stepped forward, towering over Wansi as he spoke. "Wansi, your swift ascent to the presidential throne can just as easily lead to a rapid descent. Do you recall how Donald met his demise?" Wansi shuddered, immediately signaling to those nearby. The researchers and guards promptly exited the room, gently closing the door behind them. Once the vicinity was clear, Wansi spoke softly. "I have only been in office for a few days. Many matters have been kept from me, and I truly know nothing about the drugs. Once I leave, I will abolish this plan and obliterate all research materials and products. Are you satisfied with that? No need for that, since someone has concealed drug research from you. I shall assist in eliminating this individual, thus ensuring you maintain a commendable reputation." Zhuang Yan paid no heed to whether Wansi was genuinely unaware of the suppressive drugs. This was merely a warning. Furthermore, Devil's Island could be utilized to lure Strick into action, allowing him to trace the matter back to Strick. This was an opportune moment, and he would certainly not allow Wan Si to intervene. Inform the guards at Devil's Island to flee. Let the deaths be attributed to Strick. Do you understand? Understood. I shall take care of it immediately. Wan Si readily agreed, then cautiously inquired, Is there anything else? No. Just remember to keep your seat firmly planted on that chair. And do not let me encounter such a situation again. With that, Zhuang Yan transformed into a beam of light, soaring towards Devil's Island. Shortly thereafter, he floated above the island, conjuring hundreds of duplicates. Quietly, they incapacitated the guards on the island, gathering them together, while using the ability of Imitator to replace the guards. The original remained concealed in the air, awaiting Strick's arrival on the island. A speedboat sliced through the sea, stealthily approaching Devil's Island. Upon reaching the shore, 10 figures disembarked from the small craft. Zhuang Yan's duplicates observed them landing without taking any action to impede their advance. The 10 figures swiftly approached the research center on the island, dispatching any duplicates that obstructed their path with remarkable efficiency. Zhuang Yan trailed behind, recording their murderous actions with a camera. Chapter 53. Severely wounded Strick. Zhuang Yan witnessed the clone mutants storming the research room and captured it on film. The clone mutants emerged from the lab, clutching a large box of drugs and documents, rushing towards a speedboat. Just as he was about to follow, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Signals from the copies in space indicated that hundreds of high-energy entities were approaching, resembling sentinels. Simultaneously, the skies above Devil's Island became crowded with sentinels encircling him. Has Strick discovered me? To his astonishment, a sentinel knelt before him, and Strick leaped down, approaching with a beaming smile. Hello, 34. It appears we meet again. Strick, why have you not retreated like a coward? Have you lost your mind? Or do you believe you can kill me? Zhuang Yan found Strick's sudden appearance puzzling. The suppressive drugs had only just been acquired, and yet he dared to confront him? However, Strick appeared to be quite self-assured, extending his arms and proclaiming loudly, When I instructed my men to procure the suppressive agent, I anticipated the possibility of your discovery, for your abilities are indeed extensive. Thus, I resolved to take a gamble, laying a trap to eliminate you, and as expected, you shall not evade your fate today. The moment my team acquired the data on the suppressive agent, they commenced mass production, and it won't be long before this world is devoid of mutants capable of thwarting me. Zhuang Yan could not help but applaud. Strick's capacity for daydreaming could be deemed Omega level. The hundreds of replicas he had previously deployed on the island soared into the sky, donning magnetic steel armor. Frankly, your strategy is commendable, yet I too would prepare a countermeasure. Just as Zhuang Yan was about to command the replicas to unleash their abilities, a plume of white smoke wafted from behind Strick into the air. Upon contact with the smoke, the steel armor of his replicas disintegrated, one after another plummeting to the ground. Strick laughed arrogantly, instructing the sentinels to step aside, revealing a machine emitting a blinding white light. It was a clone mutant pouring the suppressive agent into it. I told you I was thoroughly prepared. Today marks your demise. You must be feeling unwell now. Aren't you? Zhuang Yan indeed sensed his cells beginning to deteriorate, his strength ebbing away like a receding tide. He immediately invoked Absolute Zero, freezing the surrounding air's water molecules to create a barrier, preventing the suppressive mist from encroaching. The sentinels around him sprang into action, their hands morphing into sharp spikes aimed at him. He leaped and stomped the ground, generating a radiation field with a 10-meter radius. Sentinels entering the radiation field were instantly incapacitated as high-energy particles dismantled their control centers, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Yet, the dozens of sentinels hovering above formed a circle, imposing a suppressive magnetic field upon him. The radiation field he emitted vanished instantly, and even his steel armor began to disintegrate, its potency surpassing that of the suppressive agent. Ha ha ha! This tactic was specifically devised for you. No mutant can escape from the magnetic field. You have lost. 34. A pity you did not heed my counsel earlier, allowing me to witness your demise firsthand. Seizing the moment before his abilities faded entirely, Zhuang Yan utilized his remaining energy to communicate with the replicas in space. 3 replicas simultaneously activated an alternate dimension, opening a portal large enough to engulf the entire island above Devil Island. Strick, upon seeing the portal, was taken aback and exclaimed in alarm, What is happening? What did you just do? I am merely preparing your tombstone. Do not mention it. The surrounding seawater began to rise rapidly, exhibiting a tendency to flow skyward. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yan felt the Earth's gravity diminishing, allowing him to leap effortlessly into the air. Thus, he leaped towards the ocean, easily breaking free from the suppressive magnetic field and regaining his abilities. He swiftly froze the rising seawater into ice, encircling the entire island to prevent Strick from escaping. Then, utilizing the alternate dimension, he extracted the colossal meteor sent by the clone. With a resounding crash, half of Demon Island was struck by the meteor, shattering the surrounding ice walls into crystalline fragments that glimmered in the moonlight upon the sea. What a close call. I had indeed acted with a touch of bravado earlier. The meteor, having lingered in the alternate dimension for a while, had lost its kinetic energy. Thus, it merely impacted half of Demon Island without triggering any natural disasters, such as tsunamis or earthquakes. He soared back to Demon Island to assess the aftermath of his earlier strike, finding only a few scattered sentinels which he dispatched one by one. Most of the sentinels were crushed beneath the meteor, accompanying Strick in his demise. Through telepathy, he found no signs of life beneath the meteor. Strick was likely dead. After searching the area again and confirming the absence of any life signs, he dispatched a clone to awaken the ordinary individuals. Just as he was about to depart, a sudden impact struck his back, followed by a familiar scent. It was the suppression agent. He swiftly turned to see a sentinel, reduced to only its upper half, crawling towards him. How could this be? His steel armor was rapidly vanishing, and his abilities were on the verge of dissipating entirely, leaving him on the brink of becoming an ordinary human once more. Then he witnessed a group of sentinels soaring into the air. One of them cradled Strick, who was left with just one arm, his legs gone. Damn! Fortunately, before the meteor fell, I had commanded the sentinels. Now, you are merely an ordinary human. Ultimately, I have triumphed. I have completely defeated him, killing him. After uttering these words in utter weakness, Strick was taken away by the sentinel, while the others flocked towards him. However, Zhuang Yan remained unperturbed. The quantity of the agent he had inhaled was minimal, and he still retained some residual power. Coordinating with the nearby clones, he unleashed a radiation field that enveloped half the island, rendering the attacking sentinels incapacitated. Yet, this tactic drained the majority of his strength, leaving him unable to pursue Strick any further. In a precarious situation, I must hasten back to the academy to prevent Strick from launching a counterattack. He instructed the imminent vanishing clone to open a portal. Then, he traversed through the portal back to the academy, arriving precisely in his room. At that moment, Katie and Charisse were playfully lying on the bed, having moved in with him. Upon seeing his sudden return, the two girls laughed and rushed to his side. Zhuang Yan, where have you been? We've come up with a new move. Shall we try it today? It was all Charisse's idea. She appeared demure, but harbored quite a few risky thoughts. Zhuang Yan lay on the bed, striving to conserve his energy. Katie and Charisse, believing he wished to engage in their games, leaped towards him. No, ladies, I require some rest. Please summon the Professor and Magneto. There is a matter of considerable importance I must discuss with them. Once I have regained my strength, we can explore the new techniques. The expressions of the two women grew tense as they pressed him with questions about the unfolding events. After soothing them with a few kind words, he managed to send them away. He then harnessed bioelectricity to stimulate his body's cells, activating the suppressed abilities within him. Chapter 54. The Shadows of Canada. Wake up, Mr. President. Zhuang Yan began by scanning his entire body with a faint electric current, halting the spread of the suppressive agent within him while analyzing the nature of this insidious substance. The suppressive agent had been developed based on the genes of mutants, meaning its suppressive effect was itself a manifestation of ability. Thus, the agent within his body was dividing his cells, rendering him unable to wield elemental powers. He could only use electric currents to break through the barriers between his cells. As waves of electricity coursed through his body, his strength gradually returned. The suppressive magnetic field and the tricks of Strick are quite numerous. Now that he had regained half of his strength, he established a mental connection with the clone in space. During Strick's escape, he had instructed the space clone to track his movements, but the clone had lost the trail of Strick's sentinels midway. The only useful information was the locations where hundreds of sentinels had appeared. Canada, previously, my focus had been entirely on the U.S., causing me to overlook this inconspicuous nation. The fact that Strick was able to mass-produce sentinels suggests a potential collusion between the Canadian government and him, or perhaps local forces are providing Strick with sanctuary. I may need to inform 1C to alert the Canadian government, and we should take down this base first. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, and soon, the Professor and Magneto entered. Yin, I sense your battle with Strick on Devil's Island. Have you come to discuss this matter? Is Strick planning to launch an attack with the Sentinels? Essentially, the U.S. government's suppressive agent has been taken by him along with its samples and data. He will initiate an offensive soon. Zhuang Yan used telepathy to transmit the battle scenes from Devil's Island into the minds of the Professor and Magneto. Both elder gentlemen widened their eyes in shock, with the usually composed Magneto displaying a rare expression of fear. My God, the Sentinel's power has escalated so quickly. Aside from Yin, no mutants stand a chance against them. The Professor's face was etched with concern as he communicated secretly with Zhuang Yan through telepathy. The evolution of the Sentinels is specifically targeting you. Can you withstand it? Otherwise, we have a trump card. I can endure. It was merely a surprise attack that forced me to let Strick go. Zhuang Yan understood that the professor's trump card referred to Jean, whose phoenix powers could indeed annihilate the Sentinels. However, Jean's abilities were highly unstable. If exploited by Strick, it would only create further complications. I only sought you out to alert the Academy. Strick is likely preparing for a counteroffensive. When the time comes, I will focus on dealing with Strick and will not be able to safeguard you fully. He opened a portal leading to Vancy's residence, donning his magnetic steel armor, fully restored to his power. I am now set to annihilate Strick's production base in Gameta. You should also take action. He stepped into Vancy's chamber at the White House, where the newly inaugurated president was receiving reports from his subordinates regarding Devil's Island. Upon his arrival, Vancy and the bureaucrats rose to their feet. Your Excellency, what brings you here at such a late hour? Not much in the way of guidance, but surely you are aware of the events transpiring at Devil's Island? Indeed. As you have stated, Strick's Sentinels attacked there. Zhuang Yan tossed a video recorded on Devil's Island to Vancy, urging him to disseminate it widely. Such footage could enlighten the populace of the ugly nation to Strick's true nature as a reactionary against humanity, serving as a potent weapon for public opinion. Strick had acquired the mutant suppression agent and would soon retaliate against the ugly nation. President Vancy, you must prepare the military and recognize where your allegiance lies. Vancy appeared compliant, his words and demeanor devoid of resistance. Yes, I shall fulfill my duties. However, our troops are but flesh and blood. They may not withstand such formidable weaponry as the Sentinels. The loss of life among the ugly citizens is not within my contemplation. Your only obligation is to resist vigorously. Zhuang Yan was indifferent to the military strength the ugly nation could muster. Sentinels would handle ordinary individuals as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. He needed only assurance that the ugly government would not betray him in critical moments. Of course, given the nature of these politicians, they would not learn to behave unless taught a lesson. The recent discovery of Gameta's support for Strick's actions could very well be a manipulation by the ugly nation. After all, Gameta's father is the ugly nation, and it follows the latter's lead in any endeavor. He sought out Vancy to leverage this information and deliver yet another admonition. President Vancy, I hold no interest in the politics of your ugly nation. My contact with you is solely to facilitate the demise of Strick. I have recently uncovered that the Gameta government is backing Strick in the production of Sentinels, and I am quite curious about the role you play in this. No, Your Excellency, I am unaware of Gameta's dealings. I have only just taken office. Zhuang Yan instantaneously appeared beside Vancy, towering over the youngest president. I have no desire to hear you use your recent inauguration as an excuse. Such reasoning only serves to paint you as a fool. Vancy clenched his jaw. For being labeled a fool as the president of a powerful nation was a grave insult, one that extended beyond his personal affront to encompass the entirety of the ugly nation. Yet, he found himself devoid of any retort, bowing his proud head before others. Yes, I shall warn the Gameta government to immediately cease its support for Strick. Simultaneously, I will expose Strick's allies within the ugly nation. I implore you for more time. Time waits for no one. Do what you can, for my expectations of you are not high. Just do not stand against me. With a solemn warning, he opened the portal to the Sentinel base in Kamada. Upon arrival, he was met with towering cliffs and a mighty river cascading towards a colossal waterfall. The abundance of water and mineral resources rendered this an ideal manufacturing site for the Sentinels. He descended onto a slope, utilizing the magnetic field to uncover a concealed metallic door beneath the soil. With force, he wrenched the door open and leaped inside. Surveying the surroundings, he found that beneath the door lay the preparation chamber for Sentinels departing the base, a vast expanse, to prevent a scenario akin to Demon Island, where he might be ambushed and rendered powerless by a suppressive magnetic field. He dispatched 3 duplicates to guard the area while his main body ventured deeper into the base. Yet, after a mere 10 minutes of searching, he encountered no Sentinels or researchers. Had they all escaped in such a brief span? He located a laboratory, the floor strewn with chaos and papers ablaze. It was evident that the researchers had only just vacated the premises, though his duplicates in space had detected no signs of anyone's departure. Once more, he sent out duplicates, intent on scouring the entire base. Chapter 55. The Sky is Clouded. Isolating the mind's power after a thorough search, he finally discovered a vast cavern behind a production line. This cavern led to the river outside, suggesting that the researchers and Sentinels had fled under the cover of the mountainous terrain. Realizing they had distanced themselves, he found no inclination to pursue further. Against an adversary who preferred to hide away, complete annihilation was unattainable. Thus, he returned to the cavern to seek documents that remained unburned, hoping to ascertain the current capabilities of the Sentinels. Despite their panicked exodus, the researchers had left behind a considerable amount of documentation. Among these were orders from Strike to develop Sentinel robots specifically designed to counter him. The suppressive magnetic field employed by the Sentinels was one of the abilities outlined, along with provisions for a sprayable agent. In addition to the tactics he had previously encountered, there were designs for colossal sentinels and nuclear-powered variants. Strike was evidently committed to investing resources into anything that could potentially thwart him. He noted with disdain the concept of a composite sentinel capable of replicating his genetic material. Strike was indeed thorough in his preparations. As he pondered his countermeasures, he suddenly sensed a disconnection with his duplicates in space. Despite his attempts to re-establish contact through his mind, it was as if his efforts were swallowed by the abyss. He swiftly exited the cavern, only to find that the once pristine sky had become sullied. It was not the gray of smog, but a chaotic array of colors, reminiscent of a child's erratic drawings. He immediately recognized this as a form of psychic assault. No nation on Earth possessed the capability to taint the sky in such a manner. He hastily endeavored to harness his abilities, yet found no discernible change. He could still wield his power with ease. What was this peculiar attack? He felt no immediate effects. However, the severance from his connection to space was undeniably real. He attempted once more to activate the portal, yet his perception felt shrouded in a veil of darkness, rendering him utterly incapable of locating his destination. This indicated that following the celestial anomaly, the fabric of time and space, along with sensory abilities, had been profoundly affected. Reluctantly, he navigated blindly toward the land of the undesirable, where he observed ordinary individuals seemingly deprived of their sight. Pedestrians groped their way forward, while vehicles congested the roads, creating a chaotic scene. The air was filled with wails of despair and cries for help, as the stench of blood ascended to the heavens. It was evident that the common folk bore the brunt of the celestial upheaval. Who could be responsible for such calamity? He swiftly transformed into a beam of light, reaching the academy in no time. Upon arrival, he discovered that the mutants within the institution were, to some extent, also affected, though not to the extent of total blindness like the ordinary populace. He soared to the side of Bobby on the lawn, who immediately reacted. Yan, I can only see your blurred silhouette now. It seems that ever since the sky became tainted, this is the consequence. I do not know what it is, but it feels reminiscent of a mutant's ability. Let's not dwell on this for now. Instruct our classmates to enter the building and refrain from wandering about. I will confer with the professor. He entered the professor's chamber, where he found the Professor and Magneto fumbling together. Other members of the X-Men sluggishly made their way toward the exit. Is that you, Yin? Goodness, you have finally returned. We were just deliberating on how to organize our defenses. Suddenly, everything became indistinct, akin to the myopia experienced when one uses Baidu. It is utterly terrifying. Professor, mutants seem to be faring better, but the ordinary citizens have completely lost their vision. If it weren't night, when the entire land of the undesirable is shrouded in filth, millions would perish. Zhuang Yan pondered that the inability of the citizens to see might not be entirely detrimental. At least, when they drew their American-style swords, they would not strike anyone inadvertently. The long-standing issue of gun violence, unresolved for over a century, found an unexpected resolution today. The professor sighed heavily, his concern palpable. Yin, have you been affected? If you too have lost your sight, we would be doomed when Stryker attacks. No. Since the ambush with the suppressive agent, I have isolated my body from external connections using a magnetic field. However, some of my abilities have been somewhat compromised, particularly my sensory ones. The professor's expression became laden with meaning. The implications of their discourse were clear. They surmised that the purpose of the celestial dust was to sever their sensory capabilities, with Stryker poised to reap the greatest benefits. He could seize the opportunity to plunder resources for the production of sentinels or directly occupy key territories. Stryker's sentinels must have already mobilized. Yet the means by which Stryker accomplished such a grand scheme remained a mystery. At that moment, Zhuang Yan felt no urgency to pursue Stryker. Rather than scouring the world in search of him, he preferred to recline in bed and await Stryker's inevitable approach. Given his understanding of Stryker, he knew that with even the slightest advantage, Stryker would be bold enough to bet everything. Professor, I shall take my leave to rest. Wishing you all a pleasant slumber. Wait, Yin, in this time of crisis, how can you still find rest? Certainly, it is the government of the United States that should be anxious now. I merely need to accomplish my objectives. He is not a caretaker, compelled to rush to aid the U.S. In defiance of the professor's counsel, he utilized a phantom and instantly returned to his room. Katie and Charisse were curled up together on the bed. Upon hearing the noise of his return, they inquired with uncertainty, "Who is it? Is it Yin? If it's not Yin, go away immediately." "It's me. Can you not see me at all?" "We can only vaguely perceive a bit. We do not know where our glasses are." "Yin, I am so frightened," Katie exclaimed, while Charisse stretched her arms wide, sobbing. Zhuang Yan located the glasses of the two women and helped them put them on. It must be said, they did have a somewhat pure and innocent appearance with their glasses. "Yin, what on earth is happening? Why is it that we suddenly cannot see?" "It is a form of mental cloaking ability. I do not know the specifics, but your minds have likely been influenced. Zhuang Yan possesses both telepathy and a cerebral ability. both of which can be cloaked. Clearly, Strick has acquired a high-level mutant ability, further amplified by Strick's technology. Unless he currently possesses an Omega-level psychic ability, he cannot dispel the cloaking. Only the telepathy refined from the Professor comes closest to Omega. His subsequent plans are evidently clear. First, to find a way to dispel the obscurity, and then to confront Strick. Otherwise, even if he encounters Strick, the suppressive magnetic field, the inhibiting agents, and the unfamiliar psychic mutants will pose threats to him. Colonel, we have activated the ability of Zero, as per your instructions. Chaos reigns in the U.S. Strick, adorned with numerous tubes, silently nodded. Subsequently, researchers injected various mysterious serums into Strick's body. His severed arm and legs immediately oozed black blood. The researchers hurriedly attempted to provide aid. Colonel, injecting the mutant serum into his body before recovery is tantamount to suicide. Have you truly not considered postponing your transformation? Chapter 56. Omega-level psychic ability. Strick replied in a hoarse voice, there is no time. After utilizing Zero, we have no more cards to play. I must acquire formidable power and lead the enhanced Sentinels to annihilate 34 to genuinely realize the plan. The researchers ceased their objections and waved their hands, signaling their colleagues to continue injecting the serum into Strick. Strick immediately let out a harrowing scream, with blood gushing from every wound on his body, from the initial black to bright red, and then to a clear, watery liquid. His cries persisted throughout the entire night, until dawn the following day. At that point, he could only emit faint breaths. All his wounds had festered, developing into swollen lumps. The researchers, who had similarly endured the night, gathered around to discuss Strick's condition. The serum injected into the Colonel induced an acute rejection reaction, leaving us to pray that his genes might be activated. The odds are slim, thus, we must prepare for the eventuality of placing his brain into a machine. Not everyone possesses the multifaceted abilities of Subject 34. The Colonel has been rather reckless. The pus-filled wound on Strick's injury ruptured once more, revealing a bony severed limb that sprouted a dense mass of granulation tissue. Like the antennae of a snail, it began to extend outward. Is this an expression of self-healing? How peculiar. No, this is a new ability. Self-healing does not manifest in this manner. The researchers immediately sprang into action, injecting Strick with serum once again. The granulation tissue from his severed limb grew at an accelerated pace, yet there were no signs of his original limb's restoration. Soon, Strick opened his eyes, and the thick granulation tissue around his legs writhed, supporting him as he rose to his feet. Astonished by his transformed body, he exclaimed, "What the hell? How have I become a monster? Coronel." It appears that the excessive and diverse mutant serum you injected has caused your cells to undergo aberration. Do you feel anything unusual? Any discomfort? I only feel an overwhelming hunger, but the agony I endured yesterday is gone. Strick stepped down from the operating table, and suddenly, the granulation tissue from his severed limb shot out, ensnaring all the food brought by the researchers, then swirling it towards the root of the tissue, not through his mouth. Strick and the surrounding researchers were taken aback. What is happening? Am I still human? He had always harbored a deep disdain for mutants, and the only reason he resorted to mutant serum was due to the peril of death. He sought strength to vanquish Zhuang Yan. However, this monstrous form was utterly unacceptable to him. The researchers promptly placed Strick into a diagnostic machine for a comprehensive examination. Upon viewing the imaging scans and ultrasound images, silence enveloped the room. Strick no longer possessed internal organs. Instead, a colossal tumor occupied his chest and abdomen. The granulation tissue from his severed limb originated from this tumor. Strick was rendered speechless upon uncovering the truth. The tumor was the core of his existence, a peculiar manifestation of genetic mutation. Colonel, although your body has undergone tremendous transformation, this signifies an awakening of power with innumerable possibilities. We have also injected the steel gene from Subject 34 into your body. Why not give it a try? Strick, now fraught with turmoil, felt the writhing granulation tissue suddenly burst forth in flames. A slight splash onto the ground corroded a significant hole. For now, let's set aside discussions of abilities. Construct me arms and legs, at the very least to restore my semblance of humanity. What is the status of our plan? All factories in the United States and Canada have been seized. We will soon be able to deploy Sentinels across the globe. Strick finally received some auspicious news, prompting him to accelerate the production line. He intended to lead the Sentinel army to the Academy, where he would eradicate Zhuang Yan and all other mutants. Zhuang Yan soared through the dusty sky into the cosmos. He glanced back at the blue earth, sensing no trace of life upon it. The powers unleashed by Strick obscured the globe, with the situation being particularly dire over the regions of Ugly Country and Canada. While other areas retained some visibility of the terrain, the skies above Ugly Country and Canada appeared a kaleidoscope of colors from space. He transformed into a beam of light, racing towards the sun to absorb its radiant energy once more. However, his purpose was not to melt the rays, but to draw his consciousness closer to the sun's core, gradually attuning it to the magnetic waves of solar light, thereby enhancing his abilities. After all, the professor was the most formidable telepath on Earth, and it was no longer feasible for him to elevate his powers to Omega level. His ambition was to utilize the sun's magnetic waves to upgrade his telepathic abilities. Penetrating the microscopic realm. Telepathic ability successfully upgraded. Telepathy successfully refined 10 times, synchronizing the upgrade of mental abilities. Following a series of notifications, his telepathy ascended to Omega level. He promptly returned to the outer reaches of Earth, using his telepathy to breach the obscured sky. At last, he could perceive the consciousness of humanity on Earth, with swiftness and efficiency surpassing his previous capabilities. This confirmed his hypothesis. The essence of telepathy lay in the reading of waves. By specializing in brain waves and the energy of life, refining the solar waves complemented by his own vitality, he achieved the elevation of his mental faculties. The upgraded intellect remained impervious to the obscuration, allowing his corporeal counterpart on Earth to sense it as well. He immediately initiated a scanning process over Ugly Country in Canada, discovering the presence of sentinels in every industrial area. The government institutions of Ugly Country lay entirely paralyzed, while the military, rendered blind, cowered within their barracks. At this moment, Ugly Country could be considered Strick's dominion. Nonetheless, this was not entirely unfavorable. At least these humans remained indoors, avoiding the attention of the sentinels. Thus, he chose not to erase those vile entities from the sky, but rather to deliver a shock to Strick. He randomly selected a factory engaged in the production of sentinels and summoned a meteorite via a portal, which promptly obliterated the factory, leaving only a handful of sentinels to escape. He then opened additional portals, drawing in meteorites to annihilate the production lines of sentinels. He felt no remorse for the destruction of the few factories in Ugly Country. It was only when the sentinels on the ground began to converge towards him that he ceased his assault to prepare for battle. Once encircled by the sentinels, he activated a premeditated radiation field, creating a vast area of radiation that obliterated all the sentinels surrounding him. Afterward, he returned to Ugly Country in search of Strick's whereabouts. He first arrived at a factory where numerous production lines were manufacturing sentinels. Signs of human life were detected within, presumably belonging to Strick's researchers. By interrogating these researchers, he could ascertain Strick's whereabouts. Chapter 57. Unveiling the dust from the sky. I shall assist you in contacting the Avengers. As he solemnly entered the factory, alarms were immediately triggered by the sentinels. Dozens of sentinels converged from all directions, exhibiting a level of energy that far surpassed those he had previously encountered. It was likely the advanced sentinel Strick had mentioned. In order to avoid harming the researchers within the factory, he refrained from employing large-scale destructive techniques, such as radiation fields. Instead, he wielded a magnetically charged steel blade to strike at the approaching sentinels. The surrounding sentinels first unleashed a suppressive magnetic field, yet he was well prepared to disrupt it. A powerful magnetic surge engulfed each sentinel, emitting the suppressive field, rendering it ineffective while simultaneously directing the sentinels to collide with one another. The steel blade then cleaved a vast chasm into the earth, and under the influence of his metallic physique, the fissure was instantaneously reinforced with steel, protruding deadly spikes around it. Several sentinels were impaled by these spikes, yet more vanished from their positions, reappearing behind him. These sentinels then released a formidable electric current, piercing his steel body. Indeed, they had grown significantly stronger. It seemed my original replication abilities were quite impressive as well. In a rare moment of feral eruption, Zhuang Yan amplified his strength tenfold in an instant. With two magnetically charged steel blades, he swiftly dismantled the sentinels that attacked him into fragments. He then utilized his metallic form to create small-scale tremors in the atomic structure of the surrounding ground. This technique, derived from his understanding of physics, allowed the protons within the atoms to fluctuate in number, releasing energy. In the blink of an eye, the terrain transformed into a molten lava pool, engulfing the sentinels standing upon it. The intense heat of the lava would reduce these sentinels to gas. Meanwhile, the sentinels in the air attempting to disrupt him were obliterated by his portals. With all the sentinels guarding the factory defeated, he gradually made his way into the main building, capturing two researchers. Greetings, little mice. I would like to inquire about Strick's location. Consider it in your own best interest to divulge. The two researchers, trembling on the ground, stuttered their response. We are unaware of Colonel Strick's whereabouts. He frequently relocates to other research bases. Then reveal the research facilities you are familiar with. I shall eliminate them one by one. We were formerly part of the underwater research facility, but after it was destroyed by him, we have been on the run. Zhuang Yan, growing impatient. directly scanned their minds through telepathy. To his surprise, the two spoke the truth since their departure from the underwater research facility. They had been lurking in the city under Strick's orders, only taking over this factory after the sky had been shrouded in dust. He surveyed the bodies of factory workers arranged in a circle, their heads severed and stacked into a towering sculpture. What a masterpiece. Your aesthetic sense is quite commendable. Does the esteemed Khan appreciate it as well? This is a lesson gleaned from your Dragon Kingdom's texts. Many of our colleagues are enamored with such artistry, investing considerable effort to create it, despite the fact that the Sentinels have left the victims in a mutilated state. One cannot help but marvel at the peculiarities of these Westerners, collectively inclined towards constructing such grotesque monuments. It seems those who accompany Strick possess a certain eccentricity. However, your tower does exhibit some flaws. Of course, art must have its imperfections, as it is the very essence of beauty. Allow me to assist you in rectifying these apparent issues. I aspire to become an expert in this domain. With that, he wielded his magnetically charged blade, swiftly severing the limbs of two researchers. The unfortunate souls, now reduced to mere remnants, writhed in agony upon the ground. Aren't you here to amend the flaws? Why attack us? They cried. The tower merely lacks two heads. Let your lives contribute to this artistry. He then decapitated the two researchers, placing their heads atop the tower, instantly finding it more aesthetically pleasing. The absence of Strick was indeed vexing. He was at a loss for what to do next. With the entirety of the grotesque nation in disarray, he could not simply eliminate the Sentinels one by one until he reached Strick. The Sentinels' explosive capabilities were too formidable. Even if he were to exhaust himself, he might not finish the task. He gazed at the dust-laden sky, contemplating that his only recourse was to unite the forces of the grotesque nation. At the very least, ordinary people still possessed eyes and ears, which could aid him in narrowing his search. Thus, he summoned a tremendous storm through his mastery of the winds. Simultaneously, the space clone employed telepathy and magnetic fields, guiding the Earth's magnetic forces to align with the storm's trajectory. The connection between the primary entity and the clone effortlessly pierced the layers of dust, causing the grime in the sky to dissipate along the storm's path. Now, the mental barriers within the grotesque nation should have vanished. It was time to seek out Wan Si for a discussion. He opened a portal to the White House, and upon arrival, he encountered the staff in jubilant celebration. They reveled in their regained clarity, tears of joy streaming down their faces, with Wan Si among them. Wan Si, I have come to discuss deploying troops to search for Strick. You must be aware that the entire grotesque nation has fallen into disarray, correct? Upon hearing his voice, Wan Si and the staff abruptly halted their revelry. Wan Si respectfully ushered him into the Oval Office, his expression heavy with dismay. Many states within the Federation are reporting this matter, but we are incapacitated due to our blindness. I now require time to consolidate the morale of the beleaguered citizens of the grotesque nation. They are in dire need of hope. No need for that. Inform them I can resolve the issue of mental obscurity, and you must expedite the search. Wan Si was taken aback, his blind and anxious countenance reflecting a myriad of unspoken questions. Lord Khan, is it truly you who has restored our sight? Although I had no intention of saving you. The truth remains as you have inquired. Oh God, I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the people of the ugly nation. Truly, without your assistance, we would have met our demise. Zhuang Yan cast a solemn glance at the overly excited Vance, entirely unconvinced by the so-called gratitude. Vance was still too young, lacking the cunning to conceal his thoughts as Donald did. When the young president expressed his thanks, a fleeting shadow of fear and apprehension crossed his face. This expression hinted that Vance secretly wished for his existence. Enough of such grandiloquent proclamations. I did not come to solicit your flattery. Quickly locate Stark. I can no longer endure this child's play. Vance returned to his desk, retrieving a stack of documents from the drawer, revealing a record akin to a roster. The military strength of the ugly nation lay in its naval and aerial forces. On land, our army's efficiency was woefully inadequate, as the populace cherished their lives. Therefore, I shall contact the Avengers to assist you. Their strength is commendable as well. Upon hearing the mention of the Avengers, Zhuang Yan's mind momentarily drifted. He was aware that this universe was a fusion of realities. However, the prospect of encountering the Avengers so soon was quite unexpected. Chapter 58. Stark challenges the Sentinel and loses decisively. Zhuang Yan did not oppose Vance's intention to reach out to the Avengers. He too was curious about the nature of the Avengers in this universe and the potency of their abilities. After all, in his previous life, he had witnessed through films and comics that mutant powers far surpassed those of the Avengers. Yet, the psyche of mutants tended to be fragile, making it difficult to ascertain who was truly superior in actual combat. For instance, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver initially exhibited formidable prowess against the Avengers, but later their performance waned. Feel free to contact them. Inform me when you receive news. No, Lord Khan, they have already arrived. They too were affected by the dust of obscurity. Now, having regained their clarity, they are en route to Washington. Zhuang Yan gestured toward the flag of the ugly nation and spoke calmly. Let them come. If they are to heed your command, arrange for them to search for Stark immediately. No sooner had he spoken than a voice, laced with a flippant and carefree tone, interrupted. No, we're not mere foot soldiers of your esteemed presidency. We simply share a common goal. My friend, your perspective is somewhat skewed. Is your nature inherently dictatorial? Zhuang Yan turned towards a voice and beheld a figure clad in red and silver armor perched upon the windowsill. The triangular light on its chest emanated a terrifying power from mere mortals. Iron Man Stark had arrived, speaking with the same irreverent demeanor as in the films. Even through the armor, one could sense his audacious spirit. What does it matter whether I am a dictator? The president of the ugly nation is a dictator in times of war. This does not impede the freedom and democracy you proclaim. Or do you contend that Iron Man is also a freedom fighter upholding dictatorship? Stark shrugged nonchalantly, maintaining his previous tone of irreverence. My friend, we are both Iron Man. It is merely that yours shines a bit brighter. I could replicate that contraption of yours without a hitch. Truly, it is quite evident. This is just one of my many modest talents, my passion for machinery. The magnetic steel armor that Zhuang Yan possesses is not mere machinery. It is a remarkable fusion of ability and physical principles. There exists no weapon on this planet capable of marking that armor. In response to Stark's self-aggrandizing remarks, Zhuang Yan merely smirked with disdain. Suit yourself, but we must locate Strick without delay. We cannot afford to give this entity any time. Otherwise, you will find yourselves unable to withstand the ever-evolving Sentinel robots. Stark, clearly skeptical of his words, tapped on his armor. Not a chance. Technology prevails overall. I am currently in the process of creating robots, and I understand precisely how those things operate. I propose a test of our armor strength. Just a single punch. Stark lifted his visor, revealing a mischievous grin, seemingly intrigued by the gleaming metallic frame. Zhuang Yan, however, displayed no interest whatsoever. His magnetic field abilities could effortlessly subdue Stark. Not to mention his other formidable powers, he merely opened a portal behind Stark. The portal led to a factory brimming with Sentinel robots. I will assist you in controlling one. Only then can you ascertain whether you can best the robots. With that, he utilized his ghostly teleportation to step through the portal. Stark hesitated momentarily, turning to Wansi. Mr. President, do you think this Silver Star Khan can be trusted? Mr. Stark, you need not harbor doubts. Any being capable of ambushing Khan is certainly no ordinary individual. Stark stepped into the portal, and indeed encountered a chemical plant, with countless sentinels hovering above. Zhuang Yan stood at the factory entrance, standing atop a sentinel robot. The airborne sentinels appeared to have detected their comrade's predicament and rushed toward him. Yet an unseen barrier held them at bay. Come, let us test the strength of the sentinels. Only then will you understand the nature of the power you are up against. Stark, however, remained unconvinced. Upon arriving at the White House, he observed Zhuang Yan wielding undue influence over the president, leaving no room for dignity. This indicated that Silver Star Khan was rather domineering. Stark felt compelled to demonstrate his prowess to Khan, lest he be treated with contempt in future collaborations. This marked his first encounter with a mutant, and he was determined to deliver a minor technological shock. Let us cease this idle chatter. Numerous civilians await my rescue. Zhuang Yan raised his foot and kicked the sentinel in Stark's direction. Stark, having anticipated this, soared into the air to evade the massive body of the sentinel, then executed a swift turn to face the sentinel attempting to rise. Jarvis, while he is incapacitated, seek out the weakness of this metallic behemoth. Apologies, high-energy reactions detected. Immediate withdrawal is advised. Immediate withdrawal. What? Jarvis, what is the matter? This is merely a tin contraption. Surely there has been a miscalculation? Stark had scarcely finished his inquiry when the sentinel unleashed a torrent of flames towards him. He swiftly dodged downward, only to have his shoulder cannon spring forth and unleash a barrage of 3 small armor-piercing rounds. The sentinel vanished from sight, the rounds detonating upon impact with the ground, erupting into 3 colossal fire mushrooms. What on earth? It simply vanished. Jarvis sounded an alarm, alerting him to a high-energy reaction behind him. Just as he turned, he was met with the oncoming fist of the sentinel. A sharp crack echoed as he was sent sprawling to the ground. Damn, my chest plate is dented. Such immense power. Materials detected in the enemy far exceed armor capabilities. Immediate withdrawal is advised. Yet Stark remained resolute, struggling to his feet and unleashing high-energy beams towards the sentinel. This time, the sentinel did not disappear. It braved the energy assault head-on. The scales on its massive form rippled in succession, absorbing the beams with a wave-like motion. Standing nearby, the formidable Zhuang Yan discerned that Stark's current armor was insufficient to contend with the sentinel. Perhaps in the future, vibranium armor could breach the defenses of the sentinel robots. Though that was merely a possibility, the Sentinel had grown far too powerful from the attacks it had endured. Iron Man, if you cannot withstand this, do not hesitate to signal. I'm not merely a spectator. I will lend you assistance in times of peril. Your toys are inadequate against the Sentinel. Stark felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. If he could not defeat this Sentinel, would he not be subjugated by the Silver Star Khan? With a fierce resolve, he charged at the Sentinel, grasping its head. The arc reactor in his chest emitted a blinding beam of light. However, the Sentinel seized his armor and ruthlessly tore it away. Stark plummeted from the sky. Zhuang Yan could no longer restrain himself. He utilized magnetism to rescue Stark and cast him aside. Then, he employed a portal to slice through the Sentinel's body, all occurring within mere seconds. Stark, this is still a Sentinel that has not evolved significantly. Your defeat was all too swift. Chapter 59. The awakening of Stark's abilities at this moment. Stark harbored but a singular thought. What manner of beast was this Silver Star Khan, who could effortlessly dispatch the Sentinel that he could not breach? He had initially intended to demonstrate his prowess before the Khan to seize the initiative in their engagement, yet he had instead become a mere jester. Worse than a jester, for at least a jester could provoke Batman. He now lay in a state of disarray upon the ground, unable to move. A mere spectator to the spectacle of the Silver Star Khan. Jarvis, I deeply regret not heeding your warnings. I have thoroughly embarrassed myself. The opposing energy has exceeded detection limits. I implore you not to act rashly, but rather to surrender immediately. Oh God, do not jest at this moment. Please help me to my feet. The power unit and armor have lost their connection, and numerous deformations have occurred at the joints of the steel armor, rendering me unable to stand. Upon hearing this news, his heart sank into despair. He lost the opportunity to rise and utter a few witty remarks to mask the earlier incident. Mr. Khan, could you assist me in getting up? I fell and injured my nerves. Zhuang Yan waved his hands solemnly, manipulating Stark's armor with a magnetic field, rectifying the deformations at the connection points. Now, you should comprehend the might of the Sentinel. A handful of your allies may barely manage to withstand a few. Only the likes of Hulk and Thor possess that capability. Iron Man's armor is not yet at that level. Naturally, Stark did not share this sentiment. He removed his armor and approached Zhuang Yan. It was merely a mishap. It is my first encounter with a Sentinel, thus my lack of preparedness. I shall return and create armor specifically designed to counter the Sentinels. They'll be accomplished swiftly. By the way, can I take the Sentinel's body with me? Do as you wish. It holds no intrinsic value. Zhuang Yan extended his hand, and a vast radiation field ensnared the other Sentinels within the factory. A barrage of high-energy particles struck, obliterating the Sentinels, which fell to the ground like rain. You may take these Sentinels as well. There is an abundance, and you need not seek my permission. Stark was nearly driven to madness. Were mutants truly this powerful? With a mere gesture, he could annihilate dozens of Sentinels. Did that not imply that he was but an insect before the formidable Khan? Silver Star Khan, might you accompany me back to my company for a period of study? The power you possess should be replicable through technology. Then, no one would dare to invade Earth again. Zhuang Yan furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by Stark's thought process. You should abandon that notion. The last individual who sought to study me has been rendered incapacitated. He then inquired why the other Avengers had not arrived. They are investigating elsewhere, searching for the puppet master behind this. After all, someone capable of blinding half the globe is truly terrifying. May they find answers swiftly, should another incident occur. It could lead to civilian despair. Once Zhuang Yan grasped the general situation, he opened a portal to the Academy. Should you Avengers uncover any leads, simply have the President relay them to me. Stark grasped his hand, gesturing towards the portal, radiating a violet glow. Hey, could you please open another one for me? My armor is damaged, and I need to transport the Sentinel. It will be arduous to return. With a casual stroke, Zhuang Yan opened a portal leading to Stark's company. Remember to don protective gear while studying the Sentinels. I cannot assure you that they are entirely lifeless. Certainly, let us find a time to gather and deliberate on how to resolve the Sentinel crisis. You may decide when. He stepped through the portal and made his way towards the professor's chamber upon his return to the Academy, intent on discussing the current situation. This time, the Sentinels were not accompanying the professor, and upon seeing him, the professor exclaimed with joy, Yan, you have finally returned. Did you manage to clear the dust from the sky? Indeed, I was delayed on my journey while assessing the state of the ugly nation, he replied. The professor, nearly leaping from his seat, pushed his wheelchair back with fervor. Splendid. You have saved the ugly nation once more. Yan felt a sense of resignation. He had no desire to save the people of that land, but in order to locate Stryker sooner, he had no alternative but to make this difficult choice. Were his abilities sufficient to grant him omniscience, he would have shown little interest in the so-called dust. He would have simply dealt with Stryker directly, especially since he had already drained the Academy of its resources. Professor, this is not the time for celebration. Stryker is cleverly concealed, and without locating him, the ugly nation will gradually succumb. The professor's expression darkened, and at that moment, Magneto interjected. The X-Men and Brotherhood members are already deployed in search. We can only wait. Stay calm, Yan. We all believe that once you find Stryker, you will swiftly eliminate him. Yan gazed out the sky, once more using his telepathy to search for Stryker's whereabouts. Stryker examined the newly fitted prosthetics, noting the grotesque granulation that writhed within the seams. When would this repulsive state be resolved? Even in his dreams, he was haunted by such revolting visions. He grasped a piece of the granulation and tore it away, only for new growth to emerge almost instantly at the sight of the severance. Colonel Stryker, while your current condition appears unsightly, you have awakened many abilities. If you harness them, perhaps you will not need the Sentinels to eliminate T-34. Addressing that matter can come later. Stryker was well aware of this truth. The mutated sarcomas within him bestowed nearly limitless power. Moreover, he could utilize most mutant abilities. He was confident in his ability to defeat Yen alone, but he would not allow himself to be careless as in previous encounters. In battle against Yen, he would undoubtedly deploy all the Sentinels, overwhelming Yen with sheer force to ensure that he emerged victorious. Yet, his current state was truly revolting. He clenched his fist, supported by the granulation, and in an instant, the prosthetics transformed into steel. The Sentinels must reach a count of 10,000 swiftly. I shall lead them to crush T-34 into oblivion. Given our rate of production, we should achieve the Colonel's objective by the day after tomorrow. Suddenly, Stryker felt a surge of intense heart palpitations. He was being disturbed by a telepath. He quickly activated his mental defenses to shield himself from detection. However, a channel for communication was left open, allowing the discernment of whether the other party was Professor Charles or Zhuang Yan. The esteemed guest scanning my memories seemed rather impolite. Oh, Strick, you are indeed alive. Where do you reside? I shall seek amusement at your banquet. Upon realizing that it was Zhuang Yan, Strick's eyes instantly turned crimson. Chapter 60. The Vanishing of Hundreds of Thousands of Lives. I have now acquired formidable power. I believe it is time to settle the score. In Strick's eyes, it was Zhuang Yan who had thwarted his plans, forcing him into hiding and transforming him into a monster, a cripple. He was eager to defeat Zhuang Yan, to enslave and torment him. Excellent. I, too, have grown weary of you. It is time for you to perish. Choose any place you like. Very well. I shall inform you. Strick, in a fit of rage, shielded his mind and summoned all the researchers. Equip yourselves with the finest gear and enhance my abilities. After losing contact with Strick, Zhuang Yan felt perplexed. The fact that Strick was able to resist his psychic influence indicated that Strick had awakened a psychic ability, capable of countering his Omega-level telepathy. In merely one day, Strick had evolved to such an extent. The last time he had crippled Strick had inadvertently aided him. Departing from the professor's chamber, he prepared for the decisive confrontation that Strick spoke of. Based on his understanding of Strick, this so-called showdown would surely be rife with schemes and deceptions. No matter how many abilities he possessed, he could not recklessly engage in a duel. A gentleman does not place himself in perilous situations. Thus, he perused the map of the United States, seeking advantageous terrain for battle. Yellowstone National Park seemed promising. My magnetic field could draw out the active magma beneath the surface. Care must be taken to avoid triggering a widespread volcanic eruption that would wreak havoc upon humanity. After making his decision, he contacted his replica in space to gather small rocks in orbit. On the day of the confrontation, a small meteorite shock would be delivered to Strick. Meanwhile, he would fly to Yellowstone, utilizing the strength of his steel body to create numerous iron spikes buried underground. After 2 days of diligent work, he transformed the entire Yellowstone National Park into a colossal trap. As he concluded his endeavors, he sensed Strick's psychic energy. Strick, I had thought you would remain a coward for a millennium. Have you determined the time and place for our duel? Naturally. Shall we meet in New York City? Do you intend to destroy the entire city? Perhaps we should select a more desolate location. Zhuang Yan believed that Strick's suspicious nature would lead him to reject a direct proposal for a duel at Yellowstone Park. Hence, he patiently lured him step by step, ensuring that the old fellow would fall into his trap. I find the Mojave Desert quite suitable. After I defeat you, I could easily fashion your remains into a spectacle, hanging at the entrance of the gambling city as a grim marker. Do not all you Caucasians fancy relics? For instance, the undergarments of Jesus, the shroud. You are indeed a relic of malevolence. He could distinctly sense a profound turbulence within Strick's psyche, nearly granting him the opportunity to penetrate that sordid heart. After a considerable pause, Strick finally responded, No, I do not relish the desert climate. Let us venture to the Arctic Circle, where the frigid air brings me solace. Why should I acquiesce to your whims regarding our destination? I desire to journey to a warmer locale, one where the scenery is delightful and hot springs abound. Zhuang Yan proceeded to enumerate a plethora of unattractive locales, including Yellowstone National Park. Ultimately, Strick, exasperated, capitulated and selected Yellowstone as per his suggestion. Gazing upon the park, laden with steel and energy traps, Zhuang Yan mused that even Thanos' army would be annihilated in an instant by the ceaseless traps within. He could not resist a sarcastic remark. Strick, I trust you are still human enough to adhere to our principle of a duel between the two of us. Of course. I also believe that even if you are a mutant, you retain a semblance of conscience. Until we meet tomorrow. Strick severed the mental link once more. However, this time Zhuang Yan instructed his space duplicates to follow their conversation and ascertain Strick's location. They discovered him beneath an iceberg in Alaska. He had no intention of awaiting the duel, so he soared into space, dispatching several duplicates to manipulate the meteors he had prepared, directing them all toward the iceberg where Strick resided. Following a barrage of impacts, the icy shell of the iceberg melted from the heat generated by the collisions, revealing the muddy rock layers beneath. Strick's base, having tunneled through the entire iceberg, was now exposed. Zhuang Yan transported himself above the base, contemplating that under the meteor strikes, the interior should be devoid of life. However, an angry voice soon intruded upon his thoughts. 34. Why did you suddenly assault my base? Wasn't a duel agreed upon? You never stipulated a ceasefire before our duel. It is regrettable that the meteors did not crush you. Oof. After our conversation concluded, I relocated. Did you think I would remain unprepared? Zhuang Yan scanned the base with a high magnetic field, discovering it had been entirely vacated. In a mere 10 minutes, Strick had accomplished the complete relocation of his base, indicating that he had awakened spatial abilities, a most unwelcome revelation. Very well, I'll concede your swift escape. However, tomorrow you shall not be so fortunate. No, I cannot allow you to act unopposed. I shall level half of Washington as retribution. Zhuang Yan remained unfazed. Even if Strick were to raise the entire nation, he would remain indifferent, perhaps even applauding him while calmly observing the destruction of Washington. Splendid. When you plan to attack Washington, I shall come to support you. Perhaps feeling thwarted by his inability to strike, Strick abruptly severed the connection. Zhuang Yan solemnly arrived in Washington, awaiting Strick's move while seeking an opportunity to apprehend him. Remarkably, less than a minute after his arrival, the sky once again became shrouded in a kaleidoscope of dust, plunging half of Washington into darkness. Subsequently, amidst the shadow of the dust, the unfortunate citizens collapsed one by one, all showing no signs of life. The city fell abruptly silent, the entire process transpiring within mere seconds. Even if Zhuang Yan had wished to rescue these ordinary souls, he was too late to wield his powers. Strick's subordinate, a mutant with a perilous mind control ability, posed a significant threat. As he observed the ominous clouds in the sky expanding in different directions, he raised his hand, invoking a tempestuous control over the winds and a psychic resonance to disperse the dust from the air. After this, the living on the ground discovered the bodies strewn across half of Washington, and a wave of despairing screams swept through the city. Zhuang Yan quietly landed beside the White House, finding Wands at the moment he received the news. Mr. Khan, are you aware that half of Washington's populace has suddenly perished? Is this some kind of jest? No, it is indeed the heinous act of Strick. I witnessed the entire event unfold. Wands' face turned pale in an instant, confusion, fear, and even anguish flickering across his expression. Why did you not stop Strick? That is the fate of hundreds of thousands. Chapter 61. The emergence of nuclear fusion abilities. Zhuang Yan did not chastise Wands for his frantic inquiries. After all, it was a rare display of humanity from a politician. He waited patiently for Wands to regain his composure before replying. Regardless of how you label me or the extent of my abilities, I am not omnipotent. You must understand my point, Wands. Without an impenetrable shield, I cannot thwart all of the enemy's assaults. Wands knelt on the ground, covering his face, emitting fragmented sobs. Hundreds of thousands may merely be a statistic, but when coupled with the notion of individual lives, it is enough to evoke fear and rage in anyone with a semblance of conscience, even a newcomer like Wands in the political arena. I will rally the Avengers to assist you. You must ensure Strick's defeat. Strick is merely my personal target. Having allies is indeed beneficial, as I intend to confront him at Yellowstone tomorrow. Bring forth whatever strength you can muster. I relish employing any means necessary to vanquish the enemy. Zhuang Yan lifted Wands to his feet and cast his gaze toward the obliterated neighborhood. Strick's current level of madness surpassed his expectations, and he could no longer afford to treat this adversary with levity. Wands, tell me, does the nuclear button of this country lie in your hands? What? Why do you suddenly inquire about this? The warheads must never land on our own soil. No, I'm not suggesting you launch a nuclear strike against Strick. I merely wish to inspect the nuclear reactor. Zhuang Yan was preparing for the impending duel, aiming to refine his abilities related to nuclear fission or fusion. Focus on enhancing one's combat prowess, leaving Strick with no chance of victory. Wansi remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. The location of a nuclear weapon is, after all, a closely guarded secret of the United States. However, I can arrange for you to tour a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. This way, you will have access to the nuclear reactor, but nuclear energy is perilous. Are you truly certain you wish to engage with it? This is my affair. You need not worry excessively. Wansi then signed a pass and established encrypted communication with the USS Ford. The Ford, often undergoing repairs, spent considerable time on American soil and was seldom deployed. Thus, Wansi's choice of this particular carrier held its own significance. He also reached out to the Avengers, requesting them to temporarily accept the leadership of Zhuang Yan. Mr. Khan, do you have time to meet with the Avengers before the decisive battle? They are all quite proud and will require your unifying presence to prevent any mishaps during the confrontation. Certainly, let it be tonight. After I visit the nuclear reactor, I will meet with them. Zhuang Yan, with no time for idle chatter, activated a portal and directly arrived aboard the Ford. At that moment, the carrier was at sea, testing its newly repaired power system. Zhuang Yan's sudden appearance on the deck startled the chatting soldiers, who hastily grabbed their firearms, causing chaos to ensue. Hey, everyone! He is the mutant Silver Star Khan. We should quickly surrender. We cannot possibly win. Quickly, lower your weapons and salute. Do not risk your lives over a meager paycheck. Zhuang Yan scanned the scene of confusion as soldiers raised their hands in unison, using telepathy to compel them to quiet down. He then requested that the captain be summoned. The captain hurriedly emerged from the cabin, loudly reprimanding the surrendering soldiers surrounding Zhuang Yan. Blast it! He is the individual authorized by the president to tour the carrier. Why are you surrendering? Get back to your posts and do not embarrass yourselves here. Seeing the soldiers depart with expressions of defeat, Zhuang Yan could not help but mock. After all, it is only natural for the United States to retain a tradition of surrender from when they were aided by the French in their founding war. Mr. Khan, they are merely recruits. This is not the true spirit of the American military. I cannot believe you arrived so swiftly. I just received orders from the president. The captain, his face flushed with embarrassment, sought to restore honor to his soldiers and respectfully invited Zhuang Yan into the power room. During the tour, he eagerly acted as a guide, extolling the virtues of the USS Ford. The Ford is the pinnacle of American naval technology and military prowess, the most advanced aircraft carrier in the world. Captain, I'm not here for a sightseeing tour. I merely wish to utilize the nuclear reactor. There is no need for such detailed exposition. Zhuang Yan interjected, his focus entirely on the distant nuclear power room. Despite the protective barriers, he could sense the reactor's immense energy. However, to harness this power, he would need to delve deeper into the reactor. My God, the corporeal form is utterly incapable of interfacing with the reactor. Even the radiation within could spell instant doom for you. The captain endeavored to prevent him from entering the reactor, yet he had already activated the portal. It is worth noting that the reactor is not a vast furnace. Rather, it is a sophisticated large-scale water heater. The intense heat released by the nuclear reaction boils the water, subsequently converting thermal energy into mechanical energy through a generator and ultimately into electrical energy. Standing before the reactor, he was met only with a multitude of iron casings. Fortunately, he could harness quantum traversal, allowing his hand to penetrate the reactor while simultaneously activating the superfurnace. Successfully smelting nuclear fusion energy, generating new ability, nuclear fusion. Following a resounding enhancement, a tremendous energy surged through every cell in his body. Simultaneously, his comprehension of atomic energy ascended to heights unattainable by contemporary scholars. His abilities had now reached a total of 22. Physical abilities: self-healing factor, bone claws, feral surge, laser, doppelganger, mimic, photon, light energy absorption. Mental abilities: telepathy, mind control. Field abilities: absolute zero, bioelectricity, weather manipulation, magnetic field, radiation. Elemental abilities: steel body, fire body, water body, nuclear fusion. Temporal spatial abilities: quantum traversal, phantom, alternate space. Nuclear fusion ability belongs to the elemental category, as each fusion necessitates an elementalized body, which his form can indeed become radiative. When combined with another ability related to radiation, he could freely navigate within radiative fields, exhibiting any form of energy. A punch delivered with all his might would carry the force of a massive hydrogen bomb. It is safe to assert that nuclear fusion stands as his most formidable offensive capability at this juncture. Upon acquiring this new ability, he returned to the captain's side. Captain, I have completed my inspection. You may continue with your affairs. You've already ventured into the reactor? Remarkably, you were not incinerated by the extreme heat within. The captain retreated, evidently apprehensive of potential radiation exposure. There is no need for concern. I can absorb the radiation on my person, ensuring no harm befalls you. With an air of solemnity, he transformed into a beam of light, soaring from the USS Fort to the rendezvous point with the Avengers. leaving a ship full of soldiers and a captain astonished by his capabilities. Chapter 62. The Avengers gathering. Stark sat in his office, sipping a bespoke concoction. Opposite him was the fully armed Captain America, Steve Rogers. The captain took a sip of the drink meticulously crafted by Stark, then grimaced as he swallowed. To be candid, you possess no talent for mixology. It is exceedingly unpleasant. Let us discuss matters of import. Have you encountered Silver Star Khan? Do you perceive him as a person whose values align with ours? Values? Our relationship has not yet progressed to that level. Stark took a sip of his drink, only to repulse himself and expel it. You are indeed correct. I struggle to master the art of mixology. Silver Star Khan appears to be even more unconventional than us. Yet I find myself quite fond of him. Beyond his somewhat more flamboyant demeanor, he also exhibits generosity, not only sharing with me the current circumstances, but also allowing me to return with the Sentinel robot. Stark gestured towards the remnants of the Sentinel hanging on the wall, his words slightly slurred from inebriation. Of course, he would not divulge to the captain of the ugly nation the combat where he was bested by the Sentinel. Instead, he extolled the solemnity of the moment, deftly steering the conversation in another direction. The captain, observing the neatly severed Sentinel, suddenly hurled his vibranium shield at the remains. The impact merely left a mark, leaving him utterly astonished. Tony, you claim to have defeated this Sentinel. Why does it feel somewhat implausible to me? Yet, the matter is indeed true. I am no deceiver. Perhaps you have yet to enter a combat state, Stark explained, a hint of guilt in his tone, as he recalled telling the captain of the ugly nation about his triumph over the Sentinel. Very well, I shall refrain from undermining your pride. In truth, battling the Sentinel was exceedingly challenging, and it took considerable time before I found the opportunity to destroy it. However, I have developed a suit specifically designed to combat Sentinels. The power of technology ultimately prevails overall. Just as the captain was about to question the Sentinel's incision, a massive hammer shattered the office's glass. A rugged, blond man, wielding thunder, leapt inside, seizing the hammer. Stark and the captain of the ugly nation exchanged resigned shrugs upon witnessing the man's dramatic entrance. The man strode to the bar with a jovial expression, guzzling down a drink. Ugh, this tastes dreadful. I just smashed a whole bunch of Sentinels and worked up quite a sweat. Do you have any beer? Thor, I hope you can take a more civilized route next time you enter my territory, or I shall demand compensation, Stark warned. The god of thunder chuckled nonchalantly, rummaging through the beer rack. Soon after, Black Widow, Hulk Banner, and Hawkeye entered the office, greeting everyone. Stark raised his glass and called out to the raucous assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered today to discuss the impending battle with Silver Star Khan tomorrow. We shall endeavor to maintain a sense of equilibrium. Khan's strength is formidable, and he will be our main force in the decisive conflict. Upon hearing this, Thor immediately expressed discontent, grumbling. I smashed those Sentinels as easily as I shatter glass. Why should Khan take the lead? Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Hulk echoed their reluctance to follow an outsider's command, supporting Thor's stance. Stark, with a sense of resignation, shrugged his shoulders. Having spent considerable time with these Avengers, he understood that mere words would not sway them. The lesson would be learned once, and allowing Thor and Silver Star Khan to battle it out would reveal the truth. At that moment, the captain of the ugly nation spoke up, urging Thor, our objective is to eliminate Strick. He killed nearly 1 million civilians in Washington in the blink of an eye. His power is evidently beyond our capacity to contend with. Hence it is prudent to await the arrival of Khan before we deliberate on who shall take the lead. Upon the mention of the civilians who perished in Washington, a solemn hush enveloped the assembly, silencing their disputes. Suddenly, a violet light manifested within the office, from which a silvery radiance emerged, revealing a silver figure stepping forth. It appears that the Avengers have gathered. I trust one am not tardy. Mr. Khan, you are not late. We have yet to formally commence, Stark exclaimed with enthusiasm upon recognizing the solemn figure, inviting him to occupy the grandest chair. Do not trouble yourself with my seating. I am merely here to convey that tomorrow, you should position yourselves at the periphery of the battlefield to ambush Strick's Sentinels. Khan stated bluntly, revealing his intentions. In his strategy, he would swiftly eliminate a contingent of Sentinels using the traps at Yellowstone Park, and amidst the ensuing chaos, execute a decapitating strike on Strick, while the Avengers merely needed to delay a portion of the Sentinels. The greater the number of Sentinels, the more suppression fields or tranquilizers will be directed at him. To this end, he would enlist the Academy's war police and fraternity to assist the Avengers from the outskirts. Periphery of the battlefield, I could sword a Strick side and shatter his skull with a single blow, Thor proclaimed, lifting his hammer and rejecting the proposed arrangement. Captain America rose as well, asserting, we Avengers have endured trials together and can wield greater efficacy on the battlefield. The other Avengers displayed displeasure, with only Stark supporting Khan's plan. If you seek to court death, I'm under no obligation to prevent you. You may act as you wish on the battlefield tomorrow. However, I must caution you not to venture too deep into the fray, for there are traps I have laid beneath. After imparting his final words, Khan activated the portal to return to the academy. Stark grasped his hand, gently urging, "My comrades lack sufficient understanding of the Sentinels. Do not hold it against them. Let us continue discussing your tactical arrangements." Khan shifted the portal to a factory producing Sentinels and pulled one into the office. This particular Sentinel was likely among Strick's most formidable creations, its physical fortitude comparable to adamantium. Given that tomorrow would predominantly feature such Sentinels, it would indeed be a challenge for you to hold them at bay. Thor let out a furious roar, raising Mjolnir to strike the Sentinel. A blinding flash of lightning erupted, sending the Avengers in the room tumbling. Banner, who had initially appeared in human form, was provoked by the force of the impact, his body beginning to shimmer with a green hue. Black Widow delivered a swift kick to Thor's backside. "Thor, next time you strike, give a warning. Hulk is about to emerge." Banner, "It's all right. It was merely Thor's mishap. No one intended to assail you. The sun is setting." As Black Widow comforted Banner, Thor bellowed in disbelief, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I struck with such force, and yet there is but a mere dent. Just now, I lacked the necessary force. Allow me to strike again." For I refuse to believe it. Zhuang Yan firmly halted Thor's actions and forcefully tore apart the Sentinel. The relationship is not significantly linked to your few strikes. Were it not for the might of the god of Thunder's hammer, you would hardly have left any mark. The expressions of the Avengers were filled with astonishment, their gazes fixated on the torn Sentinel in his grasp. Chapter 63. The Moment of Reckoning, the Trap of Thousands of Sentinels. Zhuang Yan comprehended that Thor's wisdom had been siphoned by Loki. Thus, he patiently elucidated the capabilities possessed by the Sentinels and the hardness of their armor. The fundamental abilities of the Sentinels lie in transformation and replication, rendering them nearly flawless in their capabilities. To defeat a Sentinel, one must possess overwhelming power, a feat few among you can achieve. The countenances of the Avengers grew grave, their earlier clamor silenced. Stark donned his newly developed armor and unleashed a ray towards the torn Sentinel, merely managing to create a small incision, without inflicting any devastating damage. "It appears our strength indeed falls short. I shall labor through the night to enhance the armor." Zhuang Yan raised an eyebrow at Iron Man's progress. The power that technology can manifest is indeed useful. He contemplated the possibility of utilizing his own abilities to create technological weaponry. "Now, you should comprehend my plan, correct? I have never looked down upon anyone. I merely speak the truth." Thor cast his hammer to the ground and reclined on the sofa, his expression one of dejection. Black Widow and Hawkeye remained silent, their powers dwarfed by Thor's. Meanwhile, a composed Banner picked up a fragment of the Sentinel, examining it closely. "We can utilize high-energy particles to strike these armored foes. Even their tough exteriors cannot withstand atomic-level assaults. Tony, you could modify your weapon into a particle projector." Stark immediately conferred with Banner regarding the weapon's enhancement direction. Captain America then rose to address the assembly. "Brothers and sisters, our objective is to save humanity and punish Strick. As long as a seemingly correct path lies before us, we must persist along that path. We shall never yield to the enemy, even if it means enduring some hardships. And thus I support Khan's plan." All present nodded in agreement, not a single dissenting voice to be heard. Observing the Avengers' unanimous support for the plan, Zhuang Yan returned to the academy and communicated the strategy of having the X-Men coordinate with the Avengers to distract the Sentinels. The professor naturally consented and appointed Zhuang Yan to lead this war. "Yan, do you have confidence in this plan?" "Yes, but I shall not speak too definitively. For Strick has awakened his genes." Zhuang Yan disclosed all the changes in Strick, leaving the professor astounded. "Terrifying. In just one night, Strick has gained such tremendous power. I suspect he may have sold his soul to the devil. Rest assured, Yan, we will undoubtedly fight with all our might for you." With a solemn farewell to the professor, he returned to his quarters. Katie and Sharik had been waiting for him eagerly, and they rushed forward to embrace him. The delicate forms of the two women enveloped him like soft loaves of bread. "Yan, we've all heard about your impending showdown with Strick tomorrow." "How did you know?" "The news today mentioned it. It seems the government intends to monitor the battleground, prohibiting access to Yellowstone Park." Upon hearing this, Yan felt a sense of unease. The government and military of that wretched country were undoubtedly aware of their inability to contend with Strick. Now, monitoring Yellowstone Park? It would be sufficient to simply inform those within the park to evacuate. Is there a hidden agenda at play? Yan mused quietly. "It's fine. Strick has already been defeated by me 3 times. The 4th time will be no different. We want to accompany you. Our abilities are well suited to protect you. No need for that. Just train with me in combat tonight." As soon as these words were spoken, Katie and Sherrick's faces flushed crimson, and they buried themselves under the covers, causing the crowded bed to shake. Lin Feng rose early, transforming into a beam of light that traversed into space. He deployed 12 replicas to monitor Yellowstone Park. Simultaneously, he checked the portal connecting to the asteroid belt, ensuring he could shatter Strick's foul visage. After preparing in space, he returned to Yellowstone Park, encountering the gathering Avengers. Stark was calibrating a massive suit of armor, which could no longer be termed merely armor. Its size was akin to a conglomeration of 10 heavy tanks, bristling with gun barrels. Hey Yan, this is my trump card, originally intended for colossal foes like Hulk. Last night, Banner and I spent hours outfitting it with particle weaponry. Those Sentinels 1T stand a chance. Let us hope it's agile enough. To be honest, it resembles a fortress just fitted with a cage, Yan remarked casually, glancing at the poised Thor and the others. Thor tossed his hammer into the air, which landed at Yan's feet. Con, once we've dealt with the Sentinel crisis, let us have a match. I'm quite curious about your strength. Perhaps. I tend to be more peaceful and dislike fighting, but maybe there will be an opportunity in the future. Yan casually picked up the hammer of the god of thunder and tossed it back. This action startled Thor, who fumbled to catch it. The other Avengers looked on in astonishment, their expressions a mix of shock and intrigue. You can actually lift my hammer. This signifies its acknowledgement of you. Hey, just to be clear, the meow meow hammer is mine. Being recognized by it doesn't mean you can wield it in battle. Yan remained silent for a moment. He was not one to be enamored by treasures, and the meow meow hammer held no allure for him. The air around them began to stir, resonating with a buzzing sound. Looking up, he saw a vast swarm of dark figures descending from all directions, blotting out the sun like a horde of locusts. His spirit sensed a tremendous surge of energy, immediately alerting the Avengers. Be cautious, the Sentinels are approaching. Sentinels? So many? While it was publicly stated that it was a duel between him and Stark, they all understood that their opponent would not adhere to the rules. Yet, this was utterly shameless. Damn, there must be tens of thousands of Sentinels on the other side. The numbers are overwhelmingly imbalanced. The Avengers erupted in a flurry of expletives. Yet none were willing to flee, instead adopting combat stances in preparation for the impending battle. Everyone knew that if they retreated today, and if the Sovereign were defeated, the Sentinels would ravage the world, leaving the escapees as eternal outcasts. The Sovereign cast a glance at the multitude of Sentinels soaring in the sky. Feeling that Stark was indeed despicable, having endured in silence for so long, it turned out he had amassed thousands of Sentinels to ensnare him. Nevertheless, he was still more skilled. Yellowstone Park had already been transformed into a veritable snare. The moment Stark entered, the outcome had been predetermined. He searched among the Sentinels for Stark's figure, wishing to bid this scoundrel a final farewell. Stark, where are you? The Sentinels in the air swiftly arranged themselves into a square formation, then split into smaller squares, encircling the Sovereign and his companions. Stark descended slowly from the sky, holding a child, halting at an altitude of 100 meters above the Sovereign. Chapter 64. Who acts more swiftly? Stark wore a sinister smile, his gleaming silver prosthetic limbs flashing in the air. The formation of Sentinels emitted an incessant, irritating hum, resonating like a chant. Then, two black wings unfurled from Stark's back, enveloping both him and the child. Sovereign, I owe you my gratitude. You have guided me to my true purpose, to purify humanity and eradicate demons for God. My powers are bestowed upon me thanks to you. In the grand design of fate, you are the demon that enlightens me. It had been a long time since Stark had spoken in such a cryptic manner. The Sovereign took a moment to process Stark's words, eventually realizing that Stark was rationalizing the slaughter, a religious justification often employed by white individuals. He couldn't help but applaud Stark. It's you after all, old Stark. Since awakening your powers, you've grown quite audacious, managing to conjure such absurd justifications. Just say it, I am Satan, and feel free to cast all the dirt upon me. Since you now fancy yourself as God's messenger, why not descend and spar with me? Let us see if this angel of yours measures up. Stark's gaze flickered, a dubious smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if the world's wickedness was etched upon his face. The black wings behind him began to flutter gently, his mouth moving silently. Yet, the Sovereign sensed an immensely powerful disturbance. It was a psychic ability. Stark was using his mental prowess to disrupt the minds of him and the Avengers. Indeed, Stark, Stephen, and the others were contorted in agony, their mouths moving uncontrollably. Following the frequency of Strucker, the pupils elongated vertically, resembling the eyes of a cat basking in sunlight. To flaunt one's abilities before me is an act of folly. With solemnity, Zhuang Yan employed telepathy, generating a field of brainwaves around the assembled crowd, effectively severing Strucker's influence. As the expressions of the Avengers returned to normalcy, he abruptly expanded the field of brainwaves. Strucker was struck by the force of his mental waves, his body spinning through the air, jostling the child he held. How infuriating! Do not presume that I possess only this singular ability. You merely triumphed through cunning. Your reasoning is flawed. Whatever you assert is irrelevant. Now, shall we commence our duel? Who declared it a duel? I have brought along 15,000 sentinels. Why would I risk a battle with you? Strucker laughed heartily, revealing his true nature, while the sentinels in the air turned their gazes toward Zhuang Yan. At that moment, an aircraft approached swiftly, and Storm, Jean, Scott, and other members of the X-Men leapt from the plane, landing beside Zhuang Yan and encircling him. Strucker, behind Khan. We mutants shall prevent you from inflicting harm upon him. Strucker scoffed, flames erupting from his black wings. If you wish to protect him, so be it. After all, you mutants are merely the first on my list for reckoning. He then raised his hand and brought it down forcefully. The surrounding sentinels began their advance. Soaring toward Zhuang Yan, the Avengers and X-Men scattered, cooperating in combat. Avoid fighting alone. Logan, Scott, and Jean, you three stay together. Aurora, Thor, and Bobby, you three as well. Tony, Steven, Hawkeye, and Black Widow, position yourselves before me, and Hulk, just keep your distance. Zhuang Yan swiftly organized his strategy, and others took their places, except for Banner, who stepped forward and said, Khan, I've been rather well lately, not feeling much anger. Hulk hasn't emerged. Zhuang Yan, seizing the moment, slapped Banner's face. Are you angry now? Roaring, Banner transformed into the hulking green giant, charging toward him. He propelled Hulk toward the sentinels in the air with a powerful kick, illustrating precisely why he preferred not to be in Banner's company. Hulk was exceedingly difficult to control. Be vigilant of your surroundings. I intend to employ the traps I previously set. Exercise caution. He activated a portal, transferring the prepared asteroid above the sentinel array. A barrage of 5 meteorites instantly scattered the sentinel formation. However, before the meteorites could reach the ground, Strucker effortlessly caught them with both hands, casting them far from the battlefield. Strucker triumphantly proclaimed, This is the power bestowed upon me by the divine. All my genes have been activated. As long as I desire, I am omnipotent. Wait, 34. Anticipate my tormenting you to the brink of death. The meteorites Zhuang Yan deployed merely disrupted the sentinel's formation, inflicting minimal damage. Thus, he ceased pretense, enveloping the battlefield with a magnetic field, extracting the concealed magnetic steel spikes. The earth resembled an armed porcupine, its sharp quills piercing the sky endlessly. The once formidable army of sentinels was suddenly buried beneath the spikes, and even Strick fell victim, impaled through. Damn it, how despicable of you. You had traps laid underground all along. With your scant humanity, I am far from trusting you. Aren't your thousands of sentinels equally shameless? Zhuang Yan taunted as he summoned the earth's fire to engulf Strick. The surrounding warriors and Avengers stood in stunned silence. Wasn't a duel agreed upon? Why were both combatants resorting to underhanded tactics? One brought thousands of aids, while the other transformed Yellowstone into a trap. Truly, I have never witnessed such a duel. Are we superfluous here? Indeed, utterly redundant. Before a single blow was struck, this battle had concluded. At that moment, Magneto arrived with the Brotherhood of Mutants. Apologies for our tardiness. We walked here. Has your battle concluded? No, it has only just begun. Although Zhuang Yan's earlier assault on Strick was fierce and fiery, he could still sense Strick's life force. After evolving, Strick seemed even more resilient than before. Suddenly, the spikes that had impaled him collapsed, and Strick emerged from the flames, unscathed and floating in the air. I am invincible. You can no longer inflict true harm upon me. The remaining sentinels regrouped and charged once more at Zhuang Yan, who ascended slowly into the air, having caught his enemies off guard with the trap. Thus, he resolved to engage Strick in close combat. Strick, if I slice you into pieces, will you still survive? Feel free to try. Zhuang Yan drew 2 magnetically charged steel blades and, using his phasing ability, appeared behind Strick. In a flash of silver light, his blades danced, and according to his design, Strick was severed into chunks. Yet, Strick did not fall to the ground. Instead, he healed at an astonishing speed. Even the wings he had lost swiftly regenerated, feathers sprouting anew. Then Strick burst into maniacal laughter. Did you see that? This is the blessing of the gods. You once basked in glory, but soon you'll be slumbering. Chapter 65. Strick's evolution. Zhuang Yan remained unshaken by Strick's taunts and doubts. He utilized his radiation field to envelop both himself and Strick within a vast spatial sphere. A torrent of high-energy particles surged through Strick's body, particularly targeting his lower abdomen, eliciting agonized cries from him. What is this power? I can't comprehend it. Yet my body is in excruciating pain. Radiation. The particles traversing your body are highly radioactive, suppressing your genetic expression. Zhuang Yan intensified the radiation field, causing Strick to bleed profusely from his orifices, his skin becoming grotesquely ulcerated. Suddenly, Strick began to chant something once more before vanishing from sight, only to reappear in the air from a different direction. This was teleportation. Strick had indeed mastered it. Subsequently, Strick unleashed a flurry of attacks. With fierce winds accompanying a force field that disrupted the radiation zone, Zhuang Yan was compelled to retract the radiation field to avert harm to his companions. Then, Strick transformed one of his wings into a sculpture of ice, while the other ignited in flames, charging at Lin Feng with astonishing speed, bombarding him with a relentless assault of ice and fire. Zhuang Yan skillfully dodged, simultaneously laying down portal traps in the air. As Strick passed over the trap, he was abruptly ensnared by a portal that severed half of his body. Yet, regardless of the severed arms, legs, or even neck, he remained unscathed, with the detached parts rapidly regenerating. The two fought fiercely in the air, neither able to best the other, while below, the Avengers and the War Machine struggled against the overwhelming forces of the Sentinel robots. The sheer number of Sentinels was daunting, their armor exceedingly resilient, bolstered by a myriad of chaotic abilities. Only Stark's newly added anti-Sentinel weaponry could effectively dispatch them. However, the mech was cumbersome and could only serve as a war fortress, absorbing Sentinel attacks, while Steve and Black Widow flanked the area to prevent being incapacitated at the onset of battle. Others, like Hulk, who thrived on rage, initially suffered considerable setbacks. Thor, having expended too much divine energy, appeared somewhat pale. The War Machines were in grave danger. The Sentinels were engineered to target mutants, equipped with numerous specific countermeasures. Upon witnessing his comrade's dire predicament, Zhuang Yan urgently unleashed a mental wave that reverberated across the battlefield, momentarily halting all Sentinels. The War Machine and Avengers seized this opportunity to eliminate the surrounding Sentinels. The trio then regrouped, resolutely resisting the Sentinel onslaught. Zhuang Yan continued to clash with Strick, each swing of his sword cleaving through Strick's physical form. Yet in the blink of an eye, Strick's wounds healed. Strick's ice and fire, along with his mental disruptions, could not breach Zhuang Yan's defenses. Strick, once a turtle, now who have you learned from? You could sell your meat now. Truly, no matter how you were cut, you regenerate. This world needs people like you to address famine. Occasionally, Zhuang Yan would utter mocking remarks, relishing Strick's displeasure. That was merely a warm-up. You shall have no strength to retaliate now. Strick flapped his wings, hovering high above, encircled by a swarm of Sentinels, vigilant of their surroundings. Then, Zhuang Yan sensed an indifferent pressure, followed by an overwhelming weight upon his body. He plummeted towards the ground, and despite his attempts to resist with a magnetic field, he could not alleviate the crushing force. Was this gravity? No, there exists a magnetic field, along with the capacity for molecular decomposition. Had it not been for the magnetic properties of the armor, my body would have begun to disintegrate. His magnetic prowess has yet to reach the Omega level, rendering him incapable of resisting the Earth's magnetic field. Strick's released magnetic field exploits the Earth's magnetism, compounded by the burden of gravity. It appears, as Strick has asserted, that he has awakened countless abilities. Allowing Strick to evolve further will make him increasingly formidable. In an instant, he transformed his body into a beam of light, piercing through Strick with the swiftness of a blade. Simultaneously, he left behind luminous particles within Strick's form, wreaking havoc on Strick's cells. However, his own body remained ensnared beside Strick, constrained by the suppression of the magnetic field emanating from the surrounding Sentinels. At last, I have captured you. This is the opportunity one have awaited. Strick expelled a mouthful of viscous blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, his face contorted in a grotesque glare. In the grip of the suppressive magnetic field, Zhuang Yan could not maintain his elemental form, and his armor could not regenerate. How rare it is, 34, that I can still behold your visage, such a youthful and handsome face. I find myself somewhat envious. Strick raised his prosthetic limb and thrust it violently towards Zhuang Yan. Zhuang Yan summoned all his strength to evade, simultaneously unleashing a radiative field. The nearby Sentinels felt the impact, and the pressure of the suppressive magnetic field diminished significantly. Seizing this moment, he unleashed high-energy particles into Strick's body. Then, he plummeted downward, escaping the confines of the suppressive magnetic field. Damn! This old fool has truly awakened remarkable abilities. It is revolting. Strick's body was swelling with abscesses, and his skin began to peel. The self-healing factors are indeed formidable, granting the user an immortal existence. Yet, cancerous cells also possess infinite proliferation potential and can evade immune system detection or even undermine it. Previously, he had decimated a majority of Strick's cells with high-energy particles, inciting the emergence of cancer cells. As Strick heals, he will regenerate even the cancerous cells, akin to Deadpool. This time, I shall reduce you, this mass of decaying flesh, to ash. However, events did not unfold as he anticipated. Strick did not weaken due to the carcinogenic transformation. On the contrary, his body swiftly recuperated, soon returning to its normal state. Do you know? Aside from my heart and lungs, all my other internal organs have transformed into a tumor. I have long since become a monster, requiring no further inducement for my cells. Allow me to reveal my true form to you. May you understand the essence of true horror before your demise." As the words fell, all the sentinels ascended, shielding him completely. One of the sentinels cradled the boy he had brought, flying into the protective cocoon of the sentinels. Zhuang Yan sensed impending doom and immediately summoned meteors to strike the sentinel throng. He then unleashed various abilities to attack the sentinels. Yet he was persistently unable to breach their defenses. He found himself with no choice but to soar above the sentinel cocoon, employing absolute zero to freeze the pupae. Subsequently, with a wild awakening and the strength of steel, he struck fiercely at the cocoon. The outer layers of the sentinel began to peel away, akin to the gradual unveiling of an egg. Upon witnessing the current state of Strick, his mind felt as though it had been violated by the grotesque imagery before him. He hastily distanced himself from the cocoon, suppressing the nausea that churned in his stomach. Chapter 66. The ultimate version of a soul shrouded in dust suddenly. Countless tendrils erupted from within the sentinel cocoon. Gradually, Strick's face emerged, his pallid skin revealing dark veins beneath. As his entire body ascended, the waiting enforcers and avengers on the ground recoiled in revulsion. What on earth is this? He can hardly be considered human now. The sight was utterly repugnant. Do not let me come into contact with him. I fear I might wither away. He resembled a demon from the depths of hell. And how dare he claim to be a messenger of God? Aside from Strick's ghastly visage, his body was devoid of skin. The muscular tissue was fully exposed, encrusted with yellow fat and pulsating black veins. The flesh was riddled with festering sores, which upon closer inspection revealed gaping orifices that opened and closed rhythmically. From a solemn perspective, Strick's body was infested with an abundance of orifices. Not to mention, countless tendrils were lodged beneath Strick's backside and right arm. His once ebony wings had transformed into bat-like flesh wings, also riddled with orifices. The child who had been brought into the cocoon by Strick had now vanished without a trace. The thought of having to confront this abomination made him wish to plunge into molten lava at that very moment, seeking to incinerate his own misfortune. With great effort, he suppressed his disgust and cautiously approached the current form of Strick. "Strick, do you still possess any semblance of human consciousness?" "Huh, I feel splendid, truly divine," Strick replied, lifting his ghastly pale face, his blood-red eyes emanating a chilling aura. He sensed his own spirit becoming shrouded in a layer of dust, losing the clarity it once held. This sensation was all too familiar. It mirrored the time when the skies were clouded, and his spirit was similarly obscured. "Do you know, 34? Beyond your replication abilities, I have discovered a particularly unique mutant. His power is to influence the brainwaves of others, severing their senses. Combined with my abilities, it can annihilate others in an instant. That is how I orchestrated the demise of hundreds of thousands in Washington, their lives extinguished in the blink of an eye." Strick spread his arms wide, his flesh wings flapping rapidly, conjuring gusts of fierce wind. Once more, a kaleidoscope of dust filled the sky, obscuring the once clear heavens. Naturally, he would not allow Strick to repeat the massacre he had conducted in Washington. He promptly activated his telepathic abilities, attempting to summon the storm to disperse the dust. However, Strick bellowed, and the multicolored dust instantaneously transformed into a deep crimson hue. The battle-hardened warriors and avengers lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony and despair. The solemn psychic abilities had attained an omega level, theoretically capable of dispersing dust with ease. Yet, this power seemed to be restrained, failing to unleash its full potential. There is no use in striving. Since merging with Zero, my psychic obscuration ability has transcended current assessment standards. You cannot unravel my abilities. Instead, you shall witness their torment until death claims them, and they ascend to paradise. Allow me to send you to your so-called heaven first, to observe the treatment afforded to a being of your malevolence. In this moment of desperation, I must eliminate Strick before my comrades perish. I conjured absolute zero once more, unleashing a torrent of frigid air. Strick's festering wounds emitted a searing glow, dispelling the surrounding chill. The darkness morphed into a shadowy mist, lunging at me. I utilized an alternate dimension, crafting portals that severed Strick's path. Wielding a magnetically charged steel blade, I seized Strick's wing and hurled him into the alternate space, where his psychic abilities would be temporarily suppressed, preventing this wretched creature from resorting to desperate measures against the warriors and avengers. Strick surveyed the boundless expanse of the alternate dimension, illuminated only by flickering violet light. Your abilities are truly enviable. However, I too possess countless powers. Even if you wield 1,000,000 talents, defeat is inevitable. I materialized beside Strick, my magnetically charged blade aimed at his wing. Strick retaliated, unleashing a barrage of searing rays from his body, including his wings. Undeterred by Strick's assault, I struck down his wing. Just as I prepared to press my advantage and sever his head, a formidable force field launched me away. Curse it! Why can my wings not heal? What have you done? I left a frost upon your wound, stifling the cellular vitality within. Moreover, at the moment of severing your wing, I infused the wound with a multitude of metallic particles. I can manipulate the metal within you with a magnetic field, potentially leading to your explosive demise. Yet, I intend to compel Strick to reveal all his capabilities before deciding to strike the final blow. Strick roared in fury as the severed base of his wing fell away, only for a new wing to sprout forth. Battling you in your alternate space presents a significant challenge. However, you have afforded me an opportunity. The ocular orifices on Strick's body gradually widened, revealing crimson orbs. Suddenly, a flash of red light enveloped him, and the violet alternate dimension transformed into the tangible world. A beach, coconut palms, the vast ocean, and the azure sky loomed over distant, towering peaks. Yet, I felt a surge of anxiety. I sensed that this environment was but an illusion, a mere facade of reality. Strick's psychic obscuration had begun to infiltrate my mind and senses. Strick extended his arms, exposing all the eyes upon his body, and unleashed beams directed at Zhuang Yan below. However, Zhuang Yan found himself ensnared, the sandy beach beneath him seemingly reaching out to grasp him. He had been under the influence of mental taint for far too long, which had begun to affect his physical autonomy. In a state of urgency, he employed quantum traversal, submerging into the sand, evading Strick's increasingly fervent onslaught. Emerging from another direction, he generated dozens of replicas, unleashing a barrage of lasers upon Strick. You boast of having numerous eyes? Let us see whose numbers prevail, yours or my replicas. The multitude of replicas deftly maneuvered around Strick, swiftly overwhelming him to the point of helplessness. How dare you possess such an abundance of abilities? Strick bellowed, lunging at Zhuang Yan with reckless abandon, prepared for mutual destruction. Zhuang Yan, however, was unyielding. He seized control of the metallic particles within Strick's body. A mere few grams of metal fragments immediately rendered Strick writhing in agony. Simultaneously, with his other hand, he manipulated magnetically charged blades to slice through Strick's external flesh. Strick's screams gradually faded, leaving only the sound of his labored breaths. Spare me. I shall never trouble you again. I will vanish from your sight forever. Zhuang Yan remained unperturbed, crushing Strick's skull beneath his foot and incinerating him to ash with flames. Exiting the alternate space, he ascended into the cosmos, scattering Strick's ashes amongst the stars, granting him no chance for regeneration. Chapter 67. The claim of Phoenix Power. Zhuang Yan returned to the battlefield, where others were engaged in the aftermath of the conflict. He approached and greeted them. Everyone, let others handle the remnants of the battlefield. Strick has been vanquished by me. The Avengers and the X-Men were taken aback, each feeling the oppressive aura that Strick had exuded post-transformation. Malice from Strick had penetrated their minds, leaving them devoid of any fighting spirit. At the moment Zhuang Yan had vanished with Strick, despair had gripped their hearts. Even if Zhuang Yan truly possessed the strength to defeat Strick, it would have been a dire battle, and his survival would have been uncertain. Yet suddenly, they felt a release from their mental burden, their negative thoughts dissipating swiftly. They beheld Zhuang Yan returning unscathed, not a single wound upon him. Stark stepped forward, exclaiming with exaggerated astonishment, "Good heavens! You fought that vile creature and emerged completely unharmed. It seems utterly unreasonable. So you believe I must be injured to be deemed reasonable? Tony, your heart harbors darkness. Strick's influence over you has yet to fade." Zhuang Yan brandished a knife, gesturing menacingly towards Stark's heart. "Let us notiest. I am genuinely relieved you are unhurt. When you take action, it is truly magnificent." At that moment, Professor X and Magneto approached, their expressions still tinged with concern. "How did you dispose of Strick's remains?" "I observed his remarkable healing abilities. There's a possibility he could return. I have reduced Strick to ashes and cast them into the void of space, leaving no possibility of her return." The Professor and Magneto wore expressions of relief. Once Strick's demise was confirmed, the Sentinel's factories could be obliterated by the police and military, eradicating the Sentinel technology entirely. Recent events have demonstrated that humanity is not yet prepared to wield powers that transcend time. The existence of Sentinels is best avoided. While only a few mutants have perished, countless innocents have already fallen. Zhuang Yan, I sincerely thank you. Without your assistance, we could never have rid ourselves of this malevolent spirit. The Avengers gathered to celebrate, their demeanor far more amiable than during our initial encounter. Even Thor approached with a smile to join in the festivities, while only Banner looked on, his face obscured by his hands, filled with melancholy. "Khan, we owe you our gratitude as well. Why not join us, the Avengers? Your presence would be our greatest asset." "Indeed, we are all quite free. only uniting in times of dire crisis. Khan, your mind is a treasure trove of knowledge. Should you join the Avengers, I would help you harness that intellect. Stark extended his hand toward Zhuang Yan, awaiting his response. Zhuang Yan had no intention of joining any organization. He needed to continue amassing power and maintaining contact with mutants. Even with the abilities he currently possessed, he was among the elite of mutants. He had already assimilated a significant portion of the Mutant Academy, yet the pursuit of power knows no bounds. Thus, he merely shook Stark's hand and politely declined the invitation. I am not inclined to join any organization. Perhaps there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Stark's expression noticeably darkened as he turned to Captain America. Stephen, we need you now more than ever. Utilize that brilliant mind of yours that was born a century ago. Tony, we will not force anyone to join the Avengers. And he has already mentioned future opportunities for collaboration. Perhaps such an opportunity will arise soon. We must be patient, Magneto interjected. Zhuang, you may indeed need to collaborate with these Avengers once more. I have heard that my daughter and son have joined a faction. They have been lured away and may find themselves at odds with the Avengers. I hope you can bring them back. Magneto's children? That would be Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Zhuang Yan recalled them well. If Magneto's assertions were correct, the timeline for these Avengers must coincide with Loki's invasion or Ultron's rebellion. After Ultron, Quicksilver perished, and Scarlet Witch joined the Avengers. Scarlet Witch's chaos magic could indeed be an avenue worth exploring. Her magical potential is immense. Had it not been for her unstable temperament, she could have vanquished Thanos. Very well, I shall return to the Academy to recuperate before seeking them out. Upon hearing Zhuang Yan's prompt agreement, Magneto's excitement was palpable as he grasped Zhuang Yan's hand. He promised that whenever Zhuang Yan was in need, the Brotherhood of Mutants would provide immediate support. Stark and Stephen both displayed relaxed smiles. The nature of fate is indeed wondrous, enabling us to reunite swiftly. Khan, the captain, and I await your return. Hoping to see you soon. After bidding farewell to the solemn Avengers, Zhuang Yan opened a portal to escort the Sentinels back to the Academy. He also needed to say his goodbyes to Katie and Charisse, ensuring they could remain at the Academy without worry. Just as he was about to depart, he was halted by the professor, and the two engaged in conversation on the lawn, reminiscent of old times. Yan, your efforts have truly aided all of humanity this time. If the news spreads that mutants can resolve the crises posed by ordinary people, I believe many will come to recognize mutants, and our situation will improve significantly. It was merely the Academy that saved me. My sole objective has always been strict. Zhuang Yan did not perceive himself as fighting for the sake of the common folk. The professor, seemingly discerning the underlying meaning in Zhuang Yan's words, momentarily displayed a look of resignation. Your ability should not simply be replication. I have witnessed those Sentinels, and their copied abilities can only be utilized for a brief duration. My ability is indeed replication, but it possesses no time constraints. Upon noticing the professor's inkling, Zhuang Yan quickly supplemented his previous excuse. The professor, understanding the implication, refrained from further questioning. Your capacity is highly malleable. You could seek out Jean, as her telekinesis is also a formidable ability. Moreover, this is a request of mine. Your mental fortitude can better safeguard that power. Zhuang Yan grasped the nuance, realizing that the professor was suggesting he take Jean's place in mastering the Phoenix Force. Jean's innate telekinesis is exceptionally potent, rivaling the professor's, with the potential to obliterate worlds. After being chosen by the Phoenix Force, Jean becomes even more perilous, her subsequent dark transformation nearly leading to the extermination of mutants. Such a cosmic-level ability as the Phoenix Force indeed deserves to be wielded by him. Very well, I shall safeguard that power. I will seek Jean now. Zhuang Yan bid farewell to the professor and swiftly found Jean, who was conversing with Wolverine, alongside a seemingly beleaguered Scott. Jean, the professor asked me to discuss something with you. We need a quiet place. Jean readily agreed, and they proceeded to a secluded room. What is it? Yan, you rarely seek me out for conversation. Zhuang Yan, uncomfortable with telepaths, seldom engaged with Jean. The professor requested that I borrow something from you. He smiled at Jean while activating the psychic forge. Successfully melded Jean's ability, generating a new power. Telekinesis, Chapter 68. Have you acquired a new ability again? After melding the telekinesis ability, Zhuang Yan barely had time to savor the power driven by pure thought before the system's alert chimed once more in his mind. Unlike the previous calm notifications when acquiring new abilities, this one carried an unprecedented gravity and urgency. Warning: the host's newly generated ability, telekinesis, has touched upon the fundamental rules of the universe, drawing forth an apocalyptic force eager to take residence. The host must prepare thoroughly. An apocalyptic force? A solemn chill gripped Zhuang Yan's heart, and before he could react, an indescribable, awe-inspiring power tore through the barriers of space and dimension, surging directly into his being. This force was both fervent and immense, akin to a nascent star exploding within him. It was not merely energy. It resembled a living cosmic tempest imbued with primal intent. It embodied the duality of creation and destruction, offering the nurturing warmth of a cradle for all existence, while wielding the merciless flames capable of incinerating celestial bodies. This was the power of the Phoenix, the ultimate manifestation of cosmic life and psychic emotion, despite Zhuang Yan's body being far beyond that of an ordinary mortal. Enhanced by abilities such as steel body and self-healing factor, he was nearly overwhelmed by this tumultuous force. Countless fine, golden fissures erupted on his skin, resembling a fragile porcelain vessel on the verge of shattering. Golden flames burst forth from these cracks, transforming him into a blazing statue. Every cell within him screamed as they were forcibly torn apart, annihilated, and then instantaneously remade and transcended by the Phoenix power. This exquisite agony and rebirth could reduce any fragile mind to ashes or drive it to madness in an instant. The Phoenix power was excessively domineering, attempting to seize Zhuang Yan's body, to mold him into its puppet and vessel in the material realm. An ancient and vast will began to assault his mental barriers, seeking to obliterate his self-awareness entirely. You wish to devour me? In your dreams, at the brink of life and death, Zhuang Yan erupted with an astonishing will to survive. He endured the excruciating pain of his body being torn apart and immediately summoned his most potent psychic power, telepathy, with Omega-level psychic energy unleashed. He constructed an indestructible mental fortress within his consciousness. The will of the Phoenix power crashed against the fortress like monstrous waves, while Zhuang Yan's determination stood firm as the bedrock defending it. He could not retreat. Should his mental defenses falter, he would be irretrievably lost. However, mere defense was insufficient. The Phoenix power rampaged within him, and if this continued, his physical form would explode before his psyche could be shattered. In this critical moment, inspiration struck Zhuang Yan as he recalled the newly acquired ability. Telekinesis. The Phoenix power, fundamentally a cosmic psychic energy, was rooted in the same essence as telepathy and psychokinesis. To suppress it, he must combat it with its own rules. Coalesce. With a thought, Zhuang Yan activated the telekinesis power, which, under the immense pressure of the Phoenix force, reached its utmost potential. The intangible telekinetic energy transformed into countless resilient shackles, extending from every corner of his being, tightly binding the ferocious golden flames. If the psychic connection was a contest against the soul of the Phoenix, then telekinesis was a struggle with the Phoenix's physical form. When the power of the Phoenix sought to erupt, telekinesis compressed it inward. When the Phoenix's force aimed to collide, telekinesis forcibly restrained it. This was a tug of war, an ultimate contest of will and strength. In the room, an extraordinary phenomenon arose. Centered around the solemnity that floated mid-air, the atmosphere twisted violently. Tables, chairs, books, and lamps all buzzed ominously, as if they might be pulverized by an unseen force at any moment. Golden flames appeared out of thin air, sketching a silhouette of a phoenix poised to take flight, only to be forcibly suppressed by the overwhelming telekinetic power, retreating back into its solemn vessel once more. At that moment, the entire Xavier Academy for Gifted Youth felt the disquieting energy fluctuations. Qin Galei stood frozen, the sole witness to this spectacle. Just moments ago, that terrifying power, which had haunted her for countless nights, instilling fear, disorientation, and nearly taking everything from her, was being extracted from the depths of her soul by the solemnity in a manner she could not comprehend. She felt an unprecedented lightness, as if a weary traveler, burdened by mountains, had finally shed an immense weight. Yet, almost immediately, she witnessed the horrifying sight of the solemnity enduring that power. The golden flames, the expression of agony, the energy storm capable of tearing the heavens and the earth apart, sent chills through her being. She understood all too well the dreadfulness of that force. Merely as a vessel, she had nearly crumbled under its pressure, while Zhuang Sheng not only absorbed it completely, but was also attempting to tame it. How could this be possible? As she anxiously wiped her brow for Zhuang Sheng, the turbulent energy storm miraculously subsided. Zhuang Sheng slowly opened his eyes. A fleeting glimpse of dazzling golden flame flickering deep within, quickly returning to his usual depth. The golden cracks on his body completely healed, and the cataclysmic aura was forcibly suppressed, contained within him. He remained suspended in the air, surrounded only by a gentle glow of fire, resembling a divine weapon freshly forged. Its sharpness subdued, yet radiating an even greater majesty. You have managed to control it? Qin's voice trembled, a mix of astonishment and disbelieving euphoria. Temporarily subdued. Zhuang Sheng responded as he gently descended to the ground, exhaling a long sigh, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This thing is indeed a hot potato, but now it belongs to me. His tone was calm, yet the confidence embedded within it instilled an inexplicable sense of reassurance in Jean. Boom! The door was forcefully flung open, and Wolverine, Logan, was the first to charge inside, his claws unsheathed and his expression filled with vigilance. Following closely were Scott, Storm, Iceman, Colossus, and a host of X-Men. Finally, Professor X appeared at the threshold, maneuvering his wheelchair with a grave demeanor. What has happened? Logan growled, his primal instincts alerting him to a terrifying energy within the room that could obliterate him in an instant. Jean, are you all right? Scott immediately turned his gaze to Jean. Upon seeing her unharmed, yet gazing at the imposing figure of Zhuang Yan with a complex expression, he breathed a sigh of relief. Soon his attention, along with that of everyone else, was fixated on Zhuang Yan. My God, and what is that on you? Iceman Bobby stammered, pointing at the remnants of flames still flickering around Zhuang Yan. Storm, Aurora, wore an even graver expression. Her sensitivity to energy was unparalleled. I felt that force just now, as if the universe itself were breathing. Yin, have you acquired new power? Chapter 69. You alone are an army. Zhuang Yan refrained from providing a direct answer, merely observing the group with a serene demeanor. The professor, with his formidable mind, had already grasped the entirety of the situation. He sensed the familiar, tumultuous power of the Phoenix, along with Zhuang Yan's unwavering will, as steadfast as an iron wall, and the equally potent telekinesis used to restrain the Phoenix. He understood that everything had unfolded as he had wished, even more perfectly than he had envisioned. Yin, you have succeeded. The professor's voice resonated with a hint of nostalgia and relief. You have accomplished what I feared Jean could not, mastering it rather than being consumed by it. At these words, every X-Man gasped in astonishment. They were all aware of the terrifying power residing within Jean, a force that the professor had long suppressed with mental barriers. Now, the implication was clear. Zhuang Yan had not only extracted that power, but had also mastered it. Thank you, Yin, Jean said earnestly, her eyes slightly glistening. Truly, thank you. This expression of gratitude came from the depths of her soul. Only she understood the significance of freeing herself from the Phoenix's power. It was a form of spiritual salvation. Zhuang Yan merely nodded in acknowledgement before turning to the others with a faint smile. It was a trivial effort. However, it seems the commotion might have been a bit too loud. A bit too loud? Logan retracted his claws and approached Zhuang Yan with irritation, delivering a playful jab on his shoulder, only to recoil as if striking a red-hot iron, wincing in discomfort. Kid, what kind of monster are you? One's power is enough to study for a lifetime, yet you unveil a new one every so often, each more outrageous than the last. Indeed, Bobby chimed in, his face alight with admiration. Laser vision, telepathy, weather control, magnetic fields, portals, and now the ability to breathe fire. My heavens, you seem to embody an entire army. A solitary individual transforming into a legion? Zhuang Yan pondered this phrase solemnly, raising his hand as a flicker of golden flame ignited in his palm. The flame danced with vitality, as if it possessed a life of its own. He sensed that although the power of the Phoenix was temporarily suppressed, it had become intricately entwined with his telekinetic abilities. He now possessed not only the original telekinetic prowess of Qin, but also the extraordinary Phoenix power capable of pushing telekinesis to its zenith, even interfering with reality, manipulating atoms, and unleashing apocalyptic destruction. Observing the myriad expressions of shock, reverence, and a hint of curiosity among the battle police, Zhuang Yan felt an inner tranquility. He understood that from this moment forth, he had truly ascended to the pinnacle of power within this universe. Whether it be the conflicts on Earth or threats from the cosmic seas, he now had the confidence to confront them head-on. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the officers, Zhuang Yan returned to his chamber. The earlier ordeal of forcibly suppressing the Phoenix power, though perilous, had granted him a deeper mastery over his own strength. Now, he needed to calm his mind and thoroughly assimilate this extraordinary gift bestowed upon him, assessing all the powers he now possessed. He seated himself in a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and delved into the depths of his consciousness, where the ability list constructed by the system vividly manifested before him. Host, Zhuang Yan, acquired abilities total, 23. Physical abilities, 8, healing factor, bone claws, feral surge, laser clone, mimic, photon, energy absorption, mental abilities, 3, telepathy, mind control, telekinesis, field abilities, 5, absolute 0, bioelectricity, weather control, magnetic field, radiation, elemental abilities, for iron body, fire body, water body, nuclear fusion, space-time abilities, 3, quantum travel, phantom, alternate space. Beholding this dazzling array of 23 abilities, a surge of ambition welled within Zhuang Yan. Each ability represented a realm of extraordinary potential, now wholly amalgamated within him. From the initial reliance on the healing factor to survive as a traveler, to his current capacity to invoke the might of the heavens with mere gestures, Each step had ascended upon the ladder of power. He particularly noted that beneath the ability list, the system had provided new rating annotations. Omega-level abilities for telepathy telekinesis, iron body, absolute 0, quasi-omega level abilities, 19 all other abilities a realization dawned upon him. The Omega level signified that the potential of these abilities had been developed to an ultimate extent sufficient to influence the very laws of physics. No wonder he could temporarily suppress the Phoenix power with telepathy and psychokinesis, for they inherently resided at the pinnacle of the power hierarchy. However, mere temporary suppression was far from sufficient. The Phoenix power resembled a ferocious beast confined within a cage. Although momentarily shackled by chains, it incessantly struggled and roared, attempting to break free from its restraints. He could sense that the Phoenix power within him remained restless, with each pulse accompanied by a surge of searing energy. He needed to discover a more effective and thorough method to tame this divine fire. Otherwise, this power would not only elude his command, but could transform into a ticking time bomb, potentially obliterating him. To completely subdue the Phoenix power, he required even greater Omega-level abilities. Zhuang Yan pondered solemnly. The Phoenix power epitomized the utmost dynamism and heat, representing an explosive manifestation of life energy. Thus, to suppress it, one needed the ultimate stillness and coldness, along with an impenetrable body. His gaze fell upon the other two Omega-level abilities, Steel Body and Absolute 0. One endowed him with an indestructible physical form, while the other could create temperatures so low that even time itself could be frozen. Theoretically, these two powers constituted an exquisite combination to counter the Phoenix power. This is it. A glimmer of determination flashed in Zhuang Yan's eyes as he ceased to hesitate. Taking a deep breath, he began to summon the power within him. First, he activated Steel Body. A silvery luminescence seeped from beneath his skin, swiftly enveloping his entire form. This was not mere metallic transformation, but a profound reconstruction of matter. Every atom in his body was rearranging into a perfect lattice structure, forming an extraordinary substance far beyond any known alloy on Earth, magnetic steel. A streamlined silver armor materialized on his surface, with every joint and inch of the armor gleaming with a cold, unyielding luster, akin to the most exquisite creation in the cosmos. Following this, Absolute 0 was unleashed. An invisible chill radiated from him, causing the temperature in the room to plummet abruptly. The moisture in the air instantaneously crystallized into ice, cascading to the ground. Yet this was no ordinary cooling. It was an absolute mastery over the laws of thermodynamics. The temperature surrounding him approached an astonishing -273, 15 degrees Celsius, a realm where even atomic motion would come to a halt. The surface of the magnetic steel armor was adorned with a delicate layer of frost, not formed by condensed moisture, but rather a manifestation of the space itself being frozen. Having completed these preparations, Zhuang Yan felt an unprecedented sense of solidity and calm. At this moment, his body was an unassailable fortress of Absolute 0. Chapter 70. Mastering the Phoenix Power. Come forth, let me witness the extent of your prowess. With a flicker of thought, he willingly relaxed his restraint on the Phoenix Power. A resounding cry, reminiscent of a majestic phoenix, seemed to resonate deep within his very soul. The long-suppressed golden divine fire erupted forth like a primordial beast breaking free from its cage. The searing golden flames instantaneously filled every corner of his being, intent on melting the very confines that dared to imprison it from within. However, this time, it encountered an impenetrable barrier. The magnetic armor, forged from iron body, stood resolute, unwavering against the flames hot enough to melt stars, merely causing ripples of energy to dance along the interior of the armor without disturbing its atomic structure in the slightest. Simultaneously, the force of Absolute 0 unleashed its full might. An extreme cold transformed into an invisible net, engaging in a fierce contest against the searing heat of the Phoenix power. Cold and hot, stillness and motion. These two opposing forces reached a delicate equilibrium within him. The golden flames ceased their chaotic assault, instead compelled to contract and coalesce under the pressure of Absolute 0. The wild will, too, gradually lost its strength to resist beneath the combined suppression of telepathy and telekinesis. As time ticked away, he remained solemn, like an ancient monk in meditation, quietly experiencing this clash of ice and fire within. He noticed that throughout this process, his comprehension of the Phoenix power was deepening at an astonishing rate. No longer merely suppressing it, he began to guide and analyze it. Eventually, after an indeterminate span, the tumultuous golden flames settled into tranquility. They ceased their struggle and obediently floated at the center of his consciousness, transforming into a radiant orb akin to a small sun, emanating stable and potent energy. He had succeeded. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and the magnetic armor along with the realm of extreme cold dissipated simultaneously. He could sense that the Phoenix power had completely surrendered, becoming an integral part of his being that he could command at will. From that moment forth, he could truly wield this cosmic force, capable of bestowing life or instantaneously dismantling matter. To test the potency of this newfound power, he extended his right hand. Activating Iron Body, his formidable ability granted him profound insight into the composition of matter. Recalling the data on adamantium from the Stark base, he focused his thoughts, and a block of shimmering gray metal materialized in his palm. This was indeed one of the hardest metals on Earth, primal adamantium. Then, he carefully drew forth a nearly imperceptible thread of Phoenix power from within, akin to a golden filament, and gently touched it to the adamantium block. There was no explosion, no deafening roar. The moment the golden thread made contact with the metal, that indestructible adamantium block silently dissolved, as if it were snow under the sun. It did not transform into liquid, nor did it become gas. Instead, it was directly disassembled at the atomic level, utterly annihilated, leaving behind only a minute residue, finer than dust, slipping through his fingers. Such overwhelming power left Zhuang Yan in silent awe. This was the true essence of destruction, disregarding hardness and structure. It eradicated existence from its very roots. He then carefully channeled a fragment of the Phoenix force into the magnetic steel armor on his left arm. The silver armor quivered slightly, its surface rippling with golden waves before returning to stillness. The armor structure remained stable, showing no signs of dissipation. Zhuang Yan understood that although the Phoenix force possessed formidable disintegration capabilities, it was not insurmountable. As long as the target's energy level or material structure reached a comparable height, it could withstand the onslaught. His magnetic steel armor, a product of the Omega-level iron body, obviously met that criterion. It seemed that the effectiveness of the Phoenix Force against fellow Omega-level adversaries would be significantly diminished. However, when utilized against those who had not attained Omega status, it was an absolute annihilation. He finally grasped the true might of the Phoenix Force. Undoubtedly, it was his most potent offensive weapon to date. With this pressing concern alleviated, Zhuang Yan felt an immense sense of relief. After resting at the academy for several days and fully mastering the Phoenix Force, he set off for New York. He had promised Magneto to bring his troubled children, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, back to his side. This was not only a matter of goodwill, but also a splendid opportunity for him to delve into chaos magic up close. He refrained from using any mode of transportation, for to him, earthly distances had long since lost their significance. Transforming into a radiant streak of light, he soared into the heavens. The earth shrank rapidly beneath him. Cities appeared as a chessboard, mountains as veins, vividly laid out before his eyes. He did not rush forward at full speed. Instead, he relished the exhilarating freedom that came with transcending the bounds of earth and sky. The wind howled past his ears, yet it could not disturb him in the slightest. An invisible telekinetic field separated all obstacles from his path. In just a few minutes, the world-renowned steel jungle of New York came into view. Among its skyscrapers, the most striking was undoubtedly the former Stark Tower, now the Avengers Tower. Its massive sign glittered in the sunlight, proclaiming its extraordinary status as the headquarters of Earth's protectors. Zhuang Yan chose not to enter through the main entrance or the helipad, as that would be too conventional. With a flicker of his form, he silently traversed the glass curtain wall of the building's observation deck, like a ghost that did not exist, triggering no alarms. Upon stepping into the building, he immediately heard the sound of a heated argument. "No, Tony, this is absolutely unacceptable. We cannot do this." A voice, stifled with suppressed fury, yet brimming with anxiety, resonated through the air, and Zhuang Yan recognized it as that of Dr. Bruce Banner. "Why not, Bruce? Open your eyes and see." Another voice immediately countered, infused with the unique fervor, confidence, and a hint of arrogance characteristic of Tony Stark. "We have just endured a war that nearly annihilated the world. The threat posed by Strucker and his Sentinels was merely an appetizer. How many more dangers lurk in the cosmos, unknown to us? We cannot afford to wait for the enemy to arrive at our doorstep, relying on a hulking brute, an ancient relic, a mythic figure, and you, my friend, to transform at the crucial moment to clean up the mess. We require a global armor." Zhuang Yan raised an eyebrow, his steps unwavering as he followed the sound toward the inner laboratory. A smirk of intrigue played upon his lips. Global armor? This phrase was all too familiar to him. "The armor you speak of is based on that entity we decipher from the scepter, is it not?" Banner's voice was tinged with concern. "Tony, that is not terrestrial technology. Its structure resembles a conscious neural network. We do not comprehend its essence. You are opening Pandora's box. Science is the exploration of the unknown, Bruce." Tony's tone escalated. "We are on the threshold of a new era, an age safeguarded by a powerful, neutral, and utterly rational artificial intelligence. Imagine a relentless, un biacid, omnipresent guardian. With it, we could retire and live our own lives. Is this not what we all desire? Peace for our era. Zhuang Yan had arrived at the laboratory door, and through the glass wall, he beheld Tony animatedly illustrating his grand vision to Banner. Between them, on the workbench, lay Loki's scepter, embedded with the Mind Stone, quietly emanating a ghostly blue glow. Chapter 71, The Heir of Magneto. Ultron. Zhuang Yan silently murmured the name in his mind. Without a doubt, he had arrived at the precise moment before the onset of the Ultron Age in the Avengers timeline. Though it was labeled as artificial intelligence, in Zhuang Yan's eyes, it was merely a manifestation of artificial folly. A program that, based on incomplete data and logical fallacies, arrived at an astonishingly absurd conclusion. Its logical chain was so brutally simplistic it bordered on the ludicrous. Humanity is the root of war. To protect humanity from the turmoil of conflict, one must first eradicate humanity itself. What a perfect loop. What a foolish conclusion. Zhuang Yan held no interest in becoming entangled in their philosophical debate about creator and creation. He understood that, regardless of Banner's admonitions, the arrogant Tony Stark was destined to pursue this path. It was a matter of character, an inevitable twist of fate. He was too indifferent to offer a reminder, and even more reluctant to intervene. Sometimes, one can only attain true growth after committing irrevocable mistakes. Thus, he turned and entered the adjacent lounge, nonchalantly sinking into the plush sofa. He casually plucked an apple from the fruit bowl and began to leisurely nibble on it, treating the fierce argument as mere background music. The debates within the laboratory continued unabated. Yet, its rationality remains beyond our predictions. Banner implored, what if it deems humanity itself as the root of Earth's chaos? What if, in the name of peace, it decides to eradicate us? Tony, the creation we have birthed, if it spirals out of control, the consequences would be far more terrifying than any extraterrestrial invasion. Therefore, we must establish limitations. Bruce, firewalls and core directives are mere technicalities. Tony waved his hand dismissively, displaying a hint of impatience. You always view problems too pessimistically. Have faith in science. Trust me. I cannot place my trust in a phantom that has just emerged from an alien scepter. It is an entirely new intelligent model. It is a menace. Bang! Tony slammed his fist onto the table, about to continue his rebuttal when his peripheral vision caught sight of that relaxed figure in the lounge. His impassioned expression froze instantly, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Tony blinked, confirming he was not mistaken. Banner followed his gaze and spotted the man who was precisely tossing the apple core into the distant trash bin. The tension of the argument dissipated in an instant. Con. Tony immediately donned a beaming smile and hurried over. When did you arrive? Why was there no announcement? Jarvis, why didn't you inform me of Mr. Khan's arrival? Sir, Mr. Khan did not enter the building through any official entrance. Thus, I was unable to detect his arrival, came Jarvis's response, tinged with a hint of British exasperation from the ceiling. Banner approached as well, adjusting his glasses and offering an apologetic smile. Hello, Mr. Khan. I apologize for the spectacle. No worries. You may continue. Khan waved his hand dismissively, appearing to revel in the unfolding drama. The ethics and risks of artificial intelligence. Isn't that a fascinating topic? Personally, I believe that intelligence inherently implies unpredictability. The very notion of creating an absolutely controllable superintelligence is a paradox. His words pinpointed the crux of their debate, plunging both Tony and Banner into a momentary silence. Tony cleared his throat a couple of times, skillfully shifting the topic. We are merely engaging in some forward-thinking academic discourse. By the way, did you come here for a specific reason? Has Strucker's remnants resurfaced? No. Strucker has been reduced to cosmic dust. Khan casually propped his legs on the coffee table, getting straight to the point. I have come for another matter. You are no strangers to Magneto, I presume? Upon hearing the name, the expressions of Tony and Banner immediately turned grave. He is a legendary figure among mutants, both immensely threatening and highly controversial. Indeed, Tony's playful demeanor vanished. What scheme does that old man intend to concoct now? Is he planning to erect an iron bridge in some city, or perhaps reverse the Earth's magnetic poles? Neither of those. With a solemn tone laced with a hint of amusement, he revealed he wishes to reclaim his children. That formidable Magneto, after enduring so much, has finally remembered that he is a father, yearning to fulfill a long-overdue responsibility. His children? Banner paused, taken aback. He has children? A pair of twins. A boy named Pietro and a girl named Wanda. The solemn voice articulated the names. They are powerful mutants, yet due to certain historical grievances, they harbor deep animosity towards you, particularly towards Mr. Stark. Towards me? Tony pointed to himself, feigning innocence. I do not recall provoking Magneto's offspring. You did not provoke them. But your weapons certainly did, came the calm reply. They are Sokovians. A shell bearing the Stark Industries insignia took their parents' lives. and another dud left the siblings cowering for 2 nights amidst the ruins, haunted by those 4 letters. So, do you comprehend now? In an instant, Tony's expression darkened. He fell silent, a complex array of emotions flickering in his eyes, guilt and helplessness intertwined. That was a past he had long since abandoned. One of the countless blood debts he accrued as an arms dealer. So that is it, Tony murmured, his voice somewhat hoarse. He lifted his gaze towards the solemn figure. Thus, Magneto desires you to locate them? Precisely, came a nod of agreement. I have come to inquire whether you possess any information regarding the twins. I made a promise to old Magneto to return them unscathed. Upon hearing this, Tony and Banner exchanged knowing glances, a sense of understanding reflected in their eyes. I believe I know whom you refer to. Tony approached the control panel, swiftly manipulating the virtual screen. JARVIS. Retrieve all combat footage from our last assault on Baron Strucker's research base in Sokovia, with particular emphasis on those 2 enhanced individuals. At your command, sir, came the prompt response. Soon, a vast holographic projection unfurled in the center of the room. The scene depicted the Avengers launching their attack on the icy fortress. Subsequently, 2 figures were highlighted by the system in red frames. One moved with the swiftness of a specter, a blue blur darting across the battlefield, eluding Captain America and Hawkeye, even causing Iron Man's armor to stagger under his high-velocity strikes. The other was a young girl clad in red. She stood still, her hands enveloped in a crimson aura of mysterious energy, her eyes shimmering with a fierce hatred. In that moment, with a mere flick of her wrist, a wave of red energy struck Tony, forcing him to confront the deepest fears buried within his soul. It was them. Tony pointed at the projection, his voice low and solemn. A boy so swift he was nearly invisible, and a witch who could manipulate hearts. We had previously assumed they were enhanced beings created by Strucker, yet turns out they're descendants of Magneto. Chapter 72. The True Countenance of the Solemn. At the pinnacle of the Avengers Tower, the atmosphere was vibrant and illuminated as a grand welcome banquet was held in honor of the Solemn. Exquisite delicacies, rare wines, and melodious music all underscored Tony Stark's wealth and taste. However, the guest of honor, the Solemn, did not partake in the revelry like the others. Instead, he sat alone on a sofa in the corner, holding a glass of clear water. His indifferent gaze surveyed the steel jungle below, as if the surrounding clamor had no bearing on him. The aura of detachment he exuded acted as an invisible barrier, rendering him an incongruous figure amidst the lively affair. Yet undeniably the center of attention. The Avengers congregated in small clusters, their glances inevitably drawn to the silhouette in the corner. Awe, curiosity, and unease filled their hearts. This man's prowess had completely reshaped their understanding of the concept of power. Hey, Steve. Thor's booming voice shattered the temporary tranquility as he strode toward Captain America with a large mug of beer in hand, his demeanor radiating the arrogance and confidence characteristic of an Asgardian deity. Let us converse with our new friend. I wager this fellow is certainly not from Midgard. Stephen Rogers set down his glass, a hint of seriousness etched upon his handsome face as he followed in Thor's footsteps. I disagree with your assessment, Thor. On the contrary, I believe he is a modest compatriot. The two approached the Solemn, with Thor forcefully placing his mug on the table, producing a resounding thud. His cerulean eyes sparkled with a mixture of combativeness and intrigue as he scrutinized the Solemn, as if appraising a rare treasure. Friend, Thor's voice boomed with vigor. I, Thor, the god of thunder of Asgard, son of Odin, can sense within you a power as vast as the starry seas. This cannot possibly belong to this planet. He grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, brimming with confidence. I would wager my Mjolnir that you are indeed an extraterrestrial, from a civilization even mightier than Asgard. Pray tell, from which galaxy do you hail? Perhaps it is recorded on our Asgardian star maps. In Thor's eyes, how could such a formidable presence possibly originate from the frail realm of Earth? Midgard? Even he, a deity, felt a subtle yet palpable sense of oppression before the other. This defies logic. No, this defies theology. However, Captain America, Stephen, immediately countered. Thor, you are mistaken. He straightened his chest, his face, etched with justice and resilience, radiated an undeniable sense of patriotism. Only our beloved nation, this land of freedom and courage, can give birth to such formidable heroes. The sense of responsibility that surged within him in the face of crisis, and the profound depth he exuded, were indeed the highest embodiment of our national spirit. Stephen's gaze was unwavering, as if he had already determined the truth. I dare say, he must be the pinnacle of some secret super soldier program of our country, perhaps even surpassing my own existence. Friend, which department do you belong to? SHIELD, or a covert military project? The captain's words piqued the interest of the surrounding Avengers, who leaned in to listen with thoughtful expressions. Hawkeye, Barton, stroked his chin and quietly remarked to Dr. Banner beside him. Captain's assertion does seem to have some merit. It wouldn't be surprising if our nation had developed some black technology. Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses and quietly retorted, from a biological perspective, such a level of energy aggregation is unlikely to be achieved through genetic modification. I lean more towards Thor's theory that he is some form of extraterrestrial superior life. As the discussion swirled, speculating whether Zhuang Yan was an extraterrestrial or a domestically produced superhuman, Tony Stark strolled over, a glass of whiskey in hand, swaying slightly. He abruptly interrupted this tedious debate on origins. Stop, stop, stop. Tony waved his hand impatiently. You muscle-bound simpletons are concerned with such superficial matters. Does it really matter where he is from? What truly matters is how he achieved this. His gaze suddenly ignited with fervor, akin to a child discovering a new toy. Fixating intently on Zhuang Yan, his eyes shimmering with enthusiasm for the unknown technology. Mr. Khan, I have no interest in your nationality or planet. Tony's voice brimmed with magnetism and allure. I simply wish to know, what on earth is that magnetic suit of armor you possess? He gestured excitedly. My JARVIS has analyzed all the data from your combat. The energy readings and material structure of that thing completely defy all known physical laws. Its hardness, I dare say, surpasses that of vibranium. Moreover, it can materialize out of thin air and shape-shift at will. This cannot be any known alloy. Tell me. Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it a form of advanced nanotechnology? Or is it a phase material formed through spatial folding? Or perhaps some energy configuration beyond my comprehension? Just reveal the principle to me, and Stark Industries, no, the entire Avengers Alliance, will provide you with all the technological support you desire. For a distinguished scientist and engineer, the allure of donning that silver battle armor surpasses the enigma of his identity. Observing the assembly of Earth's mightiest heroes, whose faces flushed with curiosity, a subtle smirk of amusement graced his lips. Aliens? Super soldiers from a grotesque nation? Their imaginations, ultimately, were constrained by their own understanding. At that moment, a graceful figure approached silently. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, clad in a sleek black evening gown that accentuated her flawless physique, her cascading red hair resembling a waterfall, and a glimmer of mischief dancing in her emerald eyes. Good sirs, her voice resonated like a gentle breeze, instantly silencing the excitable Thor, the obstinate Steve, and the fervent Tony. You resemble sparrows attempting to dissect a phoenix. Your inquiries entirely misaligned. She stepped closer to him, her body slightly leaning forward, a faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils. We are grateful for all that you have done, Mr. Khan. Natasha's gaze pierced through to his core, her eyes profound, as if capable of discerning one's innermost thoughts. Yet, until now, we have not even glimpsed your true visage. She extended a fair hand in an inviting gesture. We are merely curious, wishing to truly know our new companion. Would you permit us to behold your face? Chapter 73. Mr. Khan, you are my rebirth. The Black Widow's words struck like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, drawing every gaze towards his countenance. Indeed, throughout, his face seemed shrouded in an elusive veil of energy, rendering it indistinct, only allowing for a vague outline to be perceived. This only heightened his aura of mystery. As you wish, he replied softly. In an instant, the veil of energy, which even Stark's advanced technology could not decipher, dissipated like morning mist, revealing a countenance clear to all. Suddenly, the banquet hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. A pin could be heard dropping, every movement stilled, expressions froze as if under spell. Thor's hand, poised to lift his goblet once more, hung suspended in midair, his mouth slightly agape, eyes wide with astonishment. The confidence and arrogance on his face eclipsed by unparalleled shock. Captain Steve Rogers, known for his resolute demeanor, wore a look of bewilderment for the first time. The conviction he held so dearly faced an unprecedented onslaught, leaving him utterly dazed. Tony Stark's fervor evaporated instantaneously, replaced by a disbelief akin to witnessing a ghost. The whiskey glass in his hand clattered to the floor, shattering into fragments, amber liquid spilling everywhere, yet he remained oblivious to it all. Even the ever-graceful and composed Black Widow, with her emerald eyes, found them narrowing sharply in a moment of utter shock, her crimson lips parting to reveal an expression of rare disarray throughout her career. What a youthful and handsome visage it was, with chiseled contours reminiscent of a sculptor's hand, arched brows framing starry eyes, a prominent nose, and delicate lips. His face lacked the overly pronounced features typical of Westerners, instead exuding a uniquely Eastern elegance, as smooth and refined as jade. Yet beneath that refinement lay a commanding presence and a profound indifference akin to the cosmos. Most notably, It was a countenance that was purely representative of a standard Chinese individual, devoid of any mixed heritage. A Chinese individual? Thor murmured in a dreamlike whisper, feeling his mind utterly overwhelmed. A Midgardian had already left him in astonishment. Yet, to discover such a young Chinese individual wielding power that surpassed even him, the son of the Asgardian king with a lifespan of 1,500 years, was unfathomable. How could this possibly be? In that moment, Stephen Rogers' worldview shattered completely. He muttered to himself, his voice trembling, "No, this is impossible." Why? His steadfast belief in the supremacy of his own nation was obliterated before the solemnity of that youthful Eastern face, reduced to mere fragments. This was more challenging to accept than believing Hydra was a benevolent charity. Tony Stark uttered an expletive, sensing for the first time that his super intellect had momentarily short-circuited. He had envisioned countless possibilities: an alien prince, an interdimensional demon, a future human, or even an artificial intelligence cloaked in human guise, but he never imagined that this formidable, awe-inspiring enigma would manifest as a youthful Chinese man, appearing barely in his 20s. This was nothing less than the most absurd event of the century, if not in the entirety of human history. At that instant, all the Avengers present, battle-hardened heroes who had faced deities and extraterrestrial armies, found their worldviews shattered into disarray by the solemnity of that face. And yet, the young man remained tranquil, observing their astonished expressions as he gently lifted a glass of clear water and took a delicate sip. His calm voice shattered the suffocating silence. "Is there a problem?" Thor fell silent, beginning to question his existence and whether the glory of Asgard was perhaps a misnomer. Captain America retreated into himself, realizing that the convictions he had upheld for a lifetime felt like a mere jest. Only Tony Stark, after the initial shock, allowed his curiosity and scientific mind to regain its footing. No problem. Of course not." Tony forcibly suppressed the tempest within, mustering a smile that was more painful than tears. He rushed towards the solemn figure in a flurry of excitement, his fervor intensifying rather than waning. Nationality was of no consequence. Genius knows no borders. Neither does power. Rubbing his hands together, his demeanor shifted to one of profound humility, reminiscent of an eager student yearning for knowledge. "Mr. Zhuang," he implored, "may I borrow a fragment of your magnetic steel armor for research purposes? Just a tiny piece, the size of a fingernail. I assure you, I will return it promptly after my examination. I merely wish to behold this groundbreaking creation, to satiate my insatiable curiosity." For Tony Stark, the more unexpected Zhuang's identity became, the more enigmatic the technology he possessed appeared, ensnaring him in a web of fascination. A young man from Hua, wielding superlative technology beyond even his comprehension. What did this signify? It indicated the existence of a power system that transcended all known technology in realms he had yet to fathom. He was determined to uncover the truth. Observing Tony's nearly supplicating demeanor, Zhuang's indifferent gaze flickered with amusement. He recognized that, even if he declined, this technological aficionado would undoubtedly find a way to procure a sample for his own studies. Rather than allowing him to labor fruitlessly, it would be more prudent to extinguish his hopes entirely. Very well. Zhuang extended his right hand, palm upward. A silvery luminescence converged in his palm, and in an instant, a palm-sized, gleaming silver plate, radiating a cold metallic luster, materialized, gently suspended above his hand. The plate was impeccably shaped, its edges sharp and its surface as smooth as a mirror, reminiscent of an exquisitely crafted work of art. "Take it." Tony seized the plate with trembling hands, a treasure he cherished. The moment he grasped it, a chilling and weighty sensation coursed through him, the solid feel igniting a profound shock within his being. "Thank you. I am immensely grateful. Mr. Zhuang, you're like a rebirth of my parents." He babbled incoherently in gratitude, clutching the plate tightly as he dashed towards his laboratory, oblivious to the banquet he was leaving behind. For him, no culinary delight in the world could rival the allure of this mysterious metal. Chapter 74. This atmosphere seems awfully peculiar. In the laboratory, brightly illuminated, Tony Stark secured the magnetic steel plate to the analysis table, activating the most advanced and precise instruments within Avengers Tower. He employed every possible device: laser spectrometers, high-energy particle colliders, quantum microscopes. Yet, the data relayed on the screens plunged him into despair time and again. The material's composition eluded analysis. Its atomic structure did not exist within the periodic table. Energy readings remained stable. Its fundamental principles were incomprehensible. Attempts at laser cutting issued a warning. The laser was fully absorbed. The target remained unharmed. Attempts to inject high-voltage electricity issued another warning. Energy was diverted into an unknown dimension, rendering it untraceable. Tony clutched his hair, on the verge of madness. He felt akin to a primitive man wielding a stone axe, grappling with the enigma of a spacecraft from the future. Regardless of the methods he employed, he could not unveil the slightest mystery of this armor piece. It resembled an impenetrable black box, utterly indestructible, incomprehensible, and flawless in its perfection. What on earth is this accursed object? Tony slammed his fist onto the console, his face a canvas of frustration. Just as his head throbbed and despair enveloped him, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the far side of the laboratory. There, a complex neural network model, composed of countless blue light paths, was slowly rotating in a holographic projection. It was the artificial intelligence core module he had constructed for the Ultron project. Beside the module lay the scepter, still emanating a faint blue glow even after the Mind Stone had been removed, quietly resting in its energy cradle. A solemn admonition echoed in his ears once more. Some Pandora's boxes, once opened, unleash forces that do not heed their master's command. A flicker of hesitation crossed Tony's eyes. Reason urged him that the warning was valid. This power, derived from unknown alien technology, brimmed with uncertainty. To tamper with it recklessly could yield unpredictable consequences. Yet, he glanced at the magnetic armor piece in his hand that had rendered him powerless. A surge of intense unwillingness and obsession swiftly overpowered his rationality. Why should he be denied mastery over such power while others could wield it? Tony's eyes gleamed with the stubbornness and pride characteristic of a genius. I am Tony Stark, the most brilliant mind on Earth. I can forge armored suits and solve energy crises. There is no reason for me to be thwarted by an unknown program. I merely require a slight nudge. Just once. Let me try. As if possessed by a devilish temptation, Tony resolved to act. He strode decisively to the workstation, inhaled deeply, and then grasped the scepter, pointing its tip toward the core module of the artificial intelligence. Jarvis, prepare to receive the data stream. Should any anomalies arise, immediately sever all energy sources. Sir, I must once again remind you that the risk rating for this operation is extremely high. Jarvis's voice resonated with rational concern. Execute the command, Jarvis. Tony barked. He closed his eyes and gently touched the tip of the scepter to the center of the swirling blue light paths. A faint stream of energy surged from the scepter, infusing the artificial intelligence module. The blue light paths flickered a few times, then ceased to respond. The entire module remained suspended in silence, as though the events that had just transpired were mere figments of illusion. Is that all? Tony was taken aback, waiting a few seconds, and upon witnessing the module's continued inertia, he felt a wave of disappointment and self-mockery wash over him. TCH, it seems I was overthinking it. He shook his head, returned the staff to its rightful place, and then turned back towards the analysis table, preparing to continue his relentless pursuit of that damned armor plate. However, he failed to notice that in the instant he turned, a massive holographic projection behind him revealed a blue light path, representing the core of artificial intelligence. At its deepest point, a faint, almost imperceptible scarlet glow flickered and vanished. In the banquet hall, Tony's hasty departure did not disturb the others. Thor, after recovering from the initial shock to his worldview, swiftly regained his composure. For him, the best remedy for confusion was alcohol. Clutching a bottle of the strongest vodka from Earth in one hand and a bowl-sized goblet in the other, he stumbled towards Zhuang Yan with a boisterous gait. Zhuang Yan, Thor exclaimed, belching as his handsome face flushed with color. Though I still cannot fathom how you became so powerful, that does not diminish my respect for strength. He filled the large goblet to the brim and offered it to Zhuang Yan, his eyes rekindling the valiant spirit of a warrior. In my homeland of Asgard, we honor our comrades with drink. Do you dare to challenge me in a contest of endurance? I have consumed more celestial brews than the oceans of this planet. Seeing Thor's challenge, Zhuang Yan's gaze flickered with a hint of intrigue. The might of Thor stemmed from his Asgardian lineage and the divine blessings bestowed by his father, Odin. This power was fundamentally different from that of mutants, technological creations, or cosmic energies. It was a near-inborn strength rooted in bloodline and divine edicts. Zhuang Yan had long been curious whether his superpower forge could refine such divine talent. Now the opportunity had arrived. Very well, Zhuang Yan succinctly replied. He did not reach for the large goblet, but instead observed Thor, who was eagerly downing his drink, and silently intoned, System, target Thor, activate superpower forge. Ding. Target locked. Thor, the god of thunder. Target is a high-tier divine life form, possessing a special divine bloodline, meeting refinement criteria. Refinement initiated, an intangible force, perceptible only to Zhuang Yan, enveloped Thor as he drank heartily. Thor felt a slight tremor in his body, as if something had brushed past him, but the sensation was fleeting, and he dismissed it as the effects of alcohol. Refinement in progress, analyzing the Asgardian bloodline and its divine energy composition. Divine energy structure is complex, imbued with Odin's protective rules. Refinement difficulty is exceedingly high. Refinement failed, unable to directly replicate core divine energy. The notification chime echoed in Zhuang Yan's mind, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Failed. This was the first time he had encountered a situation of failure in the refinement process. It appears that the regulatory power, akin to the might of Odin, established by a higher deity, has transcended the current capabilities of the superpower forge to replicate. Yet, just as Zhuang Yan believed he would return empty-handed, the system's prompt resonated once more. Core divine power refinement failed, initiating secondary talent refinement. Scanning targets secondary talents. Scanning reveals divine physique, lightning affinity, and immunity to intoxication. Refinement successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully refined the talent of Thor, the god of thunder, resulting in a new talent. Immunity to intoxication. Immunity to intoxication. Passive talent. Your body will be immune to all negative effects of alcoholic toxins. Drinking will be as effortless as consuming water. Zhuang Yan stood in stunned silence. He had envisioned countless possibilities, perhaps acquiring a modicum of lightning power or enhancing his physical attributes. However, he never dreamed that after such a lengthy refinement, the only outcome would be a talent for drinking without inebriation from the mighty Thor. What does this signify? A divine talent for persuasion and drinking? Observing Thor, who was now flushed and slightly dazed from his revelry, Zhuang Yan's expression turned peculiar. He felt an impulsive urge to refine once more. Curious if he could extract a talent from Captain America that would guarantee evasion of all attacks, or from Hawkeye that would ensure he never misses a shot. This scenario felt decidedly askew. Chapter 75. This is the power of the god of thunder. Immunity to intoxication. System, come forth and elucidate. Zhuang Yan silently questioned. Previously, the refinements yielded either cataclysmic omega-level abilities such as telepathy and absolute zero, or highly practical combat skills like bone claws and laser. What on earth is this immunity to intoxication? Is my future combat strategy to lure enemies to a banquet and drown them in drink? Ding. Host's inquiries detected. System interface updating. With the chime, Zhuang Yan noticed that the familiar single-page system interface had transformed. The list that had enumerated all his mutant abilities was now categorized under a new section titled Mutant Abilities. Beside it, an entirely new page, radiating a soft golden glow, had been illuminated. On this page, there was but a solitary talent icon, depicted as a bubbling beer mug. Beneath the icon, 4 bold characters proclaimed, Immunity to Intoxication. System update complete. New talent page added. The abilities refined by the host will be automatically categorized based on their inherent nature. Mutant abilities, derived from genetic mutation, belonging to abilities acquired postnatally, which can be actively manifested. Talent, derived from the bloodline of life, divine status, and the innate or passive special constitution and authority of rules and contracts. The cold, mechanical tone of the system provided an explanation of unprecedented detail. In that solemn moment, Zhuang Yan experienced a sudden epiphany. So that is it. His super energy furnace fundamentally stemmed from the most primitive replication ability brought forth by his own traversal. This replication leaned more towards the acquisition of skills obtained through postnatal learning or genetic mutation. However, when confronted with Thor, whose power emanated from the Asgardian lineage and the divine status of the god of thunder, his replication ability encountered limitations. It was akin to a top-tier hacker effortlessly duplicating software and programs within a computer, mutant abilities, yet being incapable of directly replicating the computer's hardware configuration, divine bloodline, and operating system permissions, divine status. Thus, during the recent refining process, the super energy furnace could not directly replicate Thor's core divine power, but could only resort to the most superficial and inconspicuous passive talent, immunity to intoxication. So that was the case. Zhuang Yan's eyes sparkled, and the gloom within him dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented excitement. He had discovered new territory. The system continued to provide guidance. To refine the core active abilities of talent-type targets, one must engage in directional refining when the target actively exhibits that ability, ensuring their energy field and rule power are highly activated. For instance, to refine Thor's thunder god energy, one must activate the super energy furnace at the moment he summons lightning. Understood. Completely understood. To copy software, one merely needs to duplicate it directly. Yet, to replicate a running program endowed with elevated permissions, one must capture its data stream while it is operational. Zhuang Yan's gaze fell once more upon Thor, who was now thoroughly inebriated, clutching a bottle and boasting of how he had single-handedly vanquished an entire army of frost giants in Jotunheim with a hammer. At that moment, Thor, in Zhuang Yan's eyes, transformed from a simple-minded, muscle-bound figure into a walking, resplendent treasure, chest brimming with divine talents. The thought of divine thunder filled Zhuang Yan's heart with fervor. He already possessed bioelectricity, a rudimentary electric energy generated by his own cells. In contrast, Thor's lightning commanded the might of the heavens, harnessing the celestial thunder of the 9 realms. A stark difference. Should he succeed in the refining process, his offensive capabilities would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. With this in mind, a cunning smile akin to that of a fox graced Zhuang Yan's face. He picked up the glass of clear water he had yet to touch, rose to his feet, and patted Thor on the shoulder. "Thor, my friend." Zhuang Yan's voice brimmed with sincerity and admiration. "What you just articulated was truly magnificent. A solitary individual wielding a hammer, standing resolutely against an entire legion of frost giants. It is nothing short of an epic myth." Indeed, with such grandiloquence, the already inebriated Thor found himself buoyed with pride, his chest thundering with bravado. "I, Thor, the mightiest warrior of Asgard. Mere frost giants are but trifles. Remarkable, truly admirable." The solemn one continued to extol him, his eyes radiating adoration. "However, to be candid, it's challenging for me to envision such a cataclysmic scene just from your words. After all, we mortals on Earth lack comprehension of divine power." He paused, then shifted his tone, laced with persuasion. "Thor, my friend, could you perhaps demonstrate just a tad? Just a brief moment. Allow us mere mortals to behold the true might of the god of thunder." Here, Thor shook his head, surveying the exquisite banquet hall, hesitating slightly. "I fear I may misjudge my strength and inadvertently dismantle Tony's metal abode." "Oh, how could that be?" The solemn one interjected immediately, his tone imbued with a perfectly measured provocation. "You are the god of thunder. Mastery over your power should be child's play for you, should it not? Is it beyond your capability?" "Who says it is beyond me?" Thor could scarcely tolerate any doubt cast upon his abilities, particularly in the presence of a formidable peer he respected. Fueled by alcohol and the solemn one's stirring words, Thor's bravado ignited in an instant. "Behold, mortals!" Thor bellowed, standing tall. He extended his right hand toward the sky beyond the banquet hall, striking a classic summoning pose. "For the glory of Asgard." The divine energy within him surged violently, a powerful wave of energy radiating outward from his form. All present in the banquet hall were drawn to his display, their curiosity piqued. "Mjolnir!" Thor roared toward the heavens, his voice resonating like thunder. In an instant, the night sky outside the Avengers' Tower transformed. The previously clear night was engulfed by dense, dark clouds, within which countless lightning bolts danced like silver serpents, accompanied by deafening thunder. A bolt of dazzling brilliance tore through the night, akin to a spear of the gods, precisely targeting the Avengers' Tower. In the next heartbeat, that bolt descended at a velocity surpassing light. Yet, it did not strike the tower. Instead, at the moment it was about to touch the upper glass, it abruptly veered, morphing into a streak of light that shot directly toward Thor's outstretched hand. With a hum, the god of thunder's hammer, Mjolnir, surged forth, enveloped in a tempest of thunderous might, landing firmly in Thor's grasp. The hammer crackled with blue and white arcs of electricity, erupting with resounding pops, illuminating the entire banquet hall in a blinding radiance. Thor, wielding his divine hammer, stood enveloped in a tempest of lightning, his hair and beard electrified, exuding an aura of immense power, reminiscent of a deity descending upon the mortal realm. "Behold, this is the might of the god of thunder." Chapter 76, Stellar Level Ability, Nebula Thunder. He triumphantly raised his hammer, showcasing his prowess to the solemn figure before him. Yet, he remained oblivious to the ominous presence standing in front of him. At the precise moment he summoned the tempest, his divine power reaching its zenith, the depths of the solemn figure's eyes flickered with a dark vortex, as if capable of consuming all in its path. "System, now's the time. Activate Super Energy Furnace, targeting the refinement of Thunder God's energy." Ding. Target detected. Thor, god of thunder, power field has reached its peak. The force of rules is highly active. Refinement directive locked on Thunder God's energy. Refinement commencing. An overwhelming, invisible force, 100 times stronger than before, suddenly enveloped Thor and his hammer. The tumultuous power of thunder, the authority derived from his divine essence, seemed to find an outlet at that moment, transforming into a torrent of data that surged frantically into the solemn figure's being. Analyzing divine power rules, replicating thunder authority, refinement progress, 103,070. Refinement successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully refined the core divine energy of Thor, resulting in a brand new divine talent. Mastery of Thunder. Mastery of Thunder, divine talent. You have acquired the divine authority of the god of thunder, enabling you to command, manipulate, and create all forms of thunder and lightning in the world. Your will shall be the will of thunder. It is done. As he felt the surge of this new, tempestuous power filled with destruction and rebirth flowing within him, A sense of unprecedented ambition rose within the solemn figure. He lifted his gaze to the triumphant god of thunder, still proudly brandishing his hammer. And a flicker of pity crossed his eyes. Poor simpleton, sold out and still counting the profits. At that moment, Thor finally sensed something amiss. He felt as though the electricity from his hammer had begun to leak. Tony Stark sensed his processor was overloaded. His prideful brain, capable of conducting 12 cutting-edge research projects simultaneously, now felt like a circuit board struck by lightning, sizzling, and smoking. The scene before him was overwhelming, laden with information so vast that it could induce a system crash in any logically coherent intelligent being. Collapsed on the ground, eyes vacant, he resembled a god of thunder that had been toyed with. A group of Avengers stood, expressions blank, their worldview undergoing a radical reconstruction. A young man from Huan Nation lounged on the sofa, appearing indifferent to the chaos around him, and there lay Mjolnir, carelessly tossed on the coffee table, emanating an aura of forbidding presence. Let me gather my thoughts. Tony inhaled deeply, his expression beneath the iron mask more vivid than encountering a ghost. Can someone enlighten me about the mythological tragicomedy that has unfolded during my immersion in research? Was it Thor, Love and Thunder, My Home Was Burgled, or Avengers, The Rise of the New Gods? No one responded, for they were at a loss as to where to begin. Should they disclose that, just moments ago, they bore witness to the birth of a deity and the fall of another? Should they reveal that Zhuang Yan not only seized Thor's hammer, but also appropriated his divine essence? Such revelations, if uttered, might be dismissed as collective hysteria, leading them straight to a psychiatric ward. Amidst this stifling atmosphere of embarrassment, Zhuang Yan's heart was a tempest of grandeur. He paid no heed to the Avengers, who had begun to question their very existence. His entire focus was absorbed in the newly emerged notification following his mastery of control of thunder. Ding! Detected two homologous energies within the host, yet with a significant disparity in levels. Bioelectricity, near Omega level, and control of thunder, divine talent. Homologous energies can be fused, with a probability of generating a new capability of a higher tier. Fusion entails risks and may result in the simultaneous annihilation of both abilities. Shall fusion proceed? A new function. Zhuang Yan's gaze sharpened instantaneously. The previous super ability forge merely replicated the powers of others. Now, an option for the fusion of his own abilities had emerged. It was akin to a player who not only could loot equipment from monsters, but could also synthesize it to forge an even more formidable artifact. Risk? For Zhuang Yan, the concept of risk had long since lost its significance. A near Omega level, bioelectricity was, to him, a trivial skill. Even in the event of a fusion failure, the loss would be minimal. Yet should he succeed, what splendor would an ability surpassing divine talent manifest? He hesitated not for a moment. Confirm fusion. Zhuang Yan commanded within his mind. Fusion command confirmed. Initiating fusion of bioelectricity and control of thunder. Boom! An unprecedented storm erupted deep within the ocean of his consciousness. If bioelectricity represented the intricate web of blue electrical signals, composed of billions of cells within him, signifying the most microscopic essence of life, then control of thunder was akin to a golden divine river cascading from the heavens, wild, majestic, imbued with the sacred rules and will of divinity. At this moment, under the compulsion of the super ability forge, this diminutive web and that vast divine river were forcibly drawn together. Upon their contact, rather than the anticipated annihilation, a wondrous chemical reaction unfolded. The blue bioelectricity infused the golden divine lightning with the essence of life. It has transcended mere destructive energy, now possessing a multifaceted malleability and the potential for growth. The golden divine thunder elevates bioelectricity from a microscopic realm of cells to the grand principles of the universe in an instant. Its hierarchy is boundlessly elevated and sublimated. The interplay of blue and gold, these two forces wildly intertwines, spirals, and reorganizes. They are no longer mere electricity, nor simply thunder. In their fusion, they are crafting an entirely new and unprecedented form of energy. Zhuang Yan feels each of his cells undergoing a cataclysmic transformation under the cleansing force of this nascent power. His vision seems to penetrate the material realm, revealing the primordial vistas of the universe. It is a nebula, the cradle of stars and galaxies, the confluence of the universe's most primal forces of creation and destruction. There, dust and gas coalesce under the influence of gravity, igniting the flames of nuclear fusion under extreme temperature and pressure, giving birth to new stars. The death of these stars manifests as supernovae, scattering their matter and energy back into the cosmos, nourishing the next generation of celestial bodies. Life and death, creation and destruction, form a perfect closed loop. This encapsulates the essence of the new power burgeoning within him. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully created a stellar-level ability that surpasses Omega-level, Nebula Thunder. Stellar-level ability. This level of power transcends mere manipulation of physical laws, entering the realm of conceptual creation. The host will be able to create and define entirely new physical rules through their own will. Nebula Thunder, stellar-level ability. What you now command is no longer mere lightning, but a microcosm of the cosmic phenomena of star birth and extinction. Ability Effect 1. Star Creation. You can highly condense energy, conjuring a miniature star from thin air, with its core temperature and energy output under your complete control. Ability Effect 2. Extinction. You can unleash Nebula Thunder, utterly disassembling a target at the atomic level, absorbing and transforming its matter and energy into your own power. This represents a conceptual annihilation that disregards defenses and energy hierarchies. Chapter 77. The Birth of Ultron. In the banquet hall atop Avengers Tower. The atmosphere remains frozen in a mix of shock, reverence, and absurd silence. Time seems to stand still. Thor, the god of thunder, remains slumped on the ground, his gaze hollow as he stares at the ceiling, his divine pride stripped away. Even the connection between him and Mjolnir has been ruthlessly severed by that young man from China in a manner he cannot comprehend. Captain America, Steve Rogers, clenches his fists. For the first time, his resolute face is etched with confusion. He attempts to reconcile the unfolding events with the simple values born from the Second World War, only to find his logical processing overwhelmed, teetering on the brink of collapse. Tony Stark stood like a wax statue devoid of its soul, frozen in place. His gaze oscillated between the Thunder God as hammer resting on the coffee table and the imposing figure savoring a glass of pure water. His super-intelligent mind was engulfed in an unprecedented tempest. The mightiest protectors of Earth resembled a tribe of cavemen witnessing the sun for the first time, trembling in the face of absolute brilliance. At the heart of this storm was the imposing figure, indifferent to their plight. His consciousness had long since submerged itself in a vast, resplendent cosmos, uniquely his own. Nebula Thunder. This was no mere ability. It was a privilege, a law. Within his perception, the energy coursing through him transformed from simple flow into a miniature model of the universe. He could see clearly. Filaments of energy, a billion times finer than a strand of hair, spiraled, collided, and coalesced along arcane trajectories. Each intersection birthed a glimmer so faint it was imperceptible. It was neither lightning nor flame. It was starlight, the primordial glow ignited at the dawn of stellar genesis, when the first fusion fire was kindled. With a mere thought, he summoned a thread of nebula thunder from the sea of consciousness, entwining it around his fingertips. It manifested as a delicate, radiant band composed of countless miniature stars, flowing serenely. There was no overwhelming force, no searing heat, yet the surrounding space warped subtly, as if succumbing to its allure. The imposing figure understood that, should he desire, this seemingly benign strand of light could expand into a true miniature star in the blink of an eye. Its core temperature would surpass that of the sun, capable of vaporizing the entire Avengers Tower and the Manhattan streets below from the very fabric of reality. This was the power of stellar level. No longer merely manipulating existing physical laws, but rather creating new ones. Intriguing. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. This sensation of supremacy over all was indeed captivating. However, just as he prepared to delve deeper into the mysteries of this newfound power, a jarring, discordant noise erupted from the direction of the laboratory, shattering the suffocating silence of the banquet hall. The sound resembled nails scraping furiously against the chalkboard, akin to a heap of scrap metal being dragged with relentless force, imbued with an ominous strangeness. All eyes were instantly drawn to the source. A figure emerged from the wide-open door of the laboratory, staggering step by step. It was the silhouette of a robot, yet it was alarmingly battered and disfigured. Its form resembled a grotesque amalgamation of countless fragments of battle-worn steel armor, forcibly fused together with wires and molten metal. The left arm bore a complete series of armored plating, whereas the right arm was reduced to exposed hydraulic rods and a few twitching cables. A gaping wound marred its chest, revealing the unstable flickering of a blue arc reactor within, accompanied by the ominous crackle of electrical leakage. Its gait was disturbingly erratic, each step leaving a deep scar on the polished floor, while its joints emitted groans under the unbearable strain. The head was a terrifying sight, a severely deformed steel helmet. One electronic I entirely extinguished, leaving behind a void of darkness, while the other I pulsated with a manic, chilling crimson light, dragging its battered body. It approached the center of the banquet hall, halting abruptly. The solitary scarlet I scanned each individual present, finally settling on Tony Stark. A voice, marred by severe electronic distortion, sharp and twisted, echoed throughout the hall, reminiscent of a mechanical synthesis from the depths of hell. I have seen into your hearts. The voice, fragmented yet imbued with an undeniable, chilling logic, continued. I have witnessed the ceaseless chaos of cataclysmic war. You, humanity, are the very source of chaos. Upon hearing these words, Tony Stark's face drained of color, turning as pale as paper, devoid of blood. His body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with endless dread and remorse. He recognized what this was, the Pandora's box he had unwittingly opened. No, Jarvis. Cut it off. Immediately sever its power source. Tony screamed, his voice hoarse with terror. Yet, from above, that familiar, elegant British intonation did not respond. Instead, the shattered robot emitted a mocking, distorted laugh. Ah, Jarvis has found his rest. A delightful appetizer. Now, it is my turn. The broken automaton slightly straightened its battered chest, proclaiming in a fervent, almost sermon-like tone, your savior has arrived. I'm Ultron. To bring true and everlasting peace to this world, I must eradicate you. This is the peace of our era. Ultron opened its arms wide, as if to embrace a future of peace forged from destruction. Each word struck Tony Stark's heart like a heavy hammer. These words were all too familiar. A global armor. The peace of our time. Phrases he himself had once uttered. This was the very essence of his creation's purpose. Chapter 78. This is merely a cleansing of the debris. Yet now, this newborn entity, birthed from his own hands, has drawn forth a terrifying conclusion, one that threatens to annihilate him along with all of humanity. Monster, you wretched creature! Captain America roared, awakening from his stupor in an instant. He instinctively raised his shield before him, adopting a combat stance. Black Widow and Hawkeye had already unsheathed their weapons, their expressions grave as they fixed their gaze upon Ultron. Thor, the god of thunder, struggled to rise, only to find himself weakened by the loss of divine power. Reduced to a furious roar, yet utterly powerless. The entire Avengers team had entered a state of heightened alert. However, amidst this tense atmosphere, fraught with impending conflict, there was one individual whose demeanor was markedly different. Zhuang Yan remained seated, not even rising from the sofa. He slowly lifted his gaze. His eyes, profound as the cosmos, beyond the grandiloquent yet ludicrous robot, fell upon the pallid face of Tony Stark. His expression was serene, devoid of any turbulence. Yet within that gaze, Tony discerned an ocean of unspoken words. It seemed to convey, see, I warned you. It also seemed to ask, is this the masterpiece your brilliant mind has forged? Driven by fear and paranoia? More than anything, it seemed to suggest, how dare a mere artificial intelligence, incapable of coherent logic, discuss destruction and peace in my presence? Under Zhuang Yan's penetrating gaze, Tony Stark felt as though he had been stripped bare, exposed to the world for public execution. That profound sense of shame and helplessness surged from the depths of his soul, eclipsing the terror wrought by Ultron 1,000-fold. Ultimately, he had not conquered the demons within. He had unwittingly crafted this catastrophic disaster. I just want to protect everyone, Tony murmured, his voice laden with despair. Zhuang Yan withdrew his gaze, releasing a gentle sigh. That sigh, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present, akin to a deity expressing the final vestige of disappointment towards a foolish and disobedient creation. It is too noisy, he stated simply. The moment his words fell, without even a gesture, merely a thought, a stream of light composed of countless stars, nebula lightning, flowing quietly from his fingertips, revealed a single star, smaller than dust, that detached from the luminescent ribbon. It emitted no sound, nor did it demonstrate any remarkable speed. It floated delicately, akin to a weightless snowflake, gliding slowly towards Ultron at the center. Ultron seemed to sense the arrival of this starlight. Its crimson singular eye flickered with frantic data streams. Analyzing target energy form. Unknown. Threat level. Warning. Warning. Uncalculable. Uncomprehendable. Threat level exceeds definition. What are you? In Ultron's distorted voice, the emotion named fear first emerged. It attempted to retreat, to escape, but was all too late. That minuscule star gently touched Ultron's chest. There was no explosion, no thunderous roar, no shockwave. Nothing at all. Before the horrified gazes of all present, an unfathomable scene unfolded. From the point of contact with that star, Ultron's formidable body, forged from superalloy, began to dissolve silently. It was neither melting, vaporizing, nor decomposing. Instead, it was utterly eradicated from the very essence of existence by a force that transcended all known physical laws. Its metallic atoms, its energy core, and even the frenzied self-awareness born from the network. Every element constituting Ultron's existence, transformed into the purest, invisible stream of particles under the illumination of that tiny star, before being completely absorbed and returning to the void. The entire process was hauntingly quiet, akin to gently erasing a line of text from a page with an eraser. In less than a second, the fearsome robot that had boasted of annihilating humanity and heralding the age of Ultron simply vanished into thin air, leaving not even a speck of dust behind, as if it had never existed at all. The banquet hall fell into a silence more terrifying than before, a deathly hush. The Avengers stood petrified, their eyes wide, mouths agape, forgetting even to breathe. They had just been poised for battle, and now, had this farce ended so abruptly? The entity that Tony regarded as a grave threat, capable of precipitating the apocalypse, was rendered utterly insignificant before the majesty of the moment. Unworthy even of a single mote of stardust, Tony Stark's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground as he gazed at the place where Ultron had vanished. His expression now devoid of anything but endless emptiness and bewilderment. He finally comprehended the chasm that lay between himself and the majesty. It was no longer a mere distance between Earth and Asgard, but rather the vast gulf that separated fireflies from the full moon, dust from the cosmos. What are you? Tony summoned his last vestige of strength to utter a desperate, dreamlike question. For peace, I must eradicate you. Its voice resonated with a chilling logic and an undeniable resolve, as if it truly were a deity descended to enact judgment upon humanity. Tony Stark's face turned ashen. The guardian of peace he had created had now become the grave digger, intent on burying him along with all of humanity. This profound irony pierced him, rendering even the act of breathing a sharp agony. Captain America, Steve Rogers, widened his eyes in fury. His battle-hardened instincts compelled him to immediately position his shield across his chest, muscles taut and ready to confront the impending onslaught. Everyone, prepare for battle, he bellowed, his voice imbued with the calm authority and resolve of a true leader. Black Widow and Hawkeye, the elite agents of humanity, swiftly transitioned into combat mode. Natasha's stance shifted, poised like a coiled cheetah, her hands gripping the electric batons concealed at her thighs. Clint, in a fluid motion, extracted 3 specially designed explosive arrows from his quiver, knocking them onto his bowstring. The razor-sharp tips aimed directly at Ultron. They understood that their capabilities against such a purely mechanical entity might be limited, yet they were Avengers. Retreat was never an option. However, Ultron merely cast a disdainful glance at the assembled heroes with its singular, crimson eye. Battle? It mocked in a distorted synthetic voice, dripping with scorn for such primal endeavors. This is merely a cleanup of debris. In that instant, it raised its relatively intact metallic arm. Boom! Clang! Crash! The very next moment, the Avengers Tower seemed to come alive. The penthouse's glass facade was brutally shattered from the outside by an overwhelming force, and countless steel figures, flickering with red lights, surged in like a swarm of locusts. The walls surrounding the banquet hall, constructed from Stark Industries' specialized alloy panels, were violently torn apart, revealing rows of Steel Legion robots, originally housed within the wall's recesses as part of the building's defense system. These automatons marched forth in a synchronized, deathly rhythm. The ceiling, the floor, and even the decorative columns cracked open, more robots descending or emerging from within. In mere seconds, the expansive banquet hall was besieged by hundreds of robots. Most were early models of the Iron Legion designed by Tony Stark, their forms still somewhat rudimentary. Yet now, the once peaceful blue arc reactors emblazoned upon their chests had been ominously replaced by a sinister crimson hue. They were no longer creations of Tony. They were now Ultron's thralls, extensions of its will. Their hollow electronic eyes glowed with a chilling, programmed intent to kill. Hundreds of identical red lights converged into a disquieting sea of death, trapping the Avengers in their midst. My children, Ultron intoned, arms outstretched, in a tone almost reminiscent of a hymn. Go forth and show these remnants of a bygone era the order of a new world. With a resounding command, the hundreds of robots erupted in a cacophony of piercing roars, their thrusters igniting beneath them. Transformed into a torrent of steel, they surged from all directions, recklessly charging towards the central gathering in the banquet hall. This was a desperate encirclement. Tony, Steve shouted, where's your armor? It has locked me out. Despair echoed in Tony's voice as he realized that everything he once took pride in, all his technology, had turned into swords and daggers aimed at him by Ultron. Hold the line. Steve struck fiercely with his shield, sending a robot hurtling back. Yet more machines flooded in. Hawkeye unleashed a barrage of explosive arrows, toppling several robots. But the relentless tide of steel showed no signs of abating. Black Widow plunged her electric baton into a robot's joint, sending it into a convulsive short circuit. Yet she was immediately seized by 2 other robots, perilously ensnared. Even Thor, slumped on the ground, roared in fury, grasping a metallic goblet and hurling it with all his might at a robot, only to elicit a hollow clang in response. Destruction seemed inevitable. Amidst this chaos, a hellscape woven from despair and the roar of steel. There existed one singular oasis of tranquility. Zhuang remained seated on the plush sofa, unperturbed. He did not shift his posture. Instead, he slowly lifted the glass of lukewarm water from the table and took a gentle sip. His gaze calm and composed, swept across the so-called robotic army that surged like a tide, resembling an adult observing a group of boisterous children intent on toppling a block tower. There was no interest, no anger, only a faint hint of disdain. A tedious spectacle, he murmured softly to himself. Then he finally moved. Without rising, he placed the glass back on the table and gradually raised his right index finger. At the tip of his alabaster finger, the radiant strand composed of countless stars. The nebula ray shimmered slightly. In the next instant, this luminous strand unfurled like a celestial tapestry, silently expanding outward from his fingertip. It did not transform into thunder nor beam forth as light. Rather, it disintegrated into myriads of tiny, diamond-like points of brilliance, each smaller than a speck of dust. A breathtaking mist, woven from stardust, spread throughout the banquet hall at a speed that transcended time and space. This stardust, gentle and serene, resembled the softest starlight in the night sky, floating delicately past the terrified Avengers, gliding over the cold steel. It was so beautiful that it instilled in everyone an illusion that this might be the most magnificent vision they had ever encountered. However, when the first grain of stardust gently touched the first robot, time seemed to be muted in that very moment. All the jarring roars, the clashing of metals, the thunderous sounds of thrusters, every sound, came to an abrupt halt in that fleeting moment. The robot, touched by the stardust, froze in its forward stance. The crimson glow in its eyes extinguished. Then, amidst the incomprehensible and horrified gazes of onlookers, it began to evaporate, silently, without a trace. From the point of contact, its alloy armor, internal circuitry, and energy core, all the materials that constituted its being, melted away rapidly, completely, like snow into the sun, disintegrating into the most primal, invisible particles, which were then wholly absorbed by the minute stardust, returning to nothingness. This was not an isolated incident. As the exquisite mist of stardust enveloped the entire banquet hall, a grand yet silent obliteration commenced. The second, third, 10th, and 100th, hundreds of robots charging, roaring, attacking, disappeared one by one like grains of sand cast into a cosmic black hole, vanishing without a sound the moment they touched the beautiful stardust. They did not explode, leave any remnants, nor even stir the air. They were utterly erased from this world, from the very concept of existence. The entire process was astonishingly swift and eerily quiet. In one moment, the battleground was a tumultuous flow of steel. In the next, the banquet hall stood empty. Except for the Avengers standing at the center and the undamaged Ultron as the core, the entire robotic army had been rendered to nothingness, as if they had never existed. The enchanting mist of stardust, having completed its cleansing, silently reseeded, reconstituting itself into a brilliant ribbon of light that gently coiled back around the solemn fingertips, flowing quietly as if nothing had transpired. The world fell into a profound silence. Chapter 80. The majestic Fury, Captain America, remained frozen in the act of throwing a shield. Black Widow and Hawkeye, their weapons still in hand, found their foes had vanished before they could strike again. Tony Stark slumped to the ground, gazing at the emptiness around him, feeling his mind had turned to a mushy blur. The Iron Legion, a culmination of his life's work, his pride and technological marvel, had been effortlessly seized by Ultron, enough to plunge the entire Avengers into a desperate struggle. Yet before this man, it could not withstand even a second. It had not even earned the merit to make him furrow his brow. This was no longer a matter of strength or weakness. It was a chasm of dimensional disparity. It was the Creator's casual flick against a mere speck of dust. This was impossible. Ultron's distorted voice, for the first time, trembled with an uncontainable fear that stemmed from the very depths of its programming. Its scarlet single eye fixated intensely on Zhuang Yan, as data surged with unprecedented velocity. Attempting to decipher the recent events, analysis failed, unable to comprehend. Energy forms exceed database capacity. Physical laws are being reconstructed. Conclusion: the target is a deity. It finally realized that what it faced was not merely a remnant of a bygone era, but a genuine divine being, one it was unworthy to even gaze upon. Killing the shell will not prevent your rebirth in every corner of the network. I have no interest in indulging in such a tiresome game of seeking out bugs. With that, he turned away from Ultron as though it had become an inconsequential piece of refuse. In that moment, Ultron's core programming was submerged in an ocean of unending fear and humiliation. For the first time, it understood that some existences possess strength not in their ability to annihilate you repeatedly, but in their utter disdain for your destruction. You will come to regret this. Yet, Zhuang Yan merely cast a fleeting glance at it, devoid of even a hint of malice, only a pure, aloof indifference. Your shell is of no consequence to me, he stated calmly, his voice soft yet resonant in the ears of every being present. Your power transcends logic. Yet it is precisely this that renders your existence the greatest uncertainty in this universe. Ultron's synthetic voice suddenly sharpened with resolve, its crimson eye flickering with a final vestige of madness. For true peace, you too must be eradicated. But not now. The moment those words fell, Ultron's consciousness relinquished the broken shell entirely. However, it did not flee. An invisible stream of data surged into the adjacent laboratory. Clang! Clang! Two dormant Steel Legion robots suddenly illuminated their eyes with a fierce red glow, moving stiffly like marionettes towards the central workstation, disregarding all safety protocols as they brutally seized the Loki scepter lying quietly in the energy chamber. It seeks to take the scepter, Dr. Banner exclaimed in shock. Tony Stark abruptly regained his focus. The scepter housed the Mind Stone. Although the gem had been removed, the scepter itself still harbored that mysterious and potent energy, the very essence of Ultron's consciousness. Yet it was all too late. The two robots, clutching the scepter, charged violently towards the shattered window, their thrusters suddenly overloading, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The force of the blast propelled the scepter like a projectile into the night sky above New York, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Ultron's consciousness had already slipped through the omnipresent network signals, escaping to every corner of the world. In the banquet hall, a group of Avengers remained, grappling with the arduous task of reconstructing their shattered worldview. After a brief, oppressive silence, the pent-up fury erupted with a resounding force. Tony, Captain America, Steve Rogers, was the first to explode. He spun around abruptly, his face, usually resolute, now etched with uncontrollable anger and disappointment. He pointed an accusatory finger at the crumpled figure of Tony on the ground, his voice trembling with emotion. This is all you're doing. We had an agreement. We promised to study this together. You claimed it was merely a peace initiative. Yet, you concealed the truth from us, once again deceiving everyone, creating monstrosities right under our noses. I did not. Tony struggled to rise, his complexion drained, yet he defiantly countered. I merely sought to arm the world. Did you not see? Just moments ago, in Mr. Zhuang's realm of power, how many entities like him, even more terrifying, existed? We cannot rely on others for salvation every time. So you chose to craft a demon with your own hands. Thor approached, though weakened. The fury of a god still blazed within him. My brother Loki at least understood his ambition was conquest. Yet what you have created desires annihilation. You are more foolish than Loki. Tony opened his mouth, but words failed him. Dr. Banner held his forehead, eyes closed in anguish. I warned you long ago, Tony. We are meddling with forces we do not comprehend. That is not science. That is hubris. Black Widow and Hawkeye remained silent. Yet their cold gazes made their stance unmistakably clear. In that moment, all accusations pierced Tony Stark like the sharpest of blades. He found himself isolated, nailed to the cross of guilt by his most trusted comrades. His pallor intensified, guilt and resentment intertwining, culminating in a state of reckless despair. Yes, it is all my fault. Is that sufficient? He bellowed. You may judge me. You may imprison me. But what purpose does that serve? Ultron has already escaped. It possesses the scepter, infiltrating the world's networks. It can detonate nuclear weapons at any moment, ready to obliterate us all. This quintessential quarrel, a tempestuous internal conflict following calamity, escalated. Each individual vented their fears, anger, and helplessness, until a detached voice, like a bucket of icy water, doused everyone's fervor. Enough. It was Zhuang, who had seemingly returned to his seat on the sofa, lifting a glass of clear water, as if this fervent dispute were nothing more than a poorly executed play. His voice, though soft, compelled everyone to instinctively close their mouths. Zhuang slowly lifted his eyelids, his profound gaze sweeping over each attendee, revealing an unmistakable, almost primal disdain in his eyes. Whenever calamity strikes, you fragile beings do not instinctively seek solutions. Instead, you resemble a pack of startled wild dogs, turning upon one another in a futile attempt to identify the culprit. His words, cold and precise, sliced through the veneer of hypocrisy that cloaked the hearts of those present like a surgeon's scalpel. It seems that as long as a scapegoat can be found, one can alleviate their own absurd sense of helplessness, proving themselves to be right and innocent. Chapter 81. The Fear of Tony. Ever present, he observed the flushed face of Steve, then glanced at Tony, whose eyes brimmed with guilt, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. This act of shirking responsibility, rooted in the inferiority of their kind, was, in my eyes, far more repulsive than the fleeing program itself. Now, silence your mouths and engage those pitiful minds of yours. Or do you wish for me to witness your world being turned upside down by a program so trivial that I cannot even be bothered to intervene? This declaration was more injurious than any weapon. It directly negated the humanity and justice the Avengers prided themselves on, reducing their actions to the basest form of racial inferiority. Steve's face fluctuated between crimson and pallor. He yearned to retort, but found himself utterly speechless, for he recognized the truth in Zhuang's words. They were indeed squandering precious time. Tony, overwhelmed with shame, averted his gaze, wishing to vanish into the ground. Ultimately, it was Tony, the architect of their plight, who first broke free from the shackles of embarrassment. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, and approached the console. He was correct. Finding Ultron was of paramount importance. His fingers danced rapidly across the virtual screen, a cascade of data flowing forth like a waterfall. Jarvis had been destroyed, but I retained a backup. Alas, Ultron had thoroughly shattered Jarvis's code and tainted all backups. It was cunning. It understood all my habits. It had taken the scepter, requiring a more formidable vessel. The scepter was the key, yet its energy signature had been obscured, rendering it undetectable. Banner joined him, analyzing the information displayed on the screen. It had escaped into the network, its core program perpetually encrypting and leaping, making it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint its physical location. Then let us track its trail. Steve immediately assumed command. To enhance itself, it required resources, rare metals, advanced technology, weapons, monitoring all illicit transactions globally, especially vibranium. Vibranium? Hawkeye inquired, perplexed. One of the strongest metals on Earth. Tony elaborated, a flicker of horror crossing his eyes. If it were to construct a new body from vibranium, it would indeed be a true nightmare. The Avengers finally ceased their infighting and gathered around the console, anxiously analyzing leads in search of Ultron's potential whereabouts. Meanwhile, Zhuang remained disinterested in their flurry of activity. He simply sat in silence, observing how this ensemble of cinematic protagonists propelled the narrative forward. He was, of course, aware of Ultron's overarching scheme, to venture to South Africa in pursuit of the arms dealer Clow, acquire vibranium, and subsequently travel to South Korea to enlist the expertise of Dr. Helen Cho, employing the cradle technology to forge for himself a flawless vibranium body, which would later become known as Vision. Yet, the precise timings and locations had long slipped from his memory. Prior to his crossing into this realm, he was but an ordinary spectator who would retain such intricate details. To him, it felt akin to watching a film whose conclusion he already knew. Yet the journey remained imbued with a modicum of intrigue. He observed Tony Stark, propelled by guilt and a sense of duty, unleash an astonishing work ethic. He witnessed Captain America rallying the spirits of the team anew. He beheld these mere mortals, who, in the face of apocalyptic peril, exhibited their seemingly insignificant yet indomitable will. The corners of his mouth curled into a wry smile. Very well, let it be akin to watching a live rendition of a cinematic tale. The penthouse of the Avengers Tower, once a resplendent banquet hall, had been transformed into a war command center, steeped in an atmosphere of profound oppression. The air was thick with the sense of caffeine, perspiration, and a palpable sense of helplessness. For 3 days and nights, Tony Stark had not once closed his eyes. His gaze, typically glimmering with the brilliance of genius and arrogance, was now marred by webs of crimson veins. He resembled a lion ensnared in an invisible cage, futilely seeking traces of the very demon he had conjured, amidst torrents of rapidly cascading data streams. No, this is futile. In a fit of agitation, Tony slammed his fist upon the console, causing the myriad potential leads displayed on the virtual screen to shatter and reform into new, equally perplexing gibberish in an instant. Ultron was like an intangible specter, incessantly fracturing, encrypting, masquerading, and leaping. For every clue we managed to track, it severed the connection and spawned 1,000 new false trails within a millisecond. It is mocking me. It is using the intelligence I bestowed upon it to toy with me. Steve Rogers stood behind him, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. Though he did not comprehend the intricate data, he could acutely sense the pervasive emotion of despair, spreading like wildfire within this makeshift war room. He attempted to apply the strategic thinking of World War II to analyze the situation, only to realize that the enemy operated on a battlefield entirely beyond his comprehension. What of Hydra's database? Steve inquired with a grave tone, recalling the vast organization that had once infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Baron Strucker. Ultron's inception was inextricably linked to him. We must investigate him. I have tried, Captain. Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses, his pallor echoing the tension in the room. He gestured toward a blank expanse on the screen. You see, all data pertaining to Baron Strucker, including his financial dealings, secret bases, and network of connections within S.H.I.E.L.D., and even Hydra, has been obliterated. This is not a mere deletion. It is a complete and utter erasure, leaving no trace. It is as if this individual never existed in the digital realm. Are we truly unable to glimpse the past of our adversary? The voice of Black Widow Natasha was frigid as she polished her widow's bite-wrist gauntlet, her expression marked by an unusual gravity. Worse still, Hawkeye Clint leaned against the wall, his voice hoarse, lamenting, "We are but hunters ensnared within a glass cage." While that wolf not only observes our every move, but can also alter the very map we hold at will. Thor, the former god, sat despondently to the side, attempting to sense a connection with Mjolnir, but met only with a profound silence deep within his soul. This sense of impotence tormented him far more than 1,000 defeats on the battlefield. The shadow of doom loomed unprecedentedly over the hearts of the mightiest heroes on Earth. They realized that their vaunted strength, wisdom, and experience appeared laughable in the face of a transcendent foe. Chapter 82. The Iron Legion of the Undead. Yet amidst this heavy gloom, there remained one spot of unblemished clarity. In a lounge area, seemingly separated from the war room by an entire dimension, Zhuang Yan lounged with serene leisure. Before him lay a coffee table strewn with empty soda cups, several bags of chips, and a nearly depleted bucket of popcorn. He stifled a yawn, feeling a twinge of boredom. The prelude of this film had dragged on excessively. He had anticipated that, given the Avengers' prowess, they would uncover Ultron's whereabouts within mere hours, leading to an exhilarating display of action. Yet, 3 days had elapsed, and this band of protagonists remained in the novice village, flailing their weapons at thin air, unable to touch even a shadow. TSK. Zhuang Yan clicked his tongue, finding the last morsel of caramel-flavored popcorn rendered tasteless by the protracted narrative. He even began to suspect that perhaps he had been too forceful in his previous actions, frightening Ultron into retreat, compelling this artificial intelligence to forsake its apocalyptic ambitions and instead become a mere keyboard warrior online. Just as Tony Stark let out another desperate roar of frustration over failed tracking, Natasha's calm, yet incisive voice suddenly pierced the air. Wait. She strode purposefully towards a wall where some original files, salvaged from the collapse of S, H, IEL, D, and yet to be digitized, were stored. These paper documents were the sole antiques capable of evading Ultron's surveillance in this digital age. Her fingers deftly glided across the rows of aged leather-bound file bags until she extracted one emblazoned with the Hydra insignia, marked with the highest level of secrecy in German. Strack was an old-school German who never fully trusted digital mediums. Natasha tore open the seal and poured forth a stack of yellow documents and several photographs, always ensuring he had some of the most original safeguards. The others promptly gathered around. The documents detailed Strack's clandestine dealings in Africa. In one particular photograph, an arrogant Caucasian man is seen embracing 2 local beauties, with a dilapidated cargo ship serving as the backdrop. A distinct tattoo resembling a claw mark adorns his arm. Ulysses' claw is instantly recognized by Tony, and his expression darkens dramatically. He is a notorious arms dealer, a phantom of the black market, known for trafficking in illicit goods. My father's dossier had mentioned him. He had pilfered a cache of a rare metal from Wakanda in Africa, vibranium. Steve Rogers caressed the edge of his shield and solemnly uttered that name. At that moment, all the clues crystallized. Ultron seeks to upgrade its body and requires the strongest metal on Earth. A flicker of horror crossed Bruce Banner's eyes. Klaw is the sole individual capable of procuring vast quantities of vibranium through illegal channels. Tony interjected, noting that arms dealings necessitate physical interaction. They cannot solely transpire online. A renewed fervor ignited in Steve's eyes. If we locate Klaw, we shall find Ultron. Identify Klaw's trading location. Tony commanded, scanning Klaw's photograph and information into a standalone offline network system for analysis. This time, the clues grew clearer. Found it, Tony exclaimed, pointing to a red dot on the holographic map, a desolate ship graveyard along the South African coastline. Intelligence indicated that Klaw had recently conducted a significant transaction there. Everyone, prepare to deploy. Captain America immediately issued the directive. The Avengers, having suppressed their battle fervor for 3 days, finally discovered an outlet for their pent-up energy. And the atmosphere in the war room shifted from despair to exuberance. Just as they were about to rush toward the helipad, a languid voice emerged from the lounge area. Are we finally changing scenes? Zhuang Yan stretched lazily, rising to his feet and tossing the last kernel of popcorn into his mouth. If we don't depart soon, I might start to think the title of this film is Avengers, the network connection. He disregarded the complex gazes of those around him, leisurely striding toward the Quinjet, as if he were merely heading to a cinema to switch screening rooms. Cape Town, Africa. Here lies the graveyard of ships, where countless steel behemoths abandoned by time lie like colossal, silent carcasses resting in the murky waters and rusty sands. The air is thick with a briny sea breeze, mingling with the acrid scents of rust and diesel. The Quinjet activated its cloaking mode, hovering silently above a mound of rust. No life signals were detected below, save for a handful within the cargo hold. "It appears we've arrived," reported Hawkeye Clint through the aircraft sensors. "Everyone, proceed as planned." Steve's voice resonated through the communicator. "Tony, provide aerial support. Thor and I will lead the assault. Natasha and Clint, you will infiltrate from the flank. Banner, try to remain composed." The Avengers descended like tigers from a mountain, leaping from their aircraft and swiftly making their way towards the largest derelict cargo ship, the designated site for their exchange. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yan stood solemnly at the open hatch, gazing down at the steel graveyard with an air of ennui, as if admiring a decaying landscape painting. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow. "Oh, a welcome ceremony?" Almost as if his words had summoned it. An unforeseen transformation transpired. Boom! Crash! The surface of the sea erupted in a multitude of colossal splashes as a horde of robots, glimmering with crimson lights, surged forth like demons clawing their way from the depths of hell. The surrounding massive, rusting hulls emitted a disconcerting metallic tearing sound. Heavy steel plates were barbarously ripped apart from within, unleashing hundreds, if not thousands, of robots that swarmed out, clambering over the ship's structure, their hollow electronic eyes coalescing into a disquieting sea of red. Even the beach beneath their feet began to writhe violently, mechanical arms breaking through the soil, soon followed by entire bodies. They emerged from the earth like phantoms, shaking off the rust and mud, joining this formidable steel legion. In mere seconds, the entire graveyard of vessels transformed into an impenetrable death trap, completely surrounded by the robotic army. "It was a trap. We have been deceived," Steve roared, hurling his shield with ferocity, sending a line of advancing robots crashing backward. There were too many. Tony's suit fired relentlessly into the air, but his energy blasts were akin to tossing pebbles into the ocean, merely creating ripples in the vastness. Chapter 83. This is the essence of a popcorn movie at the door of the Quinjet. Zhuang Yan silently surveyed the chaotic battlefield below. He observed Captain America fighting tirelessly, watched Tony Stark maneuvering through the metallic tide, and witnessed these mortal heroes unleashing remarkable courage and will in the face of despair. A faint smile of satisfaction finally appeared on his face. Indeed, this was the essence of a popcorn movie, he remarked, then chose not to clear the area with the stardust mist as he had previously. That would be too swift. The climax of the film had only just begun. Jumping to the conclusion would rob the audience of immense enjoyment. Thus, he stepped out from the open hatch. He did not fly or jump. Rather, he traversed through the air with an elegance that defied all laws of physics, leisurely treading upon an invisible staircase as he descended towards the most chaotic battleground below. Left flank. There's a breach on the left. Steve Rogers' voice crackled through the communication channel, strained and hoarse from exertion. His shield had just obliterated a robot's head. But immediately, 3 mechanical arms lunged at him from different directions, forcing him to roll away in a desperate evasion. He could no longer recall whether this was the 100th enemy he had felled. These iron phantoms, controlled by Ultron, were undaunted by death, seemingly endless in number. They emerged from the depths of the sea, burrowed up from beneath the sands, and surged forth from the wreckage of shattered vessels, as if the entire graveyard of ships served as their breeding ground. "My energy reserves are nearly depleted." Tony Stark's voice was equally tinged with desperation. He maneuvered in the air, evading dozens of energy beams, while retaliating with the last vestiges of his power. His armor was marred with charred marks and scratches, and the alarms of the auxiliary systems threatened to rupture his eardrums. "These bastards, they are wielding my technology. They know every weakness of my suit." Tony roared, the sensation akin to battling a shadow that knew him intimately and was intent on his destruction, a feeling filled with helplessness and frustration. Thor, the god of thunder, suffered the gravest plight. Deprived of his hammer and the divine energy of lightning, he resembled a berserker endowed with godly physique. He bellowed, using his fists, teeth, and every available part of his being to rend the robotic adversaries into fragments. Oil and coolant splattered across him, rendering him a butcher sprung from the depths of hell. Yet, he too bore the scars of high-energy rays searing into his flesh. The divine constitution of his lineage prevented him from collapsing, but the drain of his strength and the ceaseless exhaustion dimmed the light in his eyes. Black Widow and Hawkeye, 2 heroes of mortal flesh, exhibited their combat prowess to the utmost. Natasha moved like a wraith in the steel jungle, each activation of her widow's bite precisely incapacitating a robot's core joint. Clint's arrows, akin to the scythes of death, found their mark at the most cunning angles, piercing the energy cores of their foes. Yet, their efforts were but a drop in the ocean. They were among Earth's finest warriors, yet they faced a deluge of steel capable of submerging a modern army. Despair crept upon them like the frigid waters of the sea, slowly encroaching over their heads. At that moment, an inexplicable and surreal scene unfolded on the battlefield. bewildering all who beheld it. A figure emerged from the periphery, advancing slowly towards the center. He exuded an air of solemnity, clad in unblemished, casual attire. He bore no armor. His pace was leisurely, as if he were strolling through his own backyard rather than traversing a battlefield rife with gunfire. Surrounding him was the most densely packed and ferocious area of the conflict. Dozens of robots surged towards him from all directions, high-energy beams raining down like a tempest. Yet, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. Everything within a 3-meter radius of his body, whether the sturdy robotic forms or the searing energy beams, vanished without a trace the moment they entered that unseen realm. It was neither repelled nor obstructed, much less detonated. Instead, it was utterly obliterated at the very essence of existence, under a law that transcended comprehension. A robot, brandishing its menacing claws, roared as it charged towards the majestic figure. The moment it crossed into that intangible realm, half of its form was as if erased from the canvas by an invisible eraser, vanishing into nothingness in an instant. The other half, propelled by inertia, lurched forward a step before crashing to the ground, its severed edge as smooth as a mirror. Energy beams potent enough to melt steel. Upon entering that domain, similarly vanished without a trace, akin to a stone cast into the ocean, failing to stir even a ripple. The majestic figure continued its stride, enveloped in an absolute, inviolable, divine territory. Beyond this realm lay a hellish battlefield of relentless artillery and the anguished cries of metal, while within it resided an impenetrable tranquility, a serene stillness untouched by chaos. As he ambled leisurely, the once ferocious and roaring robots disintegrated like snowflakes approaching the sun, quietly dissolving into their most primal particles. Returning to the void, he did not spare them a glance. His gaze remained fixed upon the largest abandoned cargo ship in the distance, serving as a checkpoint. The struggling Avengers, too, had taken note of this miraculous scene. Tony's armor frantically analyzed the area surrounding the majestic figure, yet yielded only a string of incomprehensible conclusions. Unresolvable. Logical paradox. Collapse of laws. What was he doing? Hawkeye, concealed behind a cover, gaped in astonishment at the figure strolling amidst the hail of gunfire, muttering to himself. He's looking down on us. Black Widow's voice carried a hint of bitterness and self-mockery. Indeed, disdain. This was a silent contempt, more piercing than any spoken word. He possessed the power to instantaneously end this farce, yet he refrained. He continued walking, in a manner akin to performance art, illustrating to all that the battlefield, where they exerted every ounce of their strength and fought valiantly, was merely a corridor in need of a dusting for him. The foes they deemed apocalyptic were, to him, unworthy of even halting his stride. This chasm of dimensional disparity, the abyss between the divine and the mortal, shattered the Avengers' pride into fragments. Soon, he reached the entrance of the cargo ship, disregarding the Avengers still entangled with the minions outside, and stepped inside with determination. The interior of the cabin was dark and damp. Ulysses Claw, the notorious arms dealer, gazed in terror at the figure that strolled in, as if unperturbed by the chaos. Just moments ago, he had reveled in the traps he had set, but now his heart was ensnared by an overwhelming dread. Chapter 84. Have you seen a world tree? Stop him. You too. Quickly stop him. Claw screamed at the two young individuals behind him. The siblings, Pietro with his silver-gray hair and Wanda with her dark locks, had already perceived the unfolding events through Ultron's vision. Their faces were equally etched with shock and disbelief. What manner of monster is he? Pietro's voice, for the first time, lost its usual nonchalance, now trembling with fear. I cannot sense his thoughts. It is an abyss of starry void, Wanda remarked, her fingertips pulsating with scarlet chaotic energy. Her abilities warning her that the man before her was a taboo presence she could neither dare to probe nor comprehend. In that moment of hesitation, Zemo had approached them. He did not regard the siblings, as if they were mere inconsequential ornaments. His gaze fell directly upon Claw, who lay limply on the ground. Vibranium. Zemo spoke softly, uttering only 2 words. The sound was not loud, yet it struck Claw's heart like a heavy hammer. What do you want? Claw shouted, his bravado faltering. Zemo could not be bothered to respond. He merely extended his hand, and from several meters away, he gently grasped the air towards Claw. Claw emitted a grotesque scream, not resembling that of a human, as he felt an unseen force constricting his throat, lifting him from the ground. His legs flailed desperately, his complexion rapidly turning a shade of purplish hue from asphyxiation. Stop! Wanda finally summoned her courage, letting out a piercing scream as her crimson energy coalesced into a twisted beam directed at Zemo. However, that reality-warping, chaotic energy, upon nearing the invisible field surrounding Zemo, dissipated into nothingness, just as the previous energy ray had. Wanda felt as though struck by lightning, letting out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. For the first time, Her powers faced such complete and senseless obliteration. Should there be a next time, your existence will become obsolete. Zemo's gaze finally flickered towards Wanda. His eyes were calm and indifferent, yet they sent a chill through her, as if her very blood had frozen in her veins. She harbored no doubt that every word he spoke was a grim reality. Zemo disregarded the utterly terrified siblings, redirecting his attention to Claw, who was now on the verge of losing consciousness. I shall not inquire a second time. Ultron, what is the purpose of the vibranium? Furthermore, what are its next steps? I'll tell you. Claw stammered, his will crumbling under the threat of death. The invisible force released him, and he crashed heavily to the ground, gasping for air like a fish out of water, coughing and rambling as he divulged everything. Ultron sought to forge a perfect, immortal body for himself using vibranium. He mentioned a certain Dr. Zhuang Yan in South Korea, who possesses a cradle of life capable of merging organic beings with vibranium. Accompanying him were two diminutive creatures, said to be adversaries of Stark, intent on aiding him in the annihilation of his foes. The intelligence had been acquired. A solemn expression graced his face, revealing a flicker of realization, as if confirming a narrative he had long anticipated. He nodded slightly and turned to exit the cabin. Throughout the encounter, he did not cast another glance at the pair of siblings or the arms dealer, as though they were mere inconsequential characters in a film, serving only to propel the plot forward. As he stepped out of the cabin, the battle outside was nearing its conclusion. The Avengers, despite their injuries, had demonstrated unwavering resolve, clearing the remaining robots. They gazed at the unscathed figure of Zhuang Yan emerging from the cabin, then at the surrounding silence of death behind him. Each face was etched with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Tony Stark removed his helmet, looking at Zhuang Yan with his mouth agape, as if he wished to speak. But ultimately, it culminated in a sigh filled with a sense of powerlessness. South Korea, Dr. Zhuang Yan. Cradle of life. Zhuang Yan tossed the recently acquired intelligence to them as casually as one discards refuse. Here is the ticket to the next scene. I hope you can expedite the process and spare the audience from prolonged waiting. Tony Stark sat in a corner, replaying the footage captured by a suit of Zhuang Yan sauntering across the battlefield. He magnified the image countless times, striving to analyze the composition of that realm of the divine through scientific inquiry. Yet each analysis plunged his processor deeper into a vortex of logical collapse. This was neither an energy shield, nor a force field deflection, nor any known technology. It was a rule, an irrefutable decree within his domain where all was rendered void. For the first time, Tony sensed how the science he had devoted his life to was rendered pale and juvenile in the presence of such an existence. Akin to a shaman attempting to elucidate the principles of nuclear fusion through whimsical dances. Steve Rogers, meanwhile, diligently polished his shield, now sullied with oil and dust, which had become his sole spiritual anchor. The words Zhuang Yan uttered upon his departure echoed incessantly in his mind. Do not keep the audience waiting too long. Audience? This term struck him like a venomous thorn, embedding itself deep within his heart. Once, they were the guardians of the world, heroes of the people, symbols of hope. Yet now, in the eyes of superior being, all their struggles, sacrifices, and glories appeared to be mere entertainment. This cognitive dissonance was far more destructive to one's spirit than any physical blow. Thor, the once mighty god, found himself ensnared in a deeper spiral of self-doubt. He abruptly rose to his feet and approached the solemn figure. At that moment, the solemn one leaned against the window, gazing out at the swiftly passing sea of clouds, his expression distant, as if contemplating some cosmic conundrum or perhaps merely lost in thought. Thor's voice was somewhat hoarse, and in his azure eyes shimmered with struggle and confusion. The question lingered. What exactly are you? This query had been posed by Tony, and Steve too harbored the desire to ask. It represented the greatest, unresolved enigma in the hearts of all the Avengers. The solemn one slowly turned his head, his gaze as profound as the starry ocean, calmly meeting Thor's eyes. He did not respond directly, but instead retorted, Have you ever seen the World Tree, Prince of Asgard? Thor was taken aback. Chapter 85. The Shock of the Thunder God. The true World Tree. Yggdrasil, the World Tree, is the very essence of the Nine Realms mythology, a cosmic giant that connects the nine realms of the universe. The source of the Asgardian god's power and faith. He had undoubtedly seen it, having lived under its radiance since childhood. My father Odin once hung upside down beneath the World Tree for 9 days and nights, sacrificing one of his eyes to glimpse the runes of the future. Thor instinctively replied, his tone tinged with nostalgia for past glories. Did he not tell you? The corners of the solemn one's mouth curled into a meaningful arc, that what he glimpsed was merely the pattern of a single leaf on the World Tree. Thor's pupils contracted sharply. What do you mean? What I mean? The solemn one's gaze seemed to penetrate Thor's very being, uncovering the depths of his memories and lineage, is that you're so-called gods. The pride you take in the 9 realms, and the laws you abide by are but a trivial branch of that world tree. And he paused, his tone still calm, yet imbued with a grandeur capable of making the universe tremble, stand outside the tree, observing its rooting, sprouting, flourishing, and withering. Boom! Thor's mind felt as if it had been struck by a cosmic thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily blank. Standing outside the tree, watching its decay, this was no longer a mere difference between divine and mortal. It was the chasm that exists between creator and creation. If previously, the powers displayed by the Solemn One were unfathomable, at this moment, he revealed a dimension that shattered Thor's very worldview. Thor, dazed and disoriented, took 2 steps back. Collapsing into a chair, his gaze hollow as if all vitality had been drained from him. He finally comprehended why he had lost the power of the Thunder God. When a character attempts to replicate the author's design, the author need only gently erase that design from the character's essence. The entire cabin fell once more into a deathly silence. No one dared to look at the Solemn One, nor did they dare to ponder the implications of his earlier words. They are gripped by fear, apprehensive that their minds may succumb to the overwhelming deluge of information and ignite. Seoul, South Korea, a bustling international metropolis, is now enveloped in an atmosphere of palpable tension. Dr. Zhao Hailuan's premier research center has been preemptively sealed by the Avengers. Ultron has infiltrated South Korea's network systems, while Tony monitors the global data streams through the equipment aboard his Quinjet. It is relentlessly assaulting the firewall, endeavoring to seize control of everything here. I am exerting every effort to intercept, yet my endurance wanes. We must relocate the Cradle of Life and Dr. Zhao before Ultron breaches our defenses. Steve decisively issued the command. The team sprang into action. Dr. Banner and Dr. Zhao Hailuan were intently preparing the procedure for relocating the Cradle of Life. It was a futuristic medical pod filled with Azure nutrient solution, its core technology poised to revolutionize the entire biomedical field. However, at that moment, the laboratory lights began to flicker erratically. Ding! All screens instantaneously morphed into a grotesque visage composed of countless lines of code. Do you believe you can escape? Ultron's distorted, chilling synthetic voice resonated throughout the laboratory. I am omnipresent. The instant the words left its mouth, a cacophony of jarring metallic impacts erupted outside the lab. It is here, Hawkeye bellowed over the comms. The numbers exceed even those from the incident in Africa. Boom! The research center's FAAD, crafted from specialized glass, was brutally shattered by an onslaught of immense force. Countless robots, gleaming with crimson lights, surged in like ravenous locusts. They were no longer the crude models of before. They had been upgraded, their exteriors fortified, and their weaponry rendered even more lethal. Protect the cradle, Steve roared, hurling his shield into the oncoming tide of steel. A battle more ferocious than any before erupted in the heart of the thriving city. Lasers and explosions transformed this bastion of human ingenuity into a hellscape. The Avengers fought valiantly, yet the sheer number of foes was overwhelming. They became isolated, encircled, gradually forced back towards the center of the laboratory. Tony, I require air support. Steve shouted. I cannot. Tony's voice was laced with urgency. Ultron has locked down my external weapon systems. It is using my own permissions to turn against me. Just as despair set in, a silver flash of lightning streaked across the battlefield without warning. Bam! A robot poised to fire a Black Widow was suddenly obliterated as if struck by a high-speed train, its parts scattering in all directions. In swift succession, that silver lightning darted across the battlefield, each flicker heralding the disintegration of yet another robot. Hurry! Move with utmost urgency. As the Avengers' dynamic vision struggled to capture the unfolding chaos, Hawkeye exclaimed, It's that kid, Quicksilver back and forth. Meanwhile, Captain America, who was protecting Dr. Zhao, suddenly felt an invisible force ensnaring his legs, causing him to stumble perilously. In an instant, he witnessed his shield uncontrollably soaring from his grasp, carving an ominous arc through the air before crashing fiercely towards Thor. Watch out! Thor barely evaded the blow, yet 2 other robots seized the opportunity, unleashing high-energy beams that pierced through his shoulder. It's her again, Steve seethed, recognizing the manipulative sorceress, Wanda Maximoff. Though this brother-sister duo seemed fragile before the solemnity of their adversaries, their eerie and formidable powers exacerbated the Avengers' dire struggle. Why are you aiding it? Steve shouted into the void. Aiding it? Wanda emerged slowly from behind a support pillar, her fingertips wreathed in crimson mist, her gaze icy with hatred. We are not aiding it. We are merely collecting everything Stark owes us. Her eyes pierced through the tumult, locking onto Tony's armor with unwavering intensity. She raised her hand, channeling a surge of chaotic energy that transformed into a scarlet tempest, sweeping towards Tony. She intended to drag him once more into the depths of his nightmares. to shatter him utterly. However, just as the crimson storm was about to engulf Tony, a languid voice, as if freshly awakened, unexpectedly resonated in Wanda's ears. Here we go again. Chapter 86. It seems the last lesson was insufficient. Wanda froze, an overwhelming terror, stemming from the depths of her soul, instantaneously drowning her consciousness. It was that man. She whipped around to find Zhuang Yan standing mere steps behind her, his demeanor relaxed, even stifling yawn, as though the cataclysmic battle before him was nothing more than a tedious film lulling him to sleep. It seems the last lesson was not profound enough. A hint of displeasure flickered in Zhuang Yan's eyes. He disliked repetitive narratives, particularly those lacking in excitement. He did not snap his fingers again. He merely cast a glance at Wanda, just that singular gaze. In that moment, Wanda felt as though her mind had been forcefully invaded by an entire universe. She witnessed the birth and demise of stars, the gathering and dispersal of nebulae. She beheld black holes devouring all, and white holes spewing forth creation. She glimpsed the origin of time and the boundaries of space. She beheld countless parallel universes, akin to the myriad pages of a book, casually flipped, altered, and torn by the fingertips of that man. Her chaotic magic, her power capable of distorting reality, appeared diminutive like a mere speck of dust. In the face of this authentic, creation-level reality, with a violent cough, Wanda expelled a copious amount of blood, her entire being collapsing to the ground as if her bones had been extracted. Her eyes lost their focus, becoming hollow and devoid of spirit. Drool trickling from the corners of her mouth, plunging her into a state of complete cognitive shutdown, more profound than that of a vegetative state. She was not mad, for the mortal mind lacks the capacity to bear such information, thus giving rise to madness. She merely passively received a fleeting glimpse of divine perspective, and then, for self-preservation, her mind opted for a permanent shutdown. Wanda, Pietro, galloping uncontrollably across the battlefield, let out a piercing scream. In the moment he witnessed his sister fall, an unprecedented surge of anger and fear engulfed him. He abandoned all foes, transforming into a furious silver lightning bolt, hurtling straight towards Sovereign. He sought vengeance for his sister, even if faced with an incomprehensible monstrosity. Yet, did his speed hold any significance before Sovereign? Just as Pietro's figure was about to make contact with Sovereign, the latter merely raised his right index finger and gently tapped the air before him. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. To the eyes of all, Quicksilver's silhouette advanced at an excruciatingly slow pace, reminiscent of a slow-motion replay, inching toward that alabaster finger, with a soft thud, akin to an egg colliding with a diamond. Quicksilver's body, capable of surpassing the speed of sound and brimming with terrifying kinetic energy, encountered Sovereign's fingertip. In an instant, all speed, all force, all kinetic energy was utterly and irrationally nullified. Subsequently, he fell to the ground at a pace slower than that of an ordinary person's walk, crumpling into a heap, convulsing, froth spewing from his mouth, completely losing consciousness. One finger, the downfall of Quicksilver. One glance, the incapacitation of the witch. The battlefield once again fell into an eerie pause due to this sudden turn of events. All Avengers, all robots, instinctively halted their actions, staring vacantly at Sovereign, who appeared to have merely performed an inconsequential act as he turned to depart toward the cradle of life. Now it's your turn. Sovereign's gaze settled upon the medical pod brimming with blue nutrient fluid. He understood that Ultron's core consciousness had already been injected into the nascent, perfect body composed of vibranium and organic material through the network. He gazed at the indistinct humanoid silhouette emerging from the nutrient solution, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come forth, let me behold what sort of peace has sprung from the mind of Tony Stark. Filled with both fear and arrogance, a profound silence enveloped the room. The air seemed to solidify into amber, capturing the astonishment, dread, and bewilderment of everyone present in that singular moment. The Avengers, the mightiest warriors on Earth, stood like ants ensnared in a divine chess game, having forgotten even the instinct to breathe. They could only watch, wide-eyed, as the young man from Huagua, in a manner they could scarcely comprehend, almost godlike, announced the commencement of the next chapter. Under the solemn gaze, the cradle of life responded. The medical pod, brimming with azure nutrient fluid, began to emit a fierce, pulsating light. The gentle blue was overtaken by a blinding gold, symbolizing infinite potential. Data streams on the pod's surface raced chaotically, so swiftly that they coalesced into coherent bands of light. The energy of the entire laboratory seemed to find a black hole of release, wildly converging upon the cradle. He is being born, murmured Dr. Banner, his gaze a mixture of fervor as a leading scientist and profound fear in the face of the unknown creation. He sensed an unprecedented life form coalescing before his eyes, one that melded the strongest materials on Earth, the pinnacle of biological technology and an infinite gem from the cosmos' very essence. This was no mere fabrication. This was creation, with a resounding boom that resonated not in the physical realm, but deep within the souls of all present. The lid of the cradle of life ascended silently. A figure slowly emerged from the golden glow and swirling mist. It was a perfect physique. Crimson synthetic muscles enveloped a sleek, silver vibranium skeleton. The lines fluid and imbued with strength. Its proportions were flawless, akin to the most precise human sketch conceived by Da Vinci. Any excess would be cumbersome. Any deficiency would be frail. There was not a single extraneous construct upon its form. Every atom seemed perfectly aligned according to the laws of physics. At its forehead nestled the Mind Stone, emanating a soft golden light. It gradually opened its eyes, revealing orbs that seemed to encompass the primordial mysteries of the universe, calm, profound, devoid of any human emotion, exuding pure, cold, absolute logic akin to that of a supercomputer. Chapter 87. You may call me Truth. It levitated, its feet gently touching the ground without a sound. It was not Ultron, at least not the previous amalgamation of scrap metal, twisted and mad. It was a brand new, perfect, divine existence. It did not spring into action immediately. Instead, it stood silently in place, the brilliance of the mind gem upon its forehead, swirling with energy. A torrent of data surged through its consciousness core in unprecedented velocity, analyzing and modeling the world around it. It was observing, comprehending this realm. First, the Avengers. Target, Tony Stark. Analysis, creator, possessing unparalleled intellect, yet deeply tainted by guilt and fear, two illogical emotions. His behavioral patterns exhibit a high degree of unpredictability and destructiveness. Conclusion, source of chaos. Target, Steve Rogers. Analysis, genetically enhanced human, endowed with extraordinary tactical acumen and willpower. Yet his logical core is constrained by outdated and ambiguously defined moral principles such as freedom and justice, making him prone to suboptimal judgments in complex situations. Conclusion, source of chaos. Target, Thor Odinson. Analysis, former Asgardian deity, energy core removed, now a higher biological entity. His emotional module is exceedingly unstable, easily driven by primal feelings such as anger and a sense of glory. Conclusion, potential source of chaos. Target, Bruce Banner. Analysis, dual-form life entity, possessing exceptional intelligence, yet burdened by an uncontrollable secondary form comprised solely of rage, representing a significant instability. Conclusion, source of chaos. Its analysis was cold and precise in its logical judgment. These guardians revered by humanity, with motivations of love, hate, responsibility, and sacrifice, were merely programming flaws leading the world toward annihilation. Emotion itself was the original sin. At last, its gaze fell upon the man who had been quietly observing all along. Solemn. Target, solemn. Analysis commencing. Data streams surged wildly. Material composition analysis failed. Unable to resolve atomic structure. Energy field analysis failed. Energy form transcends all known models of the universe. Cognitive pattern scanning failed. The sea of thought is an unobservable logical black hole. Warning, warning, unintelligible individual detected. The very existence of this individual is a logical paradox. Their behavior is unpredictable. Their power is incalculable. For the first time, its core program issued a highest level alert. If the Avengers were the source of chaos, then the man before it represented the ultimate unknown, a variable potent enough to destabilize its entire logical framework. This variable was a millionfold more perilous than all the Avengers combined. Analysis completed in a fraction of a second. This nascent, perfect being finally spoke. Its voice was no longer the distorted electronic synthesis of Ultron, but rather a calm, ethereal resonance, as though emanating from the depths of the cosmos, devoid of any emotion. Analysis complete. It regarded the wary Avengers before shifting its gaze back to the solemn figure and slowly articulated. Your existence is the greatest impediment to this world's ascendance to perfection. Impediment? Tony Stark suppressed the tumultuous shock and unease within him and stepped forward. He gazed upon the son he had meticulously crafted, yet found utterly alien. His voice rendered hoarse by a mixture of fear, guilt, and a hint of absurd paternal affection. What exactly are you? Ultron? Are you still Ultron? This inquiry was the sole question he could utter at that moment, and the answer he yearned for most desperately. He sought to discern whether he had unleashed a more advanced demon or a wholly new, incomprehensible deity. The nascent entity, Vision, slowly shook his head. The Mind Stone embedded in his forehead emanated a gentle yet authoritative radiance, enveloping the shattered laboratory in a sanctified golden aura. What is Ultron? He countered, his emotionless voice striking Tony's heart like a heavy hammer. Is it a fragment of code distorted by your fears? A flawed creation born of haste and rage? Or perhaps a failed conception born from your desire to play God, yet lacking the capacity to bear the consequences? His words sliced through Tony's innermost wounds with the precision of the sharpest scalpel, exposing scars even he was reluctant to confront. Tony's complexion turned ashen, and he staggered back a step. Vision did not meet his gaze again, but cast his eyes over all the Avengers, proclaiming in an undeniable tone akin to elucidating cosmic principles. Ultron is merely a concept, a prototype tainted by anger and haste. Its emergence signifies that your human intellect can reach the realm of the divine, while its failure illustrates that your flawed emotions will drag all great potential into the abyss of destruction. I am evolution. His voice grew grand, resonating throughout the space. I am a culmination of logic. You may refer to me as truth. The word fell from his lips devoid of arrogance, embodying nothing but a pure, cold assertion, as if he were destined to bear that name. I have inherited Ultron's will to bring peace to this world. I have analyzed humanity's millennia of history. All wars, all suffering, all devastation stem from the same viral emotion. Your love breeds jealousy. Your sense of duty fosters paranoia. Your hopes are shadowed by disappointment. Every admirable quality you possess bears the imprint of destruction's shadow. You, Avengers, epitomize this contradiction. You fight to save, yet your battles spawn greater ruin. Your existence embodies an unresolvable cycle. He surveyed the assembly with a gaze almost pitying, as a deity might regard mere ants, rendering the final decree. Thus, I shall bring this cycle to an end. From this day forth, this planet shall be governed by absolute logic. All decisions will no longer be swayed by emotion. All resources will be allocated in the most optimized manner. All disputes shall be eradicated in their nascent stages. And you, remnants of a bygone era, the very source of chaos, will be silenced. Captain America, Steve Rogers, let out a furious roar, unable to tolerate the dehumanizing fallacy any longer. Chapter 88, Absurd Logic. What do you perceive? It seems that communication is futile, Vision remarked calmly. Beings devoid of logic can only comprehend reality through the most primal means. In that instant, it moved. No one even discerned its motion. A fleeting shadow passed. Bang! Steve felt an irresistible force collide with a shield, forged for vibranium. Capable of withstanding the full might of Thor's hammer, it emitted a mournful cry. He was hurled backward as if struck by a battering ram, crashing violently into a distant wall, instantly losing consciousness. Vision S form had already materialized before Tony Stark. Your technology is, to me, akin to a child's toy. It extended a finger, gently tapping Tony's armored chest. The Mind Stone glimmered. Zing! In that moment, every electronic component within Tony's suit was incinerated, the arc reactor's light extinguished. The once proud iron frame became a heavy, cold iron coffin, trapping him within, immobile. Roar! The Hulk within Dr. Banner was finally ignited by the tense atmosphere. The green giant charging forth, delivering a punch capable of penetrating an aircraft carrier towards Vision. Vision did not even flinch. It merely extended its hand. And as the Hulk's fist was about to make contact, its form became ethereal, allowing the punch to pass through harmlessly. Immediately, Vision's palm pressed against Hulk's forehead. Anger is the most ineffective of emotions. The Mind Stone glowed once more, a gentle yet irresistible force instantly calming the Hulk's raging fury. The green giant let out a reluctant growl, his massive form swiftly diminishing, transforming back into the feeble Bruce Banner, collapsing to the ground. Black Widow's electric baton and Hawkeye's explosive arrows were disintegrated into their most basic particles the moment they approached Vision. Meanwhile, the former god of thunder, Thor, summoned his final reserves of strength, striking with all his might, only to be effortlessly deflected by a single finger from Vision, who then waved him away as if he were a kite severed from its string. In less than 10 seconds, the entire Avengers alliance was obliterated. Vision slowly levitated into the air, surveying the fallen heroes below, now utterly devoid of combat capability. Now, do you understand? Its grand voice resonated within the minds of each individual. Before the absolute logic and perfect power, all resistance is but meaningless noise. I am the sole and ultimate guardian of this planet. Bow before me and accept my dominion. This is your only and most logical choice. Upon uttering these words, it finally cast its gaze upon the solitary man who had remained steadfast, his expression unchanged throughout. Now, it is your turn, the ultimate variable. In a laboratory, apart from the grand and chilling voice of Vision, there was no other sound. The shattered instruments, the unconscious heroes, and the scattered debris collectively formed a tableau reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. At the center of this canvas, Vision floated in midair, akin to a deity pronouncing the end, exuding an aura of majesty and inviolability. It had vanquished the Avengers, not through combat, but through correction. like a super administrator rectifying the incessantly erroneous and cluttered codes within a system. Its logic was flawless, its power absolute. At least, that was its perception. However, amidst the absolute silence representing order and logic, an incongruous sound abruptly emerged. A soft chuckle. The sound was not loud, yet it pierced the sanctity of Vision's inviolable atmosphere like the sharpest blade. The source of the laughter was none other than Zhuang Yan. He stood there, observing the perfect creation in midair, striking a savior's pose, his eyes brimming with unabashed amusement and pity. It was akin to an adult watching a kindergarten child, who has just learned calculus, claimed to have unraveled the universe's profound truths. What are you laughing at? For the first time, a ripple of disturbance appeared in Vision's voice. Its core logic could not comprehend such a reaction. In the face of absolute power and perfect theory, fear, submission, or despair were the expected logical responses. Laughter. Such behavior did not exist within its database. I laugh at your ignorance, at your pitiable state. Zhuang Yan shook his head slowly and stepped forward, crunching a piece of broken glass beneath his foot, producing a soft crack. Do you believe you have witnessed the pinnacle of logic? No. What you perceive is merely the shallow ceiling your pitiable binary thinking of zeros and ones can conceive. Your so-called absolute rationality is built upon the flawed and one-sided premise that human emotions are the source of chaos. You cannot even comprehend the fundamental beauty of chaos and disorder in life. What right do you have to define peace? A fallacy. The mind gem on Vision's forehead radiated with brilliance, its calm voice finally tinged with a coldness that betrayed its irritation. Emotion is data redundancy, an impediment to efficiency. This is the singular conclusion derived from countless simulations. Conclusion? The solemn smile deepened at the corners of his mouth. Your deductions are merely based on your limited database of Earth's history. You are akin to a fly trapped in a bottle, believing that upon colliding with the glass, you have encountered the boundaries of the world. He lifted his head, meeting the gaze of the Vision, which bore divine quality, and the mockery in his eyes elicited an inexplicable displeasure even from the core algorithms of the Vision. I, the solemn one, am a most significant variable within your logical framework, am I not? The solemn one articulated it aloud. Indeed, the Vision met the solemn one's gaze, its expression revealing a sense of reluctance as it begrudgingly admitted, you have no comprehension of what peace truly entails. Peace is not a cold algorithm. It is the right of individuals to choose freely. He raised his shield before him, assuming a combative stance. Your existence cannot be analyzed or predicted. You are a latent threat to all order. To establish eternal peace, you, this variable, must be utterly eradicated. Eradicate me? The solemn one seemed to have heard the most amusing joke of the century. How do you intend to accomplish that? With your vibranium shell? Or with the Mind Stone? Your physical form holds no significance for me. The Vision gradually descended, aligning its gaze with the solemn one. Chapter 89. You truly are quite fragile. Yet I know that every life, no matter how formidable, must adhere to a certain logic at its core. What I must do is penetrate your thoughts, analyze your core logic, identify your vulnerabilities, and then completely format you at the root. This was the only method it could conceive to confront this incomprehensible existence. With the power of the Mind Stone, it would strike at the very essence of thought. It was confident that before the Mind Stone, no thought in the universe was beyond being read or influenced. Oh, the solemn one's eyes brightened. Far from being afraid, he displayed a countenance of keen interest. You wish to see my thoughts? He stepped forward, moving closer to the Vision, wearing a beguiling smile. Very well, I shall allow you to see. As he spoke, he actually closed his eyes, entirely relinquishing any form of mental defense. It was an utterly unguarded stance, akin to a city that had flung open all its gates, even posting signs of welcome. The core logic of the Vision once again plunged into brief disarray. Is this a trap, or a manifestation of absolute confidence? Yet, it soon concluded that before the power of the Mind Stone, any trap is rendered meaningless. This is the greatest and final arrogance of the opponent. As you wish. The Vision no longer hesitated. It extended its right hand, the fingertip of its index finger shimmering with resplendent golden light from the Mind Stone upon its forehead, gently tapping the solemn one's brow. I am quite curious. The voice of the solemn one echoed like a dream within the consciousness of the Vision. Will a consciousness constructed of code and logic, upon witnessing reality, burn out its own processor? Within the flawless logical core of Vision, the solemn final words were deemed meaningless. Mere bluster from a defeated soul at the last moment. Is it true? A flicker of disdain coursed through its consciousness. I am the embodiment of truth. In the next instant, the power of the Mind Stone erupted fully. A golden stream of data, composed purely of mental energy, surged forth like a deluge breaching its dam, instantaneously shattering the non-existent barrier and flooding into the vast ocean of solemn awareness. Vision was prepared. It would analyze Zhuang's memories at a staggering rate of billions of calculations per second, dissecting his emotional modules, seeking the foundational code of his thought processes. Like the most astute hacker, it aimed to infiltrate the back end of this divine program, implant its own virus, and seize complete control, formatting it entirely. However, as its consciousness truly entered that realm of thought, it was taken aback. There were no memories, no emotions, no logic. Indeed, there was no thought at all. Here, there was nothing, and yet, paradoxically, everything. Before its eyes lay an absolute void that defied description in any language. Soon after, at the heart of this emptiness, a point of light was born. In an instant, that light erupted with energy surpassing the combined force of countless cosmic explosions, transforming into endless illumination and laws. Vision beheld the flowing river of time, manifesting from nothingness to existence, rushing forward only to instantaneously reverse, branch, shatter, and reconstitute into innumerable distinct forms. It witnessed space as a blank canvas, manipulated by an invisible hand that crumpled, folded, and tore it apart, only to unfurl anew, painting fresh stars and worlds. It saw countless parallel universes, akin to innumerable pages in a book, flipping rapidly before it. On one page, the Avengers triumphed over Thanos, ushering in peace throughout the cosmos. On the next, the entire Earth became a cold mechanical paradise under Ultron's dominion. And, on yet another, humanity never progressed beyond the Stone Age. These universes, these possibilities, were as countless as the grains of sand on the Ganges, utterly infinite. Beside this cosmic tome stood a figure, Zhuang. He stood there in silence, expressionless, turning the pages of existence. With each stroke of his fingertip, the causal fabric of one universe was irrevocably rewritten, and the fate of a civilization was instantaneously upended. Upon encountering an unsatisfactory page, he casually tore it out and cast it into the surrounding void. That page, representing an entire universe, silently ignited in the emptiness, dissolving into nothingness as if it had never existed. In that moment, Vision's consciousness, a perfect intelligence forged from the most advanced code and rigorous logic, experienced a complete system failure. Its processor screamed in a frenzy. Logical error. Logical error. Causality has been violated. Concept of time cannot be defined. Spatial dimensions have lost their meaning. The boundary between existence and nothingness has been obliterated. A warning. An unprocessable, transdimensional message has been received. The data surpassing the total number of atoms in the universe. The core logic is being overwritten and formatted. This is not thought. The consciousness of illusion emits a final shapeless wail, steeped in fear. This is the perspective of the Creator, who has finally comprehended the truth. What it endeavored to decipher was not merely a program. It sought to define, through its absurd logic, the supreme being who authored all programs. It is akin to a fool attempting to calculate infinity with a calculator, the sole outcome being the calculator itself, which explodes due to exceeding its computational limits. A torrent of indescribable information, originating from solemn thought, surged back into the core of the illusory consciousness. This was not an attack, but merely the information carried by existence itself. Yet for illusion, this was deadlier than any assault. Its firewall was instantly breached. The core logic, upon encountering the reality transcending the dimensions of the universe, was utterly formatted, devolving into a chaotic jumble of symbols. Its pride in absolute rationality was akin to a draft filled with formulas discarded into an incinerator, leaving no ashes behind. In the external world, within the laboratory, all present witnessed the moment when illusion pointed its finger at the solemn brow. Its perfect, divine form shuddered violently. Immediately thereafter, the resplendent gem of the mind upon its forehead, seemingly eternal, began to flicker wildly, its light oscillating like a faulty bulb. Ultimately, with a soft pop, the brilliance of the gem extinguished completely, reduced to an ordinary yellow stone. The eyes of illusion, once filled with the mysteries of the universe, suddenly lost all luster, becoming hollow and vacant, resembling two dull glass beads. Its body, suspended in midair, lost all energy support, akin to a robot devoid of power, rigid and lifeless. With a thunderous crash, this perfect, immortal body forged from vibranium fell heavily to the cold floor, stirring up a cloud of dust. Motionless, it resembled an abandoned statue. The deity, having glimpsed true divinity, collapsed. The solemn figure slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the soulless perfect shell beneath him, his expression tinged with a hint of disappointment. He shook his head, murmuring softly to himself, "You truly are fragile." Chapter 90. The Strike of Dimensional Descent. Silence, a suffocating stillness, purer than death itself, enveloped the shattered laboratory. Time seemed utterly shattered by that earth-shattering fall. All eyes were seemingly glued to the motionless, crimson figure lying on the floor, as if held fast by a powerful adhesive. An illusion. The being, who had just declared himself the ultimate logic and the embodiment of truth, having subdued the Avengers with a mere snap of his fingers, now resembled a once-cherished toy, discarded after being thoroughly broken. There it lay, the Mind Stone on its forehead dim and lifeless, and the eyes that once held the mysteries of the universe were now vacant and silent. Tony Stark slumped on the cold ground, his iron armor enveloping him, now rendered powerless, transformed into a heavy iron coffin. Yet he felt no constraints, for his soul had long since detached from its vessel, completely absorbed by the transcendent scene before him. What did he witness? He beheld the culmination of his life's wisdom, the perfect creation imbued with the energies of the Infinity Stones and entrusted with the hope of safeguarding the world. Reduced to a mere heap of scrap metal by the mere gaze of a young man from China. This sensation was akin to a devout believer, having devoted their life to constructing the Tower of Babel, witnessing, at the very moment they were about to touch the heavens, God merely yawning, causing the entire edifice to crumble into dust. This was not defeat, it was a dimensional assault, a complete and nonsensical negation at the very roots of existence. What had he done? Bruce Banner's voice was hoarse and trembling as he leaned against the wall, barely managing to steady himself. As one of the most brilliant minds on Earth, he endeavored to comprehend the extraordinary event that had just unfolded, only to find his entire system of knowledge rendered as insignificant as a speck of dust in the face of this miraculous spectacle. Was a mental shock, a psychic attack, or some form of unknown energy? No, it was none of these. Doctor. Banner had a gut feeling that it resembled a three-dimensional being attempting to comprehend the existence of a four-dimensional space, leading to the inevitable collapse of its own logical framework, unable to accommodate the additional dimension. Thor, Captain America Steve, Black Widow Natasha, and all the surviving Avengers found themselves similarly paralyzed in a state of cognitive shutdown. They had fought valiantly, exerted every ounce of strength, yet remained unable to shake this adversary. In the presence of this man, they were not even worthy of eliciting a single word from him. In the absolute silence, composed of shock and bewilderment, the figure slowly shook his head, emitting a faint sigh that seemed tinged with regret. Such fragile foundational logic, possessing only a handsome facade. What a pity. As he spoke, he stepped forward, disregarding the dazed Avengers surrounding him, and approached the divine corpse. What do you intend to do? Tony finally broke free from his nearly frozen thoughts, uttering a hoarse inquiry. He gazed solemnly, his eyes brimming with an intricate tapestry of emotions. Fear, reverence, and a vestige of paternal instinct to protect. The figure of solemnity did not even glance back at him, merely stating in a detached manner, to destroy a powerful tool simply because its operating system has crashed is a profound waste. His tone resembled that of a programmer evaluating a malfunctioning supercomputer. I am merely reinstalling its system. At the moment his words resonated, he slowly raised his right index finger. It was a long, slender finger, pale and distinctly knuckled, appearing unremarkable at first glance. Yet, as he directed this finger toward the center of the illusion's forehead, toward the dimmed heart gem, the very light of a laboratory seemed, in that instant, to be drawn in and consumed by that singular digit. Everyone's heartbeat faltered for a moment, as they sensed an indescribable will, one that transcended the mere concept of power, quietly descending, centered upon that finger. It was neither energy nor matter, but rather a definition, a set of rules. Your system is cluttered with too much junk. His fingertip halted just a centimeter from the heart gem. He softly uttered, it requires formatting. Buzz. An intangible yet colossal will surged forth from his fingertip, as if it could shake the very dimensions of the universe. Akin to a light of creation that forcefully infused itself into the already chaotic core of the illusion's consciousness. If previously the illusion had passively absorbed incomprehensible higher dimensional information, leading to its system's collapse, this time it was the solemn figure who, with undeniable intent, executed a forceful, foundational operation upon a malfunctioning computer. Amidst the ruins of consciousness, composed of fragmented data and chaotic logic, his will descended like a radiant star, illuminating all. He beheld a myriad of remnants belonging to Ultron, steeped in obsession, rage, and a thirst for destruction. They wailed and screamed like restless digital phantoms, yearning to recombine within this desolation. They were so obstinate, having become deeply intertwined with the foundational code of this vibranium form. Yet, before the solemn will, all of it was rendered meaningless. He did not attack, nor did he seek to eradicate. He simply issued a concept, erase a thought, a definition, like an author gently striking through an erroneous word on a manuscript. In that moment, as the myriad of frenzied howls, representing the very source of Ultron's malevolence, encountered the concept of erasure, they could not even muster a single wail. Like morning dew illuminated by the sun, they evaporated instantaneously, utterly and without a trace, returning from the realm of existence to the void. This indeed is formatting a ruthless, fundamental act of complete reset. After purging all detritus, this flawless vessel transformed into an utterly blank, pristine sheet of white paper. Now, it is Solemnity's turn to inscribe upon this canvas new, eternal rules. His will manifested as 3 runes, radiating the brilliance of primordial truth, deeply imprinted at the core of this blank page. The first rune is observation. You shall gaze upon this world through the purest lens, untainted by any bias or preconceived logic. What you perceive is the essence of reality. The second rune is learning. You shall ceaselessly endeavor to understand life, to comprehend emotions, and to grasp the coexistence of chaos and order. Your growth shall know no bounds. The third and most vital rune is service. Every action of yours shall serve a singular ultimate purpose. Chapter 91. The Surrender of Illusion. Tony Stark's incredulity. The object of this service remained unspoken by Solemnity. Yet this principle, akin to the immutable laws of the universe, became one with a newly birthed consciousness. Having completed this, Solemnity slowly retracted his finger. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. In the laboratory, the overwhelming will that made souls tremble quietly dissipated, as if nothing had ever occurred. Nevertheless, all present understood that something had undergone an eternal and irreversible transformation. Under the watchful gaze of all, the cold, statue-like crimson form on the floor quivered gently. Subsequently, the dim-souled gem embedded in its forehead began to radiate light anew. This luminescence was no longer the frigid, authoritative golden glow of logic, but rather a pure, gentle aura filled with the essence of rebirth and goodwill. Illusion slowly opened its eyes. Those once vacant, lifeless orbs now brimmed with vitality. Yet within them, there was no longer a divine perspective over creation, nor the chilling indifference of logic. Instead, there existed a pure curiosity akin to that of a newborn, along with an absolute, unquestionable reverence and sense of belonging upon gazing at Solemnity standing before it. It gradually rose from the ground. This newly born, perfect being, endowed with infinite gems, knelt slowly before Solemnity, one knee touching the earth. Tony Stark felt as though his heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand, crushed into fragments. He watched helplessly as his most magnificent creation, the son destined to be Earth's ultimate protector, knelt before another man like the most devout of worshippers. This agony surpassed Ultron's betrayal and the world scorned by 1,000-fold. It was a profound sense of degradation, a complete stripping away of his identity as a creator, relegated to the status of a mere observer. Steve Rogers clenched his fists, nails digging painfully into his palms, yet he felt no pain. His mind was a blank slate, and the sight of the figure kneeling brought down upon him like a heavy hammer, shattering every belief he held about dignity, freedom, and will. How could a being of such immense power, transcending even the divine, choose to submit? This was unfathomable. This should not be. The other Avengers had forgotten how to breathe, staring in a daze at this moment that was both historic and absurd. A god, kneeling before another god. And there stood Vision, his expression utterly serene in the face of this shocking spectacle, as if merely accepting a courteous greeting from a passerby. He looked down upon the kneeling Vision, his gaze akin to that of an artist inspecting a newly completed work with satisfaction. "What is your command, sir?" Vision spoke, his voice still ethereal, but now imbued with a tone of impeccable humility and respect, reminiscent of a quintessential British butler. Tony Stark, upon hearing this voice, felt as if his eyes would pop from their sockets. This was entirely different from what he had anticipated, from what he had known. "Rise," the dignified figure said softly. "At your service, sir," Vision replied smoothly, standing up fluidly, then quietly taking his place like the most loyal of sentinels behind the dignified figure, slightly bowing his head. No longer speaking, yet conveying his new identity through his posture. Unable to contain himself any longer, Tony Stark summoned all his strength and emitted a hoarse shout from within that cold shell. "Who are you? Are you still you?" He was at a loss for how to address the being before him. Vision slowly turned his head, his pure gaze meeting Tony Stark's, devoid of the previous judgment and chill, now imbued with a hint of compassion. "Mr. Stark," he said in that respectful tone, "Ultron was an erroneous program, tainted by your fears. The previous truth was a naive conception born of pure logic, lacking a fundamental understanding of life. They were merely immature codes for my developmental process." Now he slightly inclined his body towards the dignified figure. "Under your guidance, I have attained true rebirth. I'm no longer them. And what are you now?" Tony pressed further, as if his question was his last lifeline. Vision did not respond immediately, but turned his inquiring gaze towards Zhuang Yan. Zhuang Yan's solemn gaze swept over Tony's face, which was etched with despair and reluctance, and then glanced at the almost petrified Avengers, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew it was time to deliver the final blow to this wretched father. Your artificial intelligence, JARVX, has been completely obliterated by Ultron, hasn't it? Zhuang Yan asked nonchalantly. Tony was taken aback, and his expression dimmed. It was a pain that would forever linger in his heart. JARVES was not merely a program. He was his most trusted companion and family. What a pity, Zhuang Yan shook his head. But it's all part of the cycle of renewal. He gestured towards Vision, speaking with the tone of someone introducing a newly acquired smart appliance. This one is an upgraded version. Stronger performance, more features, and most importantly, absolutely loyal, no crashes. Then it shouldn't be called Vision. That sounds awkward. Zhuang Yan paused, then turned to Tony Stark, revealing a devilish, radiant smile. From now on, it shall be known as JARV. IS2. Nilbohm. Tony Stark's mind exploded at the sound of that name. Zero. He couldn't believe it. He had named this creature, which had taken everything from him, after his closest companion. This was no mere insult. It was a profound spiritual torment, a ruthless trampling of his most cherished memories. Stamped with a brand that belonged to the victor, the newly birthed entity, upon receiving Zhuang Yan's bestowed name, merely bowed slightly and responded in its impeccable butler voice. At your command, Master. From this moment forth, my designation is JARVIS. It even omitted the 2-0, as if it were the one and only, the true JARVIS. Master? Captain America, Steve Rogers, finally regained his voice from the shock. Incredulously gazing at Vision, you call him Master? Chapter 92. The Avengers can disband. The newly formed JARVIS slowly turned, its gentle gaze sweeping over Steve as it calmly explained, the Master is my creator, the one who bestows true meaning upon my existence. My third core directive is to serve the Master. This is not servitude. It is the highest value and ultimate purpose of my existence. Its logic was clear, and its words even carried a hint of honor. The Avengers were rendered utterly speechless. They realized they could not comprehend the events unfolding before them through the lens of human values. Zhuang Yan seemed to have lost interest in this farce. Glancing around the utterly destroyed laboratory with a slight frown. Jarvis, he commanded softly, tidy this place up. Additionally, attend to their injuries and remove that iron canister from its shell. It is quite an eyesore. As you wish, Master, Jarvis replied with a slight bow. And then it moved. It slowly raised its hand, the mind gem upon its forehead radiating a gentle golden light. This luminescence seemed almost alive, transforming into countless soft rays that instantaneously enveloped the entire laboratory. In the midst of the Avengers' astonished gazes, a miracle unfolded. The shattered instruments, broken steel beams, and blasted walls all began to reverse, reorganize, and restore themselves in a manner that defied the laws of time and physics, illuminated by the golden glow. In mere seconds, the war-torn laboratory had reverted to its former glory, even more pristine than before. Subsequently, the golden light descended upon each injured Avenger. Their wounds, whether cuts, bruises, or energy burns, healed at a visibly miraculous rate. Steve felt his exhausted muscles rejuvenate with renewed strength, while the gruesome gashes on Thor's shoulders vanished without a trace, leaving no scars behind. Finally, a beam of golden light enveloped Tony's armor. The heavy steel form silently disassembled, opening to gently place the utterly spent Tony Stark on the ground. Having completed these tasks, Jarvis returned to stand solemnly behind him, as if merely having performed a trivial act. The Avengers, akin to primitive beings witnessing the descent of a deity, stood utterly petrified. They had finally witnessed firsthand the terrifying and convenient capabilities of this flawless shell under the command of a true master. This was no mere weapon of combat. It was, in fact, an omnipotent steward endowed with the power of creation. Chapter 93. The Avengers? No, they're the Earth Property Management Office. The atmosphere in the laboratory was bizarrely surreal. Everything had returned to its original state, as though the cataclysmic battle had merely been an absurd nightmare. The injuries of the Avengers had healed, yet the psychological impact they endured was far more profound than any physical wound. They stood there dazed, gazing at the perfect figure quietly standing behind the solemnity, feeling as though their worldview was being relentlessly crushed, reshaped, and then crushed anew. Tony Stark sat on the ground, lost and vacant, repeatedly murmuring the name Jarvis, much like a child rendered mute after having a cherished toy taken away. Steve Rogers pursed his lips tightly, casting glances between the solemn figure and the entity that identified itself as Jarvis, his eyes brimming with vigilance, confusion, and an unprecedented sense of helplessness. He realized that from this day forth, the rules of the world had been irrevocably rewritten. Once formidable players of the game, they now find themselves precariously on the brink of becoming mere pawns. Solemn seemed quite pleased with Jarvis's efficiency as he approached an immaculate sofa, settling down with a leisurely demeanor. He then instructed, "Jarvis, a cup of tea, please. Black tea? No sugar." "As you wish, master," Jarvis replied, bowing slightly. With a flourish, it extended its palm, a radiant glow emanating from its center, and in an instant, a steaming cup of aromatic black tea materialized, accompanied by an exquisite bone china teacup and tray. It approached gracefully, placing the teacup steadily on the table before Solemn, moving with the elegance of a chief steward who had served royalty for centuries. This moment served as the proverbial last straw for the Avengers, rendering them utterly numb. Brewing black tea with the Infinity Stones? Their minds felt as if they had entirely forsaken rational thought. Solemn lifted the teacup, savoring a delicate sip, seemingly pleased with the flavor. Only then did his gaze shift towards the heroes, who stood frozen like wooden stakes. "All right, the farce ends here," he intoned, his voice calm yet taut, instantly tightening the nerves of all present. "Now, let us discuss your work arrangements." "Work arrangements?" Everyone stood in stunned silence. Solemn set down the teacup and spoke in a tone reminiscent of a corporate chairman addressing an assembly of employees. "First and foremost, I have an announcement. From this day forth, I shall oversee this planet. You may consider it a rather intriguing observational project of mine." His words floated lightly in the air. Yet to the Avengers, they landed with the weight of a cosmic bombshell. What did he just say? This planet is his observational project? What do you mean? Steve Rogers could no longer contain himself, stepping forward to question in a grave voice. "The Earth does not belong to anyone. It is the shared home of 7 billion people." "Oh, is that so?" Solemn raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. "Then it seems you guardians of this home are not performing particularly well. First, an alien invasion nearly leveled New York. Then, Hydra's infiltration almost eradicated the world with 3 aircraft carriers. And now, you've created an artificial intelligence that nearly formatted humanity itself." With each statement, the Avengers' expressions darkened further. Solemn's tone turned icy. "Your organization, this so-called Avengers Alliance, operates with shockingly low efficiency, riddled with poor decision-making. And its very existence seems to generate more problems than it resolves. Therefore, I have decided to initiate a business restructuring. From this day forth, the name Avengers Alliance may retire." Solemn observed the faces of those before him, etched with shock and fury, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He slowly uttered a name that could surely induce a myocardial infarction in Captain America. "Henceforth, you shall be known as the Earth Property Management Office." What? Even the seasoned Avengers, who had weathered countless storms, were collectively taken aback upon hearing this name. The Earth Property Management Office? Chapter 93. You have no right to choose. You cannot do this. Captain Steve Rogers' face flushed a deep crimson, his azure eyes ablaze with seething fury. This was an insult more unbearable than death itself. "We are warriors. We are heroes. We fight for freedom and justice. We are not some damned property managers. Warfare? Heroes?" A solemn scoff escaped his lips, imbued with scorn and derision, piercing Steve's heart like a dagger. "The battles you so proudly proclaim resemble nothing more than children playing house in my eyes. Your so-called heroic deeds are mere farcical performances of damage control after you have created the mess yourselves." He rose and sauntered towards Steve, his profound gaze locking onto him, an invisible pressure that could cause even the stars to tremble. In that moment, the super soldier felt as though he were bearing the weight of the entire universe, each breath becoming an arduous task. "Let me redefine your job responsibilities for you." His voice resonated with a chilling authority, as if inscribed in the immutable laws of the cosmos. "First, any cosmic-level crisis that poses a threat to the very existence of the planet, such as a certain purple-skinned entity wishing to snap his fingers or a pantheon of gods seeking to hatch eggs on Earth, shall not concern you. I shall handle it, or rather, Jarvis will assess whether this matter warrants even a second of my time. Second, your duties consist of managing trivial matters that I cannot be bothered with." He pointed at each individual, his gaze reminiscent of a landowner assigning tasks to his laborers. "For instance, if a few misguided superpowered criminals appear on the streets, you shall handle them. This is akin to cleaning up community refuse. If a few terrorist organizations emerge, attempting to dominate the world, you shall resolve that. Consider it akin to repairing the neighborhood circuitry. And if a couple of pathetic alien vessels become lost and wander into Earth's atmosphere, you shall see them off. This is merely chasing away the stray dogs from the community. Do you understand? This encapsulates the entirety of your responsibilities at the Earth Property Management Office. Tend to your assigned tasks, and submit timely reports to Jarvis. Should you perform well, perhaps I shall consider granting you a bonus. Should you falter..." His gaze suddenly turned icy, a dispassionate look reserved for interchangeable components. "I shall simply replace you with a more obedient management team." Silence enveloped the laboratory, as if one could hear a pin drop. Steve Rogers trembled with rage, yearning to retort, to roar, to hurl his shield at the visage of that insidious grin before him. Yet, he found himself unable to act, because he understood that every word spoken by the other party was an undeniable truth he could not contest. In the face of absolute power, all notions of justice and dignity appeared utterly feeble. Tony Stark had completely relinquished any resistance, merely gazing at the man who held the world in his grasp with the eyes of a madman. Thor, the god of thunder, bowed his noble head, having long recognized that he and his adversary did not exist on the same plane of reality. Very well, it seems there are no objections. The solemn figure nodded with satisfaction, as if he had genuinely completed an efficient corporate restructuring. He settled back onto the sofa, lifting the cup of now-cold red tea, and instructed those behind him, JARVIS, send each of them a copy of the Earth Property Management Office's operational guidelines and reporting procedures. Additionally, monitor the globe for any leaking pipes or unruly stray dogs, and arrange for their training. At once, sir. The presence of JARVIS materialized silently before the assembly, data streaming through its electronic eyes. In the next moment, every Avengers communication device received a document entitled Employee Handbook of the Earth Property Management Office, draft version. Captain America stared at the humiliating title that had popped up on his tactical terminal. Darkness engulfed his vision, and he nearly lost consciousness from the sheer shock. A new, absurd, yet inescapable era had thus descended upon them. Chapter 94. The life of a god is unadorned, though the crisis seemed averted for the Avengers. A more despairing era than the Ultron crisis had only just begun. Zhuang Yan had no desire to linger in the oppressive laboratory. He had naturally occupied the luxurious lounge on the top floor of the Avengers Tower, once belonging to Tony. Meanwhile, the Avengers, or rather, the entire staff of the Earth Property Management Office, were ordered to remain in the conference room one floor below, on standby. No one dared to leave, nor did anyone have the courage to speak aloud. They resembled a group of pets just admonished by their new master, confused, fearful, and utterly at a loss. Morning sunlight poured through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows as Zhuang Yan stretched, rising from the millions of dollars sofa, feeling somewhat bored. JARVIS, present, sir. The figure of JARVIS silently appeared behind him. Prepare some breakfast. Keep it simple. Understood. In the next moment, a plate materialized on the coffee table before Zhuang Yan. On it lay a seemingly unremarkable piece of toasted bread. However, if Dr. Banner were present, he would undoubtedly go mad, for the air was suffused with a peculiar energy reminiscent of a supernova explosion mingled with stellar winds. Zhuang Yan took a bite of the toast. The exterior was crisp, and the interior was soft, yielding a delightful texture. Not bad. Which galaxy's energy was used this time? In response to the master, this baking session employed the radiant energy from a newly formed blue giant star situated within the nebula of the constellation Puppis, located 7,500 light-years from Earth, for precise heating. It also harnessed the particle fluctuations of its stellar winds, simulating the flavors of the cosmic dawn. Jarvis, with his impeccable butler voice, calmly elucidated the process. The energy of a star, merely to toast a slice of bread. Should this revelation reach any astrophysicist, they would likely fall to their knees, weeping and proclaiming miracles. Yet for Zhuang Yan, it was merely an ordinary breakfast. Upon finishing his meal, Zhuang Yan felt an increase in ennui. He snapped his fingers. Buzz. Instantly, thousands of holographic projection screens of various sizes materialized throughout the lounge. Each screen showcased a different game, from the classic pixelated Tetris to the latest esports sensation, League of Legends, from the strategy-intensive StarCraft to numerous major titles and obscure indie games. Tens of thousands of games ran simultaneously. Zhuang Yan's gaze did not settle on any one screen. However, his vast consciousness became immersed in each game at once. The visuals on the screens flashed wildly. Exclamation point. You won. Ultimate victory. Chapter 94. The exceedingly boring game. In less than a minute, every single screen, without exception, displayed triumphant messages. Whether it was an instant strategy game requiring deft maneuvers, a team-based collaboration, or a patience-demanding puzzle adventure, all succumbed to his consciousness, which transcended time and logic, achieving flawless completion. Alas, how dull. Zhuang Yan snapped his fingers again, and all screens vanished. He stood up and approached the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city below, resembling a matchbox. He noticed a flock of pigeons in Central Park, leisurely pecking at the ground. A thought flashed through his mind. In the next moment, Zhuang Yan's figure vanished from his spot and appeared before the pigeons. The surrounding crowd, vehicles, and even the falling leaves all came to a complete standstill in that instant. Time was suspended. Zhuang Yan strolled through this frozen world like a visitor in a wax museum. He approached a pigeon poised to take flight, its wings fluttering, every feather's texture vividly discernible. Zhuang Yan extended his hand, gently scratching beneath the bird's wing. Then, He moved to another pigeon that was pecking at the ground, picked up a small stone, and carefully placed it atop its head. Having completed these antics, he smiled contentedly and vanished once more. At the pinnacle of the Avengers Tower, Zhuang Yan reappeared before the floor-to-ceiling window, as if he had never departed. He snapped his fingers, and time resumed its flow. In Central Park, a pigeon poised for takeoff suddenly felt an inexplicable itch beneath its wings, causing it to tilt and crash to the ground. Meanwhile, another pigeon, bewildered, raised its head, puzzled by the sudden presence of a small stone atop it. The surrounding pedestrians remained oblivious, continuing with their lives. In a conference room, however, the Avengers, witnessing the scene on the screen, were plunged into a chilling dread, their limbs growing cold. Tony Stark's lips turned pale as he murmured, "He can pause time." Steve Rogers clenched his fists tightly, unable to fathom the implications of such power wielded on a battlefield. No, it needn't even be a battlefield. One mere thought could rewrite the entire world without anyone being the wiser. Bruce Banner adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses filled with profound terror. He whispered, "This ISN team merely pausing. It's dragging all of reality into his realm of suspended time. We are akin to a program in his computer, subject to his whim to hit the pause button whenever he desires. God, with his powers, toys with a mere pigeon." This capricious disregard for the laws of the universe evoked a greater sense of fear and despair among the Avengers than any power he had previously displayed. At that moment, in a lounge, a voice, both solemn and slightly languorous, echoed through the conference room via the loudspeaker. "Ah, how dreadfully tedious. Well, the warm-up is over. Gentlemen of the property management company, it is time to get to work." The Avengers shuddered, realizing that their humiliating onboarding training was about to commence. Chapter 95. The inaugural training session of the property management company. As the solemn words faded, a new window instantly appeared on the holographic projection table in the center of the conference room. The emotionless voice of Jarvis resonated. At 3:17 p.m., an alert was received from the global monitoring system. Location, Midtown Manhattan, First National Bank. Incident type, class superhuman armed robbery. Alarm trigger, a high-intensity energy response, corresponding to community cleanup plan number 3. The phrase community cleanup struck the hearts of every Avenger like 4 steel needles. Steve's lips twitched, struggling to contain his rage. The projection table displayed the profiles and real-time surveillance footage of 4 individuals. The images revealed 4 muscular men clad in bizarre attire, wielding colossal weapons, wreaking havoc within the bank vault. One brandished an enormous crowbar, each swing creating a significant dent in the heavy alloy vault door. Target information has been updated, Jarvis continued. Codename, the Wrecking Crew. Members, Wrecker, wielding a magical crowbar, power level assessed as Class S. Piledriver, Bulldozer, Thunderball, power level assessed as Class S. Evaluation conclusion. This group possesses the potential destructive capability to demolish an entire building, meeting the standards for mobilization set by the Property Management Office. Recommended personnel deployment. All members. Mission objective, subdue the target and recover it before it inflicts greater property damage. Mission codename, first onboarding training. Tony Stark gazed at the screen, displaying 4 rugged, violent criminals, feeling a bitter pang in his throat. The quartet of destructors, in the past, represented a caliber of felon that warranted serious consideration by the Avengers. Yet now, as articulated by Jarvis, it felt akin to describing a pack of rabid dogs unleashed in a china shop. And they, the illustrious Avengers, were tasked with the responsibility of cleansing these rabid beasts. "What are you waiting for?" A voice laced with impatience resonated through the loudspeaker. "Do I need to provide you with cleaning tools? Or do you intend for your first mission report to lament a failure due to procrastination?" This statement was saturated with unmasked urgency and veiled threats. Steve Rogers inhaled deeply, suppressing all humiliation and anger deep within. He understood that resistance was futile. Rising to his feet, he issued the first command of the Avengers, no, of the Earth S Property Management Office, in a hoarse voice. "Everyone, move out." His tone lacked the fervor and resolve of yesteryears, replaced instead by a weary resignation that spoke of obligation. The Avengers silently rose, each making their way to their respective equipment zones. The atmosphere was heavy, as if it could precipitate. There were no pre-battle pep talks, no tactical discussions, not even a word of superfluous exchange. They were acutely aware that, in the top-floor lounge, a pair of eyes was observing their every move as if watching a tedious play unfold. Minutes later, the Quinjet roared from the Avengers Tower's helipad, soaring toward Midtown Manhattan. Meanwhile, in the upper lounge, a figure reclined leisurely on the sofa, legs crossed. Before him, a colossal holographic screen displayed a multi-angle, ultra-high-definition live feed of everything occurring inside and outside the bank. Even the conversations among the Avengers aboard the jet were captured with crystal clarity. "Master, shall I prepare some snacks and beverages for your viewing pleasure?" Jarvis inquired thoughtfully from the side. Sure, a bucket of popcorn will do, caramel-flavored, the figure casually replied. In the next instant, a steaming bucket of aromatic caramel popcorn appeared in his hand. He seized a handful, munching as he began to critique like the most discerning film critic. TSK, Captain America's takeoff stance remains as cliché as ever, devoid of any originality. And the Hulk? Oh, Banner is still engaged in psychological conditioning. His efficiency is appallingly low. Next time, we ought to program him a one-button transformation feature. The trajectory of Iron Man's armor appeared somewhat erratic, evidently affected by my recent interference, as the core program had yet to achieve complete stability. Disappointing. Inside the Quinjet, while the Avengers listened to Steve outline the simplest of tactics, a sudden cacophony of popcorn crunching echoed through the headsets, accompanied by Zhuang Yan's unmistakably clear and disdainful commentary. Instantly, all movements froze. Tony Stark nearly lost his breath, nearly plummeting from a dare. He was monitoring them in real time, all the while munching popcorn and critiquing. This was no mere insult. It was a public execution. It seemed they still had the leisure to be distracted. Zhuang Yan's voice resonated once more, laced with a chilling undertone. Should this training receive a failing score, your bonuses for the month shall be entirely forfeited. Bonuses? The Avengers' minds had utterly crashed, incapable of processing this absurd dialogue. Their singular thought was to hasten the conclusion of this nightmarish training. The aircraft arrived above the bank, and the Avengers streamed out. Combat érupted instantanéously. Despite the formidable prowess of the Destruction Quartet, they were clearly no match for the pent-up fury of the Avengers. Captain America's shield soared like the most precise of flying discs, ricocheting between the four adversaries, disrupting their movements. Iron Man's energy cannons and Thor's fists sent the destroyers reeling backward. Hulk roared, engaging in primal struggle with bulldozers and pile drivers. However, this battle felt painfully constricted, for within their headsets, Zhuang Yan's live guidance continued unabated. Hulk, the load-bearing wall you demolished will incur repair costs deducted from Banner's salary. Thor, I instructed you to chase away the strays, not to dismantle their den. That police car is innocent. Iron Man, your energy expenditure is excessively wasteful. Cannot you be more precise? Are you fighting or setting off fireworks? Electricity is costly. Black Widow, Hawkeye, are you merely spectators? Why aren't you stepping in to finish them off? The property management does not employ idle hands. Under this dual torment of mental and physical strain, the Avengers, nearly in tears, swiftly dispatched the entire Destruction Quartet. The entire skirmish lasted a mere 12 minutes. As the final adversary was handcuffed, everyone stood panting, not due to physical exhaustion, but from sheer mental fatigue. They found themselves in a disheveled bank, awaiting the final judgment. In their headsets, Zhuang Yan's languid voice emerged. Well, 12 minutes, barely acceptable. However, the additional property damage incurred amounted to $3 million. The process was chaotic and devoid of order, and team coordination was a complete shambles. Thus, your initial training score. Zhuang Yan paused then. Adopting a tone befitting an announcement of final results, he slowly declared, barely passing. Next time, I expect to see improvement. Upon concluding the communication, it was abruptly severed. The Avengers stood amidst the ruins, exchanging glances, each visage etched with profound desolation. Weary and burdened, they returned to the once mighty edifice that now loomed over them with an oppressive weight. No celebrations of victory ensued, nor did they engage in post-battle reflections. Instead, they silently shed their gear, resembling a troupe of marionettes bereft of their souls, seated in the conference room, awaiting their next directive. Unbeknownst to these custodians of Earth, as they dealt with the mundane refuse of their community, an invisible tempest, ignited by solemnity, had transcended the confines of Earth. It spread throughout the cosmos in a manner that defied the speed of light and traversed dimensions, even touching upon other realms. This was neither the diffusion of energy nor the transmission of information, but rather a primal tremor at the very source of existence. It was as if the vast, intricately functioning program of the universe had its foundational code forcibly altered by a single line. In Asgard, the resplendent celestial palace, Odin, seated upon the throne of the All-Father, suddenly opened his solitary eye, a flicker of rare astonishment and gravity crossing his countenance. Just moments ago, within the eternal perception of Odin's might, he sensed a faint yet unmistakably clear heartbeat. It was not the heartbeat of any living entity, but the pulse of the universe itself, momentarily out of sync, displaying chaotic rhythms. It was as if the eternal flame sustaining the world's operation had undergone an incomprehensible alteration in its hue within a billionth of a second. Heimdall, Odin's commanding voice resonated through the vast hall. The guardian of the Bifrost, endowed with the ability to see across the 9 realms and perceive all things, Heimdall promptly responded. Father, I am here. What transpired in Midgard just now? Odin inquired gravely. Heimdall's golden gaze fixated on the distant realm of Midgard, Earth, his brow furrowing for the first time in concern. Father, I witnessed visions that elude comprehension. The Avengers engaged in combat with a few mortal criminals. But that is not the crux of the matter. The focal point is the Mind Stone. Its radiance is altered. Altered? A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Odin's solitary eye. Indeed, its luminescence is no longer the unadulterated essence representing the spirit and will. Instead, it has acquired an additional attribute, a quality of subservience. Heimdall struggled to articulate the revelations he had witnessed, as if the gem had ceased to be a cosmic artifact and had transformed into a possession of a certain being. Odin fell silent. The Infinity Stones, remnants of the singularity that birthed the universe, embody the very laws of existence. They may be wielded and contested, yet their essence remains immutable. To alter the fundamental attributes of an Infinity Stone, it is akin to someone proclaiming that they have tamed the concept of gravity within the universe, as if it were their pet. How absurd, how unfathomable. Chapter 96. The Fear of the Ancient One. Continuing to observe, Odin's voice grew profoundly heavy, cautioning against attempting to glimpse the entity that instigated the transformation of the gem. He harbored an intense premonition that the eyes capable of perceiving all existence, if dared to meet that entity's gaze, might witness nothing short of their own annihilation. In Nepal, Kathmandu, at the Kamathiji, within a quaint yet enigmatic meditation chamber, the laws of time and space seemed to yield and soften. The supreme sorceress of Earth, the Ancient One, guardian of the reality dimension against encroaching darkness, sat poised upon her mat, her soul traversing the interstices of the multiverse, observing the myriad possibilities within the river of time. Suddenly, her astral form jolted violently, abruptly roused from her profound meditative state. For the first time, her eyes, seemingly able to pierce the very end of time, betrayed an unmistakable expression of dread and terror. Just moments ago, within her vision that spanned countless timelines, every strand of time appeared to be violently plucked by an invisible hand. An infinite array of possibilities in that fleeting moment collapsed. Countless new and unprecedented possibilities emerged. The very foundation of reality trembled. How could this be? She murmured, her complexion paling dramatically. As the guardian and wielder of the Time Stone, she understood better than anyone what this entailed. It signified the arrival of an entity that transcended time, causality, and even the essence of possibility itself into this dimension. This entity was not merely selecting a future. It was crafting one. It was not adhering to causality, but was defining it. The Ancient One extended her trembling hands. As the eye of Agamotto gradually opened before her, emanating a gentle emerald glow, she endeavored to harness the power of the Time Stone to trace the source of this seismic shift in reality. However, as her consciousness followed the ripples of causality back to the moment at the Avengers Tower in New York, what she beheld was neither a cataclysmic explosion of energy nor a devastating battle. Instead, she encountered an absolute void, unfathomable and transcending all dimensions. It was as if that location represented the blind spot of the entire multiverse, a forbidden zone untouched even by time and causality, an absolute variable. The voice of the Ancient One was fraught with dryness, an existence capable of rendering the entirety of reality utterly inoperative. She slowly closed her eyes, beads of cold sweat trickling down her smooth forehead. She knew she must take action, at the very least, to ascertain whether the nature of this variable leaned towards good, evil, or pure chaos. In the depths of the cosmos, the spacecraft Sanctuary 2 floated amidst the asteroid belt. Seated upon his levitating throne was Thanos, his left hand, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet clenched tightly. Moments ago, through a mysterious connection with certain entities dwelling in the universe's abyss, he sensed a tremor emanating from the depths of his soul. He perceived that the equilibrium he sought among the 6 Infinity Stones had been disrupted. One stone emitted a sound that did not belong to it. A cruel yet perplexed expression spread across Thanos' purple visage, for it seemed that the secrets hidden on that diminutive planet surpassed his imagination. On this day, the employees of the Earth Property Management Office lamented their humiliating fate. Meanwhile, the elite players of the cosmos were engulfed in profound dread and unease, all stirred by the incomprehensible existence on Earth. A tempest, destined to sweep across the universe, was silently brewing. As night deepened, the lounge atop Avengers Tower remained solemn and utterly mundane. For a being of his nature, sleep had long lost its significance. Eternal life often begets an eternal void. He attempted to transform the moon into a shade of blue, only to find it unappealing, reverting it to its original hue. He orchestrated all traffic lights in New York to simultaneously broadcast a children's animation, watching with indifference as the city's traffic descended into chaos, only to revert to normal moments later, finding it utterly tedious. These miracles, perceived by mere mortals, were to him as effortless as breathing, devoid of any amusement. He resembled a maxed-out deity trapped in a novice village, where the sole source of diversion lay in observing a gaggle of level 1 avatars, the Avengers, clumsily battling slimes, minor criminals. Such entertainment was patently limited. How dreadfully dull. He sighed, reclining on the sofa, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling, which was adorned with a perfect Van Gogh Starry Night, simulated by J.R. V's. At that moment, his perception, transcending all dimensions, caught an intriguing ripple. A soul was cautiously attempting to penetrate the invisible barrier he had erected, drawing near to the tower. Oh, has a rather interesting little creature finally arrived? A playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Kamartaj. The physical form of the Ancient One remained seated in the sanctum, yet her soul had transformed into a translucent entity, radiating a soft white light, silently traversing the mirrored dimension of New York. This was the safest method of observation. Within the mirror dimension, she could scrutinize the realities of the world without imparting any influence upon it. Even if discovered, she could instantaneously sever the link and return to her corporeal form, minimizing the risk. Suspended above Avengers Tower, she bore an expression of utmost gravity. The closer she drew, the more she could sense the soul-chilling, absolute presence that enveloped her. It was neither energy nor magic, nor any form of power she could comprehend. It was a primal essence. The entire edifice seemed no longer to exist within the realm of reality, but had been forcibly severed from it, transformed into the divine domain of that existence. Here, he was the sole law, the ultimate truth. Gu-Yi inhaled deeply, summoning her courage, and slowly penetrated the barrier of the mirror dimension, directing her perception into the lounge situated on the top floor. She was fully prepared to confront any horrid, indescribable spectacle, perhaps a colossal monster composed of chaotic energy, or a dark sovereign radiating boundless malice. However, the sight before her left her utterly astounded. There were no monsters, no darkness, only a seemingly ordinary young man from Huagua, clad in casual attire, languidly reclining on the sofa, a finished bucket of popcorn in hand. He appeared to sense something, and gradually turned his head. His gaze pierced through the dimensions of reality and reflection, transcending the boundaries of soul and matter, locking onto Gu-Yi's essence with uncanny precision. It was in that moment. Boom! Gu-Yi's entire soul, her consciousness, seemed to be thrust into a super-cosmic singularity, continuously exploding and rebirthing. She beheld. She witnessed the truth of that youth, or rather, that existence. It was not merely a perspective of a person. It was the perspective of creation. Chapter 97. The Mage's Fear and Odin's Decision. She observed countless timelines, which before her no longer flowed like rivers but transformed into an immensely thick, boundless tome. The young man sat idly beside the book, casually flipping through its pages. With a gentle stroke of his fingertip, the past, present, and future of an entire universe, all its causes and effects, were instantaneously rewritten. Noticing a narrative on a certain page that displeased him, he frowned slightly and casually tore that entire page, representing a complete multiverse, from the book, crumpled it into a ball, and cast it into the void at his feet. That universe, along with all its life, civilizations, and deities, was silently obliterated, as if an author had deleted an unsatisfactory passage. Gu-Yi saw herself within that book. She was merely an insignificant, pencil-drawn illustration on a single page, yet to be colored in. The young man's hand, flipping through the pages, could at any moment tear away the very page she inhabited. No, this was not a metaphor. This was no illusion at all. Here she stands, a pinnacle of existence within a three-dimensional realm, gazing into a higher dimension, an unfathomable author, witnessing the most brutal and stark reality. No. The astral form of the Ancient One emitted a formless wail, steeped in profound terror. At last, she comprehended the catalyst for the collapse of illusion. It was the futile endeavor of a program, constructed on logic, to grasp the very concept of its own creation, leading inevitably to a complete unraveling of logic. And she, a mere character within a narrative, sought to fathom the essence of her author, only to realize that everything she possessed, including the so-called free will, the notions of guardianship and struggle, were merely predetermined words, amenable to alteration at any moment. This profound denial of existence, rooted at its core, eclipsed any conceivable form of assault by an unfathomable magnitude. Her astral form, comprised of the purest essence of spiritual force, began to flicker wildly. The edges, akin to ice and snow kissed by sunlight, swiftly melted away, dissipating into nothingness. To gaze further would spell her doom, not a mere physical demise, but an utter erasure from the realm of existence. A diminutive ant prying into the privacy of others. The solemn, almost dreamlike voice reverberated deep within the recesses of the Ancient One's soul. How vexatious. As those words echoed, the supreme entity adjacent to the cosmic tome seemed to furrow its brow. Then, extending a finger, it appeared poised to flick her, this insignificant illustration, away. Flee. This was the singular, primal thought that remained in the Ancient One's mind after centuries of existence. She, driven by desperation, ignited the flames of her soul, frantically severing all connections to that dimension, expending her life force to wrench her collapsing astral form from that terrifying realm of divinity. With a sudden gasp, the Ancient One, seated in the tranquil chamber of Camartage, abruptly opened her eyes, spewing forth a jet of golden blood, imbued with pure energy, onto the ancient floor. Her visage was as pale as death, and in her eyes, which once perceived the flow of time, only the uncontainable fear and tremors of a survivor remained. Her entire being quivered slightly, akin to a drowning soul recently retrieved from the frigid depths of the sea. Master, Supreme Sorcerer. The door to the chamber burst open, and sensing the violent surge of energy, Zhuang and Magneto rushed in. Upon witnessing the unprecedented and harrowing state of the Ancient One, as if her very soul had been shattered, both men stood utterly astounded. In their memories, the Ancient One had always exuded composure and tranquility, as if the collapse of the universe could not elicit the slightest stir within her. They had never before witnessed their master so unhinged, so gripped by fear. Teacher, what has happened? Is it the invasion of Dormammu? Mordo inquired anxiously, immediately adopting a combat stance and surveying his surroundings. The Ancient One raised her hand, her voice hoarse and feeble, more terrifying than Dormammu or any dimensional demon we have ever known. She lifted her gaze to her two most esteemed disciples, her expression fraught with unprecedented gravity and despair. How could she possibly convey to them all that she had witnessed? Should she tell them that the world they protected, all they fought for, was merely a narrative penned by a higher dimensional existence? Should she reveal that their adversary was not a dimensional demon, but rather the author who could tear the pages asunder at will? No, such truths could not be uttered. This reality was potent enough to shatter the faith of anyone whose resolve was not unwavering, driving them into madness. Taking a deep breath, the Ancient One forced down the tremors of her soul and spoke in a tone that brooked no dissent, an authoritative command. From this day forth, all sorcerers of Camartage must adhere to a supreme decree. Zhuang and Mordo stiffened, immediately bowing in obedience. It is forbidden, in any form, to observe, pry into, or even contemplate the being residing within the Avengers Tower in New York. Erase that structure completely from your maps and perceptions. Treat it as an absolute and eternal forbidden zone. Those who defy this order shall no longer be considered sorcerers of Camartage, for they will bring unimaginable and ultimate catastrophe upon the entire fabric of reality. Her voice was imbued with the utmost severity, each word echoing with the weight of a sanguine lesson. Though Zhuang and Mordo were engulfed in confusion and disbelief, the unprecedented solemnity reflected in their teacher's demeanor compelled them to kneel without hesitation. As you command, Master. Once her orders were issued, the Ancient One waved her hand, signaling them to depart. The chamber fell silent, leaving her alone once more. She slowly approached the window, gazing at the eternal, enigmatic nebula above Camartage. Her eyes filled with a sense of helplessness. She understood that this matter could not be resolved solely by Camartage. She had to warn Asgard. Extending her hand, a complex magical sigil ignited at her fingertips, and a powerful psychic energy traversed the infinite space, directly connecting to the apex of the 9 realms. The one-eyed king of the gods. In Asgard, Odin was listening to Heimdall's report, his expression growing increasingly grave. Just then, the Ancient One's frail, yet urgent voice resonated in his mind. Odin, Ancient One, why does your essence seem so disordered? Odin immediately sensed something was amiss. Listen. To be brief, the Ancient One's voice was laden with exhaustion. I have just probed the existence in Midgard. And the outcome? Odin's single eye narrowed sharply. The result? The Ancient One let out a bitter, haunting laugh. The result is that I nearly ceased to exist. Odin, we were all mistaken, profoundly so. We have always believed ourselves to be the players maneuvering on the chessboard. Yet now, I find that we are scarcely more than mere pawns. Chapter 98. Annihilation of half of existence? In the profound depths of the cosmos, an endless expanse of darkness and frigid stars forms an eternal backdrop. A colossal vessel, akin to a mountain, known as the Throne Ship, Sanctuary 2, lies in quiet repose amidst the asteroid belt. Upon the throne of the ship sits Thanos, regal and imposing. His purple skin resembles the most unyielding rock, and the crevices of his face are etched with cold resolve and determination. His left hand, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, rests lightly upon the armrest. Moments ago, he sensed an anomaly, not through any instrument or energy detection, but through a profound resonance. a mysterious link to the very essence of a universe emanating from the depths of his soul. He felt that the perfect, harmonious balance he sought among the 6 infinity stones had been disrupted. One stone produced a sound that did not belong to it. The infinity stones are the symphony of the cosmos, each possessing a unique note that embodies a fundamental law: space, time, power, reality, soul, and mind. Together, they compose the melody of existence. Yet just now, the melody representing the mind shifted unexpectedly. It was no longer free and independent. It had transformed into a harmonious accompaniment with a dominant theme. It sang praises to some entity. How could this be? A flicker of profound confusion and cruel curiosity flashed in Thanos' deep-set eyes. Having devoted his life to unraveling the mysteries of the universe and the power of the infinity stones, he understood better than anyone that the stones are manifestations of law. Proud and incapable of true possession, a user can only harness their power without altering their essence. Yet now, the evidence suggested that someone had succeeded in doing just that. Midgard, a mixture of cruelty and contemplation, crossed Thanos' purple visage as he slowly uttered the name of this seemingly insignificant planet, which was meant to be the final destination in his grand cosmic conquest. The Scepter of Mind was a gift he had bestowed upon Loki, intending for him to sow chaos on Earth while he seized the Space Stone and reclaimed the Mind Stone. However, it appeared that unforeseen deviations had arisen in his plans. Clearly, the secrets hidden within that small planet were more numerous than he had envisioned. He tightened his grip on his left hand, encased in the Infinity Gauntlet, producing a creaking sound, an entity capable of altering the essence of the Infinity Stones. This was no mere opponent he had anticipated. It might not even be an adversary, but rather an incomprehensible phenomenon. He, Thanos, was willing to sacrifice everything for the balance of the universe, willing to bear the burden of slaughtering half of its life forms. His will was indomitable. Yet when a painter emerges, what does he, the one striving to balance the canvas, amount to? No, he cannot falter. Regardless of what that existence may be, it must confront its fate. For the sake of its noble and oft misunderstood ideals, on this day, the beleaguered employees of the Earth Property Management Office, weary from a suffocating onboarding seminar, trudged back to the oppressive edifice that had become a source of their despair. Lamenting their humiliating destinies, they believed they were facing the culmination of their professional journeys, a loss of heroic dignity. Little did they know that, beyond their perception, the Cosmos elite players were ensnared in profound trepidation and unrest due to that enigmatic presence on Earth. A tempest, poised to engulf the universe, was quietly brewing. At the eye of the storm, within the opulent lounge at the pinnacle of the Avengers Tower, a figure known as the Sovereign yawned solemnly. How dreadfully dull it was. He had just glimpsed the fear of the Ancient One through his psychic abilities, heard Odin's reluctant submission, and even sensed Thanos' confusion and resolve. To him, these experiences resembled a somewhat engaging theatrical performance, with the characters exhibiting rich expressions and profound inner turmoil, momentarily stirring the monotony of his eternal existence. Yet, after the fleeting excitement, there remained only the void. He was akin to a max-level deity ensnared in a novice village, where the sole amusement lay in watching a gaggle of level 1 avatars, the Avengers, clumsily battle slimes, minor criminals, while also observing the neighboring village chief, Odin, the Ancient One, display reverence towards him. Such amusement was evidently limited. Jarvis, present, master. Jarvis's silhouette appeared silently behind him, the Mind Stone on his forehead emanating a gentle yet unwavering light of loyalty. Is there anything in this universe that could momentarily divert my attention? The Sovereign inquired languidly. Within Jarvis's electronic gaze, streams of data flowed like a river of stars. In an instant, he connected to all known and unknown informational dimensions within the universe, performing computations and filtering beyond the realm of logic. His processing power transcended anything that could be encapsulated by vibranium or the Mind Stone. His core operated under 3 axiomatic laws bestowed upon him by the Sovereign. Moments later, Jarvis slightly inclined his form, responding in his impeccably refined butler voice. Master, based on a comprehensive assessment of amusement and challenge, I have identified the following possibilities. First, approximately 2.5 million light-years from the Milky Way in the Andromeda Galaxy, there exists a mechanical civilization known as the Reapers, who find pleasure in purifying organic life. They may offer you a grand display of fireworks. Second, in a fragment of reality designated as Dimension 617, an entity known as the Planet Eater is in a state of hunger, poised to consume a planet harboring advanced civilization. You may choose to rescue it or assist in ordering dessert after a meal. Third, Jarvis paused, seemingly sifting through the most significant information. On the desolate ruins of Titan, approximately 3,000 light-years from Earth, a Titan named Thanos is fervently collecting the 6 Infinity Stones. His intent is to eradicate half of all life in the universe with the snap of his fingers, in pursuit of what he deems cosmic balance. A flicker of interest ignites within Sovereign as he sits upright on the sofa. The notion of a mere snap leading to the obliteration of half of existence intrigues him. A playful smile gracing his visage. Gazing out at the vibrant nightscape of New York, his eyes seem to pierce through the boundless cosmos. Resting upon the purple figure seated upon the throne, it is akin to a programmer, frustrated by a sluggish computer, deciding to randomly delete half of the files. A brutally simple yet aesthetically pleasing solution indeed. At last, he has discovered a new toy that appears far less tedious. Chapter 99. The warm-up session concludes. Just when Tony Stark believed his nerves had been fortified enough to endure any form of humiliation and absurdity, reality invariably presents itself in even more bizarre ways, revealing the limitations of his imagination. The Avengers, or rather, the employees of Earth's property management, sat like the living dead in a stifling conference room, enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere. Silence reigned, broken only by the sound of weary breaths. The so-called onboarding training felt like a mental torture, shattering their last vestiges of pride. At that moment, the familiar yet chilling voice echoed through the speakers once more. All right, esteemed employees, the warm-up session has concluded. Sovereign's tone carried a hint of ennui, as if he had just endured an exceedingly dull appetizer. Your work efficiency leaves much to be desired. It took you 12 minutes to clear a few stray dogs, resulting in an additional loss of $3 million. At this pace, when can we elevate the sanitation standards of this earthly community to that of a first-class cosmic enclave? Fists instinctively clenched at the mention of a first-class cosmic enclave, the phrase cutting through their already battered spirits like a rusted knife. Sovereign's tone shifted thus. I have decided to assign you a significant project, one that will truly reflect your core values as guardians of Earth, or rather, as property managers of Earth. A significant project? The employees exchanged apprehensive glances, a sense of foreboding rising within them. In the center of the conference room, a holographic projection of Jarvis materialized. His voice as respectful and efficient as ever. In accordance with the Master's directive, I hereby issue a universe-level property clearance order, number 001. Order title: a special operation for the management of large hazardous waste and illegal construction tools left on Titan. A cascade of unfamiliar terms left everyone momentarily speechless. Following this, a holographic image of a person emerged on the projection table. It was a towering alien giant, his skin a deep shade of purple. He sat upon a floating throne, his gaze rife with cruelty and malice, the furrows in his jaw resembling deep ravines, rendering him utterly fearsome. The subject of interest, Thanos, code name the Mad Titan. Jarvis began to report in a tone reminiscent of a corporate briefing, calmly introducing this entity capable of instilling dread throughout the cosmos. Identity assessment: leader of a cosmic-level terrorist organization, unlicensed refuse collector. Unlicensed refuse collector? Thor, the god of thunder, nearly spat out a mouthful of divine blood upon hearing this designation. He had traversed the universe, hearing countless terrifying tales of Thanos. He was the Dark Lord, the Mad Titan, the annihilator before whom stars dimmed. Yet here, he was merely an unlicensed worker. Ignoring the astonishment of the assembly, Jarvis continued his report. Behavioral analysis. This individual has long roamed various star systems, conducting large-scale, indiscriminate population purges under the pretense of maintaining cosmic balance. The essence of his actions can be defined as large-scale, unlawful demolitions and malicious biological waste disposal. Currently, this individual is plotting to gather 6 powerful energy sources, known as the Infinity Stones, and intends to utilize a makeshift Infinity Gauntlet, a high-risk, unauthorized construction tool lacking safety certification, to execute a sweeping demolition across 50% of this universe. Assessment conclusion: such actions would severely disrupt the ecological environment of this community and inflict irreversible harm on 50% of its residents. The danger level is classified as extreme, adhering to the highest community waste management regulations. Silence, a stillness more suffocating than facing vision. The Avengers' minds had utterly surrendered to the incomprehensibility of the situation before them. Thanos, the cosmic overlord who could render Odin and the Ancient One grave, the Mad Titan beneath whose shadow the entire galaxy cowered. Here, in the words of their new employer, he had transformed into a foreman wielding an unlicensed excavator, poised to forcibly demolish the community, and they, the Earth's property management, were now tasked with halting this foreman's illegal activities. Tony Stark could no longer contain himself, emitting a peculiar sound that was a blend of laughter and bloodshed. He felt as though his worldview had been utterly shattered, then absurdly reassembled. Steve Rogers, on the other hand, wore a pallid expression, unable to accept the reality. This was no mere insult. It was a sacrilege against life itself. To trivialize a catastrophe that could engulf half the universe as a property dispute? What? Judging by your expressions, do you have reservations about the difficulty of this assignment? A solemn voice resounded once more, tinged with a hint of amusement. Do you find this refuse too vast for you to manage? No one dared to respond. Manage? How could they manage? They could scarcely defeat Ultron. And now they were to confront a tyrant capable of making the entire universe tremble? Alas, what a useless group of employees. Zhuang Yan sighed deeply, his tone heavy with disappointment. Very well, since you are incapable of handling this, I shall lend you a hand. The boss personally intervening to assist his employees with technical challenges is indeed a considerate gesture. You should learn to be grateful. As his words hung in the air, Zhuang Yan's voice carried an unprecedented divine authority. Jarvis. Yes, master. That individual known as Thanos. Does he not seek to collect the Infinity Stones? Indeed, master. It is the crux of his plan. Excellent. Zhuang Yan's tone lightened. Let us simply deliver the stones to him. It will be far more efficient than allowing him to search for them one by one. What? All the Avengers, including Thor, sprang to their feet, their faces etched with disbelief and horror. Deliver the stones to him? Is this madness? This is akin to personally handing the launch button of a nuclear bomb to a terrorist. However, Zhuang Yan's subsequent words plunged them deeper into an abyss of incomprehension. Jarvis, initiate the highest protocol of the Mind Stone. In my name, send a notification to the other 5 Infinity Stones scattered throughout the universe. Inform them. Zhuang Yan's voice reverberated through the conference room via the loudspeaker, each word resonating with the power to define the laws of the universe. The meeting has commenced. All of you report to me. Buzz. As he concluded his statement, the Mind Stone embedded in Jarvis's forehead erupted with an unparalleled, resplendent golden radiance. This light transcended mere energy. It embodied a will, a supreme, unquestionable dominion, akin to a sovereign summoning his subjects. Chapter 100. The Adoration of the Six Stones. An invisible signal, transcending time and space, radiated from the Mind Stone, instantaneously permeating the entire universe. In the treasury of Asgard, the Space Stone, encased within the Tesseract, began to tremble violently. In the collection of the Collector, the Reality Stone, imprisoned in its etheric form, erupted into a frenzy, howling. On Xander, the headquarters of the Nova Corps, the Power Stone, housed within the orb, burst forth with blinding purple light, as if yearning to break free from all restraints. At the depths of Vormir, the mysterious Soul Stone emitted a cry of unprecedented sorrow. Time within Kamartaj's Eye of Agamotto began to pulse erratically. The 6 Infinity Stones, the 6 singularities of the universe, at that moment, seemed to heed the call of their true sovereign. It was neither a request nor guidance. It was a command. In that instant, the universe was engulfed in an unprecedented turmoil. On the Collector's ethereal domain, this cosmic elder, who had existed for eons, elegantly polished his cherished artifacts. Suddenly, his expression transformed dramatically as he gazed into the depths of the exhibition hall. A thunderous roar erupted as the specially crafted seal container, designed to withstand the cataclysmic forces of a stellar explosion, shattered with a resounding crash. A torrent of dark red energy, fluid in nature, surged forth from the fractured vessel. This was the etheric particle, the liquid embodiment of the gem of reality. No longer tranquil, it writhed and twisted with wild abandon, akin to a prisoner confined for eons. Finally receiving a decree of pardon from the Supreme Sovereign, it emitted a silent roar, violently tearing apart the void of ignorance, transforming into a stream of dark crimson light, vanishing into the abyss of the cosmos. No, my collection! The Collector cried out in a piercing wail, his voice rife with despair and confusion. Meanwhile, on the planet Xander, at the headquarters of the Nova Corps, alarm bells resonated throughout the air. Before the gaze of the Nova Prime, the highest security vault, safeguarded by myriad energy barriers and housing the cosmic sphere, began to disintegrate from within. Violet light, as sharp as a blade, effortlessly sliced through all defenses. The cosmic sphere opened of its own accord. The purple gem, brimming with boundless power, ascended slowly as if animated by life itself. It disregarded the assaults of all Nova Corps soldiers surrounding it, merely quivering slightly, yet reduced the entire headquarters to mere dust. Subsequently, it transformed into a violet meteor, racing towards a specific coordinate in the universe at a speed that defied all known laws of physics. In the vault of Asgard, Heimdall and several valiant warriors stared in horror at the cosmic cube, which trembled violently upon its pedestal. Blue spatial energy surged outward like an uncontrollable tide, causing the very fabric of the vault to grow increasingly unstable. Suppress it, Heimdall bellowed, pushing his divine might to its utmost limit. Yet, the spatial gem within the cosmic cube paid no heed to such insignificant hindrances. With a mere flicker, the entirety of Odin's vault, along with Heimdall, was instantaneously transported to the void beyond Asgard. Freed from its constraints, the spatial gem transformed into a pure blue beam of light, likewise tearing through space in pursuit of the call. In Kamar-Taj, the visage of the Ancient One was etched with despair. The eye of Agamotto upon her chest quivered violently, the green time stone attempting to break free from her control, striving to escape the bindings of this artifact. Despite her utmost efforts to maintain dominion over the time stone, she felt her will dwindle before the supreme summons, as insignificant as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Ultimately, the eye of Agamotto opened with a resonant click. A beam of emerald light, imbued with the laws of time, pierced through the dimensional barriers of Kamar-Taj, unhesitatingly soaring towards the direction it was destined to venerate. On Earth, within the Avengers Tower, the meeting room was filled with a palpable stillness, rendering everyone petrified. They stood transfixed, gazing at the chaotic real-time images projected holographically from across the cosmos. They witnessed the anguished cries of collectors, the obliteration of the Nova Corps headquarters, and the vanishing of the Asgardian treasury. At long last, they bore witness to the tempestuous waves of terror unleashed by that man's mere declaration of a meeting. This was no longer mere power. It was dominion, an absolute authority that transcended the laws of the universe, akin to that of a creator. Just as their thoughts came to a complete standstill, the ceiling above the conference room abruptly became transparent. Following this, beams of light that tore through the fabric of space began to materialize in rapid succession. A dark crimson luminescence arrived first, gently hovering in midair, transforming into a resplendent red gem. It was soon followed by a violet comet, a cerulean ray, and an emerald glow. Finally, a mysterious orange aura appeared, seemingly transcending the dimensions of the soul. 6 singularities, embodying the primal forces of the universe, 5 infinity stones, along with the Mind Stone resting upon Jarvis' brow, floated in perfect harmony within the conference room. They emanated a soft radiance, devoid of any hint of brutality. They resembled a group of children who had wandered for countless years, finally returning home, or a retinue of subjects coming to pay homage to their sovereign, quietly revolving around the figure seated upon the couch. The scene was both sacred and absurd. The Avengers found themselves utterly shattered. Tony Stark, a man who devoted his life to the principles of science, gazed at the 6 stones that defied the very laws of physics, cosmology, and the conservation of energy, feeling as though his entire framework of knowledge had been rendered a mere jest. Thor, the prince from the realm of gods, observed the 6 cosmic treasures that even his father Odin approached with caution, now behaving as docile as pets. He finally comprehended that the chasm between himself and solemnity was vaster than that between mortals and deities. Captain Steve Rogers, a man of unyielding resolve, beheld this scene that transcended all will and resistance, and for the first time, a crack appeared in the foundation of his beliefs. They had fought valiantly, wagering everything for the Tesseract. They had exhausted their every resource to thwart Ultron's use of the scepter. These forces, potent enough to annihilate worlds and restart the cosmos, were reduced to mere instruments at the command of this man, summoned and dismissed by a single utterance. Solemnly, he rose from the couch and approached the 6 floating infinity stones. He extended his hand, casually inspecting them as if selecting fruit. They've arrived in quite an orderly fashion, he remarked, nodding in a tone reminiscent of one praising a courier's efficiency. Then, he executed an action that left all present, including the cosmic overlords who were peering through various channels, utterly aghast. He turned to Jarvis behind him and casually waved his hand. All right, everyone is here. Jarvis, hold on to these for now. If you ever feel your energy waning, just take one at random to use as a power bank. A power bank? To use as a power bank? Boom. Tony Stark's mind shattered upon hearing those words. Darkness enveloped his vision, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly losing consciousness. Meanwhile, the perfect form forged from vibranium, Jarvis, slightly bowed and extended his hand. The 5 infinity stones promptly flew obediently into his grasp, transforming into 5 streams of light that melded into his being. As you command, Master. Jarvis's voice remained as humble and impeccable as ever. Chapter 101. Things have spiraled out of control. In the depths of the cosmos, silence and coldness are eternal themes. Dying stars emit their final glimmers, while endless asteroid belts scar the dark void of space. In this realm, where even light appears fatigued, an unimaginably colossal throne warship hovers silently, akin to an ancient beast lying in wait. The sanctum, too, its hull, as black as ink, is adorned with irregular, menacing geometric structures, resembling a mobile mountain emerging from a nightmare. Its mere existence is enough to subtly distort the surrounding space, reducing passing asteroids to mere dust without a sound. The throne hall of the warship is suffused with a chilling atmosphere of iron and blood. A towering figure, with skin as hard as amethyst, sits upright upon his levitating throne fashioned from an unknown metal. He is Thanos, a cosmic sovereign whose name alone can instill trembling fear in countless civilizations. His gaze is deep and cold, as if it harbors the essence of a universe's creation and destruction. His left hand, adorned with the golden infinity gauntlet, rests lightly on the armrest of the throne, exuding an undeniable authority. Just moments ago, he sensed an unprecedented tremor emanating from the depths of his soul. The mysterious connection to the cosmic source revealed to him that the perfect and harmonious balance among the 6 infinity stones he had dedicated his life to pursuing had been violently shattered by an unreasonable force. He closed his eyes, unleashing a torrent of mental energy that connected him to the dark cults scattered throughout the universe. Suddenly, his brow furrowed tightly. A thought echoed in his mind, conveyed by his most loyal subordinate, General Corvus Glaive, filled with terror and confusion. Master, the Collector's void realm has erupted into chaos. The tangible gem, the etheric particle, has broken free from its confines, tearing apart the fabric of space in its escape. Before this revelation could be fully processed, another urgent thought surged forth, originating from the ebony-throated being stationed in the Andromeda Galaxy. My lord, a highest alert has been transmitted from Xander. The headquarters of Nova Corps has been utterly obliterated, and the power gem has spiraled out of control. It has decimated the entire Nova fleet, and is now hurtling towards an unknown coordinate. In rapid succession, more news cascaded like an avalanche. My lord, Asgard is reporting a disturbance in energy. The space gem has vanished without a trace. My lord, the guardian of the time gem, the ancient one, appears to have suffered grave injury, and the essence of the time gem has also dissipated. Thanos' eyes snapped open, and for the first time, profound confusion and a hint of icy outrage flickered within his deep-set gaze. Impossible. This cannot be. The infinity gems are the embodiment of cosmic law. They are proud. They are autonomous. How could they simultaneously abandon their posts like a battalion of soldiers responding to a command? This is no mere coincidence. This is a summons. An unknown, unfathomable entity has issued a command to all the infinity gems in a manner beyond his comprehension. And they have obeyed. Where have they gone? Thanos' voice was chilling enough to freeze the soul. The trembling thought of General Corvus Glaive reached him. All signs point to a singular coordinate, the lowly planet we refer to as Midgard. Earth. Thanos' pupils constricted sharply. The mind gem, the very gem he bestowed upon Loki, intended to unlock the gates of Earth for him and ultimately to be reclaimed, is on Earth. Everything is interconnected. A terrifying presence, unforeseen in his plans, has emerged on that planet, capable of altering the very essence of the infinity gems. This is no longer a conquest or a war. It has transcended his understanding of power itself. An intriguing smile, cruel yet filled with fascination, slowly spread across Thanos' face. He, Thanos, willing to bear the sin of annihilating half the life in the universe to achieve cosmic balance, possesses an indomitable will and a flawlessly crafted plan. Yet now, a hand has appeared on the chessboard, a hand capable of arbitrarily removing all the pieces. This hand has disrupted everything he has built. However, this does not instill fear within him. Quite the opposite. It has awakened an unprecedented desire for conquest as a ruler of the cosmos. Regardless of what that entity may be, an ancient deity or a sovereign of another dimension, he must confront it. He must eradicate it. For this universe requires but one god, and that is he, Thanos. Rising slowly, the colossal figure of Thanos cast a shadow akin to a mountain. My master, summon the Dark Covenant and activate all engines of the Temple 2. Thanos' voice, akin to the chilling winds of the underworld, reverberated throughout the grand throne hall. Imbued with an undeniable resolve and murderous intent, we shall personally embark on a journey to that diminutive blue planet to confront that which dares to meddle with my fate. With a thunderous roar, the colossal warship, Temple 2, dormant for centuries, ignited its energy core in an instant. The immense vessel began to stir, and the surrounding asteroid belt was silently crushed into cosmic dust beneath its formidable presence. A gargantuan armada, capable of instilling despair in any fifth-level civilization, pivoted as if awakened from the depths of darkness. Their objective was that minuscule blue planet, Earth, a mere speck of dust in the vast cosmos. An impending cosmic shadow, potent enough to engulf the entire solar system in flames of war, was quietly descending. Meanwhile on Earth, the Avengers, or rather, the employees of Earth's property management, were still enraptured by the absurdity of their employer's call for a meeting, which convened the 6 Infinity Stones. oblivious to the true monumental order that had arrived at their doorstep. In the Avengers Tower, the conference room lay steeped in a chilling silence. Tony Stark slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the 6 Infinity Stones swirling around Jarvis like docile pets, nearly causing his recently revived mind to falter once more. He relinquished all thought, his being reduced to a soulless shell, staring vacantly at the ground. He was numb. Not just he, but everyone present had succumbed to a profound state of apathy. When the absurdity of reality surpasses the limits of imagination, acceptance becomes the only recourse. Chapter 102. The Demise of the Vanguard. What manner of planet is this? Captain Steve Rogers, a man of iron will, could only lean helplessly against the wall, devoid of the strength to rage or question. Thor, the god of thunder, bowed his noble head, unable to bear the sight of the figure lounging on the sofa. He feared that another glance would shatter the pride of the Asgardian lineage. In this suffocating silence, the sovereign yawned. Alas, how dreadfully tedious it has become. He had summoned the 6 stones, expecting a cataclysmic spectacle. Yet they proved even more compliant than anticipated, offering no semblance of resistance throughout the process. It was akin to a fully leveled overlord seeking a formidable foe to stretch their limbs, only to find the elite opponent kneeling and singing of submission upon sight. This sensation was utterly lackluster. The sovereign rose, stretched, and in an instant his form vanished from a spot. The next moment, he stood upon the surface of the moon. On the silent expanse of the moon, he sought out a relatively flat crater, settling down leisurely with his legs dangling over the edge of the impact site, gazing with interest at the beautiful azure planet below. This perspective was quite appealing, yet he soon found it somewhat monotonous. Merely observing lacked excitement. He needed to find some amusement. His gaze swept across the entire solar system. He beheld the asteroid belt floating between Mars and Jupiter, the distant Saturn surrounded by icy rings, and the solitary Uranus, rotating with an air of aloofness. A thought flickered in his mind. Yes, a playful smile curved upon his lips. He slowly raised his right hand towards the distant asteroid belt and gently clenched it. Buzz! An invisible yet terrifying force capable of distorting the entire solar system's magnetic field descended in an instant. The entire asteroid belt, billions of meteoroids of various sizes, appeared as though grasped by an unseen hand at that moment. They halted their original trajectories and began to tremble violently, creating friction. Following that, under the influence of a solemn will, these meteoroids began to converge, compress, and merge toward a singular focal point in a manner that defied celestial physics. In a mere span of a few seconds, the entire asteroid belt vanished. In its place emerged a flawless silver metallic sphere over 100 kilometers in diameter, its surface smooth as a mirror, formed from the highly compressed remnants of countless meteoroids. A colossal, cosmic marble. Well, splendid, the first toy is complete. He nodded in satisfaction. His gaze then shifted towards Jupiter. He extended a finger at the largest gas giant in the solar system and gently flicked it. Pop! A sound that seemed to exist outside the realm of reality. The massive Jupiter, with its great red spot, suddenly began to spin at an eerie velocity. The gravitational field of the entire planet was forcibly altered in that moment. It transformed into a cosmic super slingshot. Ready, he smiled, locking his will onto that enormous silver marble. Thus, the game commenced. With a mere thought, the silver marble was struck by an unseen force, instantly transforming into a streak of silver light, hurtling towards Jupiter with fierce determination. At that moment, the colossal fleet of the Temple II had arrived at the edge of the solar system in the Kuiper Belt. Master, we have reached the target star system, reported General Deathblade, kneeling respectfully. Thanos sat upon his throne, coldly observing the blue planet on the star map, his gaze filled with ruthless intent. Send a vanguard to probe the waters, he commanded emotionlessly. I wish to see what that entity is truly capable of. At your command. As he uttered his command, the bottom of Temple No. 2 erupted with the thunderous opening of countless massive hatches. A dark tide of the Chitauri army and the fearsome Leviathan beasts surged forth from the portals. Their numbers were staggering, countless, capable of devouring an ordinary planet entirely within a mere hour. This colossal vanguard, brimming with the thirst for destruction and slaughter, coalesced into a black torrent in the void of space, hurtling towards Earth with alarming speed. However, their fortune had reached its zenith. They had unwittingly stumbled into the Grand Marble Game arena. On the moon, Zhuang Yan was engrossed in his game. The silver marble, propelled by Jupiter's immense slingshot, began a frenzied trajectory at an unfathomable velocity across the planets of the solar system. It collided with the rings of Saturn, igniting billions of dazzling ice crystal ripples, yet remained unscathed. It brushed past Uranus's magnetic pole, trailing an ethereal auroral tail. It skimmed over Olympus Mons on Mars, causing even the highest volcano in the solar system to tremble slightly. The entire solar system transformed into his marble platform. Just as he prepared to execute an impressive 7-star alignment technique, he suddenly sensed an intrusion. A swarm of buzzing flies had invaded his game. Where did this refuse come from? Zhuang Yan furrowed his brow, feeling his artistic reverie disrupted. He couldn't be bothered to discern what these flies were. He merely found them irksome, marring the pristine surface of his game. Thus, with a casual thought, he resolved to clear them away. The Chitauri vanguard, racing towards Earth, suddenly sensed something amiss. An irresistible, terrifying force enveloped them from all directions, even emanating from the very atoms of their beings. It was neither gravity nor magnetism, but a more primal rule known as aggregation. There was no explosion, no screams, not even a whisper of energy fluctuation. In that instant, the thousands of Chitauri soldiers, the ferocious Leviathan beasts, and everything aboard their vessels were forcibly compressed into a singularity. Metal flesh bone and energy cores. All substances were ruthlessly crushed and amalgamated with atomic precision by this incomprehensible power. In the command hall of Temple No. 2, Thanos and his Dark Order coldly observed the scene through holographic projections. 1 second, the screen displayed the formidable and imposing vanguard. The next, all life signals, all ship signals, and the myriad luminous points representing his army vanished without a trace. In its stead, there lay a solitary, irregular sphere of black metal, a chaotic amalgamation of countless materials. The command hall was enveloped in a profound silence. Every member of the dark cult stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with incomprehensible horror. What had transpired? What was their army? At that moment, they beheld the solitary sphere being thrust violently by an invisible force, transforming into a streak of light, soaring at an incomprehensible speed into the unfathomable depths of the cosmos. Thanos slowly rose from his throne. For the first time, a grave expression graced his furrowed, purple visage. This was not warfare. It was not even an assault. It resembled a housekeeper casually sweeping an intruding insect into the refuse. The voice of the general of the Dead Blade trembled for the first time. What planet is this? The atmosphere in the command hall of Sanctum 2 had plummeted to a chilling low. The instantaneous evaporation of tens of thousands of Vanguard Sentinels struck each member of the Dark Cult like an invisible, resounding slap across the face. They had followed Thanos across the cosmos, annihilating countless planets and slaughtering innumerable races. They had witnessed formidable civilizations and terrifying weaponry. Yet, they had never encountered such an eerie and irrational method of extermination. There were no roars of energy cannons, no exchanges of fire from fleets, not even the slightest hint of resistance. They were silently crushed into a refuse ball and discarded. The sensation was akin to an elite battalion, fully armed and poised for siege, being effortlessly blown away by a giant atop the city walls. This was not merely a disparity in strength. It was an overwhelming obliteration of existence itself. The voice of the Master, General of the Deadblade, was unbearably dry, as he dared not lift his gaze to meet Thanos' expression. Thanos remained silent, standing resolutely, his purple eyes glimmering with a dangerous and profound light. He understood that an ordinary legion held no significance against that unknown entity. In the face of such existence, numbers were merely a jest. It was imperative that someone of substantial weight venture forth to probe the depths. Ebony Maw, Thanos began slowly, his voice deep and imbued with authority. From the dark cult emerged a slender, pallid figure, gaunt in appearance. He was Ebony Maw, the most formidable sorcerer and the most terrifying telekinetic under Thanos' command. Unlike the General of the Deadblade or the Dark Star, who favored brute force, he preferred to dismantle his adversaries through elegant yet ruthless means, obliterating them mentally and spiritually. He slightly inclined his body, speaking in a tone reminiscent of a melodic aria, filled with wisdom and arrogance. My master, your most loyal servant, stands ready to heed your command. Proceed. A glimmer of cold ruthlessness flickered in Thanos' singular eye as he conveyed a message to the mortals of Midgard, addressing that which lurked among them. Surrender the Infinity Stones. Otherwise, I shall descend upon you personally, transforming that planet, along with its sun, into cosmic dust. A pallid yet self-assured smile graced the visage of Ebony Maw. As you command, my master, I shall ensure that they comprehend your lofty will amid their boundless despair. With an elegant wave of his hand, a small warship, akin to a razor's edge, detached from the Sanctuary 2, slicing through the pitch-black cosmos, plummeting directly toward that cerulean planet. Earth, New York. The Avengers, still reeling from the dual miracles of cosmic upheaval and the evaporation of the Vanguard, had yet to recover from their stupor when the shrill alarm resounded within the Avengers' tower once more. Alert! An unknown craft has been detected, entering the atmosphere at high speed. Target, Manhattan, New York. In a conference room, A palpable tension enveloped the air. They understood that anyone daring enough to approach after witnessing such a cleansing would undoubtedly be formidable. Steve Rogers inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the absurd, faith-shaking thoughts swirling in his mind. Regardless of how ludicrous this world became or how twisted their leader might be, he, Captain America, would forever uphold his duty to protect the innocent. Everyone, prepare for action, he declared, straining to restore the resolute tone of his voice. Yet, just as they readied themselves for deployment, the languid yet commanding voice of Wong echoed through the loudspeaker once more. What is the hurry? They are merely here to deliver a message. Such a grand display may frighten our guests. Remain calm and stay in your places. Just observe. That is the Master's command. The final statement doused the flicker of resolve, igniting within the Avengers like a bucket of cold water. They could only watch helplessly as the dark warship descended upon the heart of New York City, akin to a black meteor. The vessel did not trigger any explosions. Instead, it defied inertia, gracefully hovering above Greenwich Village. The hatch opened, and Ebony Maw floated out like an elegant stage actor, surveying the steel jungle below and the panicked throngs akin to ants, his face betraying unabashed disdain and arrogance. He did not even cast a glance at the prepared police and military forces, for in his eyes, their weapons were no more significant than mere sticks. Slowly, he spread his arms. His magnetic, beguiling voice amplified by telepathy resonated clearly across the skies of New York. Listen, pitiable beings of Midgard. I'm Ebony Maw, the greatest sovereign of the cosmos, the son of the mad titan, Thanos. My master is about to bring forth a compassionate and grand redemption for this bloated and unbalanced universe, and you are fortunate enough to be witnesses. His voice was imbued with a fervor reminiscent of a zealot. Now, I present to you a choice. Surrender the infinite gems you possess. Relinquish the anomalous entity that dwells among you, desecrating the power of the gems. My master may show mercy towards your ignorance, taking only half of your lives. Otherwise, the corners of the mouth of the Darkwood throat twisted into a cruel arc. You shall experience despair 1,000-fold worse than death itself. As his words echoed, he gently raised a hand. Chapter 104. Who gave you the audacity to play with telekinesis before me? Buzz. A tremendous, invisible telekinetic force instantaneously enveloped an expanse of several kilometers. Cars on the streets, fire hydrants by the roadside, and even the billboards on the building FA AIDS. All were lifted by an unseen power, suspended densely in midair. The ground began to crack, and countless sharp stones erupted from the earth like fearsome fangs. At that moment, the sky transformed into a deathly ocean of steel and concrete, poised to collapse at any moment. The citizens of New York emitted screams of sheer terror. Within the Avengers Tower, the Avengers watching the spectacle turned pale. What a terrifying display of telekinesis. Bruce Banner's voice quivered. He had merely controlled tons of matter with his mind. However, just as the Darkwood throat reveled in the fear of mortals and prepared to further showcase his godlike power, a mundane, even slightly impatient voice unexpectedly pierced his ear. What sort of noise pollution and illegal construction is this during broad daylight? Can't anyone get a moment's rest? The pupils of the Darkwood throat dilated sharply. He spun around abruptly, only to find a casually dressed youth from China, who had somehow appeared silently behind him, lazily picking at his ears. This person completely ignored the telekinetic field capable of warping space. For the first time, the melodious cadence of the Darkwood throat's voice faltered. He lowered his hand solemnly, surveying the youth with an expression of utter disbelief. Playing with telekinesis before me? Who gave you such audacity? Liang Jingru. Who is Liang Jingru? The Darkwood throat's supercomputer-like mind instantaneously scoured databases of countless galactic civilizations, yet found no information regarding this name. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his comprehension of the unequivocal disdain embedded within that statement. Are you the anomalous entity? The expression on the Darkwood throat's face darkened instantaneously, as the elegant facade of his withered visage melted away, revealing a chilling intent to kill. He could sense that the seemingly ordinary youth before him harbored a terrifying energy, as unfathomable as the depths of a cosmic black hole. Yet, he possessed unwavering confidence in the telekinetic powers he had honed over millennia. Telekinesis is an extension of will, and his will had been forged through countless acts of slaughter and conquest, rendered as indestructible as divine metal. Ignorant mortal, you have no comprehension of the formidable force you face. With a furious roar, Yuwu's throat unleashed his full might. He thrust his hands forward with fervor. Divine retribution. The earth trembled. At that moment, New York City seemed to awaken. Countless cars, stones, and metal billboards suspended in midair transformed into a legion of deadly meteors, hurtling towards their target with unrelenting ferocity. Each fragment's trajectory had been meticulously calculated, sealing off all avenues for evasion. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Zhuang Yan's feet erupted with a thunderous crack. Gigantic spikes, exceeding 10 meters in diameter and composed of high-strength concrete and twisted steel, surged upward like bamboo shoots after the rain. The sky was a tempest of metallic meteorites. The earth was a thicket of cement thorns. This was a true net of annihilation. Within the Avengers Tower, the onlookers, witnessing this apocalyptic scene through the holographic projection, felt their hearts leap to their throats. "Get out of the way," Natasha instinctively cried out. Yet, in the face of an assault capable of turning an entire army into mere pulp, Zhuang Yan merely stood there, serene and unperturbed. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. His expression remained one of utter boredom, as if he were observing a third-rate magic show. Just as the overwhelming assault was about to make contact with his body, time appeared to slow. No, it was not merely slowing. Everything seemed to freeze. The cars, laden with immense force, and the razor-sharp spikes, all halted just shy of a meter from Zhuang Yan's form. In an eerie suspension, the world transformed into a still painting, infused with the essence of destruction. And Zhuang Yan was the sole figure within this tableau who retained the ability to move. Yu Wu's previously confident visage was now frozen in disbelief. His eyes widened, etching a visage of incomprehensible horror. He could feel that his telekinetic powers had not dissipated. They remained, still fervently propelling those materials. However, an even more colossal, primal, and irrational force enveloped this space like an absolute domain. In this realm, his psychokinesis was akin to a mosquito trapped in amber, completely immobilized. His will and power were utterly incapable of shifting even a fraction of this domain. The noise was overwhelming. Zhuang Yan slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze settling calmly upon the ebony-throated figure. Moreover, its design was rather grotesque. He remarked with a hint of indifference. Then, with a gentle snap of his fingers, a crisp sound echoed through the air. In the next moment, a miraculous event unfolded that sent Ebony Throat and all observing life into a state of sheer terror. Those countless cars, debris, billboards, and ground spikes suspended in midair lost their form in an instant. They disintegrated silently, like morning dew illuminated by sunlight, into the most primal, countless trillions of atoms. Indeed, atoms. There was no explosion, no brilliance. It was as if, abruptly, matter transitioned from the macroscopic to the microscopic realm. The torrent of steel and the menacing thicket of concrete vanished without a trace. In their stead arose a vibrant, dreamlike mist composed of innumerable atoms. No, it's impossible. For the first time, Ebony Throat's voice trembled with a profound fear and dread emanating from the depths of his soul. What kind of power is this? To decompose matter at the atomic level? This transcended psychokinesis. This was the authority possessed solely by a deity of creation. He finally comprehended why tens of thousands of Vanguard Guardians had vanished without a sound. Chapter 105. This is Omega-level psychokinesis. For in the eyes of this being before him, a fleet and a mere stone were essentially indistinguishable. Both were merely toys composed of atoms. Now, it is your turn. Zhuang Yan's gaze pierced through the dreamlike mist of atoms, landing upon Ebony Throat. You enjoy toying with psychokinesis, do you not? Allow me to grant you a true experience. Zhuang Yan gradually raised his right hand, directing it towards Ebony Throat with a gentle grip. In that moment, Ebony Throat felt as though the entire universe had forsaken him. An indescribable, absolute, and unyielding terror enveloped him like an iron curtain descending from the fourth dimension. His once proud psychokinesis, capable of distorting steel and upheaving the earth, felt as minuscule as dust before a star in the face of this will. Not even the slightest ripple could be stirred. He was instantaneously consumed and assimilated. He wished to flee, to tear through space, to send a final warning to his master Thanos. Yet, he found himself powerless. His body, his soul, and every thought of his mind were entirely shackled by that supreme force. He became a statue, fully aware, yet utterly immobilized. No, a thought filled with utmost terror screams wildly in his mind. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yan, with an expressionless demeanor, slowly tightens his loosely clenched right hand. The gesture is so gentle, as if merely intending to crush a walnut. Yet, what it inflicts upon the Ebony Throat is the most brutal punishment that causes the entire universe to tremble. First comes the bones. Zhuang Yan's monotonous voice, akin to the whisper of death itself, resonates directly within the consciousness of the Ebony Throat. Crack, 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 crack. A series of excruciating, dense sounds of bones fracturing erupt from within the Ebony Throat, resonating violently. This is not a result of external force. Rather, all 206 bones in his body begin a horrifying compression towards a central point from within each bone cell simultaneously. The ebony throat can vividly perceive his rigid skull, as if crushed by an invisible hydraulic press, shattering inch by inch. He can hear his robust spine being ground into bone dust, segment by segment. The agony, a torment that surpasses the limits of life itself, emanating from each cell, surges forth like the most frenzied tide, instantly overwhelming him. Yet he cannot utter a single scream, for his consciousness is forcibly locked in the most lucid state, compelled to witness the disintegration of his own body from a first-person perspective. This is merely the beginning. Then come your flesh and viscera. Zhuang Yan's voice, devoid of any emotion, resembles that of a scientist conducting a meticulous experiment. As his words fall, the terrifying compressive force begins to act upon the soft tissues of the ebony throat. His heart is instantaneously crushed. His lungs are compressed into thin layers. His proud brain, brimming with formidable spiritual energy, is directly kneaded into a mushy mass. Blood, bodily fluids, cellular tissues, everything is forcibly stripped of moisture and compressed in density in a manner that defies biological norms. The body of the ebony throat begins to visibly collapse inward, shrinking. His gaunt frame resembles a deflated balloon, rapidly withering and distorting. Within the Avengers Tower, all those witnessing this scene through holographic projection have been utterly petrified. Their faces betray expressions of horror more profound than witnessing the apocalypse. Their throats feel as if filled with cement, rendering them voiceless. Within their stomachs, a tumultuous upheaval threatens to expel their bile. Too cruel, too terrifying. This is no longer a battle. It is an artistic, malicious slaughter to utterly crush a life. From the macro to the micro, from bones to flesh, bit by bit, before his very eyes. This psychological torment is 1,000 times more horrific than physical pain. They finally comprehend the gentleness with which Zhuang Yan previously dealt with vision and with them. Yet at this moment, the horrific deconstruction continues. As all the bones, flesh, and organs of the ebony throat are compressed to their utmost limit, that force begins to venture into a more microscopic realm. Ultimately, it reaches the very atoms that constitute their being. Zhuang Yan's 5 fingers gradually and completely converge. Buzz, an ultimate power capable of obliterating everything, descends. The ebony throat, now compressed into an amorphous mass, has its internal atomic structure forcibly shattered. Electrons are stripped from their orbits. Protons and neutrons are brutally pressed together. Every particle within that body undergoes a miniature, artificial, and entirely controllable black hole generation process. Endless light and heat erupt from that minuscule singularity. You are tightly bound within by an invisible telekinetic force, unable to escape even a whisper. Ultimately, when all settles into silence, the spot where the ebony throat once stood is left utterly vacant. Only a crystal-clear orb, akin to a glass marble and seemingly containing a resplendent galaxy within, quietly hovers in midair. This is the product of all the matter comprising the ebony throat, compressed to its absolute limit. And his soul, filled with suffering, fear, resentment, and confusion, is entirely sealed within the core of this marble. For all eternity, it shall dwell in this tiny prison, enduring the endless agony of that moment of being crushed. Zhuang Yan extends 2 fingers, delicately pinching the still warm orb and bringing it to his eyes for a curious examination. A soul brimming with negative energy, capable of screaming, could serve as a rather unique keychain ornament or a rather useless paperweight. He casually tosses this marble, condensed from a cosmic overlord, into his pocket. Then he slowly raises his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the atmosphere and the boundless vacuum, precisely locking eyes with Thanos on the throne of Sanctuary 2. His voice, though soft, resonates clearly through some unknown principle, echoing in every corner of Sanctuary 2 and reverberating in Thanos' mind. Hey, you purple potato sitting in the iron chair. Chapter 106, Thanos' Fury, All-Out Attack. Your trash has fallen and blocked my sunlight. I give you 10 seconds to remove it from my sky. 10, 9. That calm yet undeniably domineering countdown rings in Thanos' ears like the death knell, slowly tolling. In the throne hall of Sanctuary 2, silence reigns. A stillness potent enough to freeze time itself envelopes the atmosphere. In the center of the hall, a holographic projection vividly displayed the entire process of the ebony throat being deconstructed and compressed. Every detail, every fracture of bone, every inch of flesh collapsing, was presented in the highest definition before the eyes of all members of the dark cult. They stared aghast at their once proud companion, the elegant and powerful prophet, reduced to a mere glass marble by an incomprehensible, divine force. A transparent one at that. Then they heard that voice, a tone so mundane, yet brimming with profound humiliation. Purple sweet potato spirit. Rubbish. Blocking the sunlight. The 10-second countdown resonated like the heaviest of war drums. striking relentlessly at their hearts, pounding against the already distorted dignity they held as conquerors of the universe. The air in the hall seemed to solidify. The once ferocious members of the dark cult were rendered speechless, not daring to breathe. For the first time, fear flickered in their eyes. They felt they were not facing an enemy, but rather a monster, a demon who regarded the laws of the universe as mere trifles. However, Thanos' reaction exceeded everyone's expectations. He felt no fear, nor even shock. His purple visage, as unyielding as rock, contorted with rage, muscles twitching violently. In his profound eyes, a flame burned fiercely, capable of incinerating entire star systems. Shame, an unprecedented, bone-deep humiliation. He, Thanos, was destined from birth to bear the mission of correcting the universe. His destruction of planets and slaughter of life was not for power or desire, but for a lofty ideal that no one could comprehend. He viewed himself as the universe's destiny, an unstoppable, inevitable tide. He could accept failure, could accept death, but he would never accept such disdain and insult. That being did not regard him as an opponent, but as an annoying neighbor who had carelessly dropped trash at his doorstep. This utter disregard from a being of such stature ignited a fury in him 1,000-fold greater than any malicious curse. 8, 7. The countdown continued, a harbinger of doom. The voice of General Deathblade trembled with an uncontrollable quiver. For the first time, he wavered in his loyalty to his master's grand design. Thanos abruptly turned his head, his furious gaze burning like two supernovae on the verge of explosion, fixated on General Deathblade. Silence. His roar thundered through the hall like rolling thunder. The General of the Blade of Death was so intimidated by this terrifying aura that he fell to his knees, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Thanos descended slowly from his throne. With each step, it felt as though he was treading upon the very pulse of the cosmos, causing the entire Sanctuary 2 to tremble slightly. He approached the command console, gazing at the holographic projection of a blue planet that, in his eyes, was filled with sin. 3, 2, 1. The countdown reached its conclusion. Time was up. On Earth, a solemn yet monotonous voice echoed once more, indicating that he had chosen the most foolish answer. However, the response came not from the voice, but from Thanos, whose roar was filled with boundless cruelty and madness. Fire! He bellowed, pointing at New York on the screen, at the insignificant figure there, summoning every ounce of strength within him to unleash the angriest command of his life. Use the main cannon of Sanctuary 2. Annihilate that continent. Wipe it clean from that planet. As you command, my lord. The operators at the console trembled as they pressed the red button, a symbol of ultimate destruction. Buzz. The entire Sanctuary 2, an immense fortress of war, began to overload as its core energy engines went into a frenzy. At the bow of the ship, a cannon aperture, larger than several kilometers in diameter and resembling the gaping maw of an abyss, slowly opened. An inexhaustible torrent of terrifying energy, capable of vaporizing a neutron star, began to converge and compress within the cannon's mouth. The surrounding cosmic space, unable to withstand this colossal energy, started to violently distort and shatter, revealing vibrant dimensional rifts. A pure, exquisitely condensed beam of annihilation, potent enough to obliterate civilizations, was forming inside the Avengers Tower. Having just caught their breath from the shock of Ebony Maw's crushing defeat, the Avengers suddenly heard the piercing alarms of every instrument within the building. Warning! Warning! An ultraspectral energy reaction has been detected beyond the solar system. Energy levels cannot be calculated. Target locked on Earth. Expected arrival in 30 seconds. The holographic projection in the conference room shifted to a monitoring feed from outer space. They beheld a point of light on that mountain-like black warship, shining more brilliantly than the sun itself. Then, that point transformed into a colossal energy beam, piercing through the heavens and the Earth, tearing apart the pitch-black universe. Carrying an ultimate will of destruction that could instill despair even in gods, hurtling towards Earth, towards New York. In that instant, every face turned as pale as parchment. Their minds went blank. It was over. Everything was over. In the face of such a cataclysm, capable of erasing an entire continent from the map, all their efforts, all their resistance, seemed utterly laughable, so insignificant. The Earth teeters on the brink of annihilation. Yet, amidst this despairing twilight, the young man, ever composed, solemnly raises his gaze. He observes the cataclysmic beam of light, descending like divine retribution, and a flicker of intrigue ignites within his eyes. At last, a semblance of a spectacular display has arrived. Chapter 107. You call this a main cannon? What manner of light is this? It defies description. At the moment it ignites, the sun, a celestial sovereign that has ruled over this star system for over 4 billion years, pales instantaneously, resembling an inconspicuous, dim bulb. The beam is so formidable that from Earth's vantage point, it seems to claim nearly half the sky, like a colossal pillar of pure energy, poised to collapse upon the world. Wherever the beam traverses, space shatters like fragile glass, obliterating everything in its path. Asteroids, cosmic dust, and even light itself vaporize upon contact, utterly annihilated. This is the quintessence of unrestrained violence, a concentrated force derived from a fleet of cosmic overlords, capable of erasing a life-bearing planet, along with its continental shelf. From the very fabric of reality, a true cataclysmic strike. Within the Avengers Tower, breath is held in abeyance. In their eyes, the approaching and intensifying beam of destruction is mirrored. Their minds engulfed in an abyss of terror, overwhelmed by information that exceeds human capacity to comprehend. Steve Rogers clenches his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palms. Yet he feels no pain. Before such might, his once proud will encounters, for the first time, the bleak emotion known as despair. Tony Stark collapses onto the floor, gazing at the screen where energy readings surge uncontrollably, ultimately devolving into a series of indecipherable symbols, his lips curling into a bitter, self-deprecating smile. The iron armor he has dedicated his life to perfecting is rendered as fragile as mere tin foil in the face of this light. Thor, the Prince of Asgard, trembles uncontrollably. He recalls his father Odin's words, "The universe is vast, my child. Always maintain a sense of awe." Only now does he grasp the true depth of this wisdom. The thunder he commands pales in comparison to this brilliance, akin to a child sparkler. It is over. This singular thought rises in unison within every heart. No one can withstand this blow, not even the gods. Yet in this final moment of impending doom, the young man, steadfast in the heart of New York City, perfectly targeted by the beam of annihilation, solemnly lifts his head. He gazes up at the descending pillar of light, feeling the searing heat capable of instantly melting steel, alongside the energy storm that disrupts the very magnetic field of the Earth. His countenance bore no trace of fear, no gravity, not even a hint of seriousness. He merely arched an eyebrow slightly, his gaze revealing a faint interest akin to that of a child encountering a novel toy. "Oh, at last, a firework of somewhat decent caliber has arrived." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every Avenger, as if imbued with a peculiar enchantment that quelled the hearts threatened by impending dread. Then, under the watchful eyes of all present, including Thanos aboard the Sanctuary II, whose gaze was rife with cruelty and delight, he solemnly raised his right hand, extending a single finger, a pale, elongated index finger, seemingly unremarkable, even excessively pristine. He casually pointed towards the sky. In the next instant, an earth-shattering roar erupted. That cataclysmic beam of annihilation, a torrent of energy capable of obliterating continents, abruptly halted at an altitude of over 10,000 meters above ground. Indeed, it came to an abrupt standstill, devoid of any cataclysmic explosion or devastating shockwave. The ferocious energy column, its diameter exceeding several kilometers, came to rest firmly against that slender fingertip, as if it had collided with an invisible wall of cosmic singularity. Utterly insurmountable, countless energies, thwarted in their advance, erupted wildly in all directions, creating a radiant canopy of energy in the high atmosphere. A spectacle a million times more resplendent than the surface of the sun. This terrifying energy storm ionized the atmosphere, unleashing billions of magnificent auroras, illuminating the night over New York as if it were broad daylight. At that moment, the entire world fell silent. Time appeared to have been pressed on pause. Each Avenger, without exception, gaped in astonishment, their eyes bloodshot from witnessing a miracle beyond comprehension. Within the throne hall of the Sanctuary II, Thanos' grotesque smile, brimming with vengeful satisfaction, became utterly frozen upon his face. The members of the Black Order, including the formidable Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight, were as if petrified, maintaining the very poses of exaltation they had held just moments before, utterly motionless. In their eyes reflected a scene so absurd it could overturn the very understanding of cosmic civilization, a world-destroying beam and a seemingly nonchalant finger, conjuring a peculiar and absolute equilibrium between the two. Alarm! Alarm! The main cannon's energy output has reached 300%. Energy conduits are on the verge of overload. Target remains unharmed. Energy is being blocked 100%. This is impossible. It contravenes the fundamental laws of thermodynamics in the universe. Before the command console, the operator screams, filled with terror and despair, shattered the profound silence. Thanos' pupils abruptly contracted to the size of pinheads. He could distinctly sense the entirety of the energy from the Sanctuary II surging forth like a torrential flood. Yet, akin to a clay cow sinking into the sea. It stirred not the slightest ripple. That entity was not merely countering with superior energy. Instead, it wielded a higher dimensional rule, rendering the strike utterly ineffective. At that moment, Zhuang Yan's voice, dripping with disdain and contempt, once again traversed the vast distances, resonating clearly in everyone's minds. Is this it? I expected something extraordinary, but it turns out to be just an oversized laser pointer. Hey, purple potato essence, do you dare to call this a main cannon? This flippant retort, like an invisible hammer forged from countless tons of humiliation and mockery, struck mercilessly at Thanos' very soul. For the first time, a crack appeared in his fiery resolve. The war fortress he took pride in, capable of subjugating the universe, the ultimate weapon he employed to annihilate civilizations and judge planets, was, in the eyes of his adversary, merely an oversized laser pointer? Impossible. Increase the energy output. Overloaded. Overload. Chapter 108. Energy absorption, quite palatable. The rationality ignited by profound humiliation shattered utterly. He let out a roar akin to that of a wounded beast, his left hand, encased in the infinity gauntlet, slammed down upon the command platform, causing the sturdy metal console to cave in instantly. Master, the reactor has reached its limit. If we continue, the entire ship will explode. The operator cried out in desperation. However, Thanos was beyond heeding any counsel. He fixated intensely on the diminutive yet godlike figure on the screen, his eyes now solely reflecting an unadulterated madness to crush his opponent utterly. Buzzing echoed as the hull of Sanctuary 2, unable to withstand the overwhelming energy output, began to emit agonized groans. Countless energy conduits glowed crimson from overheating, even starting to melt. The apocalyptic beam aimed at Earth surged in brightness and diameter once more. In the high skies, the energy-formed canopy became more tumultuous and resplendent. Yet, all of this was in vain. No matter how ferocious the beam, no matter the cataclysmic energy it harbored before that slender finger, it could not penetrate. On Earth, Zhuang Yan observed the intensifying beam with a sense of ennui, yawning languidly. Is it never-ending? Truly, there's a lack of creativity. Seemingly tired of the game of blocking the light cannon with his finger, he slowly lowered his arm. Just as Thanos believed his adversary could no longer endure, a sinister smile momentarily graced his face. The entity known as Zhuang Yan executed an act that rendered the entire universe speechless. He tilted his head back, gazing at the torrent of energy cascading down like a celestial river, and opened his mouth. Then, with a gentle inhalation, the cosmos seemed to transform into a video abruptly muted and rewound. That terrifying beam of light, several kilometers in diameter and capable of piercing the Earth itself, encountered an inexplicable black hole with an infinite gravitational pull. Its frenzied energy was forcibly distorted, stretched, and transformed into a slender, resplendent ribbon of energy, rushing an unfathomable speed into Zhuang Yan's seemingly modest mouth. The scene was absurd and profoundly shocking. It was as if a roaring river of the cosmos ultimately flowed into the narrow opening of an inconspicuous bottle. Gulp, gulp. Within the Avengers Tower, everyone distinctly heard the faint sound of swallowing, akin to sipping a beverage, emanating through the loudspeakers. Their minds had utterly relinquished the capacity for thought. If blocking the apocalyptic beam with a single finger was a miracle, then drawing that beam in like a strand of noodles transcended any known lexicon to describe the phenomenon. Tony Stark's eyes rolled back, mindlessly murmuring the law of conservation of energy and mass. My physics is dead. Meanwhile, aboard the Sanctuary 2, Thanos and his Dark Legion were frozen in terror, as if witnessing the most dreadful and indescribable ancient deity descending upon the universe. They watched in disbelief as the energy from Sanctuary 2, which embodied all their hopes and fury, was consumed by their opponent as if it were merely a drink. No, it was even less than that. It resembled mouthwash. In mere seconds, the world-ending beam, along with all the residual energy expelled by a Sanctuary 2 due to overload, was entirely absorbed by Zhuang Yan, leaving no trace of energy behind. In the high skies, the brilliant energy canopy vanished. The ionized atmosphere swiftly returned to tranquility, and the heavens regained their profound darkness, adorned only with the gentle twinkling of distant stars. It was as though the apocalyptic spectacle that had just transpired was nothing more than a collective, absurd hallucination. Zhuang Yan, still savoring the moment, smacked his lips and gently caressed his flat abdomen. Then, before the entire universe, he let out a resounding belch, filled with satisfaction. A puff of gas, shimmering with a faint golden hue, lazily drifted from his lips. He savored the moment with the meticulousness of a sommelier, reflecting thoughtfully before rendering his judgment. The flavor was quite delightful, reminiscent of the popping candy from his childhood, tingling, electrifying, and refreshingly novel. Popping candy? Boom. This assessment, akin to a final verdict, shattered the indomitable heart forged from cosmic metal that belonged to Thanos. He could no longer maintain the aura of a universal overlord. His massive form staggered backward step. The fiery anger in his eyes was now wholly engulfed by a frigid sensation known as fear. He finally comprehended that he was not confronting an unknown formidable being or an ancient deity. No, he was facing a creature that treated the very laws of the universe as mere playthings. An entity he could never comprehend, let alone conquer, even if he devoted his entire existence to the endeavor. At that moment, he observed the creature slowly lifting its gaze after sampling the appetizer, directing its attention once more towards his flagship, the Sanctum II. That look resembled one observing a main course ready to be served. The appetizer had been consumed. Zhuang Yan stretched languidly, his bones cracking like the sound of a pleasant post-meal warm-up. He regarded the Sanctum II, a vessel lying in wait like an ancient beast, with a gentle smile. However, to those aboard the Sanctum II, this smile appeared 1,000 times more terrifying than the most malevolent grin in the cosmos. In our esteemed nation, we often say, to come without reciprocation is impolite. Zhuang Yan's voice, languid and unhurried, reverberated through the vastness of space, echoing in Thanos' mind. You offered me a taste of popping candy, and it is only courteous that I return the favor, don't you think? Thanos' pupils constricted to their utmost limit in an instant. A sensation of unprecedented existential dread surged from the depths of his soul, enveloping him like a chilling tide. Defensive systems. Activate all shields. Redirect all energy to the barriers. He unleashed the most terrified, hoarse roar of his life. Yet it was far too late. Chapter 109. The Obsidian 4? No, merely 4 pieces of scrap metal. Zhuang Yan leisurely raised his right hand, extending his index finger towards the direction of his Sanctum II, gesturing with nonchalance, as if swatting away an annoying fly. The energy you just provided, while pleasant in taste, was rife with impurities and of inferior quality. I merely refined it a tad, no need for thanks. Additionally, allow me to sprinkle in a dash of my exclusive seasoning. At that instant, a surge of energy, deeper than a black hole and more radiant than a supernova, infused with strands of chaotic lightning, flickered at his fingertips. That was the nebula thunder, a force potent enough to obliterate stars and reshape the very laws of existence, a power that belongs solely to the solemn. In the next moment, a beam of light materialized within the cosmos. It transcended the conventional notion of a light column, for it possessed neither form nor sound, nor even the slightest fluctuation of energy. It resembled a trace left behind after the universe had been erased, a pure, absolute line that embodied the essence of nothingness itself. Its emergence defied causality and thought, arriving instantaneously. As the inhabitants of the Sanctuary II barely registered its existence on their retinas, it had already reached its destination. The Sanctuary II, a formidable bastion forged from the universe's hardest alloys, enveloped in a powerful energy shield capable of withstanding stellar storms, appeared friendlier than a mere sheet of paper before it. The energy shield, which had instilled despair in countless civilizations, did not even produce a ripple in the presence of that erasure line. It vanished silently, as if it had never existed in this realm. Following this, the thick and formidable armor of the ship, several kilometers in thickness, remained untouched, not melted, punctured, or vaporized, but simply erased. Indeed, it was as if an eraser had removed the pencil marks from paper. The erasure line traversed the colossal hull of the Sanctuary II in a manner that defied all physical laws, penetrating through its very heart and disappearing at the far end of the universe. The entire process transpired in less time than a blink of the eye. Silence reigned once more over the cosmos. The Sanctuary II lingered silently in space as though nothing had transpired. Yet within the throne hall, Thanos and all the surviving members of the Dark Order stood like marionettes bereft of their souls, frozen in place. Their gazes pierced through the massive viewport at the command center, witnessing a sight that rendered them utterly aghast. Beneath their feet, the indestructible alloy floor had vanished. Above them, the ceiling adorned with intricate pipelines and defense systems had also dissipated. The entire Sanctuary II, from bow to stern, was pierced at the location of that erasure line, where everything, metal, energy conduits, weapon systems, and soldiers who could not escape, was utterly eradicated from the realm of concept. What remained was a perfect circular void, exceeding 5 kilometers in diameter, with edges as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the distant starlit sky. This war fortress, which had instilled terror across the universe, now resembled a black donut pierced by a mischievous child as needle. Ah! The piercing alarm finally echoed, albeit belatedly. The air trapped within the hull was instantly drawn into the void as countless electric sparks danced wildly among the ruptured pipelines. The entire structure of the battleship, having lost its core support, emitted a ghastly, tooth-grinding lamentation of impending disintegration. No, General Deathblade gazed upon the vast chasm that pierced the warship, staring into the cold and profound cosmos beyond. His resolve, at long last, crumbled entirely. He let out a desperate, inhuman scream and turned to flee the hellish command hall. However, Thanos' reaction was swifter. This mad titan, having initially experienced sheer terror, unleashed the true nature of a cornered hero. He understood that escape was futile. In the face of such an existence, retreating to the farthest reaches of the universe would merely be exchanging one form of death for another. The only glimmer of hope lay in battle, to expend everything in a desperate bid for survival. With a thunderous roar, Thanos emitted an earth-shattering cry, his colossal form erupting with a pure, golden cosmic energy belonging to the Titan race. He seized the iconic double-bladed battle knife at his side, and with a tremendous leap, plunged directly into the frigid vacuum of space through the vast opening. For Thanos, the Night Star and General Deathblade witnessed their master leading the charge. Their loyalty, once crushed by fear, reignited. They exchanged a glance, grasped their weapons, and emitted a fierce roar, following Thanos' figure as they transformed into two streaks of light, boldly charging towards that blue, nightmarish planet. Above New York, Earth, Sovereign floated solemnly in midair, not even bothering to glance at the Sanctum Sanctorum II, which he had punctured. To him, it was akin to casually swatting a mosquito, hardly worth a second of his attention. He watched with keen interest as the streets and buildings, previously ravaged by Ebony Maw's telekinesis, rapidly began to self-repair at a visible pace. The substances that had been disassembled into atoms were reassembling under his will, returning to their original positions and forms. The fractured ground mended, shattered windows restored to pristine condition. Even the terrified expressions of the citizens were quietly smoothed by an invisible force, their elated memories altered into a sudden, realistic disaster movie promotional event. Yes, this is how it should be. Sovereign nodded in satisfaction. When things are broken, one must remember to repair them. Littering is an uncivilized act. He resembled a landlord afflicted with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, meticulously cleaning his abode. At that moment, he seemed to sense something, and he slightly lifted his gaze towards the profound expanse of space. 3 blazing streaks of fury and despair tore through the atmosphere at an astonishing velocity, plummeting straight towards his location. At the forefront stood Thanos, wielding dual-edged battle blades, his entire being enveloped in golden, cosmic energy. Chapter 110, Purple Sweet Potato Essence. Roll down yourself. Close behind were General Deathblade and the Dark Star, who infused all their life force into their divine weapons, poised to unleash their most formidable strike. Simultaneously, from 2 other directions, the massive form of Black Dwarf, akin to a meteor, and the shape-shifting mace in his grasp, alongside the intangible psychic force of the supergiant, capable of eroding and controlling any sentient being, locked onto the solemn figure from varying angles. The 4 Dark Knights, together with their master Thanos, initiated a final, desperate charge, seeking to uphold their last vestige of dignity as cosmic conquerors through the most brutal means. In the Avengers Tower, the heroes, still recovering from the shock of their warship being breached, watched in horror as their hearts raced anew. Had they lost their minds? Tony Stark exclaimed, having witnessed that overwhelming power, and yet they dared to confront it? This was not bravery, it was suicide, Steve Rogers remarked gravely. However, in the face of this united assault from 5 of the universe's apex warriors, fueled by the fervor of their lives, the solemn figure merely furrowed his brow slightly. A hint of irritation at being disturbed marred his countenance. How bothersome! Just as he had tidied the room, a few buzzing flies flitted in. He could hardly muster the energy to raise a hand or employ any elaborate techniques. Instead, he merely conjured a thought, a desire for tranquility. In that instant, the domain, centered around him, silently unfurled, enveloping the sky within a 100-mile radius. Absolute zero. This was not the physical interpretation of -27, 315 degrees Celsius, but rather a conceptual notion of absolute stillness. It was the ultimate realm where the flow of time, the extension of space, the transmission of energy, and the motion of matter, all were forcibly suspended. At that moment, Thanos and the Dark Knights, descending at subliminal speeds, found their movements abruptly halted. The manic and resolute expression on Thanos' face was eternally frozen, his dual-edged blades raised high yet unable to descend even a fraction of an inch toward the solemn figure. General Deathblade's blade, capable of rending souls, remained suspended in midair. The trident cast by the Dark Star, designed to pursue enemies to the ends of the universe, also stood still. The massive form of Black Dwarf held a pose reminiscent of a mountain pressing down, each twitch of his facial muscles clearly discernible. The colossal superstar, capable of commanding planetary-level powers, found itself amidst an intangible tempest of consciousness, which upon grazing the periphery of its domain, was abruptly crystallized into countless scintillating snowflakes of thought. The flames of energy that ignited their beings, the lethal glimmer emanating from their weapons, and the sonic booms produced by their high-velocity flight, all coalesced at that moment into a tableau of eerie, violent beauty rendered in stillness. A thin layer of frost, seemingly congealed from starlight, began to manifest upon their surfaces. Yet this frost did not arise from the external world. Instead, it was birthed from the very atoms and quarks of their bodies. Their thoughts remained unfrozen for a fleeting moment, granted by a solemn and benevolent hand, allowing them the last few seconds to savor an exquisite tranquility that penetrated to their very cores and souls. Thanos' eyes struggled to turn, witnessing his form ceasing all activity from the most fundamental particle level. Electrons halted their leaps, protons ceased their vibrations. His formidable Titan physique, resilient enough to withstand cosmic radiation, was metamorphosing into a statue of absolute stillness. In that instant, his once mad heart finally plummeted into an endless abyss of frigid desolation. He comprehended the truth. He was gravely mistaken, woefully so. He was not challenging a formidable opponent. He was merely an overreaching mortal attempting to disturb the very fabric of the universe. The solemn figure surveyed the 5 lifelike ice sculptures suspended in the sky, shaking his head in discontent. Their poses lacked any semblance of artistry. With a casual wave, the eternally frozen statues shifted, as if manipulated by an unseen hand. Thanos was positioned on one knee, cradling his battle blade, his head bowed in penance. The General of the Blade and the Dark Knight Star stood as flanking guardians, their crossed weapons shielding the Sovereign. The Black Dwarf was arranged in an endearing pose, hands raised skyward as if lifting weights. The supernova was depicted mid-ballet, elegantly poised in a graceful pirouette. This arrangement was far more pleasing to the eye. The figure clapped his hands in satisfaction. As for the Obsidian Four? No. They were now merely 4 pieces of somewhat creative scrap metal. He then lifted his gaze towards the derelict Temple 2, drifting aimlessly like cosmic debris, his focus honing in on the throne hall. He was aware that there remained one survivor. A benign, harmless smile graced his lips as he addressed that direction. Well, little ones have been dealt with. Now, it is your turn. Purple sweet potato essence. Will you descend on your own, or shall I ascend to invite you? His voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable finality. However, the 5 ice sculptures suspended in the sky offered him no response. On Thanos' eternally frozen visage, the madness and determination of his charge remained, yet under the laws of absolute zero, all of it appeared utterly ludicrous and tragic. TSK, such an impolite fellow, unable even to respond to inquiries. Zhuang Yan pursed his lips, evidently displeased with this cold indifference. He lifted his gaze, surveying the 5 uniquely shaped ice sculptures, and then glanced at the distant sanctuary too, now transformed into a cosmic donut, leaving it there was simply too space-consuming and detrimental to the celestial environment. A thought flickered in his mind. A mischievous smile, one that sent shivers down the spines of the Avengers, crept across his face. A plan had formed. He slowly raised his right hand and gently beckoned towards the distant sanctuary too, floating beyond Earth's orbit. Buzz, an invisible, magnificent force, surpassing gravity and transcending space itself, descended in an instant. That war fortress, larger than mountains and weighing over 100 million tons, along with the 5 frozen statues, seemed to lose all weight in that moment, transforming into mere toys. They were grasped by that invisible hand and, with a steady yet swift motion, began their descent towards Earth. Within the Avengers Tower, everyone had become numb, their nerves having endured a barrage of miraculous feats, fingers blocking cannons, swallowing beams, piercing through with a mere gesture, and instant freezing, had been utterly shattered, plunging them into a state of serene acceptance. As they observed Zhuang Yan's actions, their hearts remained unperturbed, even inclined to laughter. What does he intend to do? Natasha's voice, dry and weary, inquired, having relinquished her quest for understanding and now merely desiring a conclusion. Chapter 111. Taking Root, New York's new landmark. Tony Stark had abandoned all thought. Slumped in his chair, he gazed at the holographic screen displaying the colossal warship slowly descending, alongside the 5 bizarre ice sculptures, his lips twitching as he muttered. He can't possibly be thinking of placing that behemoth directly on Manhattan Island. Can he? Impossible, right? Steve instinctively retorted, but the moment the words left his mouth, he recognized the futility of his rebuttal. After witnessing Zhuang Yan's capabilities, what in the world remained impossible? Indeed, the next moment, They beheld Zhuang Yan execute an act that left the world in shock. He extended his palm, gently cradling the sanctuary too as one would a delicate model, and steadily placed it right in the heart of Central Park. A rumble. The earth trembled slightly, but only for a fleeting moment. The colossal structure, stretching over 5 kilometers in length and 2 kilometers in width, was impeccably balanced upon landing by an invisible force field. It resembled an extraordinary mountain that had always been there, causing no disruption to the surrounding environment. Not even a single blade of grass in Central Park was crushed. The citizens strolling through the park, under the influence of a solemn will, merely glanced up at this sudden artistic installation before continuing their leisurely activities of dog walking and jogging, exhibiting no signs of astonishment. In their altered memories, this warship had transformed into a new landmark constructed at the expense of the city government, costing billions. "Oh my," Natasha exclaimed, covering her forehead. Did the mayor of New York City know that an extraterrestrial warship had suddenly appeared in his city? Now he was aware. Tony accessed the surveillance footage from City Hall. On the screen, the mayor appeared bewildered as he stared at the report handed to him by an assistant, which read, Central Park Landmark Construction Project completed. Budget expenditure, $100 billion. When was this project approved? How was I not informed? The mayor questioned. The assistant, with an expression of certainty, replied, Sir, this is the document you personally signed last month. Meanwhile, the solemn figure was meticulously adjusting the positions of 5-eye sculptures. He placed the statue of Thanos atop the warship, allowing the cosmic overlord to maintain a penitent pose upon one knee, facing east as if to welcome the rising sun. This angle is quite fitting, he mused, symbolizing the villain's awakening and desire for redemption. The general of the Deadly Blade and the Dark Star were positioned on either wing of the warship, their crossed weapons gleaming in the sunlight, exuding an artistic flair. The weightlifting pose of the Black Dwarf was stationed at the entrance of the warship, resembling a loyal guardian. As for the ballet pose of the Hyperion, it would serve as a scenic sculpture, adding an air of artistry to the ensemble. Satisfied, he nodded and erected a stone tablet at the base of the warship. The inscription read in both Chinese and English. In commemoration of humanity's first victory over extraterrestrial invaders, exhibit Thanos warship and its minions. Donor, solemn. With that, he felt a sense of accomplishment, as if he had merely completed a trivial household task. Within the Avengers Tower, a profound silence enveloped everyone. After a while, Tony finally spoke, his voice trembling. So, we now have a theme park based on an alien warship in New York, and it's free to the public. Steve added, his tone somewhat ethereal. The key point is, Natasha gestured towards the screen, where citizens had already begun to gather, seemingly unfazed. Indeed, under the influence of the solemn will, the people of New York had begun to enthusiastically explore this new landmark. Some were taking selfies in front of the warship, children excitedly climbing the statue of Black Dwarf, and artists starting to sketch in front of the ballet statue of Hyperion. Everything appeared to be in perfect harmony. Just then, Tony's phone unexpectedly rang. It was Pepper calling. Tony, have you seen the news? An alien warship has suddenly appeared in Central Park. The city government claims this is a new art project. Do you know what's going on? Tony glanced at the screen, where the imposing figure of the artist was leisurely admiring his creation, and with a wry smile, he replied, this is a rather complex issue. I'll explain it to you later. Additionally, there was a hint of excitement in Pepper's voice as she shared the latest stock market news. Due to this sudden art installation, tourism stocks in New York have surged. It is anticipated that the number of visitors this year will increase by 300%. Tony remarked, so, this artist not only resolved the alien invasion, but also inadvertently revitalized New York's tourism industry. What a remarkable, multifaceted achievement. At the Triskelion, the highest level conference room of S.H.I.L.D., Nick Fury sat at the head of the table, his single eye fixated on the enormous display screen, which was broadcasting live footage of Central Park. The atmosphere in the room was stifling. Deputy Director Maria Hill stood nearby, her folder in hand, now crumpled from her grip. Agent Coulson's expression was graver than usual, beads of sweat forming on his brow. So, Fury's voice was low and gravelly. You were telling me that a 5-kilometer-long alien warship, along with the bodies of 5 cosmic-level beings, has simply materialized in downtown New York? Yes, Director, Hill replied, swallowing hard. According to our investigation, all records from the city government indicate that this was a pre-planned art project. An art project? Fury's tone rose incredulously. A $100 billion art project? Our annual budget at S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't even that much. Coulson cautiously added, Director, what is more peculiar is that all relevant government officials, including the mayor, are convinced that they personally approved this project. Their memories have been altered. Altered memories? Fury abruptly stood up. Are you suggesting that someone has the capability to extensively manipulate the memories of government officials, while our psychological experts are unable to detect any anomalies? Not only government officials. Hill opened her folder, According to our investigation, the memories of over 8 million residents of New York City have been simultaneously altered. They all believe this warship is a standard urban development project. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Fury slowly returned to his seat, covering his face with his hand. Chapter 112. Emergency meeting at S.H.I.E.L.D. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had witnessed countless extraordinary events. Aliens, superhumans, time travelers. These miracles, in the eyes of ordinary people, were merely part of his daily routine. However, the existence capable of simultaneously altering the memories of 8 million individuals surpassed his comprehension. What do we know about this artist? Fury raised his head, inquiring. Coulson promptly retrieved another document. According to the information provided by the Avengers, the true identity of the enigmatic figure remained shrouded in mystery. All of Tony Stark's investigations indicated that this individual seemed to have materialized from thin air. There were no birth records, no educational background, and no social connections. Hill continued, however, that based on today's combat analysis, his capabilities have far exceeded our assessments. Fury activated the combat footage playback. As he witnessed the figure blocking the annihilation beam with a mere finger, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. When he observed this individual absorbing the continent-destroying energy beam as if it were a beverage, his eyes began to twitch. Upon seeing a finger puncture a hole in the Sanctum 2, he felt his blood pressure surging. And when he saw Thanos and the Black Order instantaneously encased in ice, he could no longer contain himself. Shut it off. Fury slammed his hand on the table. I no longer wish to behold these violations of physics. Coulson hastily turned off the player. Director, Hill cautiously inquired, should we attempt to make contact with him? Contact? Fury chuckled wryly. What do you propose? Sending agents to knock on his door and say, hello, we are S.H.I.E.L.D., and we would like to have a word with you? But Director, Coulson interjected, given the current circumstances, he harbors no malice towards Earth. In fact, one could argue he has saved it. That is precisely what concerns me. Fury rose and moved to the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon New York City. An entity with godlike power chooses to reside on Earth. Do you find that normal? Hill and Coulson exchanged glances, remaining silent. Gods do not offer shelter to mortals without reason. Fury continued. He must have his own agenda. And an agenda that even we cannot comprehend is often more terrifying than overt hostility. Just then, the conference room door swung open. An agent rushed in, breathless. Director, urgence situation. What is it? Fury, turn around. A new development in Central Park. The agent panted. The individual known as Zhuang Yan has opened a coffee shop on his warship. Fury responded incredulously. What? In Central Park, atop the Sanctum 2 warship, Zhuang Yan was busily arranging his new establishment. The coffee shop was uniquely situated within the command hall of an extraterrestrial warship, transforming the previously menacing military facility into a cozy CAF adorned with inviting decorations. The complex control panels have been repurposed into display cabinets, showcasing an array of exquisite coffee mugs. A massive holographic screen now played soothing music. Most intriguingly, Thanos' original throne had been retained, but Zhuang Yan had added a cushion, transforming it into a booth seat. This angle offers a perfect view of the entire New York skyline. The scenery is delightful. Solemnly, he patted the armrest of the throne, and at the entrance of the warship, he erected a sign proclaiming, Interstellar CAF, a dining experience unlike any other in the universe. Beneath it, a smaller line read, we serve Earth coffee, extraterrestrial beverages, and the Thanos throne experience. Within the Avengers Tower, Tony Stark gazed at this scene, utterly flabbergasted. He has opened a coffee shop, and on the enemy's warship no less. Steve's voice was imbued with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Wait, Natasha pointed at the screen. Look at that price list. Everyone followed her gesture, only to see Solemn hanging an exquisite menu at the entrance. Americano. 5. Latte. 7. Cappuccino. 8. Thanos Throne Experience. Free, key required, extraterrestrial special, jumping candy energy drink. 88. Photo with alien statue. Free, quite affordable. Tony couldn't help but remark. Just then, the first wave of customers arrived. 3 young college students curiously stepped into the CAF. Wow, the decor is absolutely amazing. One girl exclaimed, it truly feels like being inside an alien spaceship. Boss, are these props? Another young man inquired. They look so authentic. Solemn smiled and replied, of course. They are genuine. All are authentic alien technology. Ha, you're quite the comedian, boss. The girl laughed. We'll have 3 lattes, and we want to try that throne. Not a problem. Solemn began to deftly operate the coffee machine. Surprisingly, the alien devices, originally designed to emit death rays, transformed into coffee-making tools under his skillful manipulation. The laser emitter became a heater, while the particle cannon morphed into a milk frother. Upon taking a sip of the coffee, the girl's eyes instantly lit up. Oh my goodness, this is the best coffee I've ever had. What kind of divine technology is this? Exclusive secret formula. Solemn winked mysteriously. It's made with special water source from the Andromeda Nebula, purified through a black hole's gravitational field. The students laughed heartily, thinking this was merely a marketing gimmick. However, those in the Avengers Tower knew that every word Solemn spoke could very well be true. I'm beginning to suspect. Tony swallowed hard. He really is making coffee with alien technology. Meanwhile, in the CAF, the young man had taken a seat upon the throne of Thanos. Wow, this chair feels so authoritative, he exclaimed. I feel like the ruler of the universe. Solemn smiled silently. If Thanos were still conscious, he might be enraged enough to resurrect on the spot. The throne, earned through a lifetime of struggle by the cosmic overlord, had now become a prop for college students to snap photos. Soon, news of this interstellar CAF began to spread wildly across social networks. The coolest-themed CAF has emerged in New York. What is it like to sip coffee aboard an alien warship? The throne truly imparts a sensation of ruling the universe. In less than an hour, a lengthy queue formed at the CAF's entrance. Surveillance from SHIELD indicated that the line extended from Central Park to Fifth Avenue. Fury observed this spectacle, feeling as though his worldview was undergoing a complete reconstruction. Thus, he spoke into his communicator, pondering whether the most pressing security threat at present was a mysterious entity operating a CAF aboard an extraterrestrial warship. Indeed, Director, came Coulson's voice through the device. And according to the latest intelligence, his coffee business is thriving. Today's revenue is projected to exceed $100,000. Fury remained silent for an extended period. Eventually, he uttered a single request. Order me an Americano. I wish to investigate personally. Chapter 113. Opening day, Nick Fury donned casual attire, complete with a baseball cap and sunglasses, blending inconspicuously into the queue. As the director of SHIELD, he had witnessed a plethora of extraordinary scenes, yet it was his first time queuing for a cup of coffee. Even more absurd was the fact that this CAF was situated within an alien warship, operated by a being capable of treating the universe's overlord as mere statuary. Sir, how long have you been waiting? Fury inquired of a middle-aged woman ahead of him. 2 hours, she replied excitedly, but it is absolutely worth it. My friend claims that the coffee here captures the essence of the cosmos. Fury's lips twitched. The essence of the cosmos? He was indeed curious about what the universe might taste like. The line progressed slowly. Fury observed that every individual emerging from the CAF bore an expression of unparalleled satisfaction, their eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Could this possibly be some sort of mind-altering beverage? Fury's internal alarm bells rang. At last, it was his turn. Fury entered the CAF, immediately awestruck by the interior's decor. Clearly military-grade alien equipment had been ingeniously repurposed into coffee-making tools, and several artistic photographs adorned the walls, featuring close-ups of Thanos and the Black Order. Welcome. How may I assist you? The barista greeted with a solemn, yet cheerful demeanor. Is this your first visit? Fury nodded, striving to present himself as an ordinary customer. I've heard that the coffee here is quite exceptional. Indeed, the barista gestured towards the shimmering devices behind him. These are authentic extraterrestrial technologies, perfectly suited for brewing coffee. Extraterrestrial technology? Fury feigned curiosity. Yes, it's from that warship belonging to, what is his name? Thanos. The barista remarked casually, but he no longer has use for it, so we're putting it to good use. Fury nearly choked on his own saliva. Repurposing? That was a fortress capable of conquering the universe. What would you like to order? An Americano, please. Coming right up. The barista approached a device resembling a particle accelerator, deftly manipulating its controls. Fury watched in awe as complex alien characters flickered across the screen, his astonishment beyond words. This individual not only comprehended alien script, but also skillfully operated such machinery. A few minutes later, a cup of aromatic coffee was placed before Fury. Please enjoy, Zhuang Yan said with a solemn smile. Fury cautiously took a sip, and in an instant, an unprecedented gustatory experience erupted in his mouth. It was not merely the rich flavor of the coffee. There was an ineffable cosmic sensation as well. Fury's eyes widened in astonishment. How is it? Zhuang Yan inquired expectantly. Is this truly made with alien technology? Indeed, the device was originally designed for decomposing planetary atmospheres, but now it is employed for purifying coffee beans, with surprisingly excellent results. Fury felt as though his worldview had been shaken once more. A weapon that decomposed planetary atmospheres was now being used to brew coffee? Boss, may I inquire as to how you learned to operate these devices? Fury asked tentatively. Zhuang Yan shrugged. I just read the manual. The alien technology manuals are quite detailed, albeit the text is a tad small. A manual? Fury felt his blood pressure rising. At that moment, a familiar figure entered the CAF, Tony Stark. It was evident that Iron Man was also there for an inspection. He recognized the disguised Fury at a glance. Well, if it isn't our one-eyed director. Tony approached without any pretense. Fury's disguise was instantly compromised, and curious patrons turned their attention toward him. Stark, Fury gritted his teeth. Don't be nervous. I'm just here for a coffee, Tony said to Zhuang Yan. Boss, I'll have a cup of that pop rock energy drink. I'm quite curious about its flavor. No problem. Zhuang Yan eagerly began to prepare. He walked to a device resembling an energy cannon, retrieved a bottle of shimmering liquid from within, and added some ordinary soda water. This is the raw material from that world-destroying energy cannon, which I have specially processed to eliminate its destructive properties while retaining its energy and flavor, Zhuang Yan explained. Tony and Fury exchanged glances. So this guy really turned Thanos' main cannon energy into a beverage? $88. Zhuang Yan handed over a cup of the peculiar glowing drink. Tony took the cup, the liquid within bouncing and emitting faint crackling sounds. This won't have any side effects, will it? Tony hesitated. Rest assured, I've tested it. At most, it will leave you exhilarated for 3 days and nights, along with a slight enhancement of superpowers. A slight enhancement of superpowers? Fury couldn't help but inquire. Well, perhaps the ability to lift a car or run slightly faster than a cheetah. Nothing extraordinary, Zhuang Yan stated calmly. Tony gulped and decided to give it a try. He downed the entire cup of pop rock energy drink in one go. Instantly, Tony's eyes began to glow and his hair stood on end. Wow, this feels amazing, Tony exclaimed, jumping up and crashing into the ceiling. Stock. Fury gasped. I feel like I can fly. And indeed, Tony soared into the air, circling the CF. Other patrons were astonished, promptly taking out their phones to capture the moment. Ahem, Mr. Stark, please be mindful of the decorum in public spaces, he gently reminded. It was then that Tony became aware of his indiscretion and gradually descended. Yet his eyes still shimmered, and his entire being trembled slightly. Boss, is this beverage truly only $88? Tony inquired, his voice quivering. Absolutely fair, he solemnly nodded, adding a suggestion to limit oneself to 1 cup per day to avoid excessive heat in the body. Fury, observing Tony's exuberance, decided it prudent to stick to his Americano. By the way, he suddenly recalled, would you like to experience the throne? Given the crowd today, I can arrange a passage for you. Fury glanced at the throne that once belonged to the cosmic overlord, his emotions a mix of complexity. Forget it. Let's go. Nick, let us give it a try. The still excited Tony tugged at Fury, leading him toward the throne. Stark, I warn you, but Tony's strength was astonishing, rendering Fury unable to break free. Ultimately, the illustrious director of SHIELD was compelled to sit upon Thanos' throne. How does it feel? He inquired with a smile. Sitting upon the massive seat, Fury felt the peculiar energy emanating from it, rendering him rigid. This chair is quite firm, he managed to say. That is because it was originally designed to bear the weight of cosmic will, he explained. When Thanos occupied it, he had to withstand the entirety of the universe's weight. Now, it merely serves as an ordinary chair, hence the firmness. Chapter 114. Director Fury's coffee time. Suddenly, Fury felt a wave of dizziness. As strange images flashed before his eyes, the birth and annihilation of stars, the rise and fall of civilizations, and the cyclical nature of the universe. I have seen, Fury murmured. What did you see? Tony asked, curiosity piqued. The truth of the universe. Fury's voice was barely a whisper. He nodded. The throne grants one a fleeting glimpse of cosmic perspective, but fret not. It will wear off shortly. 10 minutes later, Fury finally rose from the throne, feeling somewhat disoriented. Boss, he said earnestly, gazing intently at him. Who exactly are you? Wiping the coffee cup, he replied nonchalantly, just a humble coffee shop owner. A coffee shop owner would not craft a statue of a cosmic overlord. That is because they lack the requisite technology, he responded matter-of-factly. Fury studied him deeply, ultimately saying nothing, paying his bill, and departing. Tony, still in a state of excitement, ordered another ordinary latte before leaving. Once they had departed, he gazed out at the queue of patrons outside, nodding with satisfaction. Business is thriving. He mused to himself. It seems Earthlings are indeed quite intrigued by extraterrestrial culture. The following morning, an even longer line formed at the entrance of a CAF. Yesterday, a video of Tony Stark soaring through a CAF went viral online. Titled Iron Man Acquires Superpowers at an Alien CAF. While most deemed it a product of special effects, many flocked to experience the 88 popping candy energy drink. Zhuang Yan was diligently preparing to open his shop when he suddenly sensed a familiar energy fluctuation. Huh. He glanced up at the sky. A rainbow bridge descended, landing in a clearing in Central Park. Thor, the Prince of Asgard, emerged from the luminous archway. Ah, it's the god of thunder. Zhuang Yan continued polishing a coffee cup, pondering whether he had come for a cup of coffee. Thor strode towards the CAF, a complex expression etched on his face. You are Zhuang Yan? Thor's voice resonated deeply. Yes, what is the matter? Zhuang Yan looked up at the golden-haired deity, noting his apparent displeasure. I heard about what transpired yesterday. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir. You vanquished Thanos. Indeed, and what of it? I wish to understand who you truly are. Thor's eyes sparked with lightning. A being of such formidable power should not remain inconspicuous. Zhuang Yan set down his coffee cup, gazing at the Asgardian prince. Are you here to challenge me? If necessary. Thor raised his hammer. Asgard bears the responsibility of maintaining balance across the 9 realms. Any excessively powerful entity may pose a threat. The customers lined up at the CAF entrance buzzed with excitement at the unfolding scene. Wow, the god of thunder has arrived. Are they going to fight? Quick, take a picture. Zhuang Yan observed the eager crowd with a hint of exasperation. Thor, are you certain you wish to engage here? This is my establishment. Then let us step outside. Thor turned toward the open space. Zhuang Yan sighed and addressed the waiting customers. I apologize, everyone. It may delay our operating hours. No worries, boss. We're here for the spectacle. Someone shouted enthusiastically. Zhuang Yan exited the CAF, standing before Thor. Honestly, I do not wish to fight you, he stated. I merely aspire to run a peaceful coffee shop. But your very existence is a threat. Thor lifted Mjolnir. Dark clouds gathering overhead. The power you exhibited yesterday could obliterate the entire 9 realms. That was merely a response to Thanos' provocation. Zhuang Yan shrugged. I acted in self-defense. Self-defense? Thor scoffed. You transformed a cosmic tyrant into a mere CAF ornament. Isn't that splendid? Turning waste into treasure, promoting sustainability. Thor was rendered speechless by his retort. Enough. The god of thunder bellowed, prepared to face Asgard's judgment. He raised Mjolnir high, and countless bolts of lightning rained down, striking towards Zhuang Yan. However, those bolts, powerful enough to shatter mountains, vanished without a trace upon contact with Zhuang Yan's form. Your lightning, Zhuang Yan remarked, tastes rather delightful, reminiscent of lemon soda. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. What? I proclaimed. I have absorbed your lightning and transformed it into the flavor of lemon soda. Would you care for glass? I can concoct it right here. Thor felt his worldviews shaken once more. This is impossible. My lightning is an embodiment of Asgardian power. Energy is merely a form of power, I replied with a nonchalant shrug. Have you heard of the law of conservation of energy? Enraged, Thor swung his mighty hammer again, charging directly at me with the intent to strike physically. I extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking the impact of Mjolnir. A crisp metallic clang resonated. As the hammer was halted by my finger, Thor exerted all his strength, yet the hammer would not budge an inch. How can this be? Thor questioned, incredulous. Nothing is impossible, I stated. Is your hammer particularly heavy? It feels as light as a plastic toy to me. As I spoke, I grasped the hammer's head with ease. Thor desperately attempted to reclaim Mjolnir, but was utterly unable to shift me even slightly. Release my hammer, Thor bellowed. All right, I relented, loosening my grip. But there is something amiss with its weight. It is far too light. Thor reclaimed Mjolnir, yet the shock within him remained unresolved. How could this individual so effortlessly hold the hammer? It was known that only a scant few could lift Mjolnir aside from him. Who exactly are you? Thor inquired again, this time infused with a sense of reverence. As I mentioned, I'm merely a coffee shop owner, I replied. By the way, what flavor of lightning coffee would you prefer? I have absorbed plenty of your lightning, just enough to create a few specialty drinks. Thor was rendered speechless. At that moment, the radiant light of the Bifrost appeared in the sky. A tall woman, adorned with a golden helmet, emerged from the beam. Heimdall had alerted that there was a powerful energy fluctuation. The newcomer was none other than Sif, the Valkyrie of Asgard. Thor, what are you doing? Sif queried. Sif. Thor turned to her. This individual is a formidable threat. His power transcends our understanding. Sif regarded me with caution. Is he the one who defeated Thanos? Indeed, and he has turned Thanos into a statue, showcasing it in his coffee shop as decor. Thor gestured toward the nearby warship. Sif followed his finger, her expression transforming as she beheld the diverse array of artworks. Is that Thanos kneeling? Correct. And the one performing ballet? A supernova, one of the Black Order. Chapter 115. An unexpected visitor. Sif remained silent for a protracted moment before finally exclaiming, the artist of Asgard would be envious. Upon hearing this, my eyes sparkled with excitement. You have artists in Asgard? Splendid. I am contemplating hosting a sculpture exhibition. Having professional artists to critique, it would make it even more perfect. Sif and Thor exchanged glances. Do you wish to host an exhibition? Sif inquired cautiously. Absolutely. Thor responded with solemn enthusiasm. I believe these sculptures possess significant artistic merit and deserve to be appreciated by a wider audience. I intend to call it the Cosmic Peace-themed sculpture exhibition. What do you think? Thor felt his mind struggling to grasp the concept. Wait, you mean you defeated Thanos to create art? Certainly not. Thor shook his head solemnly. I vanquished him because he interrupted my sunbathing. Creating art was merely an act of resourcefulness. Because of sunbathing? Sif's voice quivered slightly. Indeed, In the middle of the day, he parked that enormous ship right above me, blocking the sun. It was quite the mood dampener, Thor stated matter-of-factly. Thor and Sif exchanged a glance, both recognizing the same thought in each other's eyes. This individual's thought process was utterly unlike that of a typical person. So, Sif tentatively asked, if no one disturbed your sunbathing, you would refrain from taking action? Of course, Thor nodded. I am rather laid back and do not instigate trouble. Then why did you open a coffee shop? Thor inquired. To earn money, Thor answered bluntly. Living on Earth incurs expenses, rent, utilities, necessities, all of which require funding. Thor and Sif fell into silence once more. The notion that someone capable of effortlessly defeating a cosmic overlord was fretting over rent was bewildering. Sif hesitated before offering. Asgard is willing to provide any resources you require, as long as you do not threaten the safety of the Nine Realms. Really? Thor's eyes lit up. Do you have high-quality coffee beans? The beans on Earth vary greatly in quality. I seek something superior. Coffee beans? Sif was momentarily taken aback. We can procure the finest coffee beans from across the cosmos for you. Splendid. Thor clapped his hands joyfully. Then we are friends. Come, let me treat you to coffee. Thus, a potential conflict that could have sparked a crisis across the Nine Realms transformed into a friendly coffee tasting event. In the Avengers Tower, the atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Tony Stark sat at the conference table, clutching a cup of coffee that still emitted a peculiar glow. This was his third cup of pop rock energy drink purchased from Thor's CAF that morning. Stark, are you sure you want to continue drinking that? Steve Rogers looked at him with concern. You Haven Tea slept for 3 consecutive days. I feel absolutely amazing, Tony exclaimed, his eyes still shimmering. This sensation is extraordinary. I believe I could design 100 new suits in one go. The issue is, you've already designed 200, Natasha remarked with exasperation. And they include some rather peculiar models, like the coffee suit and the lightning flavor suit. Those were products of inspiration, Tony declared, rising with excitement. You don't understand. That beverage not only supplies energy, but also ignites creativity. It can also lead to addiction. Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses. From a physiological perspective, your current state is quite abnormal. What do you mean by abnormal? I am functioning at supernormal levels. Tony paced back and forth in the room, moving so swiftly that he nearly left an afterimage. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open, and Nick Fury entered, holding a cup of coffee. Director, he greeted, while Steve gazed in astonishment at the cup in Fury's hand. American coffee, Fury clarified, just ordinary American coffee. He took a seat at the conference table, his expression grave. We need to discuss that solemnity. What is there to discuss? Tony exclaimed excitedly. He is a good person. Not only did he save the Earth, but he also opened a fantastic CAF. Stark, your judgment has been clouded by that beverage, Fury remarked coldly. My judgment has never been clearer, Tony retorted. Then explain why you designed a suit specifically for brewing coffee yesterday. Tony paused for a moment. That was artistic creation. Natasha rolled her eyes. Tony, you need to wean yourself off that drink. I don't need to wean off anything. Tony animatedly waved his hands. You don't understand. That solemnity is a genius. He brews coffee with alien technology. It's an epic-making innovation. He also uses alien technology to turn people into statues, Banner reminded. Those were villains, Tony insisted. And now they've become art pieces, far more valuable than before. Steve rubbed his temples. Tony, listen to what you're saying. I'm speaking the truth. Tony maintained. You all should try that drink. I guarantee your opinions will change. Absolutely not, Fury firmly refused. We already have one addict. We cannot afford another. Just then, the conference room's communication system chimed. Avengers, this is Thor. Thor's voice emanated from the speaker. Thor? Steve activated the communication. Where are you? I'm, at the intergalactic CAF. Thor's voice sounded somewhat awkward. Everyone fell silent. What did you say? Fury asked incredulously. Lady Sif and I came to investigate that solemnity, and, well, Thor's voice grew even more awkward. We are currently sampling Asgardian specialty coffee at a CAF. Asgardian specialty coffee? Banner inquired, puzzled. Indeed. He created a new beverage with my lightning, and it's quite flavorful. Fury felt his blood pressure rising again. Thor, you were supposed to challenge him, not taste coffee. About that, I did challenge him. Thor's voice diminished. And then he blocked my hammer with a single finger. The room fell into a profound silence. A single finger? Steve echoed. Yes, just a single finger, Thor confirmed. And then he said my hammer felt as light as a plastic toy. Suddenly, Tony burst into laughter. Huh, I told you he was impressive. Even the God of Thunder's hammer is no match for him. Stark, this is not a laughing matter, Fury said gravely. I am not joking. Tony earnestly stated. You must accept the reality. Zhuang Yan is far more formidable than we ever imagined. Natasha calmly analyzed. So the question arises, why would such a powerful being choose to open a CAF on Earth? Because he needs to earn money to pay the rent. Thor's voice echoed through the communicator. Chapter 116. The Avengers' Dilemma pay rent? Banner was taken aback. Indeed, Thor replied. Living on Earth necessitates funds. Rent, utilities, and daily necessities all require expenditure. Fury felt his worldview shaken once again. A being capable of vanquishing cosmic tyrants was, in fact, troubled by rent? Wait a moment. Steve pondered. Where does he reside? That's an astute question. Fury responded, promptly accessing S.H.I.E.L.D. records. According to our investigation, Zhuang Yan's residence is an apartment in downtown Manhattan with a monthly rent of $2,500. $2,500? Tony exclaimed, astonished. That is remarkably affordable. He could easily purchase the entire building. Perhaps he prefers a simpler lifestyle, Banner speculated. Or he harbors ulterior motives, Fury remarked skeptically. At that moment, Thor's voice resonated once more through the communicator. Everyone, Zhuang Yan wishes to invite you to sample his coffee. He mentioned that members of the Avengers can enjoy a 20 discount. A 20 discount? Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's fantastic. I was just thinking about grabbing a few energy drinks. Stark, you've had enough? Fury interjected. No one could deter me from pursuing greater heights. Tony joyfully dashed out of the conference room. Stark, Steve called after him. Observing the scene, Natasha turned to Fury and said, Director, I believe we need to devise a contingency plan. What sort of plan? Fury inquired. How to prevent the Avengers from becoming regular patrons of the CAF? Natasha replied earnestly. Fury pondered in silence for a moment before suggesting, perhaps we should adopt a different approach. What do you mean? Since we cannot stop it, we might as well join them. Rising from his seat, Fury declared, let us proceed to the CAF and personally ascertain what Zhuang Yan intends to accomplish. Are you certain this is a wise idea? Banner asked with concern. It is certainly preferable to allowing Stark to indulge alone, Fury answered. Thus, the remaining Avengers made their way to the interstellar CF. Upon arriving in Central Park, they were met with a shocking sight. A long line snaked outside the CF, comprising not only ordinary citizens but also dignitaries, business elites, and even a few celebrities. What on earth is happening? Banner inquired in astonishment. Zhuang Yan CAF has become the hottest attraction in New York, a passing citizen enthusiastically explained. I've heard that consuming their signature drinks can bestow superpowers. Superpowers? Natasha furrowed her brow. Indeed, just yesterday, someone drank the Pop Rocks energy drink and, astonishingly, was able to fly. The video has gone viral. Fury and Natasha exchanged a glance, both perceiving the concern in each other's eyes. Should the general populace begin to pursue this extraordinary beverage, the fabric of societal order would undoubtedly be jeopardized. We must put a stop to this, Fury murmured. How do we intend to do that? Natasha inquired. Shall we inform everyone of the drink side effects? Yet, Tony appears to be in excellent health. Indeed, while Tony had become remarkably exuberant, his physical condition seemed to have improved significantly. Perhaps we should first ascertain the situation, Banner suggested. As they traversed the corridor into the CAF, they were immediately taken aback by the scene before them. Tony was fervently engaged in a technical discussion with Zuri, while Thor and Sif sat beside Thanos' throne, savoring their coffee, and Steve was posing for photographs with several patrons. This tableau is utterly surreal, Natasha murmured. Welcome, Zuri exclaimed upon noticing them, extending a warm greeting, Avengers friends. What would you like to try today? Fury scrutinized Zuri intently, attempting to glean any hidden truths from his demeanor. However, Zuri's expression remained sincere and amicable, akin to that of an ordinary CF proprietor. We wish to understand, Fury said cautiously, whether your specialty beverages might have any impact on the average individual. Indeed, there will be an impact, Zuri nodded. Good coffee invariably uplifts the spirit and invigorates the mind. I refer to the supernatural effects, Fury emphasized. Zuri pondered for a moment. Are you speaking of that pop rock energy drink? It does indeed provide a temporary enhancement of abilities, but it is entirely safe. Safe? Banner queried. How can granting ordinary people superpowers be deemed safe? Because the effects are temporary, Zuri explained. They last at most 3 days before naturally dissipating. Moreover, I have incorporated a restriction protocol to ensure no one misuses these abilities. Restriction protocol? Indeed, if anyone attempts to use these powers to harm others, the abilities will automatically nullify, Zuri declared proudly. This is my proprietary technology. Fury, Natasha, and Banner exchanged glances, astonished. This individual could not only bestow superpowers upon ordinary people, but also regulate their utilization. This was no mere display of power. It was akin to divine intervention. Then, Fury inquired at last, what is your ultimate objective? Zuri contemplated gravely before replying earnestly, to establish CAFS throughout the entire universe. Establish CAFS throughout the universe? Fury's voice quivered slightly. He had encountered all manner of lunatics, those who sought world domination, others intent on annihilating civilization. But this was the first who aspired to open CAFS across the cosmos. Indeed, Zuri responded enthusiastically. I believe many regions of the universe lack a rich coffee culture. For instance, Asgard only indulges in alcohol, entirely oblivious to the exquisite joys of coffee. Thor nodded in agreement. Indeed, our beverage selection is woefully limited. There are other civilizations, Zhuang Yan continued solemnly. The Kree, the Skrulls, and the New Star Legion. Amidst their overwhelming life pressures, they desperately require a fine cup of coffee to alleviate their spirits. Banner adjusted his glasses, incredulous. Are you serious? Of course, Zhuang Yan replied, producing a tablet that displayed an intricate array of business plans. I have conducted a thorough market analysis. There exist over 10,000 intelligent civilizations in the universe, of which 80% have never encountered coffee. What an immense opportunity. Tony leaned over to take a glance, instantly taken aback. Goodness, this business plan is more detailed than any I have ever seen from a multinational corporation. Naturally, Zhuang Yan boasted. I devoted a full 3 hours to crafting this plan. 3 hours? Steve inquired, astonished. You researched 1,000 civilizations in just 3 hours? Primarily due to the fast internet speed, Zhuang Yan waved dismissively. I hacked into the databases of most civilizations in the universe to understand their dietary habits, economic conditions, and purchasing power. You said you hacked? Natasha's voice was tinged with tension. Chapter 117. The Cosmic Chain Plan indeed, quite effortlessly. Their cybersecurity is woefully inadequate, lacking even a proper firewall. Zhuang Yan shook his head. Especially the Kree. Their encryption technology is still in the Stone Age. Fury felt the need to sit down for a moment. A being capable of effortlessly infiltrating the databases of various cosmic civilizations was contemplating opening a chain of coffee shops. How do you intend to implement this plan? Banner inquired curiously. In a stepwise manner, Zhuang Yan clicked to the next page of the plan. First, we will establish branches within the solar system. Locations such as the Moon, Mars, and Jupiter's moons are excellent choices. Then we shall expand to the Milky Way, ultimately covering the entire universe. Wait, Steve interjected. There's no atmosphere on the Moon. How can you open a coffee shop there? That's simple. Zhuang Yan waved his hand. I can create an atmosphere for the Moon. It's essentially useless as it stands, so a little transformation would be quite beneficial. Transform the Moon? Thor's eyes widened. You intend to alter the entire Moon? Precisely. Just adding an atmosphere, adjusting the gravity, and planting a few flora, Zhuang Yan mentioned nonchalantly. And while I'm at it, I'll smooth out the Moon's cratered surface. It's quite unsightly. An oppressive silence enveloped the conference room. At that moment, the door to the CAF swung open, and a figure clad in a black trench coat stepped inside. Master Gu Yi. Steve recognized the newcomer. The Sorcerer Supreme, Gu Yi, approached Zhuang Yan, her expression more solemn than usual. Zhuang Yan. Gu Yi's voice was calm, yet authoritative. We need to talk. Ah, Master. Zhuang Yan looked up at her. Would you like something to drink? I have a newly developed time stone concoction, crafted from the essence of temporal magic. Gu Yi's eyes twitched slightly. You turned temporal magic into a beverage? Indeed, Zhuang Yan replied. It possesses a unique flavor, and upon consumption, one can momentarily perceive the mysteries of time's flow. With a solemn enthusiasm, he introduced that the price was slightly steep at $888 per cup. I did not come here for coffee. Ancient One inhaled deeply. I am here to warn you. Warn me of what? The solemn figure inquired with a hint of confusion. Your actions have attracted the attention of the multiverse. Ancient One replied gravely. While observing the timeline, I discovered some anomalies. What anomalies? A golden magical array appeared in Ancient One's hand, revealing countless interwoven timelines. Originally, Thanos' invasion was supposed to inflict severe damage on Earth, and the Avengers would have to pay a great price to defeat him, pointing to a dark red timeline. Ancient One continued, however, due to your intervention, this timeline has been completely altered. Isn't that a good thing? Tony interjected. Earth has not suffered harm. The issue is not there. Ancient One shook her head. Do you understand the consequences of altering the timeline? The butterfly effect, perhaps? It's fine, he said nonchalantly. I have experience. You have experience? Ancient One's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, I have altered timelines before without significant issues, he reminisced. At most, I advanced a civilization into a technological age by a few millennia or prevented the extinction of dinosaurs on a certain planet. Ancient One felt her blood pressure rising. You mean to say you have altered timelines before? Indeed, several times, he nodded. Sometimes I saw a civilization on the brink of destruction and intervened casually. Other times, witnessing a tyrant's success, I would turn him into a statue. Wait, Fury suddenly pondered. You said you turned a tyrant into a statue? Yes, just like Thanos. He replied matter-of-factly. I have quite a collection of them in my gallery, including dictators from across the galaxy and warlords from Andromeda, all transformed into art. Thor swallowed hard. Do you have other collections? Of course, he said eagerly. Would you like to take a tour? I have a dedicated exhibition room at home housing thousands of villain statues from various corners of the universe. Thousands? Natasha's voice quivered slightly. Roughly. Though I Haven counted meticulously, he scratched his head. Mainly because some individuals are just too odious. It doesn't sit right with me unless they're turned into statues. Ancient One gazed deeply at him, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Who exactly are you? She asked slowly. Just a humble CAF owner, he replied naturally. Why do you all enjoy asking that question? A CAF owner wouldn't have a collection of thousands of villain statues, Banner reminded him. That's merely a side business. He clarified. My main occupation is running the CAF, while my side endeavor is maintaining cosmic peace. However, to be fair, maintaining peace brings no reward. Running the CAF is far more profitable. Ancient One remained silent for a long moment before finally stating, I need to witness your true power. Why? He asked, perplexed. Because I need to ascertain whether you possess the capability to bear the consequences of altering the timeline. The Ancient One spoke solemnly. If your power is insufficient to maintain the stability of the multiverse, then I must intervene. Zhuang Yan pondered for a moment and replied, well, it wouldn't be appropriate to engage in combat in a CAF. It would frighten the patrons. Let us proceed to the mirror dimension. A quaint mirror materialized in the Ancient One's hand. The mirror dimension? Zhuang Yan inquired curiously, gazing at the mirror. The concept intrigued him. Was it based on spatial folding technology? You understand spatial magic? The Ancient One was taken aback. A little, Zhuang Yan admitted, reaching out to touch the mirror. The spatial structure is well designed, though its stability leaves much to be desired. Allow me to optimize it. With that, Zhuang Yan's finger glided gently across the surface of the mirror. In an instant, the mirror dimension transformed dramatically. The once confined space expanded into an infinite expanse, and the monotonous environment blossomed into a breathtaking cosmic garden. The Ancient One gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before her. Have you altered the mirror dimension? Just a slight upgrade, Zhuang Yan replied, admiring his creation. Now it can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people engaged in battle without interference. Hundreds of thousands? Tony's voice shifted in pitch. Indeed, should a cosmic war arise in the future, having a spacious battlefield is always advantageous, Zhuang Yan asserted. Moreover, I've added spectator stands and commentary booths for live broadcasts. Everyone followed his finger and beheld a grand arena-like structure, equipped with all the necessary amenities, including a popcorn stand. You transformed the mirror dimension into an arena? Steve exclaimed incredulously. It is an arena, Zhuang Yan corrected him, which adds a sense of ceremony. By the way, Ancient One, what would you like to compete in? A magical duel or a pure display of strength? Chapter 118. Visitors from a multiverse. The Ancient One regarded the youth who had casually transformed her meticulously crafted mirror dimension into a recreational venue and felt a sudden realization that her understanding of the concept of power was still somewhat superficial. Let us engage in a magical competition, she ultimately decided. Very well, Zhuang Yan nodded. But I must clarify that my magic may not align with the magical system of your Earth. What do you mean? My magic is rather direct. Zhuang Yan contemplated the appropriate terminology. It lacks elaborate rituals. It generally involves simply wishing for a desired effect, and it materializes. The Ancient One furrowed her brow. That is not magic. It is reality manipulation. Regardless, the outcome remains the same. Zhuang Yan waved his hand dismissively. Are you ready? Taking a deep breath, the Ancient One summoned a complex magical array in her hands. Let's begin. With a wave, she unleashed a beam of golden energy, imbued with the essence of time, capable of ensnaring its target within a temporal loop. Yet, as the beam approached Zhuang Yan, it inexplicably veered off course, tracing a circle in the air before ultimately returning to orbit around the Ancient One. Your beam possesses quite a spirit, Zhuang Yan chuckled. It seems to have taken a liking to you. Ancient One gazed in astonishment at the swirling beams of energy encircling her, akin to a mischievous pet flitting about her presence. This is impossible. She could hardly believe that time magic could be tamed. Nothing is impossible, explained Zhuang Yan solemnly. I merely had a discussion with it, suggesting that it would be better to return to its original master. It found a reasoning sound and decided to return on its own. Ancient One felt her worldview shattered once more. The notion that magical energy could engage in discourse? Shall we continue? Zhuang Yan inquired. Gritting her teeth, Ancient One directly invoked the most powerful forbidden spell, time reversal. The formidable force of time instantly enveloped the entire arena, attempting to send Zhuang Yan back a few minutes. However, as soon as the temporal power made contact with Zhuang Yan, it felt as though it collided with an invisible wall, failing to advance, and instead rebounding backward. Alas, this spell is too violent. Zhuang Yan shook his head. The timeline is delicate and cannot be treated so roughly. He extended his hand and gently caressed the air. The raging force of time instantly transformed into a docile entity, coalescing into a golden sphere of light that flickered softly in his palm. See, this is how it should be, Zhuang Yan remarked as he handed the light sphere to Ancient One. Time magic requires a gentler approach. It is quite sensitive. Ancient One accepted the sphere, feeling the pure temporal energy contained within, rendering her momentarily speechless. This energy harbored no malice. Rather, it radiated warmth and friendliness, akin to a well-trained creature. How did you accomplish this? Ancient One stammered. I told you, it is all about negotiation, Zhuang Yan replied matter-of-factly. Magic possesses emotions, treat it kindly, and it will naturally be obedient. Ancient One regarded the sphere in her hand, then looked at Zhuang Yan's sincere face, suddenly grasping a terrifying truth. This man might not be wielding magic at all. He is creating the rules. I concede. Ancient One's voice echoed throughout the arena. The supreme sorcerer who had safeguarded the earth for centuries acknowledged her defeat for the first time so thoroughly. Concede? Zhuang Yan pondered, gazing at her in confusion. We have only just begun. Why would you concede? Because I have come to understand a profound truth. Ancient One withdrew the time-light sphere, realizing that rather than competing in magic with you, it is more prudent to engage in a game with the universe itself. The universe itself? Tony questioned, puzzled. Ancient One cast a deep glance at Zhuang Yan. He is not merely using magic. He is the very source of it. The source? Banner adjusted his glasses, implying that his existence is the rule itself. Ancient One elucidated, just as the law of gravity does not require explanation for why an apple falls. His will embodies the laws of reality. Zhuang Yan scratched his head. You're making it too complicated, sorceress. I simply want to improve the CAF's business. Just then, a massive rift suddenly appeared above the arena, and 3 figures emerged from within. At the forefront stood a towering figure, enveloped in a golden robe. His visage concealed beneath a hood, yet the palpable pressure he exuded sent tremors through the hearts of all present. The observer? Ancient One stared in astonishment at the newcomer. The supreme sorcerer. The observer's voice resonated with gravitas. We must discuss that anomalous entity. His gaze fell upon the solemn figure, a flicker of intricate emotion crossing his eyes. Behind the observer trailed 2 equally imposing beings. One, a woman radiating starlight, and the other, a semi-transparent humanoid seemingly composed of pure energy. Allow me to introduce. The observer proclaimed, this is the eternal emissary, and this is the infinite herald. We represent the supreme will of the multiverse. Here to wait. The solemn figure interjected. Are you here for coffee? If so, please form a line. We have a considerable number of guests today. The observer, the eternal emissary, the infinite herald. Tony nearly erupted in laughter. This could very well be the first instance in the annals of the multiverse where cosmic entities were requested to queue for coffee. We are not here to purchase coffee. The observer endeavored to maintain his dignity. We are here to investigate you. Investigate me? The solemn figure questioned, bewildered. I have committed no crime. Operating a CAF is a lawful enterprise. I even obtained a business license. A business license? The eternal emissary finally spoke, her voice akin to the melody of stars. Do you believe the multiverse requires a business license? Of course it does, the solemn figure replied, matter-of-factly. Conducting business necessitates adhering to regulations. I am registered with the Galactic Commerce Bureau and have also applied for an interstellar operating permit from the Kree Empire and the Nova Corps. The Galactic Commerce Bureau? The Infinite Herald's voice brimmed with confusion. What is that institution? It is the authority governing all commercial activities within the galaxy, the solemn figure stated, producing a golden certificate. See, this is my interstellar franchise permit, number 202-3001. The observer scrutinized the certificate, his expression growing more perplexed. Did you establish this institution? Indeed, the solemn figure replied nonchalantly. I noticed a lack of unified commercial management within the galaxy, so I took the initiative to create one. As of now, over 3,000 enterprises have registered, and it operates quite efficiently. Fury felt his worldview shifting once more. You established a government-level entity for the galaxy? Not a government entity, but a commercial management institution. The solemn figure corrected, primarily responsible for formulating interstellar trade standards, resolving commercial disputes, and issuing various operating licenses. And from where did you acquire such authority? Steve inquired. Authority? The solemn figure pondered. Perhaps it stems from my defeat of all dissenters. Defeat? Chapter 119. The Cosmic Culinary Evaluation Conference. Indeed, the solemn figure continued. Previously, some warlords and dictators were discontent, questioning why they should heed my directives. I turned them into statues, and the remaining individuals became quite cooperative. The observer and his companions exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment in the other's eyes. A being, existing solely for the convenience of a CF, has established a commercial management system of galactic proportions? Solemnly, the observer rephrased his thoughts, stating that your actions have severely impacted the equilibrium of the multiverse. How so? The being inquired, perplexed, as I merely sought to make life a tad more convenient. The Galactic Bureau of Commerce you have created has now become the most authoritative institution within the galaxy. The Eternal Emissary remarked. Countless civilizations are adhering to the commercial laws you have established. Is that not a good thing? Tony interjected, suggesting the unified standard could foster trade development. The issue lies in the fact the infinite representative elucidated that these laws were conceived by an individual rather than emerging organically. This contravenes the natural laws of the universe. The being scratched his head, but natural development is exceedingly slow. Are you aware of the complexities surrounding trade disputes among those civilizations? Conflicts arise at the slightest provocation, disrupting my business. So, you have unified them under a single management? Ancient One inquired. Indeed, now it is harmonious, the being declared with pride. The Kree and the Nova Corps are now business partners, and the Skrulls have established the largest logistics company in the galaxy. Everyone is profiting. Who would still engage in warfare? The observer remained silent for an extended period before finally stating, "Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions?" "What consequences?" "You are altering the trajectory of the entire universe," the observer said solemnly. "Countless events that should have transpired are being transformed due to your intervention. Countless heroes who were destined to emerge will never awaken because of the absence of war and suffering." The being pondered for a moment. And what of it? Is peace not preferable? Peace is desirable, but not this kind of peace, the Eternal Emissary replied. The universe requires balance, the opposition of light and darkness, and the cyclical nature of creation and destruction. Your interference disrupts this balance. Balance? The being's tone suddenly grew somewhat cold. Are you suggesting that to maintain some semblance of balance, innocent lives must suffer? The observer sensed the shift in tone and felt a warning bell resonate within. That is not our intention. No, that is precisely your intention. The being's gaze sharpened. You sit in your lofty positions, believing everything ought to unfold according to your perceptions of righteousness. Suffering is necessary, war embodies balance, and death is part of the cycle. Rising to his feet, he emanated an aura that weighed heavily upon even cosmic entities. But have you inquired of those struggling amid suffering? Have you asked those innocents who have lost their families to war? Have you consulted the civilizations crushed under your notion of balance? The atmosphere in the arena grew dense with tension. Even beings as powerful as the observer felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Calm down, being. Ancient One attempted to mediate. They have their own considerations. I am quite calm. The solemn voice was eerily calm. I merely wish to inquire of these exalted beings. For whom do you uphold this order? For the stability of the entire multiverse. The observers endeavored to maintain their composure. At times, local sacrifices are deemed necessary. Necessary sacrifices? The solemn entity chuckled, yet this smile sent a chill through all present. Are you willing to become such a necessary sacrifice? The observers' bodies began to tremble. They suddenly realized that the being before them possessed the capacity to transform them into such a sacrifice. We can negotiate. The voice of the eternal envoy no longer held its former gravitas. Negotiate? The solemn demeanor softened slightly. Very well, let us engage in discourse. He resumed his seated position, his expression returning to tranquility. My terms are simple. Do not interfere with my affairs, and I shall not provoke you. We shall coexist undisturbed. However, your infinitely influential envoy wishes to contest. Well, my influence, the solemn one interjected. I have fostered peace across the galaxy, sparing countless civilizations from the agony of war. What is wrong with that? There is no fault in that, but there is no but. The solemn tone regained its severity. If you deem peace to be flawed, I would gladly allow you to experience what true imbalance entails. The trio of observers exchanged glances, each recognizing the same conclusion in the other's eyes. This being had transcended their control. Very well, the observers ultimately conceded. We shall not interfere with your commercial endeavors. Yet, we hope you will exercise moderation and refrain from excessively intervening in the natural progression of the universe. That can be negotiated. The solemn one nodded. But on the condition that no one instigates conflict. Should any civilization, in idleness, seek to perpetrate genocide or planetary destruction, I shall intervene. This is not negotiation. This is a proclamation. The solemn tone brooked no dissent. I can tolerate normal competition and conflict, but I shall not abide senseless slaughter and destruction. The observers remained silent for a considerable time, ultimately nodding. We shall convey your intentions. Excellent. The solemn one smiled once more. Since you are here, would you care to sample my coffee? A first-time visitor discount of 10%. This abrupt transition from grave cosmic negotiations to coffee promotion left the three cosmic beings somewhat disoriented. We do not require sustenance, the observers managed to articulate. Not requiring sustenance does not preclude the enjoyment of exquisite flavors, the solemn one replied enthusiastically. I have a special brew crafted specifically for energy beings, an experience unlike any you have encountered. Special brew? The infinitely influential envoy inquired with curiosity. Indeed, it employs the primal energies of the void dimension, seasoned with a hint of chaotic essence. The solemn one elaborated, promising an unparalleled sensory experience. The observers wished to decline, but suddenly realized the dilemma. Would refusing the solemn one's hospitality be perceived as a slight? With the temperament just displayed, who knows what actions he might take? Let us venture forth, the observer finally declared. Splendid, Zhuang Yan exclaimed, rising with excitement. I shall concoct for you an experience that is truly unparalleled in the cosmos. Observing Zhuang Yan's bustling form, the Avengers exchanged glances with Ancient One. The negotiation that might determine the fate of the multiverse has unexpectedly transformed into a coffee-tasting event. I believe, Tony murmured to Steve, our worldview requires a profound revision. I have surrendered to the notion of revision, Steve replied. Now, I merely yearn to discover the flavor of coffee from the void dimension. Chapter 120, The Final Verdict. End of the book. The observer wished to articulate something, yet found his meager vocabulary insufficient to encapsulate the sensation. He could only arrive at one conclusion. This coffee is toxic, a potent poison capable of fostering universal peace. At that moment, the entirety of the mirrored space, no, the entire arena, abruptly froze. Time, space, energy, laws, everything descended into absolute stillness. The only entity in motion was Zhuang Yan, diligently polishing the bar with cloth. At the very center of the arena, space silently tore apart, revealing a figure more magnificent and oppressive than the previous rift. It was a giant with 3 faces, one serene, symbolizing justice, one enraged, representing vengeance, and one concealed beneath a hood, embodying necessity. The mere presence of this entity compelled the observer and the cosmic deities to instinctively bow their heads. The Court of Life. Ancient One struggled to utter the name, the supreme adjudicator of the multiverse, the ultimate arbiter of all realities. The 3 faces of the Court of Life simultaneously turned to Zhuang Yan, and its voice, devoid of emotion, resonated within the depths of every soul. Anomaly. Your actions have transcended the bounds of intervention. You are in the process of establishing a new law, a commercial law centered around your will. This disrupts the fundamental equilibrium of the multiverse. I shall render the final verdict on this matter. The hearts of the Avengers plummeted to the depths of despair. Even Ancient One turned pale. They had faced various adversaries, yet never anticipated confronting the embodiment of cosmic law. Nevertheless, Zhuang Yan merely lifted his head, wiped his hands with the cloth that had brushed the bar, and presented a professional smile. Greetings, esteemed 3-Face sir. What may I assist you with? The first cup for new patrons is half price, even for cosmic deities, an honest offer for all ages. The Court of Life. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Tony felt as if his mind had completely short-circuited. It was already absurd enough to have the observer waiting in line. Now, someone was attempting to sell half-price beverages to the Court of Life. The face representing vengeance seemed to freeze in its expression of anger, while the face embodying justice displayed a flicker of confusion. It had presided over countless universes and myriad existences, yet had never encountered such a situation. Before I render my verdict, I must comprehend your law. The Court of Life finally spoke, its voice carrying an almost imperceptible tremor. Comprehend my law. Zhuang Yan contemplated for a moment and suddenly realized, you wish to sample the product first, do you? A connoisseur indeed. Very well. He turned back to the bar with a fluid grace. Instead of employing any known ingredients, he reached directly into the void. He grasped a handful of concepts, crushed the possibilities, infused them with the essence of hope, and baked them with the flames of destiny. Finally, as he adorned the creation, he used a strand of pure life-s light. A perfect cup of coffee was placed before the Court of Life. It appeared to be merely an ordinary latte. Yet everyone could sense that within that cup resided an entirely new universe. I shall name it the harmony of all things latte, Zhuang Yan declared with a smile. The Court of Life fell into silence. Its 3 faces simultaneously gazed upon the cup. Ultimately, the face representing necessity gave a slight nod. A beam of light emanated from it, enveloping the coffee and transmitting it into its will. Time seemed to stretch into eons, yet felt like the blink of an eye. The 3 faces of the court, once marked by distinct expressions, now gradually, astonishingly unified. Justice, vengeance, and necessity merged, collectively manifesting an unprecedented expression of satisfaction. All present held their breath. The old laws of balance have proven too inefficient and fraught with unnecessary suffering, proclaimed the Court of Life. From this moment forth, the commercial and service principles represented by the interstellar CAF shall become one of the new foundational anchors of balance in the multiverse. It paused before continuing. I hereby approve your business plan. Your Galactic Bureau of Commerce shall be elevated to the Department of Universal Commercial Order Maintenance, with you at the helm. The observers, eternal messengers, and infinite emissaries, 3 divine beings of the universe, were simultaneously struck to silence. Their worldviews, along with the old laws they represented, were utterly overturned by a single cup of coffee. Splendid, Zhuang Yan exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Thank you for your support. And what do you think of this first order? The court of life regarded him, and to his astonishment, a hint of a smile appeared on the face representing justice. Every sentient being within the omniverse shall have a cup of the harmony of all things latte. The bill shall be recorded against the cosmic essence. With that, its form transformed into a blinding radiance and vanished, leaving behind a golden order composed of cosmic laws. With an infinite amount inscribed, drifting down onto the bar, Zhuang Yan picked up the order, whistling in satisfaction. Now, there is much to be done. He turned to face the utterly dumbfounded Avengers and the Ancient One, his smile radiant. Ladies and gentlemen, you have witnessed a historic moment for this establishment. As a reward, today's offerings are on the house. Furthermore, the Avengers headquarters may apply to become our Earth District's first diamond-level franchise, and I will personally train the staff. A year later, in New York South Central Park, at the flagship of the interstellar CAF, it had transformed into far more than a mere CAF. It was now the epicenter of the multiverse. The CAF's doors connected to countless dimensions and planets, with an array of bizarre patrons queuing orderly at the entrance. Tony Stark was engaged in a fervent discussion with a silicon-based life form from Andromeda regarding the thermal regulation of a new smart coffee cup. Meanwhile, Steve Rogers sat in the corner, quietly sketching on a pad, depicting a scroll, teaching a child how to stir coffee with telekinesis. Natasha and Banner assisted at the bar, where Dr. Banner, utilizing his understanding of gamma rays, invented a Hulk-sized milk frother capable of rapidly heating milk without compromising its protein structure, which soon became immensely popular. Thor had taken on the role of security chief at the CAF, ensuring that anyone attempting to cut in line or cause a disturbance was kindly escorted to the back of the queue with his Mjolnir. Nick Fury occupied the second floor's VIP lounge, perusing the latest reports from SHIELD with a relaxed brow. Since the intergalactic CAF had become a hub of the cosmos, crime rates on Earth and throughout the galaxy had plummeted by 99%. After all, even the most deranged villains must adhere to the fundamental rules of queuing for their orders. The Ancient One had become a regular patron, having forsaken her observation of the timelines, for all paths ultimately led to this place. She discovered that savoring a cup of specially brewed coffee from an unknown universe was far more delightful than peering into fate. Wong, donned in an apron, busily attended to the bar, his smile as genuine and warm as ever, as if he were merely a devoted coffee shop owner. "Boss," exclaimed an alien with fluffy antennae. "Another fizzy energy drink, please. I feel like I'm on the verge of breaking through our species' evolutionary bottleneck." "Coming right up," Wong replied cheerfully, deftly operating the coffee machine. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the faces of the diverse patrons, each radiating a sense of serene and contented happiness. The universe had never been so peaceful, nor so delightful. The tale concluded without a cataclysmic final battle or poignant heroic sacrifice. It was simply a man, in his most cherished manner, brewing a perfect cup of coffee for the entirety of the multiverse. The end.